The number 10 jersey embodied a legacy of unparalleled brilliance, a sacred mantle for history's true soccer geniuses. Yet, he knew he was not among them. For Li Jian, that huddle only highlighted his profound certainty: he was nothing like a genius. Speed eluded him as well, a fundamental trait he felt was missing. Each demanding stride confirmed his internal assessment of physical mediocrity. His skills felt ordinary, his spirit fragile, a truth echoing through every strained muscle and desperate breath. An unseen pressure, vast and oppressive, relentlessly pursued his every step. That conviction burned in his eyes: he simply was not a remarkable player. Yet, a flicker of something new began to stir. A sudden burst of focus allowed him to cut through the defense, leaving opponents stunned. He needed to remain on the field, to honor the silent prayers of those who watched over him. He kicked, striving to make a moment worthy of his own pride, however small. He yearned to defy his own doubts, to be, if only for a moment, misunderstood as a soccer genius. Years ago, the AC Fiorentina U-17 team trained under the sun, a stage for youthful ambition. Lately, a troubling realization gnawed at Li Jian, making him gulp down anxiety. He understood now that lies were like snowballs, growing uncontrollably with each roll. Regret swelled inside him: a small boast to Jiwoo had started this uncontrollable avalanche of deception. Just a day ago, Li Jian had casually claimed to be a soccer genius around here, the words fidgeting from him. He insisted he was adjusting well, scoring goals, all while the huffs and taps of his game controller betrayed the truth. Li Jian heard the compliments but, deep down, admitted to himself that he was doing anything but well. He introduced himself, his tapping fingers punctuating a quiet internal resignation. He confessed to his struggles at a prestigious academy, transferring to Fiorentina out of desperation, a bittersweet escape. While a substitute, he found a different kind of quiet here, a lack of trouble that didn't quite feel like luck. His internal monologue about his stagnant talent was sharply cut short by a voice on the phone. "Hey," the voice on the phone yelled, a sharp, sudden demand for his attention. As Jiwoo's impatient voice broke through, he watched his video game character meet its defeat, a fitting end. He poured water, a domestic act, while listening to Jiwoo, his childhood friend who always acted like a supportive older sister. Though her nagging could be irritating, her unwavering presence had become an essential comfort. The guilt of his lies weighed heavily, yet the thought of her seeing his pathetic reality was unbearable, his words trailing off. Jiwoo's casual declaration of, "coming to Italy," hit him like a physical blow, making him spit out his drink. "What did you just say?" he stammered, disbelief warring with panic as he questioned her Italy revelation. Jiwoo calmly revealed her exchange student status, destined for a culinary school in Florence. She playfully added that she might as well see soccer genius Li Jian in action, unknowingly twisting the knife. Jiwoo's parting words, "I'm leaving in 2 weeks," were followed by a thud as Li Jian's phone dropped to the floor. Panic seized Li Jian. 2 weeks offered no escape from the tangled web of his making, while Jiwoo's voice pleaded from the fallen phone. His despair deepened, trapped as a substitute player who couldn't even make it onto the field. Jiwoo's insistent calls finally snapped him back to the terrifying reality of his situation. The team captain assigned Li Jian to second forward for the minigame, granting him the unusual freedom to play as he wished. He stifled a bitter thought, knowing, "play however you want," was code for dismissing a non-main squad substitute like him. He methodically tied his shoelaces, preparing for the field, knowing his place, however diminished, within the team. The chasm between the non-main and main squads felt immense, a frustrating barrier to his aspirations. Among the 20, only 11 earned the right to step onto the field, the coveted starting lineup. Of the 9 benched players, only a few ever tasted the chance of substitution, a rare opportunity seized with a triumphant fist clench. To even show Jiwoo he played, he needed a miracle, a spot on the 18-man roster, excluding the goalkeeper. His past indifference to being a starter had evaporated, Jiwoo's impending arrival had completely changed his motivation. He reflected on his past lack of drive, recognizing a critical missing piece now filled. His fierce new resolve burned in his eyes. He absolutely could not face Jiwoo with embarrassment. He knew he had to break free from the non-main squad first, needing to impress the coaches within 2 weeks. He tapped his cleat, a nervous habit, hoping that in this minigame, he could somehow transcend his own perceived limits. As a seconda forward, he mentally prepared his strategy, knowing he had to make an immediate impact. His goal was clear, blazing in his mind: accumulate attacking points. The sharp whistle cut through the air, signaling the immediate start of the game. With a swift kick, the referee declared the minigame officially underway. The referee's warning against rough play echoed as players swiftly kicked and tapped the ball in tight formation. Jian observed the confined space, noting how it inherently altered the game's dynamic. The accelerated tempo of the minigame meant he needed to be quicker, both physically and mentally. He orchestrated his moves, always thinking ahead, seizing the captain's perfect pass and noting the lone defender in his path. He executed a deceptive feint, making his opponent believe he would turn left, then darting right with a sudden shift. Got past him. Jian declared triumphantly, his rapid movement leaving the bewildered opponent behind. The defense swarmed back, but Jian noticed the critical opening created by their forward concentration. Despite the physical pressure, he spotted the perfect window for a pass. He powerfully struck the ball, sending it to his center forward, a specialized attacker always seeking goals. The opposing defenders instinctively followed the ball's trajectory, their gaze drawn away. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Jian prepared his next decisive move. "Jian! Take it," a teammate urged, as Jian battled fiercely for the ball amidst the frantic struggle. Jian tried to become invisible, utilizing the brief defensive distraction to slip past the last line. "Damn it! I lost sight of him," the opponent raged, realizing too late he'd focused on the central forward, neglecting the offside trap. His foot connected powerfully with the ball, sending it flying. Exploiting the defense's blind spot, Jian precisely fulfilled his role to infiltrate their formation. He executed the shadow striker move with precision, launching the ball towards the goal. The ball slammed into the net with a satisfying smack, prompting Jian's triumphant exclamation, "Awesome!" He ran with fierce determination, acknowledging his initial goal as a vital achievement. Jian knelt near the net, a triumphant figure celebrating his hard-earned goal. Coach Luca watched the play unfold with a subtle, knowing smile, observing Jian's unexpected performance. Jian continued his run, leaving a wake of surprised and dejected opponents behind him. He let out a long, relieved phew, the exertion and triumph finally settling in. He reflected on his lucky goal, acknowledging the defender's convenient positioning, a nervous flutter in his chest. The goal had bolstered his confidence. He felt a potent desire to achieve even more. With a determined clench of his fist, Jian resolved to push himself further. T-79, the sharp blow of the whistle signaled a pause in the intense game. Narration transition. The referee announced the end of the second quarter, reminding everyone of the minigame structure. Jian analyzed the scoreboard, 6-4. 2 goals, a team lead, and a swell of self-congratulation. He vowed to maintain his performance, but Coach Luca's sudden call abruptly startled him. Jian addressed the U17 Fiorentina coach, Luca, who stood before him with a serious expression. "Huh?" Jian exclaimed, taken aback by Coach Luca's simple instruction to take off your vest. Jian confusedly removed his vest, wondering if he was being switched teams, to Coach Luca's resigned "Ah. Sure. TCH. Of all times." Jian muttered, frustrated by the interruption as he ran with his vest in hand. He worried if he could replicate his success on the opposing team, questioning whether his goal was individual skill or mere teamwork. A confused exchange followed as Coach Luca questioned Jian's destination, and he, equally perplexed, replied he was going to the opposing team. Coach Luca's face hardened with anger as he forcefully ordered Li Jian off the field. Oh. This is something I didn't expect. Li Jian thought, the shocking realization dawning that he was kicked out. He looked up at Coach Luca, wide-eyed and desperate, questioning if he was truly being taken out of the game. The U-17 Friends facilities sprawled under a vast, open sky, ready for the drama about to unfold on its vibrant green field. Li Jian considered the day's unfolding events, a swirling mix of unexpected twists and turns. A quiet sigh escaped him, nothing had proceeded according to his carefully laid plans. While his teammates roared their fervent encouragement, Li Jian's mind reeled at the thought of a surprise starting lineup. Coach Luca's furious bellow, a command to join the starting lineup, still echoed in his memory, a terror he had mistaken for rejection. His heart thundered a frantic beat, a wild drum against his ribs, overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. A sharp, unseen voice sliced through his daze, and he jolted upright. Just breathe, Coach Tony advised, his retreating steps a measured rhythm, leaving Li Jian with lingering surprise. This was Fiorentina U17's own Coach Tony, his resolve etched into his unyielding stance. Tony offered a brief apology for the sudden summons, which Jian quickly brushed aside as nothing. Tony's question about the second forward position struck Jian like a bolt of lightning. Was he actually going into the game? With a simple instruction to warm up, Jian exploded into a sprint, every fiber alight with fresh purpose. Coach Tony, lost in contemplation, meticulously assessed Jian's warm-up, a silent question mark hanging over his confident pronouncement. Indoors, the sub-coach reported on Jian's unusual intensity during practice, prompting an intrigued, "What?" from Tony. "That Jian?" Tony asked, incredulous, as the sub-coach detailed Jian's unprecedented, almost fierce, dedication. A hopeful suggestion that Jian was finally opening his heart was met with Tony's earnest agreement. Yet, a cautious voice in Tony's mind urged him to continue his patient strategy without overplaying his hand. Tony resolved to watch from the shadows, a silent observer of the boy whose raw talent had once sparked a bidding war among top clubs. But that immense promise had withered, his Torino contract was soon terminated, a harsh consequence of adaptation struggles. Contacting Jian, hoping to offer solace, only amplified the heavy burden he already carried within his wounded spirit. His mental state had deteriorated so profoundly, he couldn't even step onto the field to play. Yet, Tony remained resolute, a phantom presence on the sidelines, committed to nurturing Jian until his heart finally reawakened. Even after 2 years of stagnation, Tony's faith in Jian's extraordinary talent never wavered. Now, the time had arrived for the soccer genius to unlock his potential, to push open that luminous door and reveal his true self. Tony's gaze burned with a silent ambition, a vision of Jian's boundless talent ascending to legendary heights, claiming his rightful glory. Cleats slammed into the ball with explosive force, the game's ferocity already palpable. Jian, the second forward, burned with an aggressive focus, his gaze fixed on an unseen challenge. From the sidelines, Li Jian shrewdly observed Jian, already calculating the inevitable substitution. His mind raced, concluding the coach's decision likely stemmed from a teammate's dwindling stamina, not a belief in his own merit. Jian's visible struggle, losing control under the harsh tackle, solidified Jian's internal assessment of the draining match. Already warmed up, Jian chafed with impatience, yearning for the moment he would finally enter the unfolding game. A frustrated groan escaped Jian, watched calmly by Coach Tony, a silent study of his internal turmoil. He cast aside his overthinking, resolving to focus on action rather than anticipation, ready to forge his strategy on the field. Jiwoo's brilliant mind ignited, a vivid, glowing blueprint of the game unfolding before him on a miniature field. He watched the miniature players, frustrated by the relentless, sticky marking that suffocated every offensive opportunity. With a swift flick of his fingers, Jiwoo illustrated how two defenders instantly converged, sealing off the ball's every arrival. The brutal reality was clear, attackers were being stifled, lost in a flurry of turnovers and devastating isolation. Jiwoo's fingers moved, simulating his own entry into the game, a subtle shift that made a miniature opponent visibly question everything. A chilling realization dawned: playing Gino's style would only invite the same suffocating attention, a sinister aura on his heels. He gasped at the clarity. Isolation awaited if he followed the same path, the only escape lay in expanding the entire field of play. If he could just draw away the dedicated markers, creating a void on the side or in midfield, the defense would inevitably fracture. Such a calculated move would surely rupture the opposing lines, forging a decisive opportunity for his team. A wave of fresh anxiety washed over him. If Jino, his perceived superior, struggled, could Jian truly succeed? Doubts gnawed at him, bringing forth a ghost from his past, a tall, stern shadow whose silent judgment still loomed. Her words, sharp and cold, cut through him. His very existence demanded absolute perfection, with no room for error. Success was not an option, but a brutal imperative that choked the joy from his young, trophy-laden hands. A sudden surge of nausea threatened to overwhelm him, questioning the unwelcome return of his tormenting past. From a distance, Coach Tony observed Jian's distress, confirming the relentless burden still weighed heavily upon him. A chilling rumor surfaced in Tony's mind: Jian's heavy burden, whispered to be a dark legacy of his mother's suffocating ambition. Tony resolved to offer Jian unwavering trust, granting him the freedom to discover his own game, rather than imposing external expectations. A hand on his shoulder, a quiet word, made Jian jump, his surprise still palpable. Tony's calm words washed over Jian, alleviating the crushing weight of expectation by reframing his purpose. "You're free to play your way," Tony stated, a small smile hiding his hope that this would finally break through Jian's self-imposed prison. Jian acknowledged the words, though a flicker of doubt remained. Could such simple understanding truly alter his deep-seated patterns? A subtle, relieved smile graced his lips as he embraced the simple logic of being a strategic stamina substitution. The pressure eased. Jian felt a profound calm, a shift Tony keenly observed, knowing a crucial barrier had finally fractured. A reassuring pat sealed the moment, a silent affirmation of his regained composure. Then came the call for Jino, a sudden, sharp clarity that this was Jian's pivotal moment, finally at hand. As the referee's whistle confirmed the swap, Jian met Jino's exhausted gaze, poised to shoulder the burden. His cleats touched the turf, anchoring him to the weight of the main team match, a crucible before Jiwoo's arrival. With two firm pats to his head, he galvanized his thoughts, resolved to seize this singular U-17 league opportunity. He stood ready, eyes blazing with an almost mystical resolve, determined to leave no doubt for Jiwoo. He tore across the field, driving the ball forward with powerful, rhythmic thuds. The endless, suffocating passes continued, the field a stifling cage where no forward breakthrough seemed possible. Even simple possession became a desperate struggle, underlining the brutal difficulty of this stagnant, unforgiving game. Doubts crept back into Jian's mind. His carefully laid plan felt precarious under the opponent's close, taunting mark. His anxiety mounted, fearing his marker's moves would defy his precise, calculated predictions. The opponent's sneering assessment was clear: this was no formidable joker card, just a disappointing substitute. The opponent's derisive accusation, a venomous jab at his very right to be there, conjured the ominous specter of his mother's judgment. A chilling echo from the past, a sneering, ball boy, taunt, ignited a raging fury in adult Jian, a tempest of defiance against those old whispers. He banished weak thoughts, his glowing eyes fixed forward, a blur of motion as he committed to his strategy. An opponent gaped, bewildered by Jian's unexpected retreat deep into the defensive zone, abandoning the front lines. Coach Tony's brow lifted in surprise. Jian was strategically abandoning his forward position. Tony grasped Jian's audacious intent, to shatter the defensive line, a brilliant, unexpected move in the right direction. Jian's cunning maneuver successfully drew a defender, immediately creating a vital gap that the team captain spotted and stormed into with an urgent shout. The team captain roared, a desperate plea for his teammates to press their advantage. A satisfied light shone in Jian's eyes, the main squad had indeed understood his gambit. Tony's titan gaze was a silent testament to his profound admiration. A teammate surged into the void Jian's genius had so perfectly carved. To counteract this, another opponent was forced into a reactive move, spiraling the strategic dance. As teammates filled the void, new gaps materialized, a testament to Jian's chain reaction, relentlessly unraveling the defense. And so, an inevitable opportunity gracefully presented itself to Jian, controlling the ball with effortless skill. Coach Tony's joyous cry burst forth, "Blessings truly come to those who wait." This was no mere play, it was a profound vision, a strategic tapestry woven with genius, predicting every pass and movement. Who could have imagined such explosive power, a sudden, surprising force from a talent long believed to be dormant? The stagnant game pulsed anew, Jian the relentless catalyst, his ceaseless running leaving opponents agape. His mind, a whirlwind of calculations, foresaw the perfect moment for a header pass, discerning the game's every intricate twist toward victory. A perfect, explosive chance, struck with raw, undeniable power. This was the definitive signature of a superior soccer intellect, etched into every forceful strike. Tony gasped, a wide smile breaking through. His earlier assessment had been a monumental error, for this talent could truly devour the world. The ball tore through the net, a triumphant roar in its wake, leaving Tony awestruck by Jian's nascent, world-conquering power. The expansive international terminal hummed with the quiet, anticipatory pulse of global departures. A young woman's fingers danced across her phone, eagerly demanding updates on Jiwoo's performance from an unseen correspondent. Her confident smirk promised something spectacular, a testament to her unwavering, excited conviction. Her triumphant declaration hung in the air, a playful challenge aimed at an unseen soccer genius. Jiwoo's vibrant voice shattered Li Jian's slumber, demanding he finally conjure a date course. Li Jian jolted awake with a distressed gasp, the fading dream leaving tears in his eyes. Morning, Li Jian thought, the soft tick-tock of time already mocking his lingering fatigue. His irritation simmered as he reflected, so noisy, even haunting my dreams with a racket. A younger Li Jian, full of bounding energy, dashed from the house, his father's approving, "Go ahead, son," echoing through of his departure. Now, the older Li Jian reflected on a draining yet successful practice session with the main squad, the of his running footsteps echoing his internal assessment. A hopeful smile touched his lips, contemplating the bright possibilities ahead. He ran through the city, wind past him, wondering if his performance had secured a starting lineup spot for the upcoming game. The U-17 Fiorentina youth team training ground stood ready for the next challenge. His hopes deflated with a soft, the narration declaring his aspiration, failed. Li Jian's spirit sagged, he hadn't even made the roster, let alone the starting lineup. A visceral sound punctuated his frustration as he clutched his head, commanding himself to get a grip. He chastised his own ambition, admitting it was greedy to expect a roster spot after only a brief appearance. Determined, Li Jian resolved to work harder for the final roster announcement before Jiwoo's arrival, aiming for next week's game. In a vivid, stylized vision, Li Jian ran with determined energy, imagining his name, Li Jian, as the celebrated third starter. On the sidelines, the sub-coach, impressed, declared, "Coach, he's good." Li Jian's powerful kick showed his skill in carrying the ball to the final third and finishing, easily on par with rivals Gino and Andrea. Coach Tony mused that leaving Li Jian off the roster was a unique advantage, a strategy the sub-coach smugly claimed he foresaw. Coach Tony considered how to meticulously build Li Jian's confidence without burdening him. The sub-coach likened Li Jian to a stray cat, a description Coach Tony inwardly affirmed, though his internal, completely wrong, flashed before he abruptly called, "Training's over. Everyone gather up." Li Jian leaned over, his every gasp a testament to his physical exhaustion. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Li Jian gasped, then collapsed to the ground with a small escaping him. As teammates wondered about the roster and Jiwoo's imminent arrival, Coach Tony informed them that individual notifications would follow for the weekend game. Dismissed by Coach Tony, Lee Jian's mind fixated on the individual notification, a knot of concern tightening in his chest. He silently reflected on his maximal efforts, knowing Jiwoo would arrive tomorrow. His hopes, he realized as he continued his run, were entirely at the mercy of the coach's pending decision. Lee Jian choked, the weight of his anxieties pressing down with overwhelming force. Running through the city, Lee Jian's silent plea echoed, "Please pick me, coach." On Friday afternoon, a phone vibrated persistently with a demanding attention. The insistent ring stirred Lee Jian from his doze, prompting him to grumble about the noise before his hand grabbed the phone. A storm of messages from Jiwoo flooded in, exuberantly announcing her arrival, her taxi ride, and her awe at the beautiful streets. Jiwoo announced her arrival at her homestay and suggested they meet in an hour, leaving Lee Jian confused about the delay. Lee Jian waited patiently, lost in thought, while a miniature Jiwoo blissfully slumbered in a dream cloud above him. With a dynamic tap-tap-tap, Lee Jian rushed forward. His eyes widened in shock as he realized his entire wardrobe was nothing but sportswear, regretting his lack of foresight. He tried to rationalize, shrugging his shoulders, "It's not a date," though a small of unease betrayed him. Lee Jian sternly reminded himself this was merely a casual meal with a childhood friend, nothing more. "Dad," Lee Jian called, and his father hummed an inquisitive response. As Lee Jian dashed out the door in his soccer uniform, his father frantically shouted, "Son, stop," realizing his boy still thought the uniform was the coolest outfit, a dramatic in his attempt to intercept him. Much better," Lee Jian's father declared, a satisfied sound accompanying his adjustment of Lee Jian's new shirt. "It's not like that," Lee Jian insisted, annoyance coloring his voice as his father waved goodbye with a knowing smile. What did he mean, "do well"? Lee Jian pondered, a confused ZZ buzzing in his head as he walked. He looked at his phone and realized he had arrived too early, with time to kill. He worried Jiwoo might still resemble her tomboy past, a chibi vision of her younger self flashing past with a startled and a surprised "Hey! Lee Jian." Jiwoo's voice cut through his thoughts, his eye widening in absolute shock. "Sorry," Jiwoo gasped, slightly out of breath as she bent forward. "Am I a bit late?" Jiwoo asked with a soft exhale, her voice lightly laced with inquiry. "Nuna is here," Jiwoo announced, radiating confidence and sparkle, a miniature version of her glamorous self cheering her on. Lee Jian stood utterly, stunned by Jiwoo's stunning transformation. Lee Jian stuttered nervously, prompting Jiwoo to confront his awkward greeting with a questioning pat, "Aren't you happy to see me?" "Hey, where are you looking?" Jiwoo asked suspiciously, as Lee Jian, suddenly disoriented and flushing, was overwhelmed by a hand cream scent. "Hey!" Jiwoo insisted, while Lee Jian internally struggled to compose himself, his quick glances revealing his fluster. "What's with your outfit?" Lee Jian asked, clearly surprised, to which Jiwoo confidently replied, "It looks nice, doesn't it?" Lee Jian voiced his surprise, noting she never wore skirts, and Jiwoo explained her new style was part of embracing being abroad. His own cheeks flushed as Lee Jian inwardly pondered, could it be that our Jian? Jiwoo's sly inner voice wondered if Lee Jian was starting to see his Nuna as a woman, causing him to gasp in startled realization. What's with her being so blunt? Lee Jian internally screamed, flustered by her directness. "Whatever," Jiwoo declared, then suggested they go eat, before questioning Lee Jian about why he kept avoiding her eyes, which he clumsily denied with a double, "huh." He reassured himself, seeing her playful teasing, that she was indeed the Jiwoo he knew. His eye subtly glanced to the side. But a lingering thought persisted, has Jiwoo always been this pretty? Busy pedestrians bustled along a grand European city street under a bright blue sky. A waiter's hand placed a plate on their table, announcing, "Your food is here." "Wow! This is amazing!" Jiwoo exclaimed with sparking, delight at the array of dishes. Jiwoo teased Li Jian about ordering like an adult, to which he tersely told her, "Stop saying unnecessary things and just eat." "So tasty." Jiwoo cried with tears of joy, much to Li Jian's exasperated "Geez. This is really good, too." Jiwoo exclaimed, but Li Jian remained silent, his mind elsewhere. His anxiety gnawed at him, Li Jian wondering, but seriously, when is the roster coming out, amidst the calm of the moment? Beads of sweat formed on his worried brow as he thought, "I'm so nervous I could die." Jiwoo cleared her throat, a casual slurping preceding her challenging question, "How many goals are you going to score?" "For a friend you're seeing for the first time in 3 years, Jiwoo pressed, "shouldn't you promise at least a goal?" Leaving Li Jian stunned. "What? You said you're a soccer genius," Jiwoo pointed out, while Li Jian internally fumed, "Ugh. She doesn't get it. I saw on TV how players score goals and celebrate. Do you do that too?" Jiwoo asked, excitedly standing up, making Li Jian frantically wave his hands and demand, "Hey, sit down." He internally worried, "I don't even know if I'll get to play, so how can I promise goals?" "Are you going to promise or not?" Jiwoo insisted, pouting, as Li Jian hesitated, That kind of promise is a bit." With a disheartened turn, Jiwoo asked, "What? Does that mean no?" Jiwoo sadly acknowledged that scoring goals isn't easy, even for a genius, causing Li Jian to panic, "No. The mood is turning weird." Li Jian frantically searched for an excuse to salvage the rapidly souring mood. A sudden hum made Li Jian react, his eye widening in surprise. His eye widened dramatically in a moment of intense shock and realization. Ding! A phone on the table announced a new message from Coach Tony. It's here." Li Jian gasped, the dramatic tudong sound marking the arrival of his fate. A new chapter of his life unfurled under the grand, welcoming skies of an ancient European city. A wave of awkward concern washed over Li Jian as he hesitantly asked if Jiwoo could navigate the dim streets alone. Jiwoo playfully brushed aside his awkward offer to walk her home, her cheerful smile teasing the blush from his cheeks. His mother's disembodied voice declared him all grown up, even as Jiwoo comically shooed away a flustered chibi Li Jian. From her doorway, Jiwoo's warm words lingered, carrying a gentle anticipation for their Sunday meeting. A soft wistfulness settled over Jiwoo as she watched Li Jian disappear into the deepening twilight. A sudden, unwelcome chill cut through Li Jian's solitary walk, mirroring an unexpected coldness within. His footsteps echoed with a quiet solitude across the vast, empty plaza. A small, routine tug brought his lifeline from his pocket. A terse message appeared on his screen, demanding his presence and announcing the fateful roster. A long, shuddering sigh of relief escaped him, a tangible release of pent-up dread. His heart swelled with a determined relief at making the roster, even as his mind frantically plotted potential escape routes from his own bluster. Then, a sickening jolt of realization hit him, the forgotten goal promise now looming with cruel irony. Panic clawed its way up his throat, sending Li Jian scrambling down the street in a frantic, undignified flight. Clinging to a lamppost, Li Jian writhed in regret, his insides churning with the bitter taste of his own empty boasts. A horrifying thought then blossomed in his mind, making his eyes widen in terror at the prospect of not playing at all. A contemplative anxiety settled over him as he reasoned that public embarrassment might be averted by simply staying on the bench. A weary sigh escaped his lips, the relentless weight of his accumulating deceptions was becoming unbearable. Yet, despite the growing despair, a flicker of resolve remained, even if he couldn't deliver on his promise. Then, Jiwoo's soft, encouraging words echoed, a warm, sparkling vision blooming in his troubled mind. A powerful, unyielding desire to play ignited within him, dispelling the fog of doubt with a defiant inner chuckle. The crisp morning air ushered in the momentous day, promising new beginnings under a hopeful sky. An unfamiliar eagerness stirred him from sleep well before his alarm, his hand instinctively reaching for his phone. Chibi Li Jian stirred, his subconscious wondering if his body alone felt the magnetic pull of a long-awaited match day. He stretched and yawned, the familiar morning routine belied by an internal sense of momentous change. Despite the outward normalcy, an undeniable sense of difference hummed through his veins. He lay there, contemplating the double-edged sword of the day, the slim chance of playing, and the very real risk of his facade crumbling. Chibi Li Jian rolled contentedly in his bed, a surprising joy blooming as he embraced the special, unfamiliar feeling. Even in peaceful slumber, his deepest desire manifested, a hopeful yearning for the day to finally begin, Jiwoo's cheerful image shimmering in his dreams. But then, Jiwoo's image comically materialized, sending Chibi Li Jian into a fit of mortified panic. A forceful inner voice spurred Chibi Li Jian to action, shaking off his idle thoughts with determined energy. A cheerful exchange filled the bright morning air as Li Jian and his father greeted each other outside their home. His father's casual offer of breakfast sparked an internal groan of apprehension in Li Jian. Li Jian approached the plate with hesitant optimism, trying to convince himself the questionable offering couldn't be truly awful. One bite was all it took for Chibi Li Jian to recoil in utter comedic horror, questioning the unholy blend of flavors. Li Jian stammered a forced compliment and fled, feigning eagerness to eat the dubious sandwich on the go. With a half-eaten sandwich still in his mouth, Li Jian hurriedly made his escape, announcing his early departure. Li Jian burst from the house, his own eager anticipation for the day mingling with his father's heartfelt wish for his safe return. He sprinted through the morning, his impatience a tangible force, pushing him forward with every stride. Chibi Li Jian's father gazed at the abandoned sandwich, a touch of humorous resignation in his understanding. The sterile silence of the long, empty hallway heralded the arrival at a new, imposing domain. The murmur of teammates and the heavy sound of his own breathing underscored Li Jian's palpable anxiety in the locker room. A teammate's concerned call pierced the nervous air, a question hanging unspoken as Li Jian exhaled heavily. His bowed head and profuse sweat betrayed the intense anxiety churning within him. A desperate, clumsy thumbs-up served as Li Jian's pathetic attempt to mask his utter panic from his concerned teammate. Li Jian dismissed the concern with a shaky laugh, but internally, his fleeting confidence had utterly evaporated under the crushing weight of his nervousness. He reflected on the long years since his last game, a distant memory now tinged with the anxiety of disuse. The realization that he hadn't played a single match since joining Fiorentina only deepened his internal turmoil. Chibi Li Jian fidgeted with his phone, finding a familiar, anxious comfort in its presence, a constant in his pre-match jitters. The shadow of past expectations still clung to him, a heavy legacy from the moment he was labeled talented. He stared at an old photo on his phone, a stark reminder of how the constant burden of high expectations had once suffocated him on the field. Even now, his heart raced not just from the long break, but from the relentless pressure of a deeper expectation. The true source of his pounding heart, he realized, was the overwhelming, inescapable imperative to succeed. Yet, amidst all the familiar anxieties, a subtle, indefinable shift stirred within him. Today felt different. His reflective thoughts about past burdens were abruptly shattered by the sharp ping of an incoming message. Jiwoo's playful, encouraging messages flooded his screen, a warm tide of support and expectation. A small, genuine smile touched Li Jian's lips. Jiwoo's words had irrevocably altered the landscape of his match day. The sub-coach's firm voice cut through the locker room chatter, signaling the imminent departure. As the team moved out, the sub-coach's rallying cry intertwined with Li Jian's quiet realization of Jiwoo's presence. Her support, he mused, was still a burden, yet a new, unidentifiable quality softened its weight. A singular, unwavering desire now propelled Li Jian forward. He simply wanted to perform well. That fervent wish intensified into a powerful, almost desperate roar within him as he charged onto the field. A cacophony of cheers and roars erupted from the stands, a wave of electric energy washing over the stadium. Li Jian gazed up at the stadium, overwhelmed by the sheer, incredible scale of the crowd. A fragile hope sparked in his heart, a quiet yearning to step onto the hallowed ground and truly play. Chibi Li Jian shuffled onto the field, his awkward gait immediately drawing confused, comical murmurs from the Chibi spectators. Jiwoo watched from the stands, her subtle smile a silent, powerful encouragement meant just for him. From her perch in the stands, Jiwoo playfully asserted her oversight, her presence a cheerful affirmation. Jiwoo checked her smartwatch, the display signaling the mounting tension. 15 minutes had already slipped by in the second half. Every visible bead of sweat and ragged breath spoke volumes of his intense, desperate effort on the field. The jubilant shouts of "Jino" echoed across the field, celebrating a teammate's unexpected triumph. Li Jian gritted his teeth, a bitter frustration rising at another player's inconveniently stellar performance. A cold dread settled over Li Jian, his terrified eyes scanning the field as he silently questioned if his moment would ever come. Beneath a sky so blue it felt painted, the Sassuolo Stadium hummed with the electric current of a fresh match, the scoreboard a blank canvas at 0-0. A rhythmic tudak of the ball echoed the game's vibrant pulse. An urgent shout pierced the air, demanding action, as one player stumbled in unexpected disarray. With a powerful PPA, a swift kick sent the ball flying, leaving a pained opponent writhing on the grass. A player declared his relentless intent, ta, and Jiwoo propelling his pursuit of the ball handler. A measured Jiwoo escape, fueling his unwavering concentration. As he moved with a soft paw, a crucial tactical breakthrough crystallized in his mind. A deceptive talk and a clever kayak of evasion unveiled the true intent, leaving the defender to curse his sudden, frustrated realization. The quick ta out of a reverse move left the opponent utterly exposed, tumbling backward in shocked disbelief at his tactical defeat. A fervent cry to push forward ignited collective resolve, met instantly by an equally determined affirmation. With a hopeful declaration to score, their Tadadak footsteps echoed the singular drive toward the distant net. From the bench, a player critically assessed his team's dominance, while on the field, a seamless paw of a 1-2 pass highlighted their clear superiority. His previous assumptions about their team's higher standing were now starkly confirmed by the unfolding reality on the field. Amidst such undeniable brilliance, a private doubt echoed, how had he even earned his place? Yet among the talent, Jino's effortless evasion of defenders made his brilliance undeniable. The opposing lines widened, and in his mind, the second forward's path shimmered with potential, marked by a precise pa and bingjol. A decisive peck sent the ball on its arcing EO trajectory towards the goal. A collective few escaped as the ball narrowly missed, but a teammate's immediate encouragement urged Jino to press on. A shiver ran through him, the question of his own playing time growing more distant with each successful play. A resolute Chibi self dashed forth, silencing doubt with a fierce resolve to stay ready, even as shouts of "defense" rang through the air. A frustrated cry escaped as Jino slid dramatically, the sharp beep of the whistle confirming the sudden, chaotic impact. An indignant teammate rose with a PPA beckcom of protest, vehemently demanding justice for the foul, eyes blazing. Jino shrugged off the impact as a mere graze, but the referee's stern declaration of a yellow card left the opponent seething with resentment. A sudden, exhilarating hope surged, this might finally be his chance to step onto the field. A profound Jiwoo escaped her lips, a quiet echo of weariness or deep thought. Amidst the fervent wah of the crowd, she pondered the very definition of fun, feeling strangely detached. Even with a blank scoreboard, the stadium roared with a boundless wah, deepening her skepticism about this kind of joy. Her inner ace recoiled at the thought of being benched for a weak opponent, drawing a bewildered "what" from a tiny Chibi teammate. A blush of concern crept up her neck, surely they wouldn't truly leave him on the sidelines. Amidst the deafening wah and aaaa of the crowd, her silent "right" was a plea for confirmation amidst the joyous chaos. The scoreboard flashed 0-1, and a triumphant wah rose from the stands, heralding Jino's expected and glorious goal. Her surprised gasp echoed the question that sprang to mind, had Jian's team truly scored? Amidst the wah of celebration, Jiwoo's mind raced with a chilling realization, this goal further dimmed her playing prospects. Jiwoo's panic brought a beautiful tremor, knowing Li Jian's chances plummeted, even as Li Jian himself celebrated his team's triumph. The wow of the crowd affirmed his secret hope. This rapid opening goal was the perfect alignment for his ambitions. A delighted "I see you" from his inner chibi affirmed his calculated truth. Only an early lead would unlock his moment on the field. A grateful Jack and a hearty "thank you" sealed Gino's well-earned recognition. Li Jian's tiny so-shim praise was so faint, his teammate lamented being unable to hear him even from inches away. Li Jian's frantic PPI-Beccom apology triggered a confused outburst. "What are you even sorry for?" A quiet hue filled the air, as Coach Tony plunged into strategic contemplation. The referee's sharp PPI confirmed the first half's end, with Fiorentina holding a commanding 3-0 lead. In the locker room, confident teammates celebrated their great first half, while Li Jian's reciprocal anxiety quietly rustled. Li Jian inwardly declared the 3-0 performance flawless, a rising anticipation stirring as Coach Tony commanded attention. Coach Tony issued his firm commendation, instructing them to maintain the momentum, met by immediate and unified affirmation. His hesitant, Coach, was a mere prelude to the surging anticipation that now consumed him. A pudut smirk graced his chibi face as he subtly suggested Gino needed rest, all under Coach Tony's utterly bewildered gaze. The coach's concerned questions about his well-being only amplified Li Jian's internal, awkward turmoil. The words were out, an immediate, searing regret burning within him. What on earth am I even saying? Coach Tony's profound meong left him utterly dazed by the baffling request. With a curt dismissal and a definitive teak of the door, Coach Tony privately seethed, unbelievable. The kick of the faucet shattered the tense silence of the restroom. He stood there, a profound sense of purposelessness clinging to his ill-conceived retreat. His reflection returned a gaze of self-reproach, acknowledging the bizarre lengths he'd gone to. He strode back into the echoing wah of the stadium, his previous mortification now utterly eclipsed by renewed determination. Fueled by an unyielding desire to play, a voice from the stands singularly affirmed his unwavering ambition. The sharp PPI of the whistle officially launched the second half, a swift EUic kicking off new possibilities. Coach Tony's nook gaze confirmed his fulfilled expectations as the score held firm, a silent triumph. The stage was set, formally introducing two new prospects, Andrea and Fabian, potential game-changers. Then, a deep kugugu reverberated through him as the last name, Jian, pierced the air, leaving him utterly stunned. Coach Tony's curt command to warm up sent a dizzying question swirling through Li Jian's mind. "My name," was called. His inner chibi rocketed forward in a breathless dash, affirming this desperate, longed-for chance to finally play. A clumsy shuffle from his chibi self, checking shoelaces, was his transparent attempt at readiness, met by Coach Tony's impenetrable silence. Coach Tony, with an exasperated hyung, pointed elsewhere, deflating Li Jian's eagerness to a soft, yes. Though he tried every trick to be noticed, the grim reality of his playing prospects still loomed large. Andrea, warming up beside him, was clearly Gino's destined successor, poised for the starting lineup. The sub-coach's instructions to Andrea underscored his exceptional ball handling, solidifying his formidable reputation. A slight iot, dull of surprise, he pondered how drastically their perception of him must have finally shifted. He privately conceded his own truth. For months, he'd been little more than a paid spectator, a deadweight. Coach Tony's furious "start working" met his inner chibi's Pabiebok flex, defiantly ready to finally shine. 15 minutes later, a sudden gasp escaped him as the substitution signal flashed, potentially altering his entire fate. A surge of hope, confirmed by the sub-coach's affirmative nod, meant the moment was undeniably approaching. The sub-coach's announcement of a substitution immediately plunged Li Jian into tense speculation about the chosen player. The sub-coach's sweating brow only amplified the agonizing suspense. Who was it? A PPI-Beccom of surprise rippled through the spectators, as one confidently declared Gino's replacement due to the commanding lead. A collective gasp erupted. Not Andrea, but the shocking, unexpected revelation of number 20 appeared on the board. A hopeful smile illuminated her face as spectators murmured with curiosity, "He is coming out." The moment arrived, Jian yielded his place to Li Jian, number 20, whose triumphant entrance at 76:10 sealed his debut. Li Jian stood at the precipice of an unknown void, his breath catching in the intense, swirling darkness. A sudden, dizzying wave of disorientation crashed over Li Jian, leaving him utterly bewildered. Then, a sharp, urgent call from the sub-coach ripped him back to the harsh reality. A chibi Li Jian, flailing in agreement, finally pieced together the exhilarating truth: he was going in. The sub-coach's steady hand offered solace, calming Li Jian's jittery nerves, though a tremor of excitement still lingered. The referee's firm declaration solidified the moment, echoing the unspoken anticipation across the field. A sharp slap of palms affirmed his entry, channeling his trembling excitement into a fierce eagerness to play. A wave of resolve washed over him, solidifying his silent pledge to Jiwoo. As he sprinted onto the turf, Li Jian acknowledged the precarious balance. A goal meant triumph, but also the unraveling of his carefully constructed bluff. The shrill blast of the referee's whistle cut through the air, signaling the urgent resumption of play. The team captain's frustration boiled over, his clenched fist trembling as he roared for the ball to reach Jian. His enraged bellow sliced through the air, demanding action and leaving spectators wide-eyed and stunned by the sheer fury. Her heart hammered a frantic rhythm against her ribs, threatening to burst from the sheer intensity. Jiwoo realized the game's energy had fundamentally shifted the instant Li Jian stepped onto the field, igniting an unexpected thrill. Despite being a mere spectator, Jiwoo's pulse raced erratically, a baffling surge of anxiety consuming her. On the strategic board, tiny figures moved, illustrating a precise, orchestrated ball exchange. With every rapid dribble, Li Jian felt the raw, untamed intensity of the field, a ferocity unseen by distant eyes. In his mind, every pass became a ticking time bomb, and every opponent transformed into a snarling, predatory beast, ready to strike. A fleeting back pass underscored Li Jian's grim realization: on this merciless field, even an instant of lost focus meant utter annihilation. He sharpened his focus, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze, determined to meet the field's ferocity with his own primal hunger. With every powerful stride, Li Jian was utterly starving. Jiwoo's breath hitched, her exclamations escalating into pure, astonished wonder. As Li Jian darted swiftly into the half-space, an unseen voice noted his calculated, strategic advance. The sub-coach, analyzing the tactical map, questioned a bewildering overlap in the team's planned routes. His face contorted with incredulous fury, the sub-coach seethed at the inexplicable defensive lapse, suspecting complacency had taken root. With a resounding thwack, Li Jian launched the ball. The opponent reeled in disbelief, questioning the unexpected pass mid-play. A sudden gasp escaped the opponent as he frantically tried to decipher the true target of the bewildering pass. Their eyes locked on an unseen point, each mind a whirlwind of fierce calculation. With a sudden, sickening jolt, the opponent realized the deceptive decoy, scrambling to react to the true threat. The strategic diagram revealed precise maneuvers, directing players into a critical central space. The sub-coach gasped as the defensive line collapsed into a chaotic, overlapping mess, leaving gaping vulnerabilities. A precise tap redirected the ball's trajectory. Two opponents staggered back, utterly disoriented by the ball's bewildering, rapid spin. Li Jian soared, effortlessly claiming the airborne ball above a flailing opponent. He burst forward, dribbling with furious, unmatched speed. Jiwoo watched, breath caught, utterly mesmerized by his breathtaking swiftness. Li Jian executed a prearranged maneuver, Coach Tony noting the brilliant design intended to utterly disorient the markers. The sub-coach observed a stark, disquieting shift in the opponent's formation, their usual gaps vanishing entirely. His gaze burning with fierce expectation, the sub-coach inwardly urged Jian to unleash his full potential. Li Jian's fierce determination blazed, a silent acknowledgement that his moment had finally arrived. From his vantage point, the vast expanse of the field beckoned with untapped possibility. As he advanced, Li Jian carefully weighed his options, considering a strategic, almost imperceptible deceleration. His eyes darted with feigned indecision, a deliberate act to trick opponents into believing he searched for passing lanes. The opponent's widening eyes confirmed Li Jian's deception, they had taken the bait. As anticipated, a defender took a cautious step back, attempting to preemptively seal off the imagined passing lane. A furious shout ripped across the field, an opponent railing against a teammate's baffling misjudgment. A surge of panicked realization washed over the opponent. Li Jian was already dangerously close to the penalty arc. The sub-coach simply smiled, a quiet declaration that the opposition's awareness had come far too late. A decisive tap set the ball free. Li Jian unleashed a thunderous shot, met by a desperate, leaping defense determined to deny any chance of a goal. The ball left Li Jian's foot with explosive force, its sheer power momentarily stunning the sliding defender. The ball warped into a blur, a projectile of raw velocity. His gaze, unwavering, tracked the ball's devastating flight. On the sidelines, a ripple of stunned silence spread through the teammates, their faces etched with disbelief. Jiwoo's gaze sharpened, every fiber of her being screaming for the ball to be stopped. With a deafening crash, the ball slammed against the goalkeeper's palm. His long-practiced mental simulations exploded into glorious, undeniable reality as the ball found its mark. Arms flung wide in triumph, he savored the sweet victory of a promise kept. Amidst the frenzied celebration, his triumphant fist pump silently acknowledged Jiwoo's pivotal role. His teammates' wildly exaggerated praise left Li Jian in a delightful state of utter bewilderment. Blushing fiercely, Li Jian stumbled over a mumbled "grazie," utterly bewildered by their over-the-top, distinctly Italian praise. Coach Luca's ecstatic roars of Italian pride echoed across the field, impossible to contain. Coach Luca, fist-pumping with wild abandon, savored his moment of triumph as the sub-coach calmly tried to rein him in. A gentle nudge from the sub-coach reminded Luca that their young team was watching, prompting an immediate, chagrined assent. Coach Tony, observing Luca's unrestrained glee, conceded the sub-coach's insistence on Jian's inclusion had been remarkably prescient. Recalling Luca's impassioned argument, Coach Tony silently affirmed his newfound trust in his colleague's conviction. He concluded, with quiet certainty, that Luca possessed the deepest insight into Jian's unique plight. A rare pat on the shoulder from Coach Tony sealed his heartfelt commendation, "Well done, Luca." A sudden jolt of realization sent Li Jian's eyes wide, recalling an almost forgotten task. Scratching his head in mild panic, Li Jian remembered Jiwoo's singular instruction, find her immediately after scoring. Li Jian turned towards the stands, Jiwoo's jubilant shriek cutting through the stadium, making her impossible to miss. His hand twitched with nervous indecision, pondering the appropriate response. With a playful wink and a confident grin, Li Jian offered a reassuring thumbs up. Jiwoo's fleeting surprise quickly curdled into self-recrimination, convinced she had just forged another utterly crummy memory. Under the brilliant European sky, Li Jian and Jiwoo strolled leisurely through the vibrant city, indistinguishable among the bustling crowd. Jiwoo teasingly remarked that at least his boasts hadn't been false, leaving Li Jian genuinely perplexed by her words. She playfully accused him of fabricating his "soccer genius" claims just to impress her, which thoroughly flustered Li Jian. Her unrestrained laughter echoed, but Li Jian, feeling a touch of annoyance, could not fathom what was so amusing. Then, Jiwoo abruptly shifted the topic. Jiwoo suggested he would undoubtedly start the next game, a thought that immediately shocked Li Jian. She then soberly reminded him of the formidable opponent awaiting them in the upcoming match. The memory of his earlier words surfaced with a gulp, and a deeply embarrassed Li Jian sheepishly wondered aloud if he had really said such a thing. Jiwoo pressed on, questioning if he truly wouldn't start given the strong opponent, and Li Jian, exasperated with a faint ugh, reluctantly conceded the point. A sharp "BBAJIK" signaled Li Jian's intense frustration, feeling as though he had merely traded one crisis for another. As they continued their stroll through the bustling city, Li Jian's thoughts HWIK and CHHung raced to the next opponent, Napoli, acknowledging their significant strength. He pictured their aggressive strategy, known for pushing up their defensive line to relentlessly pressure the entire field. Li Jian understood the dire stakes. This was a crucial, must-win game for securing a tournament spot, limited to the top two teams. His mind briefly wandered to the team from Torino. He recognized the absolute necessity of winning this pivotal match to challenge Jian for the top spot, visualizing an opponent with dark, simmering intensity. He wrestled with profound self-doubt, wondering if someone of his limited experience could even play in such a critical match, while Jian playfully challenged him on his goal count. A choked hyuk escaped him as he worried about not even making the bench, prompting Jian's straightforward query. Her wide, sparkling eyes Korong glinted with curious innocence as she inquired if he lacked confidence. Li Jian hesitated, his gaze dropping, as Jian waited patiently for his answer. Li Jian declared his confidence with a defiant HWIK, prompting a playful HUIO from Jian, who openly wondered if this was the display of genius-level self-assurance. Inwardly, however, Li Jian KKUEAK, felt it was nothing but empty bravado. With a frustrated HUEUT, Li Jian desperately thought his situation was now wildly spiraling beyond his control. With a mischievous pat, Jian patted his head, promising to look forward to his performance, which completely surprised Li Jian. Jian declared an upcoming Jian celebration with a confident CHWA flourish and a playful finger gun gesture. Chibi Jian's loud laughter KYHHA continued to tease, igniting a flush of HWAKKUN embarrassment on Chibi Li Jian's face. Li Jian feigned indifference, attempting to retreat, but Jian, laughing, pursued him, teasing him about his annoyance, as he internally lamented ever getting involved. Li Jian remained deeply preoccupied with the undoubtedly challenging week ahead, while a Chibi Jian SYSYAK admired the city's charming architecture. He resolved that worrying was futile and decided to simply focus on training, while a Chibi Jian excitedly explored and reacted to every new sight. Li Jian walked with renewed determination, utterly resolved to secure a spot in the starting lineup this week, as a Chibi Jian admired something so cute in the distance. The week began with recovery training on Monday, as other players engaged in various drills. Li Jian, on one knee, felt a wave of deep embarrassment for performing recovery training after such brief play, then called out to his teammates with a soft KKUUK. He was surprised to see Jian approaching, who explained he merely wanted to say hello before departing. Teammates offered Jian their best wishes and congratulations, leaving Li Jian puzzled by the collective farewell. Li Jian then suspected Jian's promotion to the U-19 team, as Jian confidently asserted they would reunite when Li Jian eventually joined him in the starting lineup. Li Jian observed Jian being warmly embraced by his teammates with a hearty WRAK, sensing the depth of their affection. He pondered whether he, despite their lack of meaningful conversation, should also offer Jian a goodbye. Jian's call caused Li Jian to KKMJJAK turn around, startled by the sudden JJAK. Jian smiled warmly, regretting that they hadn't forged a stronger bond. Jian thanked Li Jian for his early promotion, a statement that only further bewildered Li Jian. A light TUK tapped Li Jian's arm. Jian's hand rested on Li Jian's shoulder as he expressed a hopeful desire to meet again. Li Jian remained utterly confused by Jian's departing words, while his Chibi teammates grumbled with envy and skepticism about Jian's recent promotion. Li Jian scratched his head, struggling to comprehend how he could possibly be responsible for Jian's early promotion. Discarding his confusion, a Chibi Li Jian flexed with renewed resolve, deciding Jian's promotion was undoubtedly good news. Li Jian realized that surpassing Andrea now offered him a genuine chance at the starting lineup. He felt a surge of destiny, believing fate was finally on his side. Li Jian, his fist KKUUK clenching with renewed focus, dedicated himself entirely to the upcoming week's training, just as an off-panel voice called everyone to gather. Li Jian's eyes igul burned with intense competitive fire as he mentally challenged Andrea. A player unleashed a powerful Pyong, Ta Tang kick towards the goal, startling the opposing goalkeeper. Andrea and his teammates were taken aback by the incredible power of the kick, with Andrea mentally pleading for a gentler approach. A sub-coach called out to the coach from outside the impressive U-17 Friends sports facility. In his tidy office, Coach Tony acknowledged the sub-coach's report that Gino had been safely dropped off. The sub-coach expressed bittersweet feelings about Gino's departure, but Coach Tony, with a dismissive SSUK gesture, emphasized Gino's exceptional talent, far exceeding his age group. Coach Tony asserted that Gino's promotion was long overdue based purely on skill, a point the sub-coach readily affirmed. Coach Tony, his hands resting firmly on a stack of papers, admitted they would have preferred to keep Gino longer, but circumstances had undeniably shifted. Coach Tony declared a new focus on a different player with resolute determination. The sub-coach confirmed if Coach Tony was referring to Li Jian, and Coach Tony, while acknowledging Gino's skill, implied a deeper strategic reason for his shift. Coach Tony declared with a firm NUUK that when comparing their ultimate potential, their choice to support Li Jian was clear. Coach Tony leaned back, outlining his deliberate plan. Gino would advance to learn in a higher class, while Li Jian would immediately begin gaining practical experience. He stated with conviction that this strategy benefited both players. The sub-coach concurred, the recent match having unequivocally confirmed Li Jian's immense potential. However, the sub-coach expressed a lingering concern, prompting Coach Tony's questioning gaze. The sub-coach worried that facing Napoli might shatter Li Jian's confidence, a thought Coach Tony thoughtfully acknowledged. Coach Tony asserted that placing Li Jian in the starting lineup was an inevitable decision, recognizing the inherent risks but also an unparalleled opportunity. The sub-coach questioned what opportunity Coach Tony meant, as the coach leaned forward, a silent EUUK escaping him as he grappled with his decision. Coach Tony confidently proclaimed Li Jian's talent far surpassed the U-17 level, regardless of the opponent's strength. Coach Tony TUK tapped a player's profile, emphasizing the transformative impact of Li Jian overcoming a formidable team like Napoli. Coach Tony, his fist quang clenched and a fierce AK of resolve, declared that such a victory would instantly instill the confidence Li Jian desperately needed. The sub-coach uttered an understanding "oh," as Coach Tony then stressed the crucial need to diligently observe Li Jian's performance. Coach Tony explained that Li Jian's lack of actual match playtime meant the club might lack concrete evidence of his capabilities. The sub-coach asked for clarification, to which Coach Tony, glancing over his shoulder, questioned if he had already forgotten a critical detail. Coach Tony stated, with somber seriousness, that time was quickly running out. The critical deadline, a dramatic WAA resonating with its importance, concerned Li Jian's contract renewal. An unknown man intently watched Li Jian playing soccer on his computer screen. Paolo Rossini, the director of the Florence youth team, decided he needed to keep a very close watch on Li Jian. An unseen voice confirmed an arrangement, lending a peaceful start to the affluent home. Jiwoo enthusiastically directed Gino through the cooking steps, while he tentatively questioned if the preparation was complete. Gino tried to retreat, but Jiwoo's hand clamped down with a furious quack, demanding, "You wanna die?" Jiwoo indignantly scolded Gino for his ingratitude, punctuated by a comical coon of impact. While Gino grumbled about her presence, Jiwoo cheerfully declared it was noodle time, chwerarak ing them into the pot. Li Jian's cheerful laughter unexpectedly echoed from beyond the frame. Li Jian turned with a surprised sook, his curiosity piqued. His father's cryptic, "Pop," left Li Jian utterly bewildered, demanding to know its bizarre meaning. Li Jian blissfully devoured his pasta, lost in the simple pleasure. Li Jian's father heaped praise upon Jiwoo's cooking, suggesting culinary school abroad, to her delighted whack-whack approval. His father extended a genuine invitation for Jiwoo to cook more often, which she happily accepted amidst the whack-whack. Jiwoo commented on Li Jian's hearty appetite, causing him to look up with a mild sook of surprise. Jiwoo playfully pressured Li Jian to score a goal, her teasing remarks earning a scoff and a kaiduk giggle. Li Jian protested her comments, mortified by talk of work at the dinner table. His father gently stirred his food, expressing regret about missing the game, which made Li Jian turn in surprise. Li Jian quickly reassured his father, though earlier that day, a message from the team had rattled his composure. The message confirmed his start in an upcoming, crucial match, and the shocking news made Li Jian gasp with a choked kiak. His father's persistent apologies for missing the stadium weighed on Li Jian. A somber vision of his father loomed, a testament to the colossal sacrifice of abandoning everything in Korea for Li Jian's sake. Back in time, a chilling memory of his father's anger during Li Jian's troubles at Juventus remained vividly stark. Despite that rare fury, his father had always been Li Jian's steadfast, unwavering support. With a tightly clenched quack, Li Jian admitted he could never disappoint his father, only feel pity. With a determined smirk, Li Jian vowed to one day spoil his father, before his thoughts sharply shifted to an urgent realization. Jiwoo relentlessly teased Li Jian about his future goal count, drawing a frustrated, Beoric ing refusal from him. Jiwoo's curiosity only deepened, her eyes widening with an inquiring, "Really?" Jiwoo mischievously started to reveal Li Jian's post-goal antics to his father, sending him into a panicking, kiak ing frenzy to stop her. Li Jian's plea for help backfired as his father and Jiwoo exchanged kaiduk giggles and approving thumbs-ups. While his father and Jiwoo sorted dishes, Li Jian's mind, with a pensive, "anyway," turned to deeper matters. Match day had arrived, and as his team huddled, Li Jian felt a profound, unwavering readiness this time. Li Jian pondered his sudden, inexplicable confidence amidst a teammate's fervent call for relentless effort and teamwork. The team captain roared the fierce rallying cry, "Let's go, Viola!" The team's united roar echoed with an impactful puhak, signaling the electrifying start of Fiorentina vs Napoli. As the whistle for kickoff blared, Li Jian stood with a focused resolve, utterly convinced he could succeed. The chapter's title and creative credits were displayed. Distant shouts from teammates urged caution and strategic movement as the game's chaos began. A teammate frantically reminded everyone of their opponent's anticipated, aggressive pressing strategy. The overwhelming, crushing pressure of the opponents felt far worse than Li Jian had ever anticipated. Teammates frantically shouted defensive orders, urging speed amidst the chaotic pursuit, punctuated by a sharp pick. An older man noted their precarious struggle to hold on, prompting surprise from his younger counterpart. The relentless pressure made merely retaining possession an impossible struggle, leaving no room for meaningful play amidst the siege of frantic movement. Their tactical dilemma deepened, risky long passes offered their only recourse, yet aerial disadvantages made even that a perilous gamble. The older observer's frustrated tactical question was thrown back at him, highlighting the critical lack of viable options amidst the chiak of play. A sudden, urgent "hey" cut through the game's intensity. The urgent need for support spurred Li Jian into a determined pot sprint, understanding he had to receive the ball. Li Jian knew that even seemingly perfect pressing must contain exploitable, hidden gaps. A deep pressing opponent left a crucial space open, marked by a brutal quang that brought a teammate down. The ball streaked with a sharp pivot towards a position so narrow, only a perfectly placed pass could hope to reach. Li Jian, with a light tuck, intuitively seized the narrow gap, astonishing the seasoned observer. Li Jian's mind raced with strategic clarity, the only counter to their pressing was a blistering, quick transition. With a decisive piqué, Li Jian understood the urgent necessity of moving the ball swiftly from their half. Li Jian urged Bruno on, who responded with a powerful PPAAK, sending an opponent sprawling. Li Jian's strategic instruction for a wide pass was swiftly executed with a quick piqué. Bruno, on the left wing, exquisitely controlled the ball with a light tack, impressing his teammate. Li Jian internally acknowledged that even after the pass, his strategic movement could not cease. Li Jian began to mentally map his precise movement, carefully observing both Bruno and his marker. Li Jian's mind raced, anticipating Bruno's next action. Would it be a cross? He decisively re-evaluated. Bruno's known style meant an urgent cut inside for a shot. Li Jian executed a sudden pot feint, knowing his calculated movement would draw defenders into the box. The opposing captain urgently barked orders to mark Li Jian, recognizing the infiltration of their box. Li Jian's coordinated run successfully drew a defender deep, earning an acknowledging "okay" from his teammate. His crucial maneuver had perfectly cleared a wider, inviting angle, paving the way for Bruno's impending shot. A teammate offered genuine approval, acknowledging Li Jian's perfect setup for the shot. Bruno unleashed a formidable, driven piqué shot towards the goal. The ball flew towards the goal, followed by a dramatic pipiang of impact. Li Jian's gaze followed the ball, recognizing the skilled curl and deceptive spin. The soccer ball blurred through the air, carrying immense force. A desperate save or ricochet produced a sharp, frantic tang. A distressed teammate apologized for the near miss, mirroring Li Jian's own quiet disappointment. While exchanging acknowledgements, Li Jian couldn't shake his internal lament, "Ah, so close." A teammate's commanding shouts demanded immediate regrouping and defensive positioning. An opponent's dismissive smirk and challenging taunt were instantly followed by an aggressive tackle, signaling a menacing dudung of renewed pressure. Overwhelmed by the crushing pressure, a teammate lamented their struggles, issuing a tiang-fueled apology for a mistake. A teammate lost his marker, allowing an opponent to effortlessly exploit the gap with a swift whick, sending an alarm through Li Jian. Li Jian mentally questioned why his skilled team was making so many basic errors, even as the ball continued with a light tuck. Li Jian watched with growing disbelief, questioning their team's overwhelming struggles against Napoli as an opponent powerfully crossed with a pipiang. The ball flew through the air with a powerful bung, as teammates desperately shouted for defense against the aerial challenge. A desperate plea to prevent a header was met with a loud taang of impact, as the goalkeeper made a frantic, last-ditch dive. The crushing pressure had forced fatal defensive errors, leading to Napoli's triumphant goal and a roaring wah from their celebrating opponents. The grim reality settled. Napoli's lead meant their pressing would intensify, making any shift in momentum a daunting, almost impossible, task. Yet, one persistent thought echoed softly, a subtle chiak of defiance. Li Jian looked up, a hesitant determination in his eyes, silently asking if he truly possessed the ability. An early deficit loomed large, displayed clearly for all to see. Shoulders clashed in a frantic bid for control as the players fought. The game tightened after that initial blow, a teammate's frustrated cry followed by the ball's sharp and dull. Li Jian quietly lamented their inability to build an attack, suffocated by the opponent's relentless press, even as a teammate urged them forward. Napoli, now emboldened by their lead, had tightened their grip, leaving a frustrated teammate without a single passing option. Li Jian knew the ball had to push forward, or they would be truly stuck. His thoughts echoed the team's spiraling despair, a frustrating punctuated another critical error, trapping them further. The precarious balance of possession hung by a thread. A teammate's startled cry broke the air as the captain's desperate became a dull. A frustrated "ugh" escaped an opponent as the referee's definitive call declared and awarded possession to Fiorentina. The captain, with a strained, bellowed for his team to snap back to reality. He instilled a vital message: trust their strategy, and chances would materialize if they only kept faith. The captain's fervent cries sliced through the tension, a true leader demanding more from his disheartened team in this crucial moment. The narrative affirmed his potent leadership as a teammate echoed the captain's wisdom, rekindling a flicker of hope. Li Jian's unwavering gaze burned, pushing distraction aside, knowing the chance would come. He weaved through legs, a sharp followed by a quick. An opponent lunged with a forceful, met by a solid as Jian held his ground. Cheers erupted as they finally breached the press, a teammate urgently demanding the ball be driven forward. A teammate's call snapped to Jian, the ball sailing with a soft. As he subtly the ball, Li Jian's eyes scanned the pitch, instantly noting the tight defensive spacing ahead. He pivoted from a solo drive, a focused, and as he decided to leverage his teammates for a strategic breakthrough instead. Li Jian surged forward, having sliced through the press, drawing an appreciative cheer from a teammate. His mind raced, calculating how to breach the midfield line with a series of precise passes. A solitary figure advanced, every step resonating. A sudden, chilling realization struck him: his planned support was absent, leaving him exposed and bewildered. Coach Tony let out a sharp tch, his irritation palpable. Unbeknownst to Jian, a chasm of skill yawned between him and his teammates, their movements lagging far behind his quick-fire expectations. The internal of the clock intensified his frustration. Waiting for support would mean missing the window. An older man's silent, challenging question hung in the air, aimed directly at Jian's next move. A sudden, almost reckless thought flashed through his mind, wondering if he had truly lost his composure. He burst into the half-space with a forceful, leaving bewildered opponents scrambling in his wake. Two opponents stammered in disbelief, realizing Jian's daring play could lead to a catastrophic breakthrough. An opponent confidently asserted that Jian would inevitably retreat, resuming his familiar passing game. A commanding shout ordered his teammates to spread out, prioritizing defensive coverage. With a decisive, Li Jian committed to his audacious new plan. An opponent gasped, surprised, as Jian swiftly bypassed him. "What?" an opponent cried, disbelieving Jian's audacious solo charge. "You think we'll just let you through?" an opponent snarled, his challenge punctuated by a visceral. "This is far from easy," Li Jian grimly acknowledged. Yet, a fierce, echoed his conviction: this bold move was their only path forward. "He's through," an opponent cried out in stunned realization. A sweat-soaked opponent's wide eyes finally understood: Jian wasn't waiting for anyone, and he had completely misjudged him. The opponent suddenly understood Jian's unwavering intent to continue his relentless solo assault. Close in, an opponent roared, a desperate, and as they tried to deny Jian access to the box. The path to goal narrowed, a suffocating wall of defenders rising before him, and Li Jian wondered if he could possibly breach it. No longer a question of capability, just an unyielding resolve, his foot pressed down with a determined, then a visceral. He surged forward with a singular, explosive thought: break through. A stunned thought echoed: he had actually broken through, almost against his own belief. A teammate's excited shouts were abruptly cut short by Coach Tony's sharp, silencing command. With determination etched on his face, Li Jian declared their imminent arrival at the goal. The goalkeeper roared his defiance, meeting the challenge head-on with a resounding. He hurled himself across the goal, a visceral as he desperately tried to narrow the angle. A sharp "phew" escaped Li Jian as his foot connected with a clean. The goalkeeper met Jian's gaze, a challenging dare in his eyes: try it if you can. He asserted his strategic dominance, convinced the near-post angle was already sealed. The upper corner of the net, a perfect, inviting target, loomed. A blinding rip through the air, followed by a collective. Suspended in mid-air, he tracked the ball's flight with bated breath. The immense effort sent his body tumbling, off balance and exhausted. He crashed to the ground with a resounding, a pained "ugh" escaping his lips. "I can't go down here," he declared, his spirit unyielding. His wide eyes darted upwards, realizing the ball was still very much alive. From the ground, Li Jian watched his teammates erupt in celebration, utterly bewildered by the sudden shift. A stunned gasp, "ah," escaped him, the of his breath fixed on the ball. There it was, nestled perfectly in the back of the net. As Li Jian sat in awe, a disembodied voice simply breathed, "insane." Overcome, Li Jian's inner voice screamed, "I actually did it," as the scoreboard confirmed his super goal had tied the match at 1-1. A teammate's hand glided forward, a surprised syllable catching in his throat. His body racked with tremors, the sheer disbelief tore from him in a raw, explosive cry. The teammates' frenzied demand hung in the air, but Coach Luka remained frozen, struck silent by the impossible play. Luka's mind grappled with the sheer audacity of the breakthrough, his brow furrowed in overwhelmed contemplation. As the teammate posited the incredible distance, Luka's breath hitched, a soft sound escaping him in utter astonishment. With a daring solo run, Jian, once surrounded, navigated the chaos, outmaneuvering the goalkeeper who had committed to the near post, and drilled the ball cleanly into the far corner. The wonder goal sparked a cascade of back pats and praise, and Jian, blushing, offered a grateful, if slightly embarrassed, thanks. Luka's words carried a weighty conviction about the goal's deeper meaning, catching his sub-coach entirely off guard. Luka observed the palpable shock rippling through the opposing team, their stunned exclamations echoing his certainty that they simply couldn't comprehend what had just unfolded. The sub-coach marveled at Jian's unexpected energy, but Luka, with a casual gesture, confidently asserted it was merely the expected outcome. Luka's spectral presence underscored his analysis. Jian simply played as he trained, a force that Napoli's defense struggled to contain individually. Tony confidently surmised Jian had instinctively grasped the game's unexpected manageability, a smug internal chuckle confirming his insight. A raw, electrifying thrill surged through Tony as he clasped his hands, witnessing his player's rapid, live-action evolution. With Jian's determined image looming, Tony proudly declared this unfolding drama to be the very essence, the magic, of youth teams. Inside the dimly lit locker room, a symphony of murmurs and voices filled the air. The air crackled with frustration as teammates fiercely interrogated each other's defensive lapses, their voices sharp with accusation. From his quiet corner, Jian observed the fiery exchanges, understanding that what seemed like a fight was merely Italy's version of a polite, if passionate, discussion. Gino's explosive frustration culminated in a curse and the sharp, echoing clatter of a water bottle flung against the floor. Jian sat rigid on the bench, inwardly striving to convince himself that his screaming teammates were merely intense, and most certainly not fighting. A profound sigh escaped Jian as he lowered his gaze, signaling a deeper internal shift. He stared forward, overwhelmed by sudden self-doubt, wondering what madness possessed him to attempt that solo run, and swallowed hard. A sudden jolt of fear ripped through him as he imagined the consequences had that audacious shot missed, clinging to the slim solace that he was just lucky. While his mind acknowledged the triumph of executed plays, a persistent thread of anxiety remained, gnawing at his stamina. A quiet, sheepish pride warmed Jian as he hid from view, even as an older coach's voice cut through the air, gathering the team. As the older coach issued tactical warnings against counterattacks, Jian's inner worry resurfaced, wondering if his earlier, individualistic heroics had been too glaringly obvious. The coach's fierce, rallying cry resonated through the room, demanding courage from his players, who answered with a unified, booming affirmation. Under the expansive sky, spirited shouts of "Forza" and "Viola" propelled the team onto the emerald field. He exhaled deeply, wrestling with his thoughts, finally concluding that his goal, while partly fortune, was undeniably a testament to his innate ability. A flicker of doubt about repeating his earlier feat crossed his mind, only to be abruptly shattered by a sudden, firm tap on his shoulder. Jian's surprise melted into warmth as Bruno, with a genuine smile, offered sincere praise for his first-half brilliance. Bruno's energetic proposal for a second-half partnership left Jian slightly overwhelmed, prompting an awkward but firm agreement. Jian watched Bruno's infectious enthusiasm spread through the team, the imminent restart of the game hanging in the air. An unexpected, blush-inducing wave of pure contentment washed over Jian, making him shyly scratch his cheek. Jian's eyes snapped open, a sudden, bright intensity in his pupils signaling a new, startling awareness. His gaze locked onto Jiwoo in the stands, a flicker of surprise passing through him at her unexpected presence. But then Jian noticed the profound disinterest etched on her face, sparking a new question in his mind. A vivid memory surfaced, Jiwoo's chibi form joyfully reminding him of a past promise about a celebratory gesture. Her cheerful chibi voice echoed in his mind, sealing the promise that if he scored, a special celebration was due. A wave of horrifying realization crashed over Jian, his forgotten promise about a celebration slamming into him with full force. The terrifying specter of Jiwoo's endless nagging loomed large, shaking him to his core and igniting a desperate, almost comical, urgency to score again. Despite the self-inflicted pain of his bluffing habit, Jian hardened his resolve. He absolutely had to score another goal. He inwardly protested his sudden, goal-scoring determination wasn't about Jiwoo's celebration, just as Coach Luca's voice cut through his thoughts. As Luca inquired about his well-being, Jian nervously wondered if the coach had somehow glimpsed his recent, internal terror. The coach's blunt assessment of his fatigue struck Jian like a physical blow, leaving him gasping in sudden, raw shock. Luca's offer of a quick substitution forced Jian into a painful, immediate realization of his own deep-seated exhaustion. His chest heaved with panicked gasps as the sudden, overwhelming reality of his breathlessness crashed down upon him. He slowly accepted that his body had grown heavy from overexertion, a fact confirmed by Luca's gentle reminder to signal if he needed relief. With a steady exhale, Jian acknowledged the imminent threat of substitution, his gaze hardening with an intensified resolve to make every moment count. The weight of time pressed down, cutting sharply into his thoughts as he realized he had only 10 precious minutes to prove his worth. With a determined exhale, Jian's eye gleamed with a singular, fierce resolution. He absolutely had to score another goal. The sharp beep of the whistle sliced through the tension, relaunching the second half with the teams locked in a fierce 1-1 tie. The moment hung in quiet anticipation. A sharp, unexpected realization hit Jian as he registered the opponent's aggressive new stance. His mind raced, calculating the implications of the surprisingly high defensive line, especially with the center-back almost alongside him. Luca keenly observed the opponent's even higher defensive line, a clear declaration of their desperate intent to secure another goal. Tony, with a confident smirk, declared Napoli's tactical gamble to be a profound miscalculation. His mind's eye mapped the field, instantly recognizing the vast, vulnerable expanse left exposed behind their opponent's aggressively advanced defensive line. For Tony, this glaring tactical error wasn't a flaw, but a glittering opportunity perfectly tailored for Jian. Jian's gaze sharpened, his thoughts already projecting forward, dissecting the opponent's predictable, left-sided attacking pattern. The opponent's strategy unfolded, a concentrated assault funneling relentlessly down the left flank. He saw it clearly. The opposing side, left completely unguarded, presented a gaping space ripe for a swift, decisive counter. Jian's mind raced, visualizing the precise moment his defense would spring, intercepting the ball to ignite their assault. His vision sharpened, glowing with strategic insight as he pinpointed the absolute perfect zone to launch their counterattack. With a powerful flash of certainty, Jian declared the opponent's exposed left flank their undeniable target. Jian's voice rang out, a proud exclamation confirming the successful interception that launched their calculated strike. An opponent's startled shout of frustration erupted as Jian surged forward, an unstoppable force. A teammate's urgent cry of "Jian" cut through the stadium noise. The ball arrived with a sudden impact, and Jian received the pass, instantly accelerating down the field. The opponent's agitated commands to mark Jian suddenly dissolved into a surprised, baffled "huh," as Jian executed an unexpected, swift maneuver. A jolt of disbelief coursed through the opponent, a direct pass from that angle seemed impossible. With powerful precision, Jian unleashed a direct pass, sending the ball rocketing towards Bruno. Luca's sharp gaze tracked the smooth pass, noting Bruno's familiar involvement on the left wing once more. Luca's satisfied smirk acknowledged Jian's cunning foresight, recognizing that he had not only anticipated their opponent's tactics but had brilliantly orchestrated a counterattack into the exposed space. An opponent defiantly steadied himself, convinced that Jian's counterattack, though familiar from the first half, was still manageable. An urgent shout from the opponent echoed across the pitch, a desperate command to contain Jian's focused, determined surge. The opponent's voice rose to a frantic yell, helplessly cataloging the dangerous rush of Jian and his teammate into the penalty box. A wave of panic washed over the opponent as he watched teammate 11's familiar, predictable cut inside to shoot. A player's foot delicately tapped the ball, a whisper of control across the grass. The opponent lunged with a determined yell, utterly convinced he had outmaneuvered teammate 11's anticipated shot. He braced himself for the inevitable, confident that despite any feints, teammate 11 would always default to a powerful shot. A soft, unexpected tap of the ball made the opponent's mind reel, a confused "what" catching in his throat. With a surprising burst of power, Jian made the unexpected pass, leaving the lunging opponent utterly stunned. Jian's keen eye processed Bruno's predictably straightforward attacking style. Yet, that very predictability had become a brilliant deception, every calculated move unfolding precisely as Jian had envisioned. As he hurtled towards the goal, a flicker of doubt crossed Jian's mind, questioning the viability of this final, crucial shooting angle. The ball sliced through the air with an undeniable, sharp swoosh. A wave of doubt washed over Li Jian, his inner voice wondering if he had truly pushed too far. But his hesitation evaporated as the opponents recoiled, the ball already beyond their desperate reach. A triumphant click of realization settled over him as Li Jian savored the unexpected joy of his goal, a quiet victory in the sprawling net. He locked his gaze on the ball, vowing to internalize the profound significance of this hard-won moment. Each determined stride carried a silent echo, fueling his resolve as he grasped the deeper imperative behind scoring this crucial goal. Amidst the roar of the crowd, a distant, ecstatic cry pierced the stadium din, drawing his gaze to the young woman whose shouts he couldn't quite decipher. His hand instinctively executed the familiar, subtle slide, a reflex born of habit in a moment of overwhelming emotion. A faint tap against his forehead accompanied his inward confusion, questioning why he'd used the very gesture that once drew Jiwoo's playful jests. His gaze found the young woman in the stands, sparking a quiet, singular dream of walking home beside her after the game. A curious query arose during the handshake, one man seeking to uncover the identity of a new talent. The persistent inquirer pressed further about the mysterious number 20, meeting only feigned ignorance from the older man. The older man's memory stirred, recalling a past scouting program, only to be met with a dismissive jab, making him flinch in indignation. He accused the other of cunningly cultivating the player's potential, demanding to know the true origin of this seemingly sudden talent. The older man revealed the player's past, sparking a contemplative confusion in the other, who wondered if this potent talent was merely a rookie. The explanation of 3 years without play provoked immediate, disbelieving laughter, as the story simply made no sense. He pondered the incongruity, convinced such talent would have shown as an ace, even within the Jiwoo system. A sly ha and a quiet warning advised his friend against probing too intently. A frustrated sigh yielded to a good-natured jab, labeling the older man a sly dog. Despite the older man's growing irritation, a compliment followed by a nationality query still managed to slip out. He considered the emerging trend, recalling murmurs of his own team scouting a Korean player, though not from the youth ranks. His mind conjured the tantalizing image of a legendary, monster defender, as he processed the implications. Caught lost in thought, he quickly blurted a false denial, swiftly attempting to redirect the conversation to the upcoming match. With a final, dismissive jab, the older man curtly told him to get lost. Still present, he huffed another question about the player's contract, much to the exasperated surprise of the older man. The flustered man finally conceded, leaving the older man to grumble about ambition exceeding one's capabilities. He conceded the truth to himself, acknowledging the player's undeniable and widespread appeal. Li Jian, basking in the glow of his teammates' genuine excitement, embodied the very definition of a genius that day. Echoes of triumphant cheers whooped through the deserted hallway, marking the joyous victory long after the game's end. His teammates showered Li Jian with enthusiastic praise for his incredible performance, leaving him blushing in stunned surprise. Their glowing remarks about his 2 amazing goals, especially against Napoli, only intensified Li Jian's modest discomfort. He tried to make a discreet exit, surprising his teammates who reminded him he was today's star, a fact he tried to downplay. With an apologetic shout and a quick thud of footsteps, Li Jian bolted, leaving his bewildered teammates calling his name. Left in silent confusion, his teammates speculated on the hidden urgency that had driven his hasty exit. A deep sigh of relief escaped him, grateful he had narrowly avoided the spotlight of excessive attention. A weary sigh punctuated his thoughts, as he yearned to celebrate the hard-won victory against a formidable opponent. His body trembled with profound exhaustion, leaving him utterly devoid of the energy needed to join in the joyous celebrations. A sudden voice snapped him out of his weariness. A playful call from the young woman at the entrance affirmed his urgent need to exit the building swiftly. She offered to carry his bag with playful concern, but he rebuffed her with a teasing jab about her size. Her indignant bang of the bag met his dismissive retort about her past height, a comical clash echoing their banter. With a weary tap, he tried to reclaim his bag, insisting on their immediate departure due to his utter exhaustion. She astutely pointed out his incongruous good mood, which only left Li Jian genuinely bewildered. Her keen observation left him in thoughtful, stunned silence. He then admitted the reason for his joy, the rare compliments from his coach and manager. Her skeptical ignited a nervous, flustered laugh from Li Jian, who then insisted this praise was far more profound than his usual accolades. He reflected that such heartfelt praise had been virtually non-existent during his time playing back in Korea. A wistful smile touched his lips as he remembered how criticism had always preceded any recognition. He gushed about the profound joy of being praised now, only for the young woman to wonder why he was getting so emotional over that. She offered a kind smile and a promise to overwhelm him with so many compliments that he would eventually grow weary of them. A sudden realization ebbed from him, as he recalled one specific person who had always offered praise. Before, only Jiwoo's voice rang with unwavering praise, celebrating everything from his soccer to his punctuality, making young Jian flinch with chibi delight. He now grasped the true reason for his past deceptions and exaggerated boasts made in Jiwoo's presence. He pondered Jiwoo's unwavering belief in him, a profound trust he desperately wished to honor, as the young woman exclaimed in delight over gelato. His past lies, he rationalized, were merely attempts to safeguard that precious trust, while the young woman worried about his eating habits. He harbored a fierce determination to preserve that bond. With a firm clench of his hand, his resolve deepened beyond merely concealing the past. He resolved to make Jiwoo's trust real, shouting her name, causing her to whirl around in surprise. With a confident smile and an invitation for gelato, he internally vowed to transform into a genuine soccer genius. They raced down the street, playfully discussing his growth, now sufficient to earn money and buy her sweet gelato. The sub-coach hesitantly sought Coach Luca's attention on the field. He nervously confessed to having something important that needed to be said. Coach Luca gestured, a silent question hanging in the air, while the sub-coach reacted with chibi-sized surprise, clutching his papers. The sub-coach watched Li Jian's swift patter across the field, a wave of surprise washing over him. Coach Luca's query was met with a flustered, quick dismissal from the sub-coach. Coach Luca revealed Jian's astonishing request for extra training after practice, prompting the sub-coach to cry out, "What?" He pressed in disbelief if Jian himself had made the request, which Coach Luca confirmed. His pleased smile for Coach Luca instantly turned to a chibi-shocked, "What?" upon learning he would be supervising the unexpected extra training. Coach Luca's subtle pressure left the chibi sub-coach grumbling inwardly about his work hours, knowing he couldn't escape the responsibility. His steady patter of footsteps was accompanied by a worried internal query: had his request merely inconvenienced the coach? A sharp burst of conviction propelled his stretch, a stark realization that today's match had exposed his desperate need for stamina. He pressed forward, each swift stride reaffirming his stark self-assessment. His dribbling and shooting lagged significantly behind. A deep huff of resolve underscored his fierce determination to reclaim lost time, vowing to match his peers through relentless training, no matter the cost. Coach Tony experienced a sudden, urgent recollection. The AC Firenze sports facility stood brightly under the clear sky. The sub-coach revealed Paulo's unexpected in-person attendance, sparking a surprised, almost annoyed, question from Coach Luca. The sub-coach explained Paulo's old-fashioned insistence on seeing it firsthand, eliciting a frustrated tch from Coach Luca. He worried the stubborn old man's visit was merely a ploy to renegotiate the contract, a familiar and unwelcome tactic. The older man, Luca, instructed the sub-coach to prepare with exceptional care for the upcoming game, catching him by surprise. A decisive click echoed the profound weight of the moment. This match held the power to irrevocably alter Fiorentina's destiny. A celebratory shout echoed, catching Li Jian completely by surprise. Amidst boisterous congratulations, Li Jian realized Bruno had just landed a professional contract. Li Jian understood the commotion as Bruno confidently promised his excited teammates a celebratory treat. His teammates' envious chatter about Bruno's new contract left Li Jian slightly bewildered. The eager questions escalated, and the very concept of a professional weekly wage left Li Jian dumbfounded. Bruno, visibly nervous, struggled to articulate his impending revelation. Bruno's casual mention of €2,000 per week sent a shockwave of disbelief, literally toppling Li Jian. Still reeling, Li Jian struggled to comprehend the staggering tenfold increase in Bruno's earnings. Bruno gleefully planned new cleats, while Li Jian processed the stark reality of a tenfold pay increase for a pro contract. His mind raced, calculating the dizzying $2 million he'd earn, an amount that sparked intense envy. If he earned that much, rent, utilities, and even a broken washing machine would instantly vanish in a fantastical flutter of cash. He envisioned gifting his father a car and treating Jiwoo to a lavish meal before the abrupt tap of reality brought him back to the field. Overwhelmed by the sheer financial power, Li Jian offered Bruno his awestruck congratulations. Bruno graciously offered to treat him to dinner, and Li Jian, still slightly overwhelmed, awkwardly accepted the invitation. Coach Tony's sharp call to training snapped Li Jian from his envious reverie. As he ran, his thoughts drifted to his own future contract, pondering if his aspirations bordered on greed. He wryly concluded that wanting more after months of freeloading made him somewhat of a villain. After team training concluded, only the quiet tap of their footsteps echoed across the vast, empty field. With a deep, ragged huff of resolve, an exhausted Li Jian readily agreed to continue. Coach Tony challenged him to break through, meeting Li Jian's fierce kick with an unyielding block. With strategic precision, Li Jian executed an upper body feint, followed by a swift foot feint to bypass his coach. Coach Tony, unwavering, decisively proclaimed it useless. He scoffed internally, realizing the feint that had worked moments ago was now useless. A determined huff confirmed Coach Tony would not be fooled twice. He knew mere speed was insufficient, he had to disrupt Coach Tony's timing to create an opening, no matter the cost. With a resolute squeak of cleats, he initiated his next move. Coach Tony instantly predicted his feint, left. The left was merely a feint, he swiftly cut back right, leaving Coach Tony lunging for empty space. Just as Coach Tony thought he had read him, Li Jian executed a blurring step over, leaving the coach stunned mid-block. Back to the left. Coach Tony bellowed in disbelief, realizing both moves were cunning deceptions. A flash of triumph ignited as he knew he had outmaneuvered him. With a swift swoop and a sudden thud, Li Jian glided past the sprawling coach. Laughing heartily from the ground, Coach Tony admitted he had been utterly fooled by the brilliant move. Li Jian, embarrassed, suspected Coach Tony had intentionally allowed him to succeed. Yes. Let's go. Li Jian declared, eager for another round as the ball sailed towards him. Diligently, Li Jian appreciated Coach Tony's commitment to his individual practice, long after team training had ended. Li Jian reflected on the personal sacrifice, recognizing Coach Tony always stayed behind, risking injury for his sole benefit. Li Jian realized with appreciation that Coach Tony, blocking like a defender, defending like a goalkeeper, was his entire personal trainer. With training perfectly tailored to his needs, Li Jian determinedly accepted Coach Tony's enthusiastic promise to run him into the ground. The stamina training was brutal, each agonizing heat breath forcing him onward as Coach Tony demanded more speed. Though initially a burden, Coach Tony's uncomplaining support spurred a deeper motivation, cementing a new discipline with each step. His hand hit the grass with a depleted thud, too exhausted to even consider his appreciation. The brutal stamina training was utterly crushing him, every thought was an agonizing effort, replaced by a torrent of internal curses. Coach Tony offered a lifeline, and Li Jian gratefully accepted the cool relief. Coach Tony's hearty laugh filled the air as Li Jian found a quiet moment of appreciative reprieve. Coach Tony's sudden question about his exhaustion left Li Jian flustered and stammering. Despite the raw exhaustion, he reflected, the brutal stamina training ultimately offered the most profound and gratifying rewards. That deep sense of accomplishment, the belief that, tomorrow, I'll be better, fueled his every gulp of determination. He resolved to repeat this grind countless times, convinced that one day, he would finally become a true soccer genius. Li Jian's quiet call drew Coach Tony's attention. Li Jian sincerely thanked Coach Tony for his unwavering daily dedication to their intense training sessions. Coach Tony humbly demurred, but Li Jian, undeterred, declared he would repay him someday, leaving the coach internally perplexed. The word repay left Coach Tony utterly bewildered. Coach Tony's booming laughter amplified Li Jian's mounting embarrassment. Coach Tony's sudden shift to the upcoming match caught Li Jian completely off guard. Coach Tony quickly reframed the unexpected match, assuring Li Jian it was merely a deserved reward for his relentless effort. Drawing from his professional past, Coach Tony emphasized that on the field, no coincidences existed. He challenged Li Jian, questioning if even a deflected goal was truly just random luck. He asserted that shot was the direct result of hundreds of hours of practice. With a firm hand on his shoulder, Coach Tony reinforced, nothing truly happened by chance. Believe in yourself, Coach Tony advised, and others will inevitably recognize your value. His eyes sparkling with renewed purpose, Li Jian declared his understanding. Believe in myself, he thought, etching the words into his heart as they walked away from the day's training. Match day, Fiorentina vs Empoli. Li Jian walked, fueled by the relentless training he'd endured for this very moment. A sharp, abrupt shout of his name startled Li Jian. Coach Tony's sharp admonishment about listening left a flustered Li Jian struggling for an explanation. Coach Tony, with absolute authority, declared a dramatic tactical shift. Li Jian would dictate the entire pace of their attack. Li Jian's mind reeled, Coach Tony's intensity contradicted his earlier, no pressure, advice. Coach Tony's thunderous declaration that Li Jian was leading everything utterly overwhelmed him with an immediate, crushing responsibility. The Monteboro youth soccer field sprawled under a vast, cloudless sky, ready for the day's drama. A disembodied voice, unseen, highlighted potential vulnerabilities on the glowing tablet screen. The man with dark hair, his brow furrowed, asserted that funds were hemorrhaging from every corner, the tablet a grim testament. The man with glasses, a slight smile playing on his lips, noted the unusual number of U17 team members this season, a question lingering in his tone. His eyes narrowed with clear frustration as the man with dark hair lamented the frustratingly tight constraints on incoming funds. He grimly predicted a substantial financial drain from managing so many players at once, a sentiment the man with glasses silently affirmed. A sharp, irritated question sliced through the air as the man with dark hair wondered why he was even involved in such a precarious situation. The tablet screen brought into stark focus the profile of Li Jian, a young man of 16 years. That kid, the man with glasses exclaimed, pinpointing the player from Juventus, only for the man with dark hair to snarl the damning label, the salary thief. The man with dark hair demanded clarification, then fiercely asserted that a professional team operated beyond the bounds of charity. A teammate observed with quiet judgment that despite his transfer from Juventus, the player had yet to see a single minute of game time. Another teammate added to the critical chorus, stating the player hadn't progressed for months, while Li Jian internally wrestled with the unfamiliar, burdensome feel of his away uniform. The man with glasses offered a hopeful counterpoint about recent good performances, only for the man with dark hair to sharply dismiss them as merely two inconsequential matches. The narration highlighted his undeniable past brilliance in scoring 2 goals against Napoli, a feat Coach Tony observed with an unreadable, intense gaze. The man with glasses, eyes wide with conviction, argued that Coach Tony's assessment of the player's worth demanded an immediate contract, not delay. Driven by a palpable fear of losing valuable talent to headhunters, the man with dark hair declared his determined presence, his gaze hardening with purpose. Even with doubts swirling, the narration conceded to Coach Tony's formidable judgment as he crisply commanded his team to tighten the gap. With a guttural sound, the man with dark hair declared his fervent, almost maniacal intent to uncover exactly what made the player so special. Li Jian, blushing visibly, struggled to articulate his discomfort, before finally sputtering out his true feeling, burdensome. Li Jian, lost in thought, pondered his previous match, weighing his personal contribution regardless of the opponent's perceived strength. Acknowledging the monumental, burdensome role, Li Jian's internal resolve hardened with a powerful, unyielding force. He would give it a shot. A surge of pure determination radiated from Li Jian as he affirmed the profound joy found in overcoming personal limits. With a startled gasp, Li Jian looked back, suddenly recalling the intense training with Coach Luca as he spotted his mentor watching. As Coach Luca clenched his fist in silent encouragement, Li Jian internally embraced his coach's wisdom, vowing to trust himself more fully today. His gaze burning with fierce resolve, Li Jian declared his absolute intention to lead today's match. Li Jian exploded into a sprint, every stride a testament to his focused, unyielding determination. A teammate's urgent shout sliced through the air, commanding the others to follow Jian's lead and press the opponent. Li Jian's mind raced, meticulously outlining the match's core strategy: careful attack, aggressive defense, and relentless pressing. He thought, with quiet confidence, that relentless ball possession would utterly deny the opponent any opportunity to strike. Our goal today is a perfect victory. Li Jian declared internally, then a blur of motion, he weaved through flailing opponents, one frantically screaming to trap them. Pass, a teammate bellowed, his voice filled with urgency, as an opponent moved to intercept the ball. An instantaneous tactical thought flashed through Li Jian's mind: an irresponsible long pass. Despite Li Jian's internal assessment that the pass would never reach the striker, a teammate joyfully exclaimed, "I got it," as he powerfully headed the ball. Li Jian decided on a patient, tactical approach, intending to maintain possession in their own territory and keenly observe the opponent's reaction. A quick, analytical thought crossed his mind as Li Jian noted even the opponent's foremost striker retreating deep into their own territory to defend. With a sudden, knowing smile, Li Jian realized their opponents had no intention of pressing, and he sharply called out. As he deftly dribbled the ball, Li Jian recognized with absolute clarity that their opponents had settled into a complete defensive formation. Li Jian's mind, a strategic battlefield, meticulously charted 2 distinct paths to exploit the expansive empty spaces created by their opponent's current positioning. One tactic involved feigning a breakthrough on one side, drawing in the defense, then executing a swift, deceptive switch to attack the other flank. The second, equally bold option, was simply to carve an opening through sheer, unadulterated dribbling skill. Li Jian concluded, with decisive clarity, that there was no need to overthink which method was superior. He confidently asserted that success with the dribble would dramatically simplify subsequent tactics, then barked out the command, "Close the gap." An opponent, visibly flustered by the ceaseless rotation and passing, angrily wondered how long they intended to simply maintain possession. Li Jian deliberately paused the ball, his mind keenly anticipating the precise moment the opponent's defense would inevitably loosen from prolonged possession. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, Li Jian activated his attack, fiercely proclaiming his intent to break through with a dribble. Li Jian's senses sharpened, acutely aware of every gaze now fixed upon him, as an opponent frantically screamed the alarm, "It's not a pass." He's going for it. Amidst the opponent's frantic shouts to stop him, Li Jian maintained an almost impossible calm, his focus singularly fixed on the defender directly in his path. He knew that simply bypassing this single opponent would drastically improve his team's strategic advantage, a thought that propelled his agile movements. A deceptive upper body feint from Li Jian sent the opponent reeling in confusion, a frustrated grunt escaping as he questioned the unexpected direction. Li Jian's mind was already several steps ahead, understanding that every attempt to fill one defensive gap would inevitably expose another. As Li Jian surged forward, he knew with certainty that their opponent's desperate defensive adjustments would only leave fresh, vulnerable spots wide open. Li Jian realized, with a thrilling jolt, that he was now squarely in a one-on-one duel with the opponent's resolute fullback. "It's not over yet," an opponent defiantly screamed from behind, even as Li Jian continued his relentless charge forward. As Li Jian maintained his composed dribble, a diving opponent cried out in disbelief, questioning if he was attempting a deceptive back pass. "Ugh!" A direct cross, an opponent spluttered, utterly caught off guard by Li Jian's sudden, decisive move. "I'll block this," an opponent fiercely declared, launching into a desperate slide to intercept Li Jian's powerful kick. A tiny, chibi Li Jian tilted his head in exaggerated bewilderment. "Huh." A sarcastic opponent, sprawling on the ground, sneered about Li Jian, training a puppy, but Li Jian's quiet, now, promised a decisive follow-up. With unwavering focus, Li Jian braced himself for yet another one-on-one confrontation. A collective gasp of "a step over" erupted from the bewildered opponents as Li Jian's fluid footwork left them flailing. Li Jian thought with unshakable confidence that no opponent could possibly defend with the relentless skill of his coach. "All right." Li Jian exulted internally, realizing his relentless drive had brought him directly to the edge of the penalty box. In a moment fraught with high stakes, Li Jian weighed his critical choices, to shoot immediately or to cross the ball. An emphatic, unequivocal "no" resonated through his mind. With a powerful whiz, Li Jian determined he had no choice but to strike. A satisfying thwack followed by the swish of the net confirmed the triumphant goal. Coach Tony watched, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, as the scoreboard proudly declared Fiorentina's lead, a silent testament to his methods. With a knowing smirk, Coach Tony internally dared any unseen doubters to continue questioning his vindicated judgment. With a furious thud, the man with dark hair exploded in exasperation. "You stubborn old man." The bright field vibrated with energetic taps as miniature players chased the ball, a flurry of tiny triumphs. Under the crushing weight of expectation, the goalkeeper's anxiety soared. As Li Jian advanced, the unseen goalkeeper's desperate shouts to block the pass cut through the night, igniting a frantic chase. The ball connected with a sharp tap, echoing the unseen goalkeeper's panicked, futile cries as Li Jian unleashed his strike. His desperation peaked, ordering a foul if necessary to halt the unstoppable tide. With a surge of defiant power, Li Jian launched an impossible long-range shot, confounding the unseen goalkeeper's assumptions with a breathtaking, unyielding trajectory. A shard of shock pierced the goalkeeper's strained facade. The net rippled with cruel finality, leaving the goalkeeper to rail against the sheer impossibility of defending such a distant, devastating strike. As Li Jian celebrated, the defeated goalkeeper pondered the sudden arrival of such unexpected brilliance. 30 minutes in, the scoreboard stark 0-3 tally left spectators stunned by the swift dominance. Li Jian, the undeniable pivot of the match, accepted a teammate's joyful congratulations for his incredible performance. Spectators analyzed his multifaceted impact, recalling his solo first goal and the strategic vision of his second assist. The man reflected on Li Jian's surprising range, impressed by the sheer diversity of his play. The older man let out a theatrical sigh, calling for Roberto, before dramatically thudding into his seat. With sudden seriousness, he ordered Roberto to research Petrico Chisa's salary negotiations. Roberto, surprised, questioned Chisa's history, prompting an impatient affirmation from the older man. "You talk too much," the older man thumped Ed, abruptly cutting off Roberto's persistent questions. He meticulously recited the escalating salary figures, a chilling testament to Kisa's rising value: 192, 2,385, 13,865, then a staggering 60,538 euros. With sudden urgency, he commanded Roberto to contact the club immediately, eliciting a surprised pardon. "We're going to need more funds," the older man cackled, his maniacal laughter unsettling Roberto, who could only stammer a terrified, "Yes." Coach Tony quietly acknowledged his vindicated judgment, while Roberto, on the phone, sealed what he believed was his best deal. A sudden screech signaled their arrival in Florence, and Jian eagerly acknowledged their presence. Li Jian, beaming, offered a cheerful tap of thanks from behind the door. Li Jian turned back in surprise as his captain called out to him, a warm smile on his face. A simple grab offered a bottle, a quiet gesture of care. The captain expressed genuine concern, noting Jian's exhaustion during the match. The captain reassuringly downplayed his gesture, though Li Jian still seemed a touch hesitant. "Good job today, our striker," the captain declared with an affirming thump. With a decisive virum, the bus departed, leaving a stunned Li Jian to futilely call out for it to wait. A profound silence settled over Li Jian as he pondered the moment. He took a thoughtful sip, letting the words, "our striker," resonate within him. A novel sensation, entirely foreign from his days at Gioventu, tightened his grip on the bottle. Walking through the city, he candidly recalled his prior indifference to both team and place. Once merely a temporary dwelling and a job, his feelings shuffled into something indefinable, a profound attachment he couldn't quite name. With a faint smile, he acknowledged the unexpected, growing attachment to Florence, walking with a steady tap-tap. He considered if Jiwoo's presence had been the catalyst for this deepening connection. Or perhaps, his defined role within the team had sparked this change. Maybe that's why, he wondered, coming to an abrupt stop. A sudden, resonant jingle echoed in his thoughts. The familiar square, seen every morning on his way to practice, now resonated with a distinct jingle, thrice confirming its newfound significance. A shy, fond smile touched his lips, finding the familiar surroundings unexpectedly endearing. Despite having only been away a day, he decided on a spontaneous, light-hearted tap-tap jog. He ran, a joyful tap-tap echoing his profound sense of returning home. With a definitive click, he announced his return. He observed the quiet apartment, noting his father's unexpected absence from work. Utterly depleted, he collapsed, seeking immediate refuge in rest. A lingering sigh signaled the beginning of his post-match reflection. He tallied his accomplishments: 70 minutes played, 2 goals, and a crucial assist. Satisfied he'd done his part, a chibi Li Jian happily began to roll across his bed. Pleased, he attributed his extended play and additional goal to the rigorous strength training. The goals felt especially rewarding, perfectly mirroring Coach Luca's training scenarios, prompting a satisfied kikik. A sudden, visceral heek of realization struck him. Could Coach Luca's excitement have been for that, making him jump up with a loud thump? Yet, upon closer scrutiny, he found the match far from truly satisfactory. He recognized his impact, but the crucial insight was its intense concentration solely within the first 30 minutes. He conceded to pushing himself too hard, perhaps overly emboldened by the coach's confidence. That early exhaustion led to a 30-minute period of mere passing, slowing the entire game to a frustrating standstill. As his teammates worried, Li Jian understood the inevitable truth: his failing tempo, entrusted with the lead, dragged the entire team down, causing their collective gasp. A frustrated screech tore from him: he still had so much further to go. Chibi Li Jian buried his face in embarrassment, wishing for more responsibility and composure with a muffled screech. A chibi Li Jian, running away, felt, "Lucky me," as the angry opponents registered a frustrated angry mark. He grimly considered the nightmare of a comeback win, from a stronger team, all because of his own thud in performance. He conceded, with a quiet slip into humility, that today's victory held an element of luck. Yet, an unresolved thought lingered, still. He mentally catalogued his undeniable feats, dribbling breakthroughs, crucial assists, and stunning mid-range goals, each a shining memory. With a decisive clench, he refused to dismiss those moments as mere luck. As he pulled off his shirt, he affirmed his core belief: these achievements were not coincidences, but triumphs earned through his own capabilities. With a quiet drop of his shirt, he decided that believing in himself simply felt better. The familiar anxieties of the past no longer held sway. He wished his late father could have seen it. Meanwhile, Li Jian's father sprinted through the city, an anxious screech from his phone, fearing Jian was waiting with a nervous tap-tap. His phone vibrated with an insistent ring, making him wonder if it was Jian. His eye widened, signaling a sudden, profound surprise. He stopped, a creeping apprehension dawning as he considered the unusual timing of the call. He clutched his phone, silently pleading that his dark suspicions were unfounded. A celebratory tada heralded the arrival of the much-anticipated meal. With a proud flourish, the woman beamed, proclaiming the arrival of their special bacon cream risotto. Li Jian internally bemoaned the already sullied apron he'd gifted, while she eagerly pressed for their approval. She insisted, justifying the mess, then eagerly demanding judgment, while Li Jian internally protested he hadn't even taken a bite. His lukewarm "all right" drew immediate, annoyed scrutiny, prompting Li Jian to swiftly upgrade his assessment to a panicked, delicious. A booming ha-ha-ha of self-satisfaction filled the air as she confidently asserted her infallible taste buds. Her taste buds, she clarified, were honed by her dad's cooking, recalling the infamous mint sardine sandwich. The man's genuine praise that it tastes pretty good was met with the woman's perplexed and annoyed "huh?" Li Jian's thoughts raced, recalling his dad's past praises, when a sudden realization hit: could this be a competition? With a boastful laugh and a defiant, Jiwoo declared her pretty good first attempt at risotto would only lead to future amazingness. A crackled around Jiwoo's determined stance, leaving Li Jian utterly baffled by her sudden, competitive aura. A quiet thought formed in Li Jian's mind: he had simply intended to invite Jiwoo over for a casual dinner. In a vivid flashback, Li Jian recalled Jiwoo's swift takeover of the kitchen, as she had declared her past experiences with his dad's cooking sufficient. Li Jian sensed his dad's simmering displeasure, his culinary pride wounded by the compliment to Jiwoo, noting a quiet critique: it's a bit thick. His dad scoffed, suggesting risotto wasn't a difficult dish, prompting Jiwoo's utterly unconvincing, sarcastic is that so? Jiwoo then delivered a thinly veiled challenge, asserting that even easy dishes revealed the true skill of the chef. His dad then boasted of Li Jian's unparalleled enjoyment of his shrimp risotto, drawing Jiwoo's utterly unconvinced, "wow, really?" The culinary battle intensified over Li Jian's preferences, forcing a distressed "ugh" from him as the heated argument suddenly ed his way. Their intense questions closed in, each demanding his allegiance: is it bacon? Is it shrimp? I don't really care. Li Jian exclaimed, utterly exasperated, internally questioning their bizarre behavior. With a casual, Li Jian admitted his preference for sandwiches, recalling his dad's notorious habit of adding weird ingredients. Sandwich. Li Jian's father boomed, then proclaimed sandwiches his true specialty, leaving Jiwoo utterly dazed. TSK, thought Li Jian, realizing he'd just inadvertently chosen his dad, leaving Jiwoo in a sulking TSK of defeat. Humph. Jiwoo scoffed, abruptly accusing Li Jian of yet another lie, prompting his bewildered "what is?" With a suspicious, Jiwoo directly challenged his claim of 2 goals, convinced he had lied simply because she wasn't there. Li Jian passionately defended his integrity, while Jiwoo stubbornly retorted, I don't know. It's just a lie. With a quiet, reluctant, Jiwoo conceded that the food was good, leaving Li Jian utterly baffled. Li Jian had a sudden, sharp, of realization. She was sulking because he hadn't supported her, and nearly exposed his old records. Ugh! Li Jian internally reeled, aghast at his near self-exposure, as Jiwoo innocently questioned his abrupt silence. With a thoughtful, Li Jian's father intervened, affirming, "It's not a lie," and revealing a call from the team. Li Jian peppered his father with questions about the call, as his dad revealed praises for his performance, drawing a shocked. His father continued the praise, citing Li Jian's recent hard work, which Li Jian received with incredulous, "Is that so?" and a subtle, of his spoon. A nervous, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" escaped Li Jian as he questioned the call, only for his father to casually add they wanted to schedule a meeting. His interest piqued, Li Jian pressed, "Pardon? What kind of meeting?" His father then delivered the incredible news: they wanted to sign a professional contract. A raw escaped Li Jian as he stammered, "P-Pro," in absolute, disbelieving shock. While his father explained the next steps, Li Jian remained locked in a profound stare, his mind whirling, a distant registering. With a heartfelt of pride, his father joyously proclaimed, "Congratulations, son." The impossible question echoed in Li Jian's mind: am I really going to become a professional athlete? With a triumphant, Li Jian turned, his words brimming with vindication, "See. I told you it's not a lie." Jiwoo, with a dismissive humph, retorted that she already knew everything from the internet. "Huh?" Li Jian stammered, genuinely taken aback that she had truly checked the internet. The chapter concluded with the title card, "Misunderstood as a Soccer Genius," crediting its creators. Beneath the bright, clear expanse of a European square, Li Jian initiated a probing question, earning Jiwoo's inquiring, Li Jian, persistent in his curiosity, then asked, "What exactly did you see, when you looked it up online?" A puzzled, "Huh," escaped Jiwoo, clearly bewildered by his continued questioning. Jiwoo simply explained she only saw the match results online, leading to Li Jian's sudden, flustered, "Ah. So you saw that result?" Jiwoo's innocent, "Yeah, why," was met with Li Jian's nervous dismissal, as he insisted, "It's nothing." Li Jian internally conceded, slightly abashed, how foolish he'd been to assume she had researched his achievements in detail. Jiwoo then pondered the true value of a pro contract, prompting Li Jian to, in genuine surprise. Jiwoo noted his unusual happiness, observing it was the first time she'd seen him so openly joyful, to which Li Jian replied, "Do I?" Jiwoo then shrewdly deduced the immense significance of signing a professional contract based on his reaction. With a shy yet fervent affirmation, Li Jian declared, "It is, very." Jiwoo questioned the transformative power of the contract, prompting Li Jian to eagerly list a pro debut and increased earnings. Jiwoo's blunt query about his earnings flustered Li Jian, who stammered, "I'm not sure," yet internally admitted his own deep curiosity. Under the surreal, fading light, Li Jian's gratitude washed over him, a contract alone a profound blessing after years of underpayment. Li Jian's internal financial musings were interrupted by Jiwoo's warm "Anyway, congrats," drawing a grateful, "Ah. Thanks," from him. A sudden, potent thought electrified Li Jian, "Wait. Isn't all of this thanks to Jiwoo?" If Jiwoo hadn't arrived in Italy, Li Jian profoundly understood, he would still be hopelessly lost. The thought burst forth with undeniable clarity, he absolutely should thank her. With profound sincerity, Li Jian voiced his gratitude. A bewildered, "Huh," from Jiwoo was met by Li Jian's flustered, stammered, "Thanks." Jiwoo questioned his bizarre behavior, while Li Jian frantically, after her, urging, "Huh. Hey. Let's go together." Li Jian pondered her persistent grim mood, wondering if it was mere exhaustion, as Jiwoo impatiently commanded, "Hurry up." A sudden, profound realization then struck Li Jian with a blush, "No, wait. Could it be? We're here," Jiwoo stated, offering a swift, "Take care," as she departed, leaving Li Jian to utter a hesitant, Li Jian then offered a heartfelt, belated compliment on her truly delicious risotto. He then emphatically declared it far superior to his dad's cooking, punctuated by a knowing, playful, ha ha ha. With a cheerful, Li Jian made his departure, heartily wishing her, sleep well. Hey! Li Jian! Jiwoo called out, stopping him in his tracks with a surprised, huh. With a playful, tch, and a surge of energy up, Jiwoo declared a reprieve, wishing him a careful journey. Li Jian internally conceded, seriously. I expected it. A flush of realization coloring his thoughts. A mischievous, bleh from Jiwoo finally confirmed his thought, she truly had been sulking. A few days later, outside the prominent AC Firenze facility, his father's voice boomed, all right. Are you ready? His father enthusiastically declared the contract was about gaining the upper hand, while Li Jian internally sighed, ah. I'm already feeling pessimistic. With a powerful surge of resolve, his father's intensity underscored this contract. With a triumphant, his father declared his unwavering commitment to secure contract conditions highly favorable to them. An older man with dark hair, determined, strode forward, his conviction urging a renewed trust in his judgment. He declared his intent to negotiate with chilling ruthlessness, a pronouncement that prompted a surprised, apprehensive man with light brown hair to object. With a subtle smirk, the older man revealed his unflinching philosophy: negotiation was a battle of wits where one party inevitably became the fool. He delivered his law of fool conservation with a grin and a thumbs up, causing a nervous gulp from the man with light brown hair, who could only agree to such undeniable confidence. The formidable older man, an agent who had secured 2 of the narrator's past contracts, exuded an aura of untouchable power, reminiscent of a mob boss. Despite his intimidating presence, the narrator noted his surprisingly honest and competent nature, a description that seemed to follow him like rustling cloth. Li Jian, the young player, nervously rubbed his chin, questioning if he could truly entrust this critical contract to the agent's bold approach once more. The older man, asserting his expertise, decisively urged his companions to trust him, his command a heavy thump that settled the issue. The man with glasses, Marco, remained lost in thoughtful contemplation, his murmured betraying a quiet anxiety. The older man, growing impatient, pressed Marco about his lingering concerns after the contract was supposedly finalized, startling Marco into a flustered response. Marco hesitantly confessed his doubt about the contract's accuracy, a quiet gasp preceding his words, which immediately irritated the older man who questioned if his judgment was being challenged. The older man's eyes narrowed, an accusatory edge in his voice as he probed if Marco believed him to be losing his competence with age. Flustered and apologetic, Marco quickly backtracked, scratching his head as he claimed his inexperience prevented him from grasping the older man's profound insight. With an exasperated sigh, the older man lamented Marco's verbal dexterity, internally wishing his eyes matched his mouth, while Marco nervously offered a forced, awkward laugh. Finally, Marco voiced his core curiosity, asking why such an unprecedented deal was offered to a 16-year-old player with no notable talent or academy background. The older man, addressing him as Marco, dismissed the question with a confident smirk, stating with a knowing ding that the concept of money was entirely relative. He elaborated, asking if €4,000 a week for a 16-year-old seemed astronomical, a rhetorical question met by Marco's simple affirmation. The older man then posed a counter-question: what if that same amount was for a regular first-team player, prompting Marco to recognize the profitable business implication. Marco's silent confusion hung heavy in the air, leaving the older man to ponder how to bridge the gap in understanding. Exasperation flared as the older man snapped at Marco, demanding to know why he still hadn't grasped the simple explanation, leaving Marco flustered and stammering. Then, with a sudden surge of excitement, Marco exclaimed his realization: the director expected Li Jian to become a starting member before the next round of salary negotiations. The older man, exasperated at Marco's slow uptake, still faced a renewed question about the unwavering certainty he held for Li Jian. The older man's gaze grew distant, lost in reflection as he began to recall a U-19 coaching experience in Spain, an event now 15 years in the past. Marco keenly connected the memory to Spain's Euro victory in 2008, a detail the older man affirmed, cementing their shared historical moment. The older man continued his narrative, describing how he led his players on a tour of Spain for intense practice matches long ago. The narrator observed the distinctly different play styles, particularly commending the Berisha kids who mastered the world-dominating tiki-taka, a short passing, movement-based approach. But the older man's most profound shock came from an entirely different, unexpected young talent. He described a small, pale boy from Real Sebastian, whose unassuming presence belied his extraordinary skill on the competitive pitch. The tiny player from Real Sebastian effortlessly dominated the game, toying with opponents who towered over him. The older man admitted his intense past interest in the boy's contract status, an inquiry that almost got him ejected, prompting Marco's eager demand for the prodigy's name. At just 17, the brilliant young player's name was revealed, Antoine Griezmann, a name now synonymous with football greatness. The narrator echoed the older man's conviction, affirming that he, too, had been certain of Griezmann's future global recognition in the football world. Marco drew the parallel, asking if the older man now felt the same deep sense of potential radiating from Jian. With a serious, contemplative expression, the older man explained the crucial difference: this new talent possessed an innate ability to win matches. As Marco remained hesitant, the older man emphasized that the player was gifted with a nearly infallible, inherent talent. The older man definitively revealed the essence of this extraordinary gift, declaring it simply as sense. While physical prowess, speed, and skill were valuable, the narrator explained, such talents were highly variable, capable of vanishing in a single, unforeseen swoop. Progress, the older man asserted with profound gravity, could abruptly halt or even sharply decline, yet there was a crucial distinction. The narrative proclaimed that the intelligence and intuitive sense to truly understand football represented a fundamentally different, superior talent. With a forceful slam of his hand, the older man declared that sense was the only truly reliable talent at the unpredictable youth level. His intense conviction surged as he declared Jian was the one who possessed this invaluable sense, his belief so absolute it tightened his entire being. Marco could only stare, wide-eyed and speechless, absorbing the weight of the older man's profound conviction. The older man playfully challenged Marco's lingering doubt, then ironically questioned why Marco would believe him blindly, as if he were a god. Marco, perplexed, asked what he was expected to do, while the older man, after a pensive moment, confidently declared his strong intuition about the situation. The older man authoritatively instructed Marco to reserve judgment for a year, dismissing any objections and commanding him to keep quiet until then. Outside the cafe, the older man offered cordial thanks to the man with light brown hair for his diligent work, who cheerfully brushed it off. With a light-hearted laugh, the older man admitted his minimal effort but expressed genuine appreciation for the man's long journey. Beaming with triumphant satisfaction, the older man exclaimed that the team clearly recognized Jian's worth, deeming it an excellent organization. The narrator highlighted the irony: the man who had vowed cold-blooded negotiation was now utterly amused by the conversation. A young man who had entered the meeting with solemn determination was now, quite unexpectedly, a beaming yes man, a joyful blush spreading across his face. A man with dark hair, the second agent, voiced a concern about a slight discrepancy in the contract amount, while Jian internally wondered if the older agent had even bothered to read it. The discrepancy, the second man quickly realized with wide-eyed shock, was utterly astounding. The older man suavely explained the weekly and annual wages, while Jian gulped, barely able to acknowledge the figures. The amount specified in the contract he received held an almost impossible quality. Jian's eyes widened, a silent gasp of immense surprise escaping him as he stared at the document. The figure was simply unbelievable, prompting Jian's shout of exaggerated disbelief. The staggering weekly wage of 4,000 euros, approximately 6 million Korean won, was explicitly detailed. Jian's mind reeled with internal shock, calculating that his weekly wage was being increased a phenomenal 20-fold. He pondered the immense sum with bewildered introspection, questioning if he was truly worth money that could support 20 players like his former self, while the older man subtly acknowledged his confusion. The second agent explained the typical youth contract clause allowing teams to pay compensation to acquire players, which the older man affirmed he understood. The narrator clarified the team's shrewd strategy. A professional contract, despite the high weekly wage, was a necessary legal move to secure Li Jian and prevent his departure, a fact reflected in the older man's satisfied smirk. Li Jian understood the stark reality: the team was offering this immense sum to legally bind him, knowing he could not otherwise be prevented from negotiating with other clubs. As Li Jian pored over the contract, the two older men across from him appeared deep in thought, the weight of the formal agreement palpable. Li Jian internally acknowledged that he fully grasped the implications of the contract. Yet, a wave of overwhelming disbelief still washed over Li Jian, knowing that even a consistently starting player like Bruno had only received a 10-fold increase, while his own was 20 times greater. The older man reassured Li Jian that the extraordinary terms reflected his recognized potential, a concept Li Jian then hesitantly questioned. Li Jian reflected on the team's enduring loyalty, how they had taken him in when he was on the verge of being released and patiently waited for his development. A quiet contentment settled over Li Jian, deeply satisfied that the team saw potential in him that he hadn't even recognized himself. Ultimately, the negotiation concluded almost instantly, the older men shaking hands with amicable gratitude as Li Jian smiled faintly in the background. Li Jian swallowed hard, acutely aware of the significant transition. He was no longer a youth player but a professional, a realization tinged with slight apprehension. The man with light brown hair offered to pay, but the older man dramatically refused, claiming he was not the type to accept payment from a client. "I'll pay," Li Jian boldly declared, surprising the older man and confidently reflecting that such a meal's cost was now negligible to him. For a euphoric moment, Li Jian felt like a god among mortals, before reality quickly asserted itself and he swiftly retracted the thought. Li Jian gulped, retracting his divine claims as menacing, shadowy figures loomed around him, filling him with a sudden, ominous fear. Terrified and vulnerable, Li Jian sat at a desk, desperately pleading to be spared from the unseen, looming threat. Hours earlier, the day dawned with an almost unsettling brightness, as Li Jian found himself reflecting on a strange tension. He felt a peculiar anxiety whenever he returned to school, a clammy sweat sticking to his palms, reminiscent of the crushing pressure he once felt in Napoli. The feeling was entirely understandable, he mused, given his complete lack of cherished memories from his school days. The burden of those memories weighed heaviest from his first school abroad, where the bad experiences eclipsed any semblance of good. He recalled a past fraught with timidity and linguistic barriers that prevented any genuine connection, as a fleeting memory of frantic shouts echoed his past distress. Even more cutting was the memory of bullies who were, ironically, his own teammates, their cruel actions stripping him of his belongings and dignity. At that time, his team had shown him little active care, leaving him with a lingering sense of neglect as a dejected figure shuffled past in his memory. That painful history was the simple truth behind his current dislike for school. Yet, the obligation to secure his compulsory education certificate meant he had no choice but to face it, each footfall a steady march towards an undesired destination. Having transferred to a school close to home, he resigned himself to enduring just one more year, each step echoing his quiet resolve to simply graduate. A sudden realization struck him: he had kept this entire struggle a secret from Jiwoo. A flicker of something akin to relief, or perhaps a slight amusement, crossed his features as he walked. It was a story too vulnerable to share, much like the true extent of his soccer skills, he mused, before something unseen snagged his attention. Unwittingly, he had already arrived, standing before the classroom door. A fresh wave of doubt washed over him as he questioned his ability to navigate the year peacefully. But then, a fierce grip on the doorknob asserted a newfound confidence. He was now a man of significant earnings, no longer the easily cowed Jian of old. With a determined burst, the door swung open, his resolve echoing the certainty that no one could ever bully him again. A sudden, unsettling stillness fell over the classroom as he stepped inside. "Huh," a female student exclaimed, her surprise mirroring the bewilderment of her classmates. Li Jian gulped, utterly bewildered by the immediate reaction he had caused. "It's Li Jian." "Fiorentina," a female student shrieked, unleashing a wave of excited students that sent Li Jian reeling back in shock. Amidst a clamor of questions and greetings, Li Jian found himself overwhelmed, a discomfited smile plastered on his face as hands reached out and voices vied for his attention. A visceral groan escaped him as he remembered, this was Italy, a nation where soccer was not just a sport, but life itself. He scribbled his name, Massimo, on a piece of paper, and assumed identity for the autographs requested by an eager female student. What in the world? Li Jian wondered, bewildered by the impromptu signing event, as a small, enthusiastic student scurried away with his signed paper. He watched the students' eagerness, conceding there really wasn't much else to do on weekends, perhaps explaining the fervor. As he observed, one skeptical student was quickly informed by another of Li Jian's identity as the Jian from the Napoli match, spreading his fame throughout the classroom. Li Jian felt a pang of slight embarrassment as he signed an autograph in Hangul, recognizing that these were the keen students who followed youth games. The camera clicked repeatedly as Li Jian posed awkwardly for a selfie with a cheerful female student, accepting these requests as the new norm. "You're really cute," a bold female student declared, sliding confidently towards him, offering friendship and leaving Li Jian utterly stunned. With a tap of her phone, the confident student pressed for his number, explaining her desire to learn Korean. Actually." Li Jian stammered, flustered by the unexpected request. He sheepishly admitted he didn't own a phone, surprising the girl, and offered a half-hearted explanation about his dedication to soccer. He worried about unnecessary issues arising from such interactions as the annoyed student walked away and another classmate shuffled past. His thoughts turned to Jiwoo, realizing he barely had time for her anymore amidst his new obligations. His internal premonition suggested school life was poised to become difficult in entirely new ways, just as the teacher called the class to order with a swift motion. The school bells chimed, signaling the end of the lesson. Li Jian, utterly exhausted, slumped onto his desk, questioning the fuss about him, unaware of the female student beside him admiring his signature and quiet charm. He rose from his desk with a tired swish, reflecting that his break time had morphed into an obligatory fan service session. "Jian, where are you going?" a male student asked, to which Li Jian explained his early departure for training. His classmates bid him farewell with enthusiastic cheers and wishes for good luck. Despite the exhausting, signing event, Li Jian felt a genuine gratitude for their kindness as he offered a shy thank you. He walked away, a smile forming as he acknowledged the unexpected kindness and encouragement of his new classmates, spurred on by a parting fighting. A playful kick sent a pebble tumbling, a symbol of his relief that his first day had passed without the conflict he had feared. Then, his eyes widened in sudden, dawning shock, he had forgotten something crucial. "Today is Jiwoo's first day of school too," he exclaimed, frantically rummaging through his bag. He pulled out his phone, a resigned, embarrassed chuckle escaping him as he saw the flood of unread messages. Jiwoo's message popped up, scolding him for his phone etiquette, yet revealing her underlying concern that he might have been struggling. He anxiously tapped on his phone, realizing he had deliberately avoided checking it earlier, fearing exposure of his elaborate charade. Li Jian quickly texted back, offering excuses for his silence and exaggerating his newfound popularity at school. A lightning-fast ding heralded Jiwoo's immediate reply. He narrowed his eyes at her teasing message, wondering at her knowing reaction. "I'm not lying this time," he insisted, before bolting in a panicked sprint, suddenly realizing he was late for training. A few days later, in a deserted hallway, Coach Luca's booming command sliced through the silence, demanding focus. Coach Luca insisted they perform as usual, his words met with a collective, determined yes, from the team. He turned to Li Jian, a hint of inquiry in his voice, noting it was his first derby match, to which Jian nervously affirmed. Coach Luca underscored Jian's pivotal role, urging him to shake off intimidation and command the team's movements. The coach's intense pep talk, delivered with a clenched fist, demanded fearlessness from Li Jian, who responded with a nervous but firm affirmation. "Now, let's go." Coach Luca roared, a decisive command echoing through the room. The players huddled, their unified cry of "Forza," a fierce declaration of collective will. As they emerged, Li Jian, alongside his determined teammates, echoed their team's color, Viola, a battle cry for the impending match. Li Jian internally acknowledged the opponent, ACF Bologna, as a mid-tier team not to be underestimated. The narrative explained the fierce rivalry, the Derby dell'Apennino, historical clash between Florence and Bologna, the intense atmosphere already palpable to Li Jian. For his part, Li Jian, experiencing his first derby, felt a detached understanding of the rivalry, based only on what he had heard. He exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed, focused solely on the urgent need to play well and secure victory. He resolved to fully justify the profound trust the team had placed in him. A deafening roar erupted from the stands, passionate shouts of "Forza!" Viola, creating an overwhelming, visceral wall of sound. Li Jian looked up, utterly dumbfounded by the unexpected, raw intensity of the atmosphere. His heart pounded frantically, a visceral thump against his chest, as a wave of extreme nervousness washed over him, making him question his readiness. The thought of making a mistake in such a significant match, of failing to uphold their trust, loomed darkly. "I'll completely become a traitor," he screamed internally, his panic exploding into a chaotic, cartoonish vision of dread. "Ah, right. Jiwoo," he suddenly recalled, frantically scanning the stands for her, remembering she mentioned being near the entrance stairs. A wave of profound relief washed over him as he spotted her, knowing she would be his unwavering ally. "Huh. Wait a minute." Jiwoo exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of surprising intensity, a crackling tension surrounding her. "Wait." Li Jian thought, a thud of shock reverberating through him, utterly bewildered by her unexpected expression. A thunderous roar erupted from unseen spectators, fueling the charged air with fervent cries of "Forza Viola," and the desperate hope for victory. Jiwoo wondered why the stadium pulsed with such unexpected, overwhelming crowds, barely securing her place amidst the sea of fans. Her confusion shifted to a curious disbelief as Jiwoo recognized a familiar face from school on the field. Her friends erupted in rapturous praise for Jian, likening him to an idol, while Jiwoo seethed with silent annoyance. The blonde student's smug revelation about a photo with Jian sent ripples of shocked protest and envy through her gossiping companions, while Jiwoo stood annoyed. Amidst the flurry of unfamiliar words, Jiwoo grasped only enough to fuel her growing irritation. The incessant echoes of "cute" and "cool" mixed with ecstatic screams grated on Jiwoo's nerves, fueled by another female student's fervent fandom. Above all, the piercing "kya" and the constant invocation of Jian's name truly rankled Jiwoo. With an exasperated sigh, Jiwoo silently questioned Li Jian's secret school life, oblivious to a confused male student nearby. While Jiwoo silently pondered, the fervent cheers for Bruno and Enzo sliced through her thoughts. The chibi Jiwoo, arms crossed in resignation, begrudgingly admitted Jian's dazzling looks and soccer skills fueled his rockstar popularity, amidst the chibi fans' ecstatic "wah." A bittersweet acknowledgement bloomed within Jiwoo, seeing the once small Jian now celebrated in this foreign land, a triumph she knew she should applaud, yet still, something held her back. A frustrated "tch" escaped Jiwoo, the inexplicable wellspring of her persistent annoyance a mystery even to herself. The blonde student's adoration erupted into an ecstatic "kaya." Jian, as shimmering light enveloped her fervent cheer. A chorus of urgent shouts and fervent pleas to "break through" urged Jian forward, their collective breath hanging on his every move as Jiwoo watched intently. The raw excitement of the male students, calling out to Jian, finally pierced Jiwoo's detachment, drawing her eyes to the unfolding drama. Propelled by fierce determination, Li Jian initiated his solo breakthrough, the unseen commentator's voice echoing his intent. With a swift pabak, he deftly evaded the lunging opponent, his drive toward the goal unbroken. A small, internal, phew, escaped Li Jian, a fleeting relief amidst the pressure. With an aggressive yak, an opponent vowed to halt Jian's advance, their challenge reverberating across the field. With a sudden pong, Li Jian delivered an unexpected pass, leaving his opponent utterly baffled. A crisp tack sent the ball strategically toward Bruno. Bruno's unexpected heel pass astonished the opponent, showcasing dazzling quick thinking. With a resounding tiang, the ball soared, finding an unseen, strategic void on the field. With a swift pabak, the ball returned to number 20, igniting a desperate, urgent cry from the opponents for their fullback to chase him down. Li Jian's precise dribble, a sharp tack, to narrow the angle, revealed his subtle tactical brilliance. With a quick, strategic tiang, Li Jian aimed the ball forward, maintaining his relentless momentum. An opponent urgently called for Enzo, the forward striker, to be utilized, a swift tactical pivot. A guttural kururiuk accompanied a tense warning for the imminent header. The goalkeeper desperately leaped, a frantic jump tearing from his throat. A distinct bong echoed through the clear, open sky. A teammate with blue hair cheered the perfectly timed jump and brilliant defense as both players rose for the header. Confusion washed over the goalkeeper, there was no feasible angle for a header. With a surprised ha and a decisive tiang, the opponent headed the ball. The mid-air opponent reeled in shock, it was a return pass, not a shot. As the ball plummeted from the heavens, an unseen voice dramatically declared its true owner, building immense, breathless anticipation. With a decisive, powerful pong, Li Jian, number 20, struck the falling ball. The ball slammed into the net with a resounding chiol suk. As her friends erupted in wild, bone-crushing ecstasy for crazy Li Jiwoo, observing their frenzy, thought, they've truly lost it. Li Jian, basking in his teammates' enthusiastic praise, modestly thanked them, while internally acknowledging his surprising good fortune. A soft duet accompanied Li Jian's thoughtful search for Jiwoo in the crowd. A wave of relief washed over Li Jian as he spotted Jiwoo, distinct even amidst the throng, contemplating an embarrassing gesture while spectators gasped, Kia. He's looking this way. With a knowing chiak, Li Jian gestured, playfully acknowledging the roar. As Li Jian winked and smiled with a dazzling ppa at Chibi Jiwoo, heart soaring, cried, Kia. So cool, amidst a flurry of ecstatic Chibi fans. The bol tiak and tiak of their dramatic reactions underscored the fierce, diluted competition as each friend fervently claimed Jian's celebration as her own. A sly he escaped Jiwoo as she secretly savored her own giddy triumph, finding her friend's fervent claims hilariously misguided. Her internal monologue tore at Jiwoo's burgeoning happiness, chastising her own delusion and the terrifying prospect of strangers mistakenly believing her to be Li Jian's girlfriend. With a playful, Dory, Jiwoo covered her blushing face, the secret delight confirming, that celebration was for her. A baffled Li Jian stared, utterly at a loss for words, bewildered by her latest, inscrutable expression. He simply could not understand her at all. Nevertheless, his mind quickly shifted focus. A quiet satisfaction settled in as Li Jian reflected on their early opening goal. From behind, Li Jian recalled his initial trepidation, the daunting fear of errors before such a massive, judging crowd. Yet, the game's burden proved lighter than expected. In truth, his earlier, awkward celebration had been far more humiliating than any actual play. Perhaps Coach Luca's relentless, whip-wielding, train like a pro, regimen had kept him grounded, preventing excitement over his contract from derailing his focus. A dawning realization struck Li Jian. He'd just seen familiar school faces amidst the crowd, right as a teammate called out his name. His schoolmates hadn't been lying, they had truly come all this way just to cheer him on. The enthusiastic Kia and Yak from the Chibi spectators warmed Li Jian's heart as he acknowledged their support. With a shy smile and a quiet, phew, Li Jian realized the profound extent of his own transformation. To be cheered on like this felt utterly surreal. A renewed determination surged through Li Jian as he declared, "I feel energized," punctuated by the referee's sharp PPIC for kickoff. With a resolute ta, Li Jian set his foot on the ball, ready to seize their newfound momentum. Li Jian lunged, intensely tackling his opponent for the ball. A sudden quadang and tiang sent Li Jian sprawling, surprising even his opponent. As a teammate rushed to the fallen Jian, a spitting opponent aggressively declared, "Fiorentina's ball," his dismissive tui oozing contempt. Still on the ground, Li Jian wondered if the foul had been deliberate, his dazed, "Huh? Yeah." Barely answering his teammate's concern. Had his imagination merely played tricks on him? With a swift whing, a teammate's throw-in found Li Jian, instantly resuming their relentless play. A light, strategic talk sent the ball forward, Li Jian's mind already set on shifting the game's flow. A sinister cuckoo sounded behind him, startling Li Jian as an ominous presence loomed. A sharp PPAAK and the referee's piercing BEPPPPP tore through the air. Li Jian collapsed with a pained "Ujitich," sparking furious shouts from his teammates about the opponent's vicious, off-ball foul. As the smug opponent accepted a mere verbal warning, Li Jian's pained realization struck, his earlier suspicion of intentional malice hadn't been imagination at all. A harsh truth shattered Li Jian, the opponent had deliberately bumped him. Coach Tony's somber, "It's begun," was met by the sub-coach's confirmation that Jian's goal had truly ignited the derby's fierce intensity. Coach Tony silently observed the field's escalating aggression, knowing the game would only grow rougher, as chibi players screamed, "Do you want to die?" Arms crossed, Coach Tony's gaze held an unspoken challenge: what would Jian do now? With a deep duong, the real derby had begun, Li Jian standing firm against the foreboding shadow of an ominous, older man. The AC Fiorentina U-17 home stadium pulsed with urgent shouts, pushing players to attack and defend in a fiercely contested 1-0 lead. An unseen elbow struck with a sickening impact, wrenching a guttural groan of unexpected pain from the player. The force of the foul sent the player reeling backward, a jarring fall leaving him stunned as the ball sailed indifferently overhead. A teammate's furious protests about the blatant elbow fell on deaf ears, as the stern referee waved away the foul and demanded play continue. Outrage flared on the sidelines as coaches erupted in disbelief, furious that such an obvious foul could be so brazenly ignored. Despite mounting frustration over the referee's laxity, the second man with dark hair calmly warned against complaining, highlighting an unspoken strategic shift. As another player was violently fouled, the second man with dark hair deduced the opponents had already shrewdly adapted to the referee's lenient ways. The second man with dark hair gravely affirmed that understanding the referee's tendencies was simply part of the game, demanding immediate adaptation from his team. The early game's calm had shattered, replaced by urgent cries of "push through," as players recognized the rapidly escalating, pressing need for an equalizer. The opponents, advancing relentlessly, had pushed their entire lineup forward, applying stifling pressure from the front. Opponents relentlessly engaged with jarring physicality, determined to prevent any forward progression or decisive turns. The insidious truth was dawning, the opponent's suffocating press was slowly, irrevocably, succeeding, culminating in a frustrated shot that went wide. Fear of the suffocating pressure led to an unsettling increase in aimless back passes, drawing a frustrated cry from a teammate to simply stop retreating. The incessant back passes unnerved the goalkeeper, who frantically urged his team to cease their anxious retreat before the goal line became their last stand. Li Jian grimly acknowledged the stark reality: his team was systematically being forced backward by the opponent's relentless, suffocating press. Amidst the chaos, a teammate's voice cut through, a desperate plea for calm to steady their shaking resolve. Li Jian understood that panic would only worsen their plight, calm, strategic thought was their only path forward. As an aggressive opponent challenged him with a defiant, "Bring it on," Li Jian briefly contemplated meeting force with force, a dangerous proposition in this raw moment. But a crushing wave of reality washed over Li Jian, his physique offered no chance, and brute aggression simply did not suit him, leaving him feeling utterly diminished. Despite his physical limitations, Li Jian found a fierce resolve, knowing that succumbing to discouragement would only invite more trouble. A flash of clarity pierced Li Jian's mind, a sudden, decisive inspiration igniting his next move with the ball. He analyzed the opponent's relentless aggression, understanding it as a critical piece of their defensive strategy. The truth clicked into place: their aggressive press wasn't about dominance, but fear, a desperate attempt to prevent his team from turning and launching a swift counterattack. Li Jian, emboldened by his discovery, knew he possessed the very weapon the opponents feared most, and with a confident shout, demanded the ball. He mentally plotted his tactical maneuver, dropping deep below the half-line to collect the ball in the crucial half-space. Despite his teammates' anxious warning about an approaching mark, Li Jian's urgent cry for the ball brooked no argument. With a hesitant "okay," the teammate relented, sending the ball towards Li Jian, trusting his audacious demand. The heavy thud of the opponent's pursuit echoed in Li Jian's ears, a palpable momentum threatening to engulf him. He knew that a passive reception would spell disaster, a crushing tackle awaiting if he didn't act decisively. His forward momentum to meet the ball was no accident, it was a calculated move to gain a crucial advantage. The charging defender, fueled by raw emotion and blind aggression, presented a challenge Li Jian was already primed to deftly circumvent. Evading such a predictable charge, he thought, was hardly a challenge. With a fluid succession of light taps, Li Jian danced past the first defender, leaving another stunned in his wake. To fully exploit this newly won advantage, Li Jian knew he needed to set up Enzo, whose decisive run was already creating a clear passing channel. The true brilliance of his strategy hinged on his teammates' seamless, synchronized movements, a perfect dance of coordinated attack. With a powerful strike and an urgent shout, Li Jian launched the ball towards Bruno. The opponent's confused outcry, "When did the left wing move into the center?" confirmed Li Jian's tactical genius, as Bruno seamlessly occupied his former position. As Li Jian surged into Bruno's vacated spot, an opponent's frantic shout signaled their realization of the cunning, fluid interchange unfolding on the left flank. He tore down the left touchline with singular focus. His legs pumped, reaching an exhilarating, dizzying peak of speed. He became the undeniable target, a precision-locked bullseye for Bruno's incoming, perfectly weighted pass. The through pass split the defense, an opponent's frantic cry of "Stop number 20, a stark measure of their growing panic. The air crackled as a blistering, high-stakes race erupted between Li Jian and the fullback, both vying for possession of the speeding ball. While acknowledging his own lack of explosive long-distance pace, Li Jian shrewdly observed his opponent possessed no exceptional speed either, leveling their frantic sprint. This wasn't merely a sprint, it was a battle of wills, a primal contest. Every inch gained became a brutal, shoulder-to-shoulder skirmish. A guttural "ugh" escaped him, his body buckling under the relentless, staggering pressure. The opponent pulled away, a stark, terrifying image of impending failure threatening to consume Li Jian's dwindling hope. Unseen voices from the crowd roared, fueling Li Jian with a sudden, desperate surge to defy failure and refuse to yield. With a defiant mental grip, Li Jian commanded his body to rally its last reserves of strength. He would not stumble, would not fall, his fierce determination was an unyielding wall. Hadn't his previous display been enough, he challenged internally. With a sudden, forceful surge, Li Jian sent the opponent reeling, leaving him to stumble in confused disarray. Learn not to waste your strength so foolishly, Li Jian's departure seemed to teach, leaving the bewildered opponent questioning his entire strategy. Agility, he proved, could shatter brute strength's dominance. With a resounding kick, Li Jian gratefully acknowledged Bruno's perfectly weighted pass, propelling the ball forward. Only one critical step remained, a single move holding the weight of the entire match's outcome. He unleashed a pass with breathtaking precision, sending the ball soaring towards its intended, perfect trajectory. The pass ripped through the air, finding the precise, agonizing gap between the stunned goalkeeper and the retreating defender. And surging into that crucial space was the determined figure of Enzo, ready to strike. Enzo delivered a strike of unbridled power. The net rippled with a glorious clatter, announcing Fiorentina's second goal as the scoreboard confirmed their triumphant 2 o'clock lead. This triumphant moment was a testament to the seamless collaboration painstakingly forged through countless hours of training. The roar of the fans fused with the players' exhilaration, creating an indelible moment where mutual strength cemented their shared, unforgettable triumph. The collective euphoria, a thunderous roar from the crowd, echoed the timeless joy of their victory. A momentary pause bridged the intense exhilaration. The man with glasses smirked, his quiet observation hinting at a significant, intriguing interest in Li Jian. The older man, his voice hushed, urged a discreet departure, wary of attracting the attention of the still cheering crowd. The man in glasses turned, revealing himself as Dusan Vlahovic, AC Firenze's formidable starting striker, a surprising and significant presence in the stands. A new path began with the quiet offer of a hand, presenting the tangible promise of his earnings. Li Jian protested the unexpected responsibility, though his father insisted it was time he managed his own growing success. With a decisive motion, his father entrusted him with the card, encouraging him to embrace this new aspect of maturity. Inside, Li Jian knew that only his recent triumph on the field had earned him this trust, making his father's proposal possible. That success, a hard-won victory, justified his deepest desires, setting his mind toward a well-deserved personal reward. Even in flashback, the encouragement was loud and clear, with excited calls for him to celebrate his hard-earned win. Yet, as Li Jian pondered what he truly wanted, his father's caring voice cut through, offering a simple, grounding meal. His father mused about ingredients, but Li Jian remained lost in the quiet hum of his own evolving plans. A sudden burst of energy brought Li Jian to an eager proposition: they should eat out tonight. His father exclaimed in surprise at the suggestion, while Li Jian, undeterred, declared his craving for something truly delicious. The declaration sparked a humorous misunderstanding, as his father slumped in mock despair, prompting Li Jian's frantic denial. Li Jian's internal debate about his father's cooking was a comical mutter, his flustered attempts to clarify only digging him deeper. With a sudden, knowing laugh, his father revealed the joke, bringing an immediate rush of relief that made Li Jian sigh. A thoughtful pause settled over his father, contemplating where their celebratory meal might lead next. The mention of Jiwoo's name sparked an instant, flustered blush in Li Jian, clearly betraying his unexpected embarrassment. A deep satisfaction settled over Jiwoo, announcing her complete fullness as they strolled through the city streets. Jiwoo praised the meal to Li Jian's father, but then playfully scolded Li Jian for his excessively generous ordering. Li Jian defiantly asserted his right to pay, yet internally, a chibi version of himself cringed at the vast quantity of food they had consumed. Jiwoo pivoted the conversation, informing Li Jian about his unexpected popularity on match day, which left him utterly surprised. She exaggerated the fan frenzy, mimicking delighted squeals and illustrating the fervent attention he received, much to Li Jian's skepticism. With dramatic flair, Jiwoo insisted on his idol-like status, describing eyes filled with hearts, pushing Li Jian to a state of disbelief. Then, a sharp, piercing glare from Jiwoo instantly froze Li Jian in a state of shocked intimidation. Jiwoo's accusation of arrogance hit Li Jian like a punch, leaving him recoiling in disbelief and defensiveness. Li Jian stumbled over his words, desperately trying to defuse the tension, but Jiwoo's gaze remained sharp and challenging. Then, an earnest confession slipped from Li Jian, revealing his actions had been solely for her benefit. A sudden blush bloomed across Jiwoo's face, her wide eyes reflecting utter shock at his unexpected admission. Li Jian quickly tried to retract his words, creating an awkward silence and leaving Jiwoo thoroughly bewildered. His attempt at advice was abruptly cut short as Jiwoo delivered a swift, comical punch to his face. Jiwoo's enraged fists continued to pummel him, her furious words echoing the comical aggression of her attack. Enduring the blows, Li Jian offered a wry, almost fond comment about her consistent intensity. A sudden, dazzling blush flooded Jiwoo's face, halting her assault as a new realization struck her. The playful skirmish continued, with Jiwoo launching another punch that Li Jian expertly blocked, all under his father's confused gaze. Li Jian questioned the source of her anger, which Jiwoo echoed, still flustered and avoiding his gaze. He probed further, innocently wondering why the cheers of other girls would provoke such a reaction. A flash of internal conflict crossed Jiwoo's face as Li Jian bluntly stated her lack of reason for anger, and she reluctantly conceded. Li Jian confidently dismissed any anger, finding joy in his popularity, but Jiwoo's annoyed retort challenged his easy assumption. His smug grin grew as he elaborated on his pleasure, pushing Jiwoo's annoyance to a visible snapping point. Her comical rage erupted in a flurry of tiny, furious chibi fists, raining down on a protesting, cowering Li Jian. Jiwoo sternly commanded him to refocus on soccer, and Li Jian quickly agreed, eager for the blows to cease. With a sudden, shared realization, they quickly looked around, noticing his father had mysteriously vanished. Li Jian's simple gasp of surprise marked their discovery of his father standing, utterly captivated, before a golf store. Jiwoo playfully observed his father's childlike wonder, a comment that echoed Li Jian's own surprised agreement. His father's eyes gleamed with pure delight at the sight of a golf club, inspiring Li Jian to a sentimental realization of his father's own quiet dreams. A booming voice from off-panel emphatically declared his strong objection to such a frivolous purchase. His father offered a mock apology for not acquiring a complete set, which Li Jian dismissed with an exasperated sigh. With a triumphant flourish, his father enthusiastically swung his single new golf club, oblivious to Li Jian's mortified protest within the restaurant. His father proudly displayed the club to a bewildered stranger, sparking internal embarrassment from Li Jian and utter confusion from Jiwoo. Jiwoo clapped her hands with bright appreciation, expressing heartfelt thanks for the unexpected generosity. Li Jian surveyed the spread, a thoughtful comment on the lavishness of the gifts accompanying the delectable tiramisu. Jiwoo's disembodied voice urged him to eat, prompting a moment of puzzled confusion from Li Jian. Jiwoo teased him about his sudden shyness just as an elderly gentleman smoothly approached his table. The distinguished gentleman respectfully requested an autograph, awaiting Li Jian's response with polite expectation. Li Jian, his father, and Jiwoo all reacted with a chorus of shocked questions, utterly bewildered by the unexpected request. Li Jian, curious, offered to sign immediately, asking if the man recognized him, to which the man affirmed with a knowing smile. The man then proudly unveiled his true allegiance, a Firenze uniform hidden beneath his clothes, revealing himself as a devoted, longtime fan. Li Jian bowed deeply in grateful acknowledgement, as the fan then respectfully presented his cherished jersey for an autograph. A gasp escaped Li Jian, his eyes widening in sudden awe at the sight before him. The aged fabric bore the weight of history, a tapestry of signatures woven into its very being. With reverent care, the man laid his treasured jersey, a relic since the 80s, upon the table. Ghostly figures of legendary players shimmered into view as the man proudly recounted the historic names gracing his precious jersey. Li Jian recognized the echoes of greatness, realizing the depth of the legacy as his father and Jiwoo gasped in astonishment. The man's voice swelled with pride as he spoke of his lifelong passion, declaring the jersey his most treasured possession. Gently, the man indicated a spot for Li Jian to sign, a weighty honor Li Jian accepted with overwhelmed agreement. Li Jian, humbled, hesitated to mark such a revered artifact, expressing his awe at its intrinsic value. The man playfully insisted Li Jian's signature would only enhance its worth, a modest claim Li Jian humbly disputed. With a wise, optimistic smile, the old man left the future open to endless possibilities. The man's words sparked a reflective hope in Li Jian, contemplating a future where his own signature held such profound meaning. With careful strokes, Li Jian signed his name, the older man's quiet thanks a resonant echo of the moment's significance. The old man departed with a warm farewell, leaving Li Jian to offer his heartfelt gratitude once more. Li Jian's father and Jiwoo shared a warm appreciation for the gentleman's charming demeanor, finding a romantic quality in the encounter. As he inscribed his name among the legends on the faded uniform, a profound thought blossomed in Li Jian's mind. A determined smile graced Li Jian's face as he envisioned a future steeped in Firenze's glory, a future he was destined to shape. Now, a pivotal question hung in the air, a query regarding a significant choice. Coach Tony voiced his cautious concern, acknowledging Li Jian's difficult history with the opposing team, making the decision to involve him feel awkward. He emphasized the critical need for careful thought, recognizing the weight of the impending choice. The crucial decision awaited, whether Li Jian would feature in the starting lineup for the weekend's match. Unseen voices mocked his helplessness as cold food splattered onto young Li Jian's head with a sickening splat. A plate pressed down with cruel intent, questioning his very belonging with a heavy thud as the taunts continued. The hateful words, a brutal command to disappear, slammed into him with a violent crash, sealing his terror. A sudden ding on his phone jolted Li Jian from his reverie, a sharp break in the quiet. School had ended, but the approaching game stirred fresh anxieties for Li Jian as teammates casually worried about a foul locker room smell. Jiwoo's message, asking about the upcoming match against his old team, twisted his gut with a nervous wake. She playfully challenged him not to cry, proudly displaying the new clothes and shoes he bought her, a mix of encouragement and light-hearted teasing. Li Jian's fingers furiously tapped out a vengeful reply, determined to make his tormentors pay for past wrongs. A sudden katak snapped him back to reality. His aggressive message was still unsent, thankfully, eliciting a shocked gasp. Jiwoo's swift kek appeared on his screen, a humorous yet alarming testament to her quick replies. Coach Tony observed Li Jian's nervous focus on his vibrating phone, his small form agitated on the bench. Coach Tony, noticing his players' tension, inquired about Li Jian's unusual nervousness before the crucial game. Li Jian confessed his overwhelming desire to excel in the upcoming match, his gaze fixed with intense resolve. An uncharacteristic solemnity settled over the players as they warmed up, their usual banter replaced by focused determination. Firenze's second-place standing against Demoted first amplified the stakes, making this match a crucial turning point for everyone. Li Jian planted his cleats firmly into the grass with a resolute coup, understanding this pivotal match extended far beyond himself. The historical rivalry between Firenze and Demoted loomed large, a derby relationship ready to ignite on the field. Even Coach Tony, in chibi form, intensely motivated his team, demanding they absolutely not lose to their rivals, the Lodri. An unsettling voice cut through the air, filled with an ominous recognition and a challenging tone. Li Jian's head whipped around, his eyes wide with shock, as he heard the familiar, dreaded sound of his own name. The horrifying voice belonged to the very source of his past torment, a sound he could never truly forget. Jerome, towering over a flinching, young Li Jian, cruelly taunted him for his previous retreat from the team. Jerome's confident smirk, along with his taunting teammates, confirmed his identity, rekindling Li Jian's simmering resentment. Jerome expressed mock surprise at Li Jian's return to the field, assuming he had abandoned soccer for good. He continued his relentless mockery, ridiculing Li Jian for joining the supposedly weak Firenze team, his laughter sharp with derision. Li Jian clenched his jaw, battling his rising anger and reminding himself to channel his fury into the competition, his body quivering with a quiet budule. Jerome was interrupted mid-taunt, his smirking face looking up in surprise as a sudden bang echoed. A soccer ball suddenly slammed into Jerome's head with a forceful pie-bick and a deafening quang. Jerome clutched his head, roaring for the perpetrator of the unexpected chuck, as a concerned teammate checked on him. The team captain casually apologized, claiming the ball was merely an errant pass meant for Jian. The Firenze team captain confidently introduced himself, asserting his presence as a leader. The captain subtly insulted Jerome's reflexes, implying his kick was weak despite the impact, sparking Jerome's indignant fury. Jerome's face contorted with enraged wake as the captain praised Li Jian's flawless control, twisting the knife even further. The captain dismissed Jerome's outrage, pulling a surprised Li Jian away with a casual tuck towards the game. Jerome spat his frustration at the annoying Firenze bastards, as his teammates debated the wisdom of provoking him. His eyes glowed with malevolent intent, teeth grinding with an audible yuduk as he vowed violent retribution on the field. Li Jian, scratching his head awkwardly, offered his thanks, but the captain calmly brushed them aside. The captain's words resonated with unwavering resolve, declaring that an attack on Jian was an attack on the entire team. Bruno's enthusiastic quang of a hug startled Li Jian, reinforcing the team's palpable sense of unity. The captain's gaze sharpened, challenging Li Jian to demonstrate his true prowess during the game itself. Li Jian absorbed the captain's words, his expression shifting from surprise to a steely resolve, ready to unleash his ferocity. The Firenze captain concluded, his words echoing across the united team, emphasizing their collective strength and Jian's vital role. Coach Tony, serious and commanding, outlined the new 4-4-2 formation, signaling a strategic shift for the match. He detailed defensive instructions, specifically tasking Jian and Enzo with active participation in the first half's defense. Li Jian mentally affirmed the defensive strategy against their stronger opponent, while Coach Tony delivered a final, determined rallying cry. He concluded that a defensive stance was indeed the most prudent approach, given the formidable Giovanotto lineup. The referee's sharp pike signaled the start of the match, and a Firenze player swiftly initiated the kickoff with a tiang. Li Jian stood poised over the ball, a quiet kugung of anticipation in his chest, as he noted his team had the opening possession. Suddenly, Li Jian surged forward, dribbling aggressively down the field with rapid tat-ada steps and a powerful tat. Jerome watched, utterly aghast, questioning Li Jian's immediate and aggressive solo breakthrough. Coach Tony, having planned ahead, revealed his offensive plays, acknowledging that goals were necessary for victory. Li Jian maintained his full sprint, a determined unit of effort, aiming to catch the opponents entirely off guard. The sub-coach questioned Jian's solo effort, but Coach Tony vehemently declared that Jian was never truly alone. Li Jian led the charge with the ball, while the entire team moved in perfect, synchronized harmony behind him. Jerome stared, sweat dripping, utterly bewildered by Li Jian's unprecedented aggression on the field. Jerome frantically yelled orders to his teammates, demanding they intercept Li Jian's advance. Li Jian, eyes narrowed in fierce focus, mentally prepared to evade the charging defender with a quick, decisive sook. He executed a deceptive shoulder and eye fake, sending the bewildered opponent flailing with a surprised paw and a quick pat. Bursting into open space, Li Jian's heightened awareness scanned the field, instantly locating his teammates. Enzo's forward penetration and Bruno's synchronized run opened up crucial passing lanes. Li Jian faked a right-footed pass, momentarily deceiving the defender with a subtle yut, his mind already on the next move. With another deceptive tuck, Li Jian dribbled past the bewildered defender, a silent apology in his determined expression. The coaches erupted in excitement, recognizing Jian's masterful creation of a midfield opening and urging him to exploit the half-space. Li Jian took a deep breath, intensely focused on surveying the evolving landscape for his next critical move. Enzo drifted strategically towards the edge of the box, pulling an opponent with him on the tactical diagram. Bruno then caused further defensive confusion with his central run, as depicted in the tactical overview. Finally, Raphael's movement into the empty space on the right completed the intricate offensive play. The final defensive line braced itself, anticipating Li Jian's decisive next action with mounting tension. The opponent gasped with a confused coup, utterly baffled by Li Jian's intentions, unable to predict the pass. Li Jian, poised to kick the ball with a decisive tie-at, considered his multiple, unexpected options. Jerome recoiled in shock, realizing Li Jian intended to shoot from an impossible distance, as the goalkeeper frantically warned his defense. Li Jian unleashed a thunderous strike, kicking the soccer ball with powerful force, punctuated by a mighty pang. The ball streaked past the astonished opponent with a furious shook, an unstoppable blur of power. The ball smashed into the goalpost with a resounding pong and a loud kwang, rattling the structure. His teammates reacted with a mix of disappointment at the near miss and sincere praise for Jian's powerful effort. Jerome stood utterly stunned by the unexpected, monstrous shot, questioning if this was truly the Jian he once knew. A Firenze teammate taunted Jerome, subtly suggesting his fear after Jian's explosive display. Li Jian's determined eye, gleaming with resolve, hoped his opponent wouldn't be scared, hungry for a true challenge. Li Jian stood resolute, signaling that the true intensity of the match was only just beginning, as the epic showdown between Jian and Firenze commenced. Li Jian unleashed the ball with a powerful, ringing ting, launching it across the vibrant field. Though the previous shot missed its mark, its initial pressure forced the opponents to react as a teammate demanded they bring the defensive line up. The opponents began their cautious build-up, a light TI signaling their measured approach from the goalkeeper. Coach Tony's voice boomed with strategic urgency, ordering his team to hold position and prepare for a swift defensive counterattack. Though the opponents circulated the ball, feeling out the defense with light ting passes, they were clearly seeking a decisive gap to exploit. Li Jian's mind raced, swiftly dissecting their 4-3-3 formation and predicting the precise moment of their next attack. The inevitable side attack began, players sprinting with a rapid tada, leaving no other option for their advance. With a desperate havoc, Li Jian urged his team to narrow the gaps, commanding their defense into precise coordination. A frustrated Miamchit accompanied the opponent's realization, their play had been entirely read. As anticipated, Jian's sharp tactical mind had foreseen the opponent's attempt to create a numerical advantage, already shifting left to decisively block it. Beyond his own brilliant move, Jian orchestrated his teammates, directing them to utterly thwart the opponent's advance as a teammate calmly reset with a light ting pass. A satisfied Saruruk accompanied Coach Tony's thoughts. He had wisely entrusted Jian with command of the first half's defensive line. The coach's triumphant ha-ha-ha echoed his boundless pride, finding himself delightfully speechless. The match remained a relentless, tight deadlock, each powerful ting kick amplifying the mounting pressure without a single goal. The defense had forged an impenetrable wall, leaving the frustrated opponent to despair, there's no room to break through. As an opponent pushed recklessly, a teammate fearlessly responded with a challenging, "Where do you think you're going?" and a forceful ugh. Seizing the ball with a triumphant, "I've stolen it. Let's go," the team instantly transformed defense into a blistering counterattack, leaving the opponent reeling with an anguished ugh. The team's strict adherence to Coach Tony's plan utterly bewildered the opposition. 20 minutes ticked by in the first half. Observing the relentless deadlock, the older man posited that both teams must surely be losing focus, a sentiment confirmed by his companion. Indeed, the opponent's increasingly careless ball circulation from a high position betrayed their dwindling concentration. The passes flowed, pass, 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 charting their predictable rhythm. The older man's smirk hinted at a cunning trap, they merely allowed the opponents to play dangerously, oblivious to the hidden peril. A decisive shift in tempo was imminent, as Li Jian surged forward with a determined hoo breath. How long will they keep it locked down? An opponent growled in frustration, a light tick kick marking a moment of unexpected surprise. As the opponent reeled in disbelief, Jian instantly recognized an opening, earning a teammate's impressed thought, "You really can read and react to anything." The opponent declared individual pressure futile, but Li Jian's urgent shout to "move up" ignited a collective response. A startled coo escaped the opponent as he witnessed the unified, Jian-centered movement of players who had seemed fragmented just moments before. The opponent's furious disbelief boiled over, could this pathetic brat truly be their key player? The reassuring sensation of team unity swelled within Li Jian as he decisively commanded, "Raise the line." With a frantic coup of movement, Li Jian surged forward, intent on severing the crucial sideways pass. TCH. So close. Li Jian muttered, a frustrating pyong kick and a tense coup reminding everyone how dangerous that play truly was. It's not over yet, the opponent growled with a determined Kim Jiwoo, refusing to yield the play. A sharp ting kick and an urgent shout sent the ball backwards, the back, take it. Li Jian's thoughts rapidly calculated their weakness, the opponent's relentless attack had left their backline sloppy. Keep pushing. Li Jian roared, his aggressive slide accompanied by a powerful top kick, shocking the opponent with his relentless pursuit. Frantic Haruk and Ryuruk movements accompanied desperate cries for a back pass, as an opponent wondered with growing panic just how far Jian intended to chase. The ball retreated to the last line, a back pass forced by pressure, but the opponent confidently mused that Jerome, unlike others, would never simply clear it away. Li Jian faced the towering challenge of Jian, a team of top-tier players vying for first league debuts, their presence marked by a heavy kung. Li Jian's thoughts raced, predicting a build-up, not a clear, as a nearby opponent wondered with a single ta how much farther he would chase. With a powerful dong and an astonished oh, Li Jian soared, defying gravity for the ball. Jerome. Li Jian, they fiercely declared, a primal challenge in their shouts. The goalkeeper's urgent command echoed across the field, Jerome. Pass it towards the wing-back. That can't happen. Li Jian declared, a forceful pabuk kick embodying his refusal to let the opponent's strategy materialize. A surprising Toang impact met the opponent's startled cry of, Li Jian. Jian's prediction proved true, Jerome sought to depressure with a forward pass. Despite Jerome's exquisite pass breaking his pressure, Li Jian felt no worry, while an opponent praised the play with a confident woo. Jian's silent confidence affirmed it, Bruno was there, intercepting with a decisive pabuk. An opponent cried, UGH, as Li Jian's triumphant, nice. Bruno, celebrated the pivotal play. Forward. Li Jian roared, battling on his knees, desperate tutak taps pushing the ball onward. A powerful puyu kick propelled the ball skyward, challenging for a header. An enraged opponent demanded, you dare turn your back on me to receive the ball, a furious coup accompanying his aggressive challenge. Stop messing around, you bastard, the opponent roared, a visceral kawak impact behind his furious shove. Li Jian's thoughts reeled in surprise, did he even, push me, a slight teak kick the only response. A confident pak and an assertive ache run cemented Jian's thought, was Jerome only this much? He had done it, the defense was finally breached. A chaotic hot and startled oh marked the impactful collision, sending players sprawling. Referee. That's a foul. Coach Tony roared, as his nervous sub-coach pleaded for calm, fearing a warning. A determined Suk-hyup accompanied the opponent's thought, he was used to these tackles and wouldn't be stopped. No foul was called, the relentless play continued without interruption. Jian's focus narrowed intensely, the ball is. With a desperate hyup, he realized it was still here. A defiant pak ache confirmed his resolve, he had not lost possession. A split-second realization ignited, free ball. With a determined hue, he knew only, just one more step, remained. A thunderous bot kick launched the ball, a climactic strike. The ball struck the net with a resounding keelsack and pak. The stadium held its breath, the decision was imminent. A shrill payek whistle confirmed it, goal confirmed, as ecstatic voices roared, that's insane, Li Jian. Li Jian secured a goal 25 minutes into the first half. A surprised hyuk escaped Li Jian, huh. A furious budol tremor accompanied the opponent's grudging admission, son of a bitch. You've grown a lot, huh. A weary hoo sigh escaped Li Jian, I guess I must have, he conceded with quiet satisfaction. The opponent gestured, emphasizing their shared past, after all, you were just this small. Unseen voices screamed commands across the bright, dynamic field as unseen players clashed in a desperate scramble for possession. Jian's initial strike had irrevocably shifted the game's very essence, leaving an opponent flailing in bewildered defeat. After 20 minutes of control, conceding a goal unhinged their resolve, leaving one opponent to issue a sharp warning to his rattled teammate. The field erupted into a furious cacophony, players straining against their teammates' holds as raw emotion ignited a tense, sparking confrontation. Impulsive rage threatened to derail the match, prompting the referee to deliver a measured warning, hinting at the escalating stakes for both captains. Amidst the growing chaos, Jian took a steadying breath, his resolve hardening to anchor himself more deeply in the present. From the sidelines, the older man noted the opponent's rising emotional tide, a sentiment Coach Tony quietly affirmed with a grim nod. Number 5, in particular, suffered a deep, personal sting. Jian could feel the burning weight of Number 5's vengeful glare, a silent, seething promise of retribution. With bated breath, the game resumed. A sudden, guttural cry shattered the air as a predator surged from behind Jian, startling him. Targeted by the opposition, Jian snapped a quick pass aside, leaving a confused opponent grasping at air in the blur of motion. Beneath a mask of bravado, Jian trembled with a fear he dared not show, while his frustrated opponent cursed a missed chance to inflict a crushing blow. A nervous gulp betrayed his internal struggle, yet fortified his resolve for the arduous task ahead. Fueled by a fierce desire to impress Jiwoo, Jian drove the ball forward with singular purpose. Defiantly, Jian surged forward, shouting for Bruno, a desperate assertion of his own fearlessness for Jiwoo. With a sudden burst of energy, Jian maintained possession, his bewildering agility leaving the opponent dumbfounded. Surrounded and isolated, Jian faced an overwhelming siege. Then, a sudden, forceful crash of bodies as teammates surged forward, a protective wall against the onslaught, their shouts echoing a fierce, unwavering support for Jian. A surge of emotion choked Jian, realizing he wasn't alone, his reliable allies now shielded his path. The double-team tactic, while effective, cunningly exposed the opposing flank, leaving a crucial opening for exploitation. The right side, in particular, lay strategically vulnerable. With fierce resolve, Jian unleashed a pinpoint pass into the void, then exploded forward, a sharp whistle and a thudding roar marking his decisive advance. Despite the first half's grueling end, a pure, unadulterated joy propelled him forward. A profound sense of contentment settled over him, he had never known such pure enjoyment in a game. As the second half roared to life, a teammate's fervent shouts of encouragement ignited a fresh spark of determination within the team. The older man's eager suggestion to contact director Vincenzo caught the man with glasses completely off guard, eliciting a confused grunt. The older man enthusiastically pitched Jian as Firenze's future, but the director coolly rebuffed his premature excitement, urging patience until the game concluded. The older man vehemently challenged the director's skepticism, his fiery outburst prompting a pointed remark about his predictably Italian temperament. Despite his outward dismissal, the director harbored a more complex, unspoken contemplation. From his vantage point, the director keenly observed Jian, noting a newfound clarity and unburdened joy in his play after the goal. He was no longer a promising young talent burdened by expectations, but a boy unleashed by pure, unadulterated joy. The older man's light-hearted comment on Jian's appeal prompted the director to smirk, foreseeing delightful chaos upon his inevitable promotion. A thunderous, collective roar surged from the enthusiastic crowd. The older man's abrupt request for information on number 20 startled the gray-haired man into a bewildered clarification. Exasperated, the older man snapped at the pointless clarification, while the gray-haired man stammered a feeble defense. Introducing Gioventu's new director, Rotary Matthias. The older man, with a knowing smirk, began to explain, hinting that the gray-haired man's newness to Italy kept him in the dark. With a conspiratorial grin, the older man revealed the shocking truth: number 20 was once a player on their very own team. The older man continued, explaining the player's abrupt contract termination and subsequent move to Firenze, a detail that resonated deeply. The gray-haired man's bewildered query about the player's departure was met with a stark explanation: a failure to adapt. Feeling a dizzying swirl of frustration, the gray-haired man desperately demanded more elaborate details. A pained sigh escaped him. He knew Gioventu was struggling, but the true extent of their disarray now laid bare, leaving him utterly aghast. His thoughts condemned Gioventu's youth development failures, as news reports starkly underscored their reliance on expensive acquisitions rather than homegrown talent. Gioventu's foolish, exorbitant spending tragically led them to surrender the league championship to FC Milano del Mondo, a bitter testament to their flawed strategy. Despite their tumultuous season, Gioventu had the audacity to seek help from him, a German footballer, a plea he recalled with a critical disbelief. His jaw clenched, body trembling with fury, he seethed at Gioventu's utterly staggering obliviousness. The gray-haired man's disbelief soared as Jian effortlessly showcased his profound talent, questioning how such an asset could ever be so carelessly relinquished. The gray-haired man roared that adaptation should have been enforced, while the older man nervously clutched his hand, silently worrying about the unexpected ferocity. He thought fiercely of Jian, the singular force whose overpowering presence rendered all their efforts futile, punctuated by the crisp beep and mighty crunch of his impact. An impressed groan escaped him. Jian had already transcended the U-17 level, possessing an undeniable, formidable power. The older man scornfully questioned the Serie A youth coach's competence, prompting a bewildered query from the gray-haired man amid a nervous chuckle. A bitter regret consumed him. If only he had arrived a year sooner, the team's entire trajectory, he seethed, could have been fundamentally altered. The gray-haired man declared a radical overhaul was needed, startling the older man, who dramatically protested his now completely obstructed view. With unwavering resolve, the gray-haired man outlined his plan to purge the coaching staff, while the older man grumbled about his persistently obstructed view. 20 minutes into the second half, his legs began to tremble violently, a searing testament to his endurance, but he pressed on, determined to last. Coach Tony's concerned query about substitution echoed familiar questions, but Jian only registered the persistent concern from the bench. Despite his gasping breaths, Jian resolutely waved off the concern, fiercely determined to endure until the very end. With no room for regret, Jian surged forward, his tireless energy startling a fatigued opponent who questioned his impossible endurance. He drew strength from the sight of his frustrated opponents, their helplessness on the field, though he wondered if his presence alone caused their despair. Yet, as he neared his absolute limits, a surprising thought surfaced, making him blush. In his darkest hour, he persevered, fueled by the radiant, inspirational image of Jiwoo, her presence a guiding light through the agony. A pang of regret struck him over a lingering message, yet a fierce determination burned brighter. He would conquer all opponents and return victorious. Having committed, he would now run with every fiber of his being, desperate to stand proud before Jiwoo. The final whistle shrieked, cementing Firenze's hard-fought 1-0 victory, as joyous celebrations erupted and dejected opponents slumped in defeat. A wave of overwhelming emotion crashed over Jian as his teammates' joyous embrace confirmed their unlikely victory. But a sudden, firm realization struck him, no. Both men from the stands beamed, utterly satisfied. Jian corrected them internally, they had triumphed over Gioventu, a victory now ecstatically celebrated. With a soft rumble, the team's bus pulled away into the fading dusk. A weary sigh escaped the older man as he scrolled through his phone, surrounded by the peaceful, slumbering forms of his players. With a decisive tap, the message was sent. A sly smirk played on his lips, confident that one day, he would be profusely thanked for his secretive actions. Director Vincenzo, coach of AC Firenze, was then jolted by a sudden, vibrating notification, a silent, unexpected summons from the older man. The quiet solitude of her room offered little escape from the crushing boredom. The past messages on her screen mocked her, promises of contact lingering unfulfilled. She desperately replayed his promise, a growing worry gnawing at her resolve. Her patience snapped with a sudden burst, frustration physically consuming her. A heavy sigh escaped her, fueling the bitter thought of being an overlooked friend. A terrifying thought pulled her upright with a bump. A wave of insecurity washed over her. Were there others claiming his attention? The weight of her swirling thoughts settled into a frustrating silence. Her mounting frustration culminated in an exasperated outburst, as if Li Jian himself had caused her to deflate. A weary annoyance settled over her as she pondered Li Jian's mysterious actions. The phone's sudden buzz jolted her, transforming irritation into instant, eager excitement. A surprised, expectant question hung in the air. A new message stirred a hopeful flutter, prompting a silent, exciting question about a potential date. The following day, the colossal Stadio Artemio Franchi hummed with an expectant energy beneath the soft, morning sky. Amidst the bustling crowds, Jiwoo marveled at the vibrant energy of Firenze's home stadium, a regular weekend spectacle for Jian. Jiwoo's pointed question about his school friend struck Li Jian like a bolt, leaving him utterly flustered. Li Jian awkwardly fumbled for words, confessing his social discomfort with classmates and his reluctance to attend alone. Jiwoo's gaze intensified, a silent demand for an explanation he dared not evade. His heart pounding, Li Jian shyly admitted that only Jiwoo held such a special place. Jiwoo reluctantly conceded, while Li Jian, perhaps relieved, quickly hurried ahead. Jiwoo playfully asserted her older sister's status with a familiar embrace, much to Li Jian's flustered exasperation. Jiwoo's practical question about training contrasted sharply with Li Jian's more pressing, internal concern for his disheveled hair. Li Jian unexpectedly revealed that his coach had assigned homework in place of today's usual training session. Li Jian's playful evasiveness only intensified Jiwoo's exasperated curiosity about his mysterious assignment. Back to yesterday, the training facility stood vibrant under the clear sky, a stark contrast to their present moment. Coach Tony issued an unexpected command, leaving Li Jian with a silent, questioning surprise about missing training. 26. Li Jian's confusion quickly dissolved as Coach Tony revealed it was the Firenze first team's crucial game. Narration transition. Li Jian's concern about missing training was met with Coach Tony's firm insistence on much-needed rest after a grueling match. Coach Tony hinted at familiar faces at the Coppa Italiana match, his mind momentarily preoccupied with a forgotten item. Li Jian's protest was cut short by Coach Tony's mock outrage, making the young player flinch in comedic alarm. Li Jian's shock instantly turned to relief as Coach Tony's hearty laughter filled the room, dispelling the false alarm. Coach Tony smoothly clarified his intentions, revealing the day off was, in fact, a cleverly disguised assignment. Li Jian listened, surprised by the intellectual challenge, to deeply consider his own impressions of the game. Coach Tony, preoccupied with finding something, elaborated on the analytical task, urging Li Jian to reflect on team play and improvements. A knowing grin crossed Coach Tony's face as he challenged Li Jian to envision his own future role on the field. Li Jian gratefully accepted the tickets, then a flicker of confusion crossed his face. His confusion deepened as he realized there were unexpectedly 2 tickets. Coach Tony's mischievous suggestion to bring a girlfriend sent a shockwave of utter embarrassment through Li Jian, who exploded in surprise. Coach Tony's casual revelation that Coach Luca had spilled the secret left Li Jian mortified and exposed. Li Jian seethed with righteous anger at Coach Luca's betrayal, while Coach Tony only laughed, finding his discomfort amusing. Li Jian vehemently insisted she was just a friend, but Coach Tony's amused and knowing gaze told a different, unspoken story. With a final, knowing grin, Coach Tony wished him a good time, his intentions playfully clear. Lost in thought about Coach Tony, Li Jian remained oblivious to Jiwoo's escalating annoyance and repeated calls for his attention. Jiwoo angrily confronted his absent-mindedness, revealing their predicament, a daunting 30-minute wait just to enter. Jiwoo's gaze dropped to her phone, a frustrated realization dawning that they would surely miss the game's kickoff. Jiwoo voiced her disappointment over their lateness, while Li Jian offered a sheepish, misunderstood apology. An unexpected turn of events left Jiwoo in utter surprise. Li Jian pulled Jiwoo along, boldly revealing his intentional delay, leaving her bewildered by his secret agenda. He confidently reached into his pocket, poised for a dramatic reveal. Li Jian triumphantly brandished a youth pass, utterly bypassing the queue and stunning both Jiwoo and an astonished bystander with a flourish. Jiwoo questioned their instant access, met only by Li Jian's smug declaration that he would soon command this very field. He rhetorically challenged her, feigning offense at the very notion of a player waiting in line. Jiwoo called out his annoying smugness, to which Li Jian simply shrugged, feigning an inability to curb his confidence. His proud confession was abruptly cut short as Jiwoo excitedly darted ahead, her quick steps finding the true entrance. The roaring chants from within abruptly enveloped Li Jian. The stadium's immense roar and vibrant energy washed over them, leaving both Jiwoo and Li Jian awestruck by the sheer spectacle. A sea of purple pulsed through the stands, each rhythmic surge igniting a thunderous chorus of chants and passionate cries. Jiwoo's disbelieving question suddenly snapped Li Jian back to the overwhelming reality of his future aspirations. Jiwoo's worried query about his well-being only left Li Jian genuinely puzzled by her sudden concern. Jiwoo pressed her concern about the immense crowd, secretly hoping he wouldn't cry, while Li Jian vehemently declared his unwavering confidence. Beneath his bravado, Li Jian knew Jiwoo's concerns were valid. How could anyone possibly perform under the crushing gaze of such an impossible, colossal, watchful crowd? Li Jian desperately tried to calm his racing thoughts, reminding himself this overwhelming reality was still years away. He forced a strained smile, trying to convince himself this was merely an analytical homework assignment, nothing more. His personal anxieties were momentarily shelved as the whistle's shrill blast announced the game's dramatic kickoff. 43 minutes into the first half, the game unfolded beneath the fading light, punctuated by the crowd's steady hum. A raw groan of frustration escaped the opponent, lost in the murmuring crowd. Amidst the fervent crowd, Jiwoo's concern for Li Jian resurfaced, questioning the atmosphere's intensity. Her plea for his attention was swallowed by the stadium's ceaseless hum. Utterly mesmerized, Li Jian's heart thumped with every move on the field, his focus unwavering from the game's magnetic pull. In the final minutes of the first half, the crowd's patience had worn paper thin, their frustration erupting into a furious, unified roar. Amidst the stadium's angry clamor, Jiwoo and Li Jian could only exchange worried glances, feeling the collective temper rise around them. Jiwoo admitted that the sheer intensity of the fans' anger was becoming genuinely frightening. Li Jian reasoned that since this was a match they were expected to dominate, the scoreless deadlock was an unforgivable failure. Jiwoo sought to confirm the stakes of the game, clarifying that their opponent was only a second-division team, a fact Li Jian affirmed. With a playful challenge, Jiwoo put her football genius on the spot, demanding to know what he believed the core problem was. Li Jian's analysis was sharp and immediate. It wasn't just poor finishing, but that the entire offensive strategy had become hopelessly monotonous. Their attack patterns were so predictable, he explained, that even the spectators knew a cross was coming after every single breakthrough on the side. For the defenders, this lack of imagination made their job far too simple, turning every attack into an easily anticipated exercise. A glance at the bench confirmed Li Jian's theory. The coach's silent, simmering rage was so palpable it felt like he might actually burst into flame. Li Jian was suddenly terrified at the thought of debuting under such a fearsome coach. A private dread Jiwoo shattered by demanding to know why he'd gone silent. She accused him of ignoring her, but Li Jian was too lost in his own professional anxieties to form a coherent reply. Just as the whistle signaled the end of the half, Li Jian gave his final verdict. What this team desperately needed was a spark of creative play. 15 minutes into the second half, a powerful drive from Jian reignited the match's energy. Li Jian shot to his feet, a jolt of recognition and hope surging through him at the sight of the young player. He praised the cross as simple yet ruthlessly sharp, the timing of the offensive run perfectly executed. In that split second, before the ball even touched the net, Li Jian knew it was a guaranteed goal. With a last-minute header, the scoreless tie was broken, and the entire stadium erupted in a deafening wave of adoration for the hero, Lorenzo. Jiwoo yelled over the roar, pointing out the goal to a stunned Li Jian, who could only cover his ears against the sudden explosion of joy. Li Jian couldn't help but smile at the irony. The very strategy he'd condemned had just delivered a spectacular victory. As the stadium chanted Lorenzo's name, Li Jian felt a shiver run down his spine, while Jiwoo marveled at how quickly the crowd's jeers had turned to worship. His heart pounded in sync with the chants, overwhelmed as he allowed himself to imagine what it would feel like to be the one they were cheering for. He shyly turned to Jiwoo, hesitating for a moment before asking what she thought it would be like if that was his name echoing through the stands. The thought alone was enough to make him beam, confessing that it would feel absolutely incredible, much to Jiwoo's surprise. She playfully took all the credit, declaring that as the Nuna, who raised him, she would of course feel immensely proud, which left Li Jian utterly baffled. He pointed out that by her logic, the crowd should be cheering for him, not her, a simple fact that completely short-circuited her reasoning. After Jiwoo's mock-angry threat, he quickly apologized, though he privately admitted her claim to have raised him wasn't entirely wrong. He drifted into a happy fantasy of the crowd chanting his name right in front of Jiwoo, only to be snapped back to reality when she caught him muttering and questioned him. His eyes landed on her arm, and all he could do was point out the obvious: she had goosebumps. Jiwoo instantly accused him of being a pervert, sparking a ridiculous argument where he frantically tried to defend himself against her bizarre accusations. He was utterly mortified at being called a creep for simply noticing a reaction. But his attention was violently pulled back to the pitch as Jino went down, and he instinctively yelled that it was a clear red card offense. Jiwoo asked if he knew the player, and Li Jian explained they had trained together until very recently. She was impressed that a 17-year-old was already playing at this level, and Li Jian could only agree that Jino's talent was undeniable. On the field, an official checked on Jino, who quickly assured everyone he was fine to continue. Li Jian was still in awe, reflecting on how incredible it was that Jino had managed to join the first team in just a single month. He knew the team sometimes pulled from the youth squad for cup matches, but to rise so fast was unheard of, a true testament to Jino's pro-level skill. That foul had only happened because of Jino's incredible breakthrough. Li Jian looked on with pure admiration, acknowledging his friend was simply different. Jiwoo then put him on the spot again, asking if that meant Jino was the real soccer genius here. She giggled as she drove the point home, teasing that if Jino was already playing here, he must be an even greater talent than Li Jian, a comment that made his temper flare. With a surge of defiance, Li Jian shot back that no one knew where he himself might be in a year. Jiwoo seemed impressed by his sudden confidence, challenging if he really thought he could be on that field in a year, to which he declared, absolutely. She pressed him on what would happen if he couldn't, but he just told her to wait and see, his bravado unshakable. Internally, however, he was laughing at himself, knowing the idea of joining the first team in a year was pure nonsense. And yet, he did have a pro contract, and if Jino could do it, maybe the path wasn't entirely impossible. As he watched the game, a new thought began to crystallize: this level of play, once so intimidating, now seemed within his reach. A vision flashed through his mind, of himself scoring the winning goal, and as the roar of the crowd echoed in his ears, a flicker of genuine hope ignited within him. As dusk settled, Li Jian and Jiwoo walked quietly through the city streets, the stadium's electric energy a fading memory. She asked if he had a good time, and the genuine smile he returned was all the answer she needed. Li Jian admitted he'd been terrified they would lose after such a frustrating performance, but Jiwoo was just glad for the win, especially that last-minute goal. At her door, she thanked him for the walk home, and he responded with a typically gruff warning to get some sleep instead of staring at her phone. After she went inside, Li Jian walked on alone, lost in the quiet echoes of the day. Watching him go, Jiwoo found herself wondering when his back had started to look so dependable. A sudden impulse made her run after him, her voice cutting through the evening calm and startling him completely. She just wanted to say it one more time: she'd really enjoyed their day together. Li Jian was left utterly speechless, caught off guard by her bright, earnest smile. He couldn't help but smile back to himself. He'd had a good time, too. The next morning, after a night filled with new possibilities, the young man was summoned for a debrief. The man with gray hair cut right to the chase, questioning his positive assessment and pointing out that the game was riddled with problems. As the older man laid out the team's frustrating performance and the resulting backlash from fans, the young man could only stammer, feeling the pressure mount. The coach demanded an honest opinion, insisting he must have seen the same glaring issues himself. The young man's mind raced, his plan to offer polite platitudes had evaporated, leaving him worried that any real criticism would sound arrogant. To his surprise, the coach told him to speak as freely as he would to his girlfriend at the stadium, a suggestion the young man immediately, and defensively, corrected. With the coach's encouragement, he decided to take the risk and hesitantly began to voice what he truly thought. He felt he had no choice but to be honest, especially since these were recurring issues he had seen time and time again. After laying out his critique, he concluded that certain parts of their play were deeply disappointing, a statement the older man met with a thoughtful hum. He quickly tried to soften his critique by acknowledging the difference between watching and playing, but the coach cut him off, wanting to get straight to the point. The coach summarized his thoughts for him: "The attacking line needs more creativity, right?" The young man nervously agreed, suddenly worried he'd said too much. But the older man confirmed his analysis was spot on, revealing that the head coach, Vincenzo, shared the very same concern. He sighed, explaining the fundamental frustration of coaching: you can know what's needed, but you're ultimately limited by the players you have on the field. To break the monotonous patterns, they needed a player with a spark of unpredictability, a creative force the first team currently lacked. The older man looked at him directly, asking if he felt that same absence on the team, and the young man could only agree. Then came the question that changed everything: "Then, do you want to go and try it yourself?" The young man's shock was so profound it came out as a strangled yell, which the coach simply brushed aside. He declared that the creative player they desperately needed was him, Jian, a revelation so immense that Jian's mind went blank, wondering if this could possibly be real. Coach Tony's challenge, asking if he was ready for the first team, echoed unanswered across the sun-drenched training grounds. A heavy weight settled over Jian as he realized the coach's stern gaze carried a serious, unspoken warning. Coach Tony, instantly regretting his intensity, quickly tried to soften the invitation, wondering if he had pushed too hard. Jian nervously swallowed, the coach's words now presenting a different, yet still daunting, possibility. Despite his doubts, Jian confessed a hesitant desire to try, a tiny spark of ambition he couldn't quite extinguish. Coach Tony, eyes shut in delight, instantly declared that was enough, leaving Jian utterly bewildered. With dramatic sweeps of his hands, Coach Tony claimed to grasp the overwhelming terror of playing before tens of thousands of fans. Coach Tony energetically pointed, reminding him of his youth, a concept Jian quietly acknowledged carried significant weight. With a reassuring pat, Coach Tony promised that young players who gave their all would always be met with cheers, not criticism. Coach Tony's voice turned resolute, warning him never to hesitate when a future opportunity arose. "Don't hesitate," Jian whispered to himself, letting the weight of the instruction settle deep within. Clenching his tiny fists, Chibi Jian burst with excited determination, while a gleeful Chibi Coach Tony happily sent him off to recover. Jian offered a grateful farewell, oblivious to Coach Tony's discreetly held phone as they parted ways. The moment Jian disappeared, Coach Tony's expression turned determined, his fingers pressing buttons on the phone with a calculated purpose. "Hello. It's me," Coach Tony announced, launching into a new conversation. Coach Tony, his voice firm, arranged a weekend meeting with Coach Vincenzo, confirming his secret intentions. On match day, Jian stretched, a quiet regret stirring within him about his previous conversation with Coach Tony. Jian quietly conceded the honest truth: his initial drive for the first team had stemmed entirely from Jiwoo. He envisioned a fantastical roar of tens of thousands, Jiwoo's jubilant cheer soaring above all, only for his mind to snap back to the anxious worry that Coach Tony had mistaken his private dream for pure soccer passion. No, he corrected himself, the true joy now resided in facing and overcoming his fears during hard training, a profound realization interrupted by the coach's call. He affirmed his sincere dedication, admitting Jiwoo was the initial spark, but his own hard work now fueled his fire, as the coach called everyone to gather. While running through drills, Lee Jian's mind still wrestled with Coach Tony's sudden mention of the first team, as a teammate called for everyone to assemble. Under the quiet, deep blue of a weekend evening, the imposing Viola Park, Firenze A team's training ground, stood illuminated. Coach Tony announced his presence at the office, met by an invitation to enter from the older, bald man. Coach Tony reacted with immediate surprise and a hint of annoyance to the older man's pointed question about his relentless work ethic. "You're losing more hair, sir." Coach Tony playfully jabbed, met with a sharp, "Shut up and sit down," as the older man internally noted his unwavering rudeness. Settling in, Coach Tony casually asked how the older man survived the constant barrage of curses, who simply quipped he must be numb by now. The older man, now clearly Coach Vincenzo, erupted in a dramatic outburst, his own deep frustration mirroring the fans' furious cries of "Vincenzo out." Cutting to the chase, Coach Tony inquired about the office's player investment plans for the upcoming winter transfer window. The older man sighed, relaying the rumor that if Doosan couldn't be secured, only a third of his transfer fee might be reinvested. "But who can believe that?" the older man exclaimed, prompting a shared, exasperated laugh between them. The older man offered congratulations on Tony's recent win, though he inwardly questioned who the defeated opponent had been. Coach Tony offered a modest assessment, conceding his team's performance was, perhaps, not entirely terrible. "Ha, came to brag," the older man playfully accused, admitting his jealousy, which Coach Tony simply brushed off. Coach Tony, now serious, conceded that their recent win was simply a stroke of luck, masking a deeply unsatisfactory overall performance. The older man understood the fragile limits of luck-driven victories, keenly empathizing with the fans' constant, frustrated agony. "But what can I do?" he cried, pulling at his hair in sheer frustration over the team's dire need for creativity and Doosan's contract refusal. Coach Tony explained his worry, noting Doosan's inevitable wavering given he had single-handedly carried the team since last season. He sighed deeply, a resigned certainty that Doosan's transfer was imminent, either this winter or next summer at the absolute latest. His eyes wide with grim frustration, the older man suggested abandoning the season entirely if they failed to strengthen the team and lost their leading striker. Coach Tony leaned in, asking about potential replacements, and was promptly informed that a few forwards were already on their list. With a wry chuckle, the older man mentioned the money-grubbing chairman's promised investments, confirming they would at least investigate. Coach Tony, with a defiant confidence, directly challenged the older man, asking if he still hadn't considered trusting him. The older man playfully suggested Coach Tony wanted to return as an active player, a joke Tony swiftly dismissed as not funny. With a dismissive chuckle, the older man waved off his joke, then asked if Tony referred to the friend he'd mentioned in a previous text. Coach Tony confirmed, as he had previously stated, referring to the young man as a game conductor. "To creativity, he's a fantasy star," Coach Tony declared, as if on cue, a vivid image of Lee Jian flashed, a single, impossible, cross, stunning the opponent and earning an assist in the 14th minute. Tony's conviction deepened, claiming Lee Jian possessed the singular talent to solve scoring on his own, a declaration instantly followed by the triumphant roar of "goal," confirming Jian's score in the 31st minute. As joyous teammates swarmed him in a triumphant embrace, Coach Tony's absolute conviction resonated: the entire future of Firenze would undeniably revolve around Lee Jian. The older man stroked his chin, slowly digesting the astounding depth of Coach Tony's unwavering confidence in this burgeoning talent. His eyes narrowed, a critical edge to his voice, "But isn't he only 16 years old?" Coach Tony enthusiastically waved off the age concern, asserting the young talent, already exceptional, would rapidly gain the needed experience. Tony presented his strategy: develop the talent this season for next, prompting the older man to summarize the winter plan as investing in a midfielder for now. With infectious enthusiasm, Coach Tony outlined his grand plan: use the saved funds to completely rebuild the team for a proper fresh start next season. The older man paused, his demeanor turning gravely serious before he addressed Coach Tony. The older man, his gaze direct, affirmed his long-standing knowledge of Tony, recognizing his typically measured judgment. But he harbored a profound concern. Trusting a 16-year-old prospect to endure half a season was an unthinkably heavy burden. As the older man began to seriously consider his proposal, Tony abruptly cut him off, demanding to know if he had watched the video. A tense silence stretched, punctuated only by Coach Tony's dawning, stunned realization. "Well, I've been so busy lately." The older man stammered, visibly sweating and trembling as Coach Tony's furious retort landed. "Are you asking to leave a mark on your forehead?" Coach Tony shook his head in absolute exasperation. He had specifically contacted the older man to ensure he watched, yet it remained unseen. "Okay," the older man sighed, grudgingly agreeing to watch the video, acknowledging he truly had no other alternative. Tony smugly offered to send today's match video as well, but was met with an abrupt, uncompromising no. His profile hardened with resolve. If it had come to this, he would watch with proper, undivided attention. His impressive performance, securing 2 goals and 1 assist before his 45-minute substitution, contributed to a decisive 7-1 victory for Firenze. The following Monday, on recovery day, Coach Tony offered a casual Jian, met by a polite greeting in return. Coach Tony, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, questioned Jian's presence outside the training ground, then enigmatically invited him somewhere. A chibi Li Jian, utterly confused, questioned his training schedule, only for Coach Tony to cryptically declare he would train there. There. Li Jian echoed, completely unable to imagine the profound shift awaiting him. Hours later, a visibly nervous Li Jian received a calming word from the older man, preparing him for the momentous, unknown event that lay ahead. Li Jian's eyes widened in stunned realization. He would be training with the first team, a monumental truth underscored by the booming announcement of player substitution. At Viola Park, the Firenze first team gathered, ready to heed the off-panel command to loosen up for their session. The Firenze first team pushed into their training, a determined blur of movement echoing the unseen coach's call to push hard. Li Jian's internal awe was palpable. The field was alive with faces he'd only seen on screens, including the legendary Dusan, a fact the man with gray hair observed with amusement. The man with gray hair then directed Jian, urging him to introduce himself to the waiting figure. This was Coach Vincenzo, his renowned demeanor softened by an unexpected gentleness. Jian offered a nervous greeting, met by Coach Vincenzo's knowing smile and declaration of having heard much about him, much to the man with gray hair's surprise. Coach Vincenzo offered words of encouragement to Jian, advising him not to feel pressured, but Jian's flustered mind was stuck on the promise of a mere observation. Though Coach Vincenzo casually instructed a light warm-up, Jian's inner turmoil raged at the overwhelming reality of training alongside the first team. A momentary sense of relief washed over Jian, finding Coach Vincenzo surprisingly kinder than his initial intimidating impression. But the calm shattered as Coach Vincenzo erupted with a furious, slow, startling Jian into a panicked halt. The coach's ferocious roar about his lack of speed made Jian question his earlier, more charitable assessment, leaving him utterly bewildered. Coach Vincenzo's relentless demands for speed cemented Jian's new, less favorable perception of the coach's terrifying intensity. An awkward laugh punctuated the tense air as the man with gray hair attempted to defuse the coach's outburst, prompting Jian to resolve to remain ever vigilant. A fierce resolve hardened Jian's expression. He would perform flawlessly, honoring his U17 team as their unexpected representative. He clenched his fist, a silent pledge to perform his utmost for Coach Tony and Coach Luca. Jian, perhaps a touch overeager, confidently asserted his understanding of the training's objective, cutting off Coach Vincenzo's explanation. Coach Vincenzo's surprise was evident. He hadn't expected such a quick and seemingly thorough grasp of his words. Coach Vincenzo's internal confusion about Jian's instant understanding clashed with Jian's own anxious misinterpretation of the coach's impatience, creating a comedic internal dialogue. Still harboring doubt about Jian's comprehension, Coach Vincenzo decided to throw him into the fray to truly gauge his readiness. The challenge was issued: Jian would replace Lorenzo, and Coach Vincenzo would assess his abilities not through words, but by direct observation. As he ran, Jian processed the coach's tactical instructions, lowering the line, bypassing defense. Then a jolt of realization hit: he might be playing with Doosan. Coach Vincenzo's mind was a tactical crucible, analyzing how every opponent relentlessly blocked their side passes or fortified their box against crosses. His analytical thoughts revealed the team's reliance on crosses and the desperate need for a creative fantasista, a playmaker who could break the predictable patterns he saw Li Jian, in his mind's eye, becoming. Li Jian nervously declared his position as Secunda Punta, second striker, confirming the man with dark hairs, second, suspicions about Coach Tony's audacious claims. A grim shadow fell over Coach Vincenzo as he absorbed the scathing newspaper headlines, his inner resolve hardening in the face of fan protests demanding his resignation. Coach Vincenzo, a stern glint in his eye, poised his whistle. The silent decision made, he would have to be unsparing with Jian. The ball rocketed forward, a testament to the unseen player's raw power. The training officially commenced, a flurry of activity scattered across the vast green expanse. Two players jostled intensely, a sudden, close encounter in the heat of the game. Jian's inner monologue was a tangle of nerves, overwhelmed by the daunting reality of playing alongside Doosan. He forced himself to regain focus, to compartmentalize the overwhelming situation, reminding himself he was merely an observer despite his active participation. Jian ran with determined focus, trying to shake off distractions. Even the lingering thought of Jiwoo's absence, when a sharp "Hey" cut through the air. He moved with the ball, confidently challenging his internal doubts, his control unwavering. Coach Vincenzo observed Jian's natural aptitude, remarking to the man with gray hair on his constant, instinctive awareness of his surroundings. Coach Vincenzo dismissed Jian's "move like water" comment as empty words, while an opponent watched, spellbound, as Jian materialized in the center to receive Vlahovic's pass, the impact vibrating through the field. A teammate gasped, utterly stunned, questioning if the "little brat" truly dared to invade the space Vlahovic had so strategically opened. "Hey," a player roared, lunging forward, but Jian was already a blur, having deftly sidestepped the challenge. A focused eye, burning with determination, narrowed in on the critical moment. The opponent's surprise turned to dawning realization, not a breakthrough, but a pass, setting up Vlahovic for a dangerous play. The ball kissed the foot of a teammate, a gentle, precise transfer. Coach Vincenzo stared, utterly bewildered, that the Vlahovic was actively seeking a one-touch connection. His mind reeled at Vlahovic's improbable collaboration with "that little kid," watching Jian deliver a perfect, direct pass into Vlahovic's anticipated path. Jian unleashed a powerful pass, sending the ball soaring with the outside of his foot. The pass sailed with uncanny precision, at the defender's waist, bypassing the offside trap. Coach Vincenzo marveled at the exquisite, knife-like, timing of Jian's pass, severing the offside line with surgical accuracy. He concluded the pass was a masterclass in catering to Doosan's infamously demanding preferences, a difficult feat executed flawlessly. The ball thundered against the net, the visceral thwack signaling a goal. Despite his initial skepticism about Tony's recommendation, Coach Vincenzo was now utterly shell-shocked by the brilliance he had just witnessed. A precise strike with the outside of the foot threaded a path through the brief gap created by Vlahovic, shattering the defensive line and conjuring an open chance. A teammate offered praise for his "decent" play, making Jian blush profusely as Coach Vincenzo's chibi inner self celebrated the unexpected artistry. The man with gray hair offered a knowing smirk, teasing Coach Vincenzo that his astonishment was far from over. Coach Vincenzo recalled his initial doubts, wondering if Coach Tony and Coach Luca had wildly exaggerated Jian's capabilities. As the training continued, Coach Vincenzo's initial shock at Li Jian's performance began to morph into a deepening, persistent astonishment. He concluded that Jian's abilities transcended mere talent, surpassing any reasonable expectation for a 16-year-old. Coach Vincenzo's tactical eye observed Jian, a small figure in the aerial view, instinctively dropping deeper to unlock stalled ball progression. Jian moved with the ball, his dribbling forcing the opposing defense to abandon their rigid positions. He watched, mesmerized, as Jian patiently waited for the precise moment a crack appeared in the front line. Then, with breathtaking accuracy, Jian threaded a pass as fine as a needle. "Nice," the player roared, launching a powerful kick, fueled by pure excitement. Coach Vincenzo saw Dusan, so often receiving lackluster passes, finally come alive, flourishing in his true element. The ball rocketed into the net, a powerful thud that celebrated the unexpected and beautiful collaboration between the teenage prodigy and the team's superstar. This was it, Coach Vincenzo realized. Jian was scratching at the tactical itches that had plagued him, driving him to the brink of a breakthrough. He gripped his phone with fierce anticipation, impatient for the training to end so he could unleash his next move. Coach Vincenzo's exasperation was clear as he demanded to know why Coach Tony had taken so long to answer. Coach Tony urged a swift resolution by next week, while on the field, players rallied with shouts of "one last goal," and "let's go." Coach Vincenzo acknowledged Coach Tony's foresight, prompting a surprised flush from the man with gray hair. With a triumphant grin, Coach Vincenzo declared his decisive move: Li Jian would be promoted to the first team. Above, the vast, clear sky stretched, an expansive canvas of hope. An unseen voice announced the conclusion of the training session, offering thanks for the players' hard work. Jian basked in the relief of having performed flawlessly among the seniors, but the pleasant calm shattered as Dusan abruptly grabbed his collar in a sudden, furious confrontation. Jian looked up, his face a mask of fear and confusion, desperately wondering what transgression had provoked Dusan's anger. The AC Firenze training ground, usually a scene of youthful endeavor, buzzed with an unexpected and urgent phone call. The man's shock was palpable as his hand slammed down, the news of a first-team promotion next week hitting him like a physical blow. Coach Vincenzo, unflappable, calmly dismissed the caller's furious protestations, leaving no room for argument. His brow furrowed with determination, he insisted on more time, convinced the budding talent still needed his guidance. Coach Vincenzo's roar echoed, a fierce declaration that he would simply accelerate the protégé's development right where he was. The stubborn back-and-forth continued, the unseen coach firm in his belief that the moment had arrived, even as Li Jian stood nearby, oblivious. A profound shock registered in Li Jian's eyes, a silent tremor running through him as he processed the overheard words. His mind raced, replaying every Firenze match he had devoured, a surge of concentrated focus propelling him forward. What started as casual curiosity had transformed into a late-night revelation, as one player's undeniable dominance flashed across his screen. Even without goals, the stadium vibrated with a singular name, a chant echoing his very presence: Dusan, the team's true star. A jolt of terror seized Li Jian, the idolized name from the highlights now a menacing presence right before him. His stomach lurched as a hand suddenly clamped onto his shoulder, his mind instantly racing to identify his unseen transgression. The man's joyful, almost aggressive, question about his birth year left Li Jian utterly dumbfounded. The absurdity of connecting his age to the Champions League simply intensified Li Jian's befuddlement. The words, Champions League, hung in the air, a distant, incomprehensible echo in Li Jian's dazed mind. With a radiating sense of approval, the man offered an unexpected compliment, leaving Li Jian pleasantly stunned. As the man sauntered away, Li Jian's relief washed over him, momentarily forgetting his blushes in a surge of enthusiastic commitment. Coach Vincenzo's knowing smirk hinted at a deeper meaning behind the recent interaction, prompting Li Jian to assert his familiarity with Dusan. A subtle smile played on Coach Vincenzo's lips as he quietly acknowledged the unseen battles Dusan had fought to reach his current standing. Coach Vincenzo expertly dissected Dusan's true genius, a subtle blend of movement and connection often obscured by his imposing presence, while Dusan humbly deflected a teammate's praise with a satisfied smile. Coach Vincenzo spoke of Dusan's past frustrations with a knowing empathy, a point Li Jian quietly absorbed. A sly grin spread across Coach Vincenzo's face, his words suggesting Dusan's recent joy was a direct result of Li Jian's playmaking. Coach Vincenzo's playful pats on the back brought a blush to Li Jian's face, who stammered an embarrassed agreement about their unexpected synergy. Internally, Li Jian still attributed their success solely to Dusan's unparalleled movement. His mind's eye replayed every perfectly timed run, every explosive burst that shattered defenses, a silent homage to Dusan's attacking brilliance. As he smoothly kicked the ball, Li Jian downplayed his own role, convinced his passes merely capitalized on Dusan's genius. Coach Vincenzo's hand affectionately patted Li Jian's head, acknowledging his rapid growth with a warm, knowing smile. He urged Li Jian to internalize the rare commendation from a star, a hard-won accolade deserving of pride. Li Jian, still bashful, expressed relief at not having let his coach down, who responded with a subtle gesture of triumph. The sudden, frantic pounding of feet heralded Coach Tony's dramatic arrival, his shouts cutting through the calm. Both Coach Vincenzo and Li Jian reacted with bewildered gasps as Coach Tony approached, visibly struggling for breath. A ragged gasp escaped Coach Tony, his anxiety briefly yielding to a shaky sigh of relief. Li Jian could only blink in utter confusion as three miniature Coach Tonys playfully squeezed him, their bizarre intensity palpable. Li Jian let out a distressed gasp as he protested the inexplicable assault, only for Coach Tony to demand his precise weight. Li Jian's cheeks flushed as he shyly offered his past weight, a hint of childlike innocence still clinging to his admission. Coach Tony's narrowed eyes betrayed his skepticism, silently calculating the true numbers before pressing for Li Jian's height. Coach Vincenzo further probed the details, joining Li Jian's uncertainty with his own thoughtful hum. Coach Tony's sudden charge sent Li Jian screaming in terror, a desperate, frantic flight from the impending measurement. The scene paused for the title card, mistaken as a soccer genius. The digital readout confirmed the new measurements, prompting a surprised internal monologue from Coach Tony. Coach Tony's form trembled with silent fury at the discrepancy, while Li Jian, sensing the change, nervously wondered if he could escape the scale. Despite the irritation, Coach Tony's logical mind quickly processed the numbers, confirming Li Jian was still very much in a crucial growth phase. With a resigned sigh, Coach Tony conceded, allowing Li Jian to finally step off, an underlying understanding dawning on him. His mind conjured the stark warning from his earlier self: overexertion during growth could stunt not only development but also bring severe consequences. The grim realization was punctuated by the thud of a player collapsing, a stark image of potential injury. Coach Tony's mind wrestled with the dilemma, his gaze fixed on Li Jian as he sought a solution. Li Jian maintained his wide-eyed, blushing facade, feigning complete innocence. A wry chuckle escaped Coach Tony, finding unexpected amusement in the peculiar negotiation he found himself in. Coach Tony's hearty guffaw revealed his amusement at the absurdity of his argument, leaving Li Jian startled by the mention of a quarrel. Dismissing his outburst, Coach Tony warmly beckoned Li Jian over, who eagerly scurried towards him. Coach Tony commended Li Jian's self-care before probing further into his training regimen, receiving a direct response. Coach Tony continued his meticulous questions, his eyebrows raising slightly at Li Jian's simple declaration of 3 meals a day. A pensive hum escaped Coach Tony as he considered the dietary implications, envisioning room for strategic adjustments. As Coach Tony detailed his dietary plan, a colossal, steaming fish materialized in Li Jian's mind, making him gulp in surprise. A fond memory of his father's cooking sparked a renewed commitment in Li Jian, met with Coach Tony's reassuring nods of approval. A blush warmed Li Jian's cheeks as he processed Coach Tony's unexpected depth of concern, realizing how wrong he had been to judge the man at first glance. Coach Tony's parting words hinted at astonishing transformations, leaving Li Jian and the other man gaping in confusion. A sudden, Wide-eyed realization dawned on Coach Tony, he had forgotten to deliver the real news. Coach Tony's announcement, that Li Jian would now shuttle between two teams, hit like a thunderbolt, stunning both men into disbelieving silence. Coach Tony offered a mix of reassurance and high expectations, the subtle crackle in the air hinting at the immense opportunity now cracking open for Li Jian. Coach Tony's matter-of-fact offer of a ride home was met with Li Jian's stunned, yet polite, assent. Unable to mask his exasperation, the man confronted Coach Tony, who merely grinned back, feigning innocence at the unfolding surprise. With a triumphant pump of his fist, Coach Tony grandly declared Li Jian indispensable, then dismissively sent the other man away, who could only sputter in shock. His face alight with pure, unadulterated joy, Coach Tony silently marveled at the discovery of such a precious talent. Li Jian, deep in thought, mentally solidified the dietary advice, his fingers making a small, decisive gesture. A hopeful sigh escaped Li Jian as he contemplated the thrilling, tangible possibility of playing for the first team. Li Jian pattered away, brimming with childish glee at the news he had for Jiwoo, while Coach Tony calmly urged him along, leaving the other coach to lament his solitary fate. From his organized office, Coach Tony received a concise confirmation from an unseen caller. A handwritten list of precise, non-negotiable conditions for Li Jian's development lay on the desk, emphasizing the priority of his long-term well-being. A deep, cleansing sigh escaped Coach Tony as he finally disconnected the call with Coach Vincenzo. Gazing out the window, Coach Tony grappled with an unexpected emotional turmoil, despite the unequivocally good news. A tender, melancholic thought surfaced, comparing his feelings to a father's bittersweet farewell. The insistent ring of her phone pierced the quiet of the room, pulling Jiwoo from her thoughts with a jolt. Jiwoo's calm inquiry was instantly cut short by Li Jian's frantic declaration of a dire problem. Li Jian's terrified stammering of "fire" sent a surge of pure alarm through Jiwoo, her eyes widening in dread. The screen erupted in a furious inferno, Jiwoo's horrified question echoing the sheer, devastating scale of the destruction. The story began at the first team training ground of Viola Park, a place where dreams were meticulously forged. A single lunchbox, packed with meticulous care, made a dramatic, almost theatrical entrance. The young man's voice echoed with genuine surprise, finding unexpected beauty in the simple meal, much to the older coach's confusion. The man with gray hair immediately launched into boisterous praise, recognizing the perfect packed lunch, while the student, caught off guard, stumbled to acknowledge him. With a mischievous glint, the man with gray hair jokingly accused the student of having a secret girlfriend, triggering an explosive, flustered denial. The man's laughter boomed, revealing Coach Tony as the source of his information, much to the younger man's exasperated, internal sigh. The student tried to draw a firm line, insisting, "She's not my girlfriend, just a friend," but the older man's knowing pat and sarcastic retort instantly dismantled his defense. With a resigned "yes," the student accepted his comedic fate, his shoulders slumping in humorous defeat as the coach urged him to eat. He found himself bewildered by the turn of events, recalling Coach Vincenzo's precise meal plan to gain weight, an endeavor he'd attempted himself, while the man with gray hair began a cryptic statement about soccer. A terrified scream ripped through the air as Jiwoo burst into the dim hallway, her frantic call for Jian echoing the urgency of her alarm. Li Jian, oblivious to her distress, casually greeted her with a comment about her remembering his password, while Jiwoo was too stunned to speak. Out of breath and utterly panicked, Jiwoo desperately demanded to know where the fire was, her fear palpable. The lingering scent of smoke fueled Jiwoo's concern, but Li Jian's hesitant, truncated reply hinted at a very different reality. With a sheepish grin, Li Jian finally presented the true source of the fire, a tragically charred dish. Jiwoo's initial disbelief quickly morphed into an audible gasp of pure, comedic fury at the sight. Her anger exploded as she confronted him for his terrifying false alarm, while he cowered, weakly protesting that she had overreacted by hanging up and rushing over. Li Jian pointed out her subsequent unresponsiveness, prompting Jiwoo to slump onto the floor, explaining she had dashed out so quickly she'd forgotten her phone. A deep sigh of relief escaped Jiwoo, realizing the disaster was only culinary, while Li Jian commented on her dramatic tendencies, then caught himself with a sudden realization. He observed Jiwoo's bare feet, a silent testament to the speed of her frantic arrival. Her bare foot, vulnerable against the floor, starkly illustrated the depth of her immediate concern for him. A pang of unexpected guilt washed over Li Jian, her bare foot igniting a sudden wave of remorse. Jiwoo, her annoyance still simmering, incredulously asked if he had somehow baked his soccer shoes, utterly baffled by his latest culinary catastrophe. Li Jian, clearly flustered, tried to defend himself, insisting it was merely his first attempt at cooking, not some bizarre experiment with footwear. Jiwoo's voice rose in an incredulous shriek, questioning if the unrecognizable mass was even meant to be food, as the scene shifted to the peaceful exterior of a house at night. A shiver of disgust ran through Jiwoo as she realized the charred remains were once fish, its past identity mournfully highlighted in her mind. Li Jian explained his disastrous attempt was merely following Coach Vincenzo's advice to gain weight, implicitly highlighting his family's dubious cooking lineage. Jiwoo, with a self-satisfied smirk, immediately seized the opportunity to boast about her own superior cooking skills, leaving Li Jian utterly bewildered. She playfully insisted he call her Nuna, patiently breaking down his initial resistance until he reluctantly, but definitively, complied. Jiwoo reveled in her playful victory, declaring him her Jian, while he visibly cringed, utterly mortified by her affectionate gloating. Li Jian mused on the peculiar dynamic he shared with Jiwoo, acknowledging his unusual inability to ever truly win against her. Jiwoo, now curious, asked about the sudden need for him to gain weight, prompting a surprised reaction from Li Jian. A mischievous blush crept across Li Jian's face as he considered this the perfect moment to subtly boast about his recent achievements. With feigned modesty, Li Jian coyly began to reveal his progress, mentioning his new competitive dynamic with the older players. Jiwoo questioned the Hyung's reference, and Li Jian, battling a proud grin, humbly admitted it was a bit embarrassing to elaborate. His pride finally burst forth as he beamed, announcing his promotion to the first team and the coach's declaration that he was far beyond his age group. Jiwoo's face lit up with overwhelming excitement, her cheer a genuine outpouring of pride and joy for Jian's incredible news. Li Jian, still basking in his rapid ascent, found his triumphant monologue interrupted by Jiwoo's sudden, purposeful departure, leaving him utterly confused. Li Jian questioned her actions, but Jiwoo, with determined conviction, scornfully dismissed his culinary abilities as she reached for something on the counter. She grabbed a stack of lunchboxes, signaling her intent to take over his meal preparation to ensure he actually gained weight. With a triumphant declaration, Jiwoo asserted complete control over Li Jian's meal plan, her enthusiasm echoing through the kitchen. Li Jian, back at the training ground, found himself grateful for Jiwoo's care, even as he pouted slightly while eating his packed lunch, a choice the man with gray hair silently approved. His surge of gratitude to the coach was violently interrupted as Li Jian choked on his food, desperately gasping for water, while the man with gray hair found a perverse amusement in the spectacle. A panicked thought surged through Li Jian as he desperately fought for air, gulping down water to dislodge the defiant rice. A sudden vibration from his phone startled Li Jian, pulling him from his near-choking fit. Li Jian, seeing Coach Tony on the caller ID, sheepishly requested permission to answer, which the man with gray hair readily granted with an encouraging gesture. Li Jian answered, addressing the caller as Coach, which immediately drew a sharp, shocked inquiry from the man with gray hair. Li Jian confirmed he had finished training and that everyone helped him, his slight embarrassment observed with amusement by the man with gray hair. The man with gray hair abruptly demanded the phone, prompting Li Jian's surprised, fumbling attempt to resist, while Coach Tony's voice on the line questioned Jian's attention. The man with gray hair swiftly snatched the phone, reminding the unknown caller of the upcoming match preparations. He continued to assert the importance of their training ground, but Coach Vincenzo's furious voice on the other end demanded to know why he was bothering the kid. Coach Vincenzo abruptly ended the call, declaring Jian was eating, leaving the man with gray hair flustered and protesting into a dead line. The man with gray hair, visibly shaking with annoyance, grumbled about this octopus-headed coach, his frustration barely contained. He internally fumed about the other coach's persistence, then quickly put on a reassuring smile, telling Li Jian the call was handled and he should just eat. Li Jian, fork in hand, quietly mused on the baffling, almost comical, rivalry between his two protective coaches. The narration charted Li Jian's demanding schedule, detailing his rapid transition from first-team training to an away match against the formidable Faruma FC, culminating in a fierce rallying cry. The two teams charged onto the field, their collective shouts of, "Let's go," and "Viola," marking the dramatic start of the match. The narration presented Faruma as a defensively solid team, their imposing player radiating an aura of unwavering strength. As Li Jian smoothly dribbled the ball, he inwardly wondered about the impact of his brief but intense first-team training. He focused intently, keenly aware of his critical role against the opponent's famously tight defense that conceded few goals. Li Jian reflected on his surprising lack of tension on the field, even as two opponent players, suddenly alarmed, frantically recognized him as the ace. The ball connected sharply with Li Jian's orange boot, propelling it forward with a confident strike. Li Jian effortlessly weaved past several opponents, his internal thought mocking the sloppy defense that now seemed unbelievably easy to overcome. The second coach, wide-eyed with surprise, questioned if Jian had always possessed such an uncanny ease on the field. The man with gray hair simply smirked, his confidence in Li Jian's abilities radiating from his knowing expression. He inwardly reasoned that Li Jian's brief exposure to first-team defense had made the U-17 level feel disarmingly easy, a theory powerfully confirmed by Jian's forceful kick. Li Jian unleashed a powerful strike, scoring his first goal and initiating an incredible streak. He continued his relentless assault, scoring his second goal to contribute to a total of 3 goals in just the first half. With a final, decisive kick, Li Jian netted his third, achieving his first hat-trick since arriving in Italy. A mix of surprise and satisfaction washed over Li Jian's face as he pondered the almost unbelievable ease of his performance. The man with gray hair commended Li Jian's exceptional play, dismissing him for the day, to which Jian respectfully acknowledged. The man with gray hair offered a cryptic warning, urging Jian not to be too surprised by what was coming next, stirring Jian's curiosity. Li Jian's eye narrowed in anticipation, sensing the profound significance of the news the man with gray hair was about to deliver. Li Jian's name shimmered on a list, its appearance building suspense for the revelation about to unfold. The man with gray hair, a proud smile gracing his face, finally revealed the team roster, featuring Li Jian's name prominently listed as a substitute. The raw, animalistic roar of his anxiety echoed within Li Jian. As Coach Tony laid out tactical imperatives, Li Jian's mind reeled with the staggering reality of his first-team call-up. Coach Tony's tactical dissection continued, yet Li Jian found himself drowning in a rising tide of self-doubt, wondering if he truly belonged here. His heart slammed against his ribs, deafening him to all but its frantic rhythm. The coach's aggressive directives filled the room, but Li Jian clung to a whispered reassurance, a tiny shield against his mounting, undeniable nerves. Beyond that glowing threshold, he envisioned a roar, a grand symphony of cheers awaiting his arrival. Alone in the quiet dark, a heavy question settled upon his slumped shoulders. Just as his despair deepened, a touch on his shoulder violently snapped him back to reality. Captain Cristiano Bairashi's cheerful query cut through Li Jian's anxious murmurs. Senior Bairashi's confident invitation left Li Jian wide-eyed, a sudden jolt through his system. With a deep, deliberate breath, Li Jian fought to banish the swirling chaos from his mind. He pressed his temples, willing the cacophony in his head to silence. The Florentine sky burned with sunset hues as the massive stadium swelled with fervent cries, a grand stage set for Serie A's 9th game between Firenze and Genoa. An exuberant surge of sound erupted from the stands, a tiny, collective gasp of awe. Jian's parents, swept up in the deafening swell of the crowd, marveled at the electrifying difference of a first-team match. A wave of shared pride washed over them as Jian's mother vocalized the overwhelming joy of seeing their son on such a grand stage. He closed his eyes, savoring the profound, amazing reality of the moment. A whimsical memory of his cold son surprisingly asking him to attend brought a wry smile. A dramatic hug enveloped his exasperated son, as he hilariously justified abandoning his entire weekend schedule for this momentous occasion. Li Jian's father, overwhelmed with emotion, vowed never to forget this day, drawing a gentle, concerned query from his wife. His father's hopeful question hung in the air, met only by his mother's thoughtful uncertainty about Jian's chances of playing. The sheer impossibility of a 16-year-old on the first-team roster still resonated deeply within him. While his father pondered the prematurity of such a debut, Jian's mother felt an undeniable surge of intuition that he would, indeed, play. Her voice, bubbling with fervent hope, whispered his name. A self-conscious blush crept up his neck as he privately, powerfully, claimed his genius. The sheer intensity of the game, paired with Coach Tony's frantic shouts, made watching almost unbearable for Li Jian. A nervous gulp, and he found solace in the game's rhythm, a welcome distraction from earlier anxieties. From the bench, Li Jian observed their team's clear advantage over Jianyu FC, the league's struggling cellar dweller. Coach Tony's agitated pacing and explosive shouts could only mean one thing: the elusive first goal had yet to materialize. His off-panel roar lambasted the team's predictable, one-dimensional attacks. As a whistle pierced the air, Li Jian grimly acknowledged the daunting challenge of scoring the decisive, controlling goal his coach always demanded. The opponent's defensive wall, a brutal five-man blockade against one attacker, effortlessly swallowed their predictable plays, leaving the ball choked in mid-air. Coach Tony's primal Italian curses ripped through the air, his unchecked fury intensifying with every passing minute, leaving his team aghast and on edge. The crowd's patience had utterly shattered, a venomous storm of insults and curses now rained down, leaving Li Jian wide-eyed and slightly fearful. His grim gaze met the stands, where the fans' fury boiled over, a heavy weight on his shoulders. A desperate plea echoed in Li Jian's mind: a goal, any goal, had to come soon. With a resonant thud, the ball rocketed forward. The netting rippled with a satisfying thwack, and a collective roar of "Joel" erupted, signaling the breakthrough. On the bench, fists pumped the air as a surge of relieved shouts hailed the long-awaited first goal. Li Jian clapped, wide-eyed and genuinely impressed by Doosan's masterful strike. A relieved sigh escaped him, hoping the goal would finally quiet the tempestuous crowd. A fan's furious cry, questioning the goal itself, left Li Jian utterly bewildered. The crowd's sustained outrage bewildered Li Jian. They dismissed the goal as mere luck, anticipating only more predictable, endless crosses. A fan's venomous shout for the octopus head coach to be fired echoed, horrifying Li Jian with the realization that Coach Tony could hear it all. But a fundamental shift, a profound questioning of everything, was about to begin. His brow furrowed in troubled thought: what truly appeased these demanding fans? A sudden swish of movement caught Li Jian's eye, and he instinctively called out to the retreating Coach Tony. A frantic thought squawked in his mind: the crowd's venom had indeed pierced his coach. His jaw clenched, a silent, furious grimace twisting his face. 10 minutes into the second half, a single goal separated Firenze and Jianyu, etching the tenth score onto the stadium's glowing canvas. A powerful thwack sent the ball soaring, while a player stumbled and cried out, another chaotic skirmish unfolding. A deflected ball hung in the air, sparking a frantic scramble between two opponents, one crying opportunity, the other cursing the errant bounce. With a whoosh, the ball sailed swiftly through the air. Another goal exploded into the net, widening Firenze's lead to 2-0 and unleashing a furious storm of AWS and shouts of disbelief from the opposing fans. Even with a 2-goal lead, Jian's confused parents and angry Chibi fans wondered why victory felt so unsatisfying, questioning the joy of such a lucky win. His father's thoughtful meditation on the sport's lost joy was abruptly shattered by an aggressive fan's furious shouts. With gentle smiles, Jian's parents quietly conceded that even for the uninitiated, this game offered no real pleasure. His mother's wistful suggestion about Jian playing prompted an agreeable nod from his father, which quickly morphed into sudden, shocked bewilderment. His words of doubt about Jian playing were abruptly cut short by a colossal surge of shock. A raw, primal scream tore from his throat. Both parents erupted into frantic shouts, pointing wildly at an unfolding, incredible sight. With a momentous stride, Li Jian stepped onto the hallowed turf, while his mother's ecstatic shout confirmed his debut. His father's jaw dropped, utterly staggered by the unbelievable sight of his 16-year-old son. The monumental weight of a Serie A debut settled upon Li Jian's determined shoulders. Coach Tony's hand on his shoulder was a steady anchor, his words a quiet command for singular focus. A broad, confident grin spread across Coach Tony's face as he unleashed Jian to play without reservation. With a resounding "see," a powerful thrum of resolve pulsed within him. His inner voice echoed a mentor's generous spirit, absolving him of all mistakes, save one. The mentor's spectral voice, sharp as a crack of thunder, forbade any passive retreat, jarring Li Jian from his reverie. The older man's vision echoed in a teammate's joyful high-five, a vibrant command to play his own, uninhibited game. A profound, almost sacred reality settled with each step. This was his Serie A debut. He signaled his position, his inner voice cutting through the rising tide of emotion, demanding fierce focus. A teammate's urgent shout sliced through the air, propelling Jian into action as he instinctively grasped the tactical shift unfolding. He calculated his new role, a strategic pivot just beneath Olahovi, and anticipated the forward runs. The opponents stubbornly held their defensive line, a futile strategy that merely fueled Jian's intense resolve. His mind hummed with countless, intensely run simulations. He launched himself forward, ready to dismantle their defensive wall, even from the bench. As the ball arced towards him, he noted their baffling lack of midfield pressure, an opportunity ripe for exploitation. Advancing now, that was the singular, crucial task. The tiring starters funneled passes his way, a constant, bouncing rhythm of responsibility falling to the fresh legs of the substitute. He claimed possession, confident his seniors wouldn't object, the coach's mandate echoed with reassuring clarity. Their defensive gaps widened on the flanks, a calculated gamble to invite crosses and stifle shots. With a defiant thump, he challenged their assumptions. A swish of his foot announced his true intentions. The obvious path was not his way. Furious opponents seethed with disbelief, their shouts echoing the impossible audacity of his central breakthrough. But a new confidence surged, proclaiming he could shatter their defense. An opponent's enraged lunge was a blur, facing the first-team seniors in training had steeled him for this visceral clash. He surged past, an unstoppable force, utterly devoid of intimidation. He slipped past one, but the formidable defensive wall still loomed, an unbroken barrier demanding renewed focus. The roar of their collective defense swelled, a suffocating, visceral wall of bodies and shouts. Yet, a dramatic shift began to unfold. A teammate's urgent call confirmed it, he was not alone in this relentless, intense surge forward. His body, honed by training, moved with an instinctual, energetic speed that outpaced even his thoughts. A practiced pass, a dash into the blind zone, and just like that, an exhilarating, open space appeared, praised by his senior. A powerful whoosh and a roar of anticipation, his body instinctively positioned for the senior's perfectly precise pass. Just as the pass approached, an opponent materialized with a quick thump, snatching the moment with bewildering speed. His mind reeled, how had that opponent moved so impossibly fast? The sheer speed left him wondering if the player possessed two bodies, a powerful kick then echoing on the field. With the final defensive line looming, he tapped the ball to his senior, a strategic move to unlock the path. His teammate had choices now, a direct shot, or perhaps something more. His eyes gleamed, anticipating another line-breaking pass, just as they practiced with intense focus. A teammate's audacious Rabona kick sent the ball flying. His delicate adjustment to the offside line, born of constant readiness, drew a visceral gasp of surprise from the opponent. His senior's selfless play opened the path. With a thunderous impact, he shattered the final defensive line. He drew a deep, singular breath as the ball approached. All the world vanished, save for the spherical, singular truth. The roar of thousands faded into a dreamlike whisper, replaced by the profound, singular presence of his father and Jiwoo. He channeled his desire to reveal his true self. With a thunderous impact, he unleashed his powerful, truest appearance. The ball spun, a vibrant blur through the air. Jiwoo watched, wide-eyed, transfixed by the unfolding drama. His father, too, watched in stunned amazement. With a powerful crash and swish, the ball ripped into the net. A long, visceral sigh of relief escaped him, yet the moment felt utterly unreal. He gasped, disoriented, every visceral sensation of the stadium overwhelmed him, yet the entire situation remained profoundly surreal. Exhausted, he wondered if this was all a dream, and when precisely it had begun. Amidst his teammates' celebration, his mind drifted through past triumphs, the contract, the first team, the victory against Giovinu. A sudden thump shattered his reverie as a teammate's embrace startled him. His teammate grinned, playfully declaring that Jian had truly stirred things up. A shocking realization struck, this wasn't a dream. The scoreboard confirmed it, he had truly scored a triumphant goal in his first team debut. Teammates playfully swarmed him, teasing his feigned innocence and marveling at his unexpected, training-proven talent. A teammate playfully intervened, feigning outrage at their boisterous congratulations, eliciting a sheepish apology. Senior Barashi checked on him with genuine concern, to which Jian brightly affirmed he was perfectly fine. A sudden, emphatic push sent a surprised Jian forward. The stadium erupted in an exhilarating, deafening roar, a passionate chorus for Firenze that swept over him like a tidal wave. Overwhelmed by the cheers, a profound thought surfaced, his father and Jiwoo were surely watching. His clenched fist embodied a deep, determined gratitude for his father and Jiwoo's unwavering support. He raised his arms in pure triumph, a joyful, crackling realization that he had achieved his deepest desire. His teammate cried out, ecstatic, "Oh! Firenze!" As the celebratory shouts grew louder, a familiar worry sparked in Jian, were they judging his perceived arrogance? The older teammate's ominous, humorous warning to brace himself instantly solidified Jian's fear of seeming cocky. Another teammate teasingly questioned his such a goal, leaving Jian genuinely confused. Jian's frustration mounted as his teammate, with a mischievous grin, refused to explain. He humorously fretted over his perceived arrogance, then conceded that despite the victory, a crucial, reflective piece still felt missing. The final score confirmed Firenze's decisive 3-0 victory. The stadium thundered with chants of his name, a grand, emotional realization that many more than his family had witnessed his triumph. Li Jian breathed a sigh of relief, zipping his bag with a quiet whir. He found his body still quivering, the game's adrenaline refusing to subside. Dreams of delicious food with Jiwoo and his father, then home to rest, filled him with joyful anticipation for the end of his workday. An older man with dark hair abruptly challenged him, questioning his actions, and Li Jian, startled, recognized Senior Barashi. The older man grinned maniacally, clutching a terrified chibi Li Jian as he ominously warned him to brace for what was coming. With a firm tap on Li Jian's shoulder, the older man declared he would pay the price for his pre-debut goal, the atmosphere thick with foreboding. A wave of extreme anxiety washed over Li Jian, the relentless warnings from all the seniors since his goal weighing heavily on him. He walked away, a lingering question in his mind, was there some unspoken rule against the youngest player scoring a goal? Li Jian's fearful thoughts of senior discipline were abruptly cut short as the older man's voice, direct and determined, called out his name. "Watch this," the older man declared, his hand reaching with purpose for a locker latch. Li Jian's face contorted in wide-eyed shock as the full weight of the price the older man mentioned became blindingly clear. A massive, boisterous crowd roared his name, a deafening wave of adoration that swept over him. Excited fans pressed close, marveling at his incredible record of 10 goals and 2 assists, admitting they had rushed to find him. One animated fan, initially wary of his past team, now enthusiastically praised Li Jian, declaring their newfound admiration for him. Camera flashes popped like firecrackers as the older man proudly presented a bewildered chibi Li Jian to the autograph-hungry crowd. The older man, with a knowing grin, reiterated his earlier warning to brace himself as the persistent fan chants continued to echo. Li Jian gasped, trying desperately to escape, but the older man, furious, grabbed his shirt, demanding he take responsibility. What kind of responsibility? Li Jian cried out, bewildered, as the older man, grinning, presented him with 2 distinct options amid the frenetic cheers. The older man outlined a comical dilemma, either vanish like trash or embrace the grateful burden of photos and signatures. The older man, arm around a flustered Li Jian, declared the choice was his, leaving Li Jian utterly perplexed by the options. As the older man tried to clear a path, Li Jian internally recognized that the first option was a definite shortcut to disaster. Despite his trembling embarrassment, Li Jian endured, signing autographs one by one for the eagerly awaiting crowd. Overwhelmed, Li Jian was deeply touched by the passionate calls from the crowd to see him in the starting lineup next week. The older man gently dismissed the groaning crowd, patting a flustered Li Jian and reminding everyone of his young age. Li Jian realized how experienced Senior Barashi was as the older man humorously offered his own signature, much to the chibi spectators' shock. Chaos erupted as a heckler cursed the older man, who angrily challenged the speaker to reveal themselves while his teammates struggled to restrain him. Li Jian walked away, lost in thought, the captain's chaotic outburst confirming that such a demanding role was not for just anyone. "Agu, our youngest has come," a teammate's voice from off-panel playfully called out, surprising Li Jian. Teammates on the bus playfully chided Li Jian for making them wait, to which he bowed apologetically, their amusement barely masking their feigned annoyance. "Hey, don't joke too much," the older man sternly interjected, shielding a tearful chibi Li Jian from the teasing. The older man chuckled, patting Li Jian's back, revealing his jest and praising the youngest for once helping them avoid a scolding, a sentiment echoed by a laughing teammate. A teammate expressed his eagerness to work with Li Jian, who, despite his outwardly compliant yes, secretly admitted to his enduring fear. Exhaustion finally claimed him as Li Jian slumped into a bus seat, completely spent. Reflecting on the arduous path of a professional, Li Jian was suddenly startled by a bright flash outside the bus window. Li Jian's eyes widened in disbelief, the clamoring crowd of chibi spectators was still waiting outside the bus. He gazed out, humbled by the persistent attention, a small voice inside questioning if he truly deserved such unwavering admiration amidst the camera flashes. Li Jian, turning the tables, snapped a photo of the surprised crowd, making some fans believe he found them equally fascinating. A private chuckle escaped him as Li Jian imagined the joy of bragging about this moment to Jiwoo. Monday found Li Jian running across the U-17 training ground, the morning routine in full swing. Standing alone on the training ground, Li Jian scratched his head, flushed with embarrassment, regretting his recent boast. Jiwoo delivered a sharp slap, annoyed by his attitude, as Li Jian, blushing, tried to stammer out an explanation. Jiwoo watched Li Jian walk away, an inner, sarcastic thought about her mother's effusive praise for our soccer genius filling her mind. Li Jian rubbed his face, the memory of the incident still too mortifying to bear. A sudden, sharp realization dawned on Li Jian, his eyes widening with newfound clarity. Li Jian's father joyfully revealed Jiwoo's earlier enthusiastic reactions to his game, much to her blushing embarrassment. Li Jian's father enthusiastically recounted each moment of Jiwoo's secret praise, causing Li Jian to desperately yell for him to stop. "So that really happened, huh?" Li Jian mused with a knowing wink, before Coach Tony's booming voice unexpectedly called out to him. Under a sparkling sky, Coach Tony, arms wide, loudly hailed Li Jian as the team's ace, a rising star, and their undeniable pride. Li Jian, utterly mortified, tried to silence his coach, but Coach Tony simply beamed with unyielding pride. Li Jian's eyes widened in stunned embarrassment as Coach Tony confidently declared his praise nothing but the truth. A murmur of approval spread through his teammates, who confirmed they had watched the game and found Li Jian's performance truly amazing. Li Jian, emotional and blushing, announced to his teammates the life-changing news: he was officially a first-team player. As he joyfully fled from his U-17 teammates, their boisterous congratulations on his promotion echoed with a bittersweet farewell to his familiar past. His teammates offered heartfelt encouragement, promising to join him soon, and Li Jian, smiling, eagerly agreed to meet again. Jian, Bruno called out, and Li Jian, surprised and elated, returned the greeting. Bruno declared Li Jian a true genius, a compliment that left Li Jian flustered and struggling to deny. Bruno leaned in, challenging Li Jian's modesty by questioning what that made the rest of them if he, at 16, wasn't a genius. Bruno explained that excessive humility could be disrespectful, causing Li Jian to pause in surprise. Bruno, with hands on Li Jian's shoulders, passionately declared him the face of their U-17 team and urged him to powerfully showcase his skills to the higher ranks. Bruno convinced Li Jian that his success would benefit them all, then made him repeat, the face of U-17. Coach Tony asked Li Jian if they were ready to leave, and Li Jian agreed, a smile on his face. Li Jian waved enthusiastically to his teammates, a hopeful promise of future reunions lingering in the air. As he stepped away from the familiar training ground, a whirlwind of thoughts engulfed Li Jian, even as his former teammates offered a final, lingering wave. Walking towards the first team's training ground, Bruno's encouraging words resonated deeply within Li Jian. Li Jian sighed, recognizing the profound responsibility. The U-17 team's image now rested on his performance, and he silently thanked Bruno for the insight. His foot stomped down with resolute force, a visceral declaration to never show weakness again. "Hello," Li Jian announced, his voice booming as he proudly declared his official induction into the first team, startling two teammates. 5 muscular teammates stared back, their surprise quickly morphing into an intimidating presence that hung heavy in the air. 2 burly teammates loomed over a cowering chibi Li Jian, offering to help him stretch with a thinly veiled menace. Terrified and flushed, Li Jian resigned himself, declaring he would just be a paper toy here. "Come on, youngest," a teammate called, smiling menacingly as Li Jian frantically tried to outrun his teasing pursuers. Coach Vincenzo observed from a distance, concerned by Li Jian's small build and the physicality of their next opponent, while older teammates continued to harass a junior. Li Jian, terrified and held captive by 2 grinning, muscular teammates, confirmed Coach Vincenzo's deepest worries. Li Jian could only utter a bewildered "pardon," as the surrounding tension suddenly materialized before him. A tense silence hung heavy as the 2 older men demanded an immediate choice, the unseen target, Li Jian, internally wondering if it truly wasn't that hard, the implications landing with a dull thud. Li Jian stammered a desperate compliment about everyone's coolness, but the second man's insistent demand to pick just one person tightened the atmosphere, fueling Jian's internal panic about this immediate fuss. As the man with light brown hair dramatically nominated himself, secretly hoping to be overlooked, a collective gasp of bewildered tension rose, leaving both Li Jian and the other man utterly confused. A childlike student's enthusiastic yell cut through the lively air, electing the team captain, who internally groaned at the unwelcome attention. A bald teammate howled with laughter, declaring the captain chosen, while the captain, blaming them for his perceived aging, erupted in fury as the poor child whimpered for salvation. The captain's sudden, serious request for a word sent a jolt of anxiety through Li Jian, who wondered if he was now in trouble. The captain's explosive silenced the teasing inquiries, his command to prepare for training cutting through the fleeting amusement of his mischievous teammates. A brown-haired teammate offered a small kindness, which Li Jian gratefully accepted. The captain's casual observation about the team's lack of normalcy left Jiwoo gulping in nervous agreement, unable to deny it. With a weary sigh, the captain explained their antics were merely an awkward attempt to forge connections. He added that despite their collective eccentricity, the team remained utterly dedicated to the sport. The captain offered a straightforward directive: focus solely on working hard in soccer, cementing his advice. Jiwoo enthusiastically agreed, and with a decisive tap, the captain declared their conversation over, urging them back. Jiwoo, though mentally affirming the captain's true leadership, still fretted about the team's chaotic behavior possibly derailing them during a game, his hand rubbing nervously. He reflected on the captain's silent lessons of leadership and care, only to be snapped back by a sudden, bewildered, "Huh?" A bald teammate raged at his opponent's brazen attempt to depant him, his opponent gleefully retorting that he'd started it, as muscles strained with of absurd effort. Jiwoo watched the dizzying, chaotic ballet of his teammates, a familiar sense of bewildered exasperation washing over him. A teammate, holding Li Jian's shoulder, half-jokingly warned him against succumbing to the team's madness, silently praying for one normal soul among them. Li Jian could only stammer in confusion as, with a flurry of footsteps, a self-important voice declared nothing fun without him, joining the fleeing pack. Li Jian internally despaired, vowing never to become like his senior teammates, who were now bizarrely discussing the aesthetics of underwear. As Li Jian concluded his teammates were all eccentric, an off-panel voice abruptly commanded them to begin training. The training began, the captain's words about seriousness immediately taking hold as an older teammate roared, "Defend," with a sudden, sharp impact. During the dynamic training, no one infantilized Li Jian, instead, sharp shouts of "Stop Jian," echoed as the ball bounced with treating him as a true player. This meant a profound shift, they were focused solely on the demands of training, signaling a new, intense reality for Li Jian. On the field, they spared no quarter, a brutal UGH, and, of impact proving Li Jian was no longer treated like the youngest. Li Jian, even with all his might, found he couldn't overcome the formidable Ricardo Sahurara, a defensive midfielder who challenged him to fight harder, his raw power and undeniable force. With a strain, Li Jian pondered how even smaller seniors endured such brutal physical battles, a vital question for his own survival. Unlike the youth league, physical confrontations were now brutally unavoidable, a jarring UGH and impact solidified this new reality. As a fierce EIKK escaped him, Li Jian realized technique, not sheer brawn, was key in these physical fights, just as a powerful announced his surprising struggle against the bald teammate. Li Jian's stubborn pride fueled his continued fight, even as the bald teammate smoothly dominated him with and, acknowledging his perseverance yet warning of his limitations. With a powerful and a helpless AAGH, Li Jian was sent flying backward, starkly reminded he was still far from mastering such force. The bald teammate's triumphant laughter rang out as his muscles bulged and flexed, leaving a frustrated Li Jian to wonder if his senior was an impenetrable wall. Li Jian admitted his complete failure in body fights as Coach Vincenzo's stern voice cut through the air, signaling an authoritative end to the intense session. His lungs heaving with ha-ha gasps, Li Jian lay utterly exhausted as his teammates, with darkly amused concern, joked about his impending demise. Coach Vincenzo's worried inquiry about his collapse prompted Li Jian to suddenly sit up, surprising himself with his recognition of senior Tenoira. Lucas Tenoira, a defensive midfielder from Uruguay whose 168 cm frame belied his skill, casually questioned Li Jian's unusual recklessness, his words carrying unexpected weight. Lucas Tenoira perceptively probed Li Jian about enduring physical contact despite his small build, an observation Li Jian vehemently, if awkwardly, denied with a flustered AAGH. Lucas Tenoira paused, a thoughtful sound accompanying his contemplation. Li Jian gasped in surprise as Lucas Tenoira confessed, with a hint of resignation, that he too was poor at physical confrontations. Li Jian questioned the logic, perplexed that an incontrista, a defensive midfielder, could possibly avoid physical contact. Lucas Tenoira, with a quick shrug, casually revealed his secret: he just falls down if he senses defeat. In a fantastical vision, a chibi Lucas Tenoira explained how referees favored his small size for fouls, of the whistle confirming his innocent falls were pure, brilliant cleverness, not mere trickery. As Li Jian considered avoiding physical battles, the mention of Navid Silva by a teammate shocked Lucas Tenoira, discovering Jian only knew the name, highlighting a generational chasm. The second teammate's voice resonated with awe, recounting how the 170 cm Navid Silva effortlessly eluded even the Premier League's most formidable defenders. His exceptional ball handling, prescient movements, and lightning-fast judgment allowed Navid Silva to consistently evade physical confrontations. The second teammate's teasing comparison to the legendary Silva caused Li Jian to let out a shocked, utterly unprepared for such a statement. Lucas Tenoira reassured Li Jian, revealing he felt the same impressive quality during their training, leaving Jian with a hesitant yes. In a moment of inspiring clarity, Lucas Tenoira felt as if the legendary Navid Silva himself manifested on the field, mirroring Li Jian's every move, a spectral echo of genius. Lucas Tenoira earnestly declared Li Jian possessed the same raw talent, assuring him he could reach his peak, leaving Jian in stunned, appreciative silence. With a playful, Lucas Tenoira added a final encouraging point, Li Jian even surpassed Navid in height. His words resonating with clarity, Lucas Tenoira urged Li Jian to discard weakness and embrace his true strengths. Focus on my strengths, Li Jian resolved, ready to ignite his training with newfound determination. The second teammate, observing Li Jian's evident fatigue and continuous effort, considered suggesting yet another grueling round of running. The second teammate reflectively noted Li Jian's uncharacteristic efforts at body contact, a peculiar choice that seemed to make the easy path intentionally arduous. As the beep of the whistle and a of impact punctuated the air, the second teammate quietly hoped Tenoira's advice would guide Li Jian. Li Jian, a new determination setting in, internally agreed, no more fighting under unfavorable conditions, even as a teammate questioned his sudden movements. He decided then, with determined conviction, to simply play his natural game, the ball moving with a smooth at his feet. With a sudden, he propelled forward, singularly focused on his inherent strengths. In a swift, strategic blur, Li Jian executed a decisive move, sparking cheers from his teammates and frustrated UGHs from opponents unable to comprehend his sudden presence. The second teammate enthusiastically declared Li Jian's continuous movement and wide view his true strengths, a truth punctuated by the powerful of his expertly struck ball. Li Jian's genius blossomed, humbly learning from his weaknesses and suddenly unleashing a of learned skill that left an opponent bewildered, wondering when he had become so swift. Li Jian now ran wild, a whirlwind of skill leaving even seasoned first-team seniors scrambling helplessly in his wake. The chibi teammate worried over Sampuria's physical prowess, contemplating whether to bench Li Jian, given his potential struggles against such a formidable team. With a fierce of effort, the chibi teammate realized that exposing Li Jian to intense competition meant exponential growth, rapidly forging a more experienced player. With an exhilarating of air and a pumped fist, the chibi teammate eagerly committed to letting Li Jian gorge on experience, his purposeful stride echoing this commitment. The chibi teammate roared a fervent command, "Dominate Syria quickly," as a powerful heralded a clash for the header. With a triumphant, the ball slammed definitively into the net. A breathless reporter urgently cornered Coach Vincenzo, eagerly demanding comment on Firenze's surprising 16-year-old rookie. Coach Vincenzo, his expression stern, expressed a chilling hope that this unknown 16-year-old rookie would not dare appear in their upcoming match. The reporter's tense inquiry about a warning met a flat, dismissive no. Sampdoria coach Roberto Darcabe declared, with an imposing finality, that they simply wished to spare a 16-year-old boy from inevitable injury. The formidable Firenze squad stood formally presented, ready for the impending challenge. Li Jian found a familiar mix of pride and mild annoyance reading Jiwoo's latest article. He inwardly grumbled about Jiwoo's constant updates, wishing she'd focus on Italian instead of his headlines. Yet, a strange concern tugged at him, a faint tug of unease over the opposing coach's peculiar warning. The coach's words hinted at a fierce defense, a dudug of strategic intimidation he couldn't quite shake. He yearned for the field, momentarily distracted by Jiwoo's messages, but a teammate casually dismissed his worries with simple confidence. His teammate's aggressive resolve abruptly dissolved into a teasing question about his supposed girlfriend, startling Li Jian with a sudden waiteduk. The locker room erupted in boisterous teasing, trapping Li Jian in a flurry of panicked denials. Cornered and flustered, Li Jian realized his boisterous seniors were far more terrifying than any opposing team. The legendary Stadio Luigi Ferraris hummed with electric anticipation, ushering in the momentous 10th round of Serie A between Sampdoria and Firenze, heralded by cheers and a PPI big whistle. His second first-team match commenced as he sat on the bench, a determined resolve firming his gaze toward the field. Coach Tony's urgent calls for speed echoed his private concerns about the opposing team's strength, yet also served as a command for Li Jian to prepare. Despite the coach's anxieties, the match unfolded with an unexpected, surprising calm. He rationalized the quiet game, feeling the phantom pressure of his own strong-willed seniors weighing on him. Still, he found their defense remarkably impenetrable. Their 4-4-2 formation, with its dense central defense, was a recognized tactic, chillingly similar to last game's challenge. These physically imposing defenders made the formation feel even more suffocating, rendering even their own towering Vlahovi seem average. Perhaps due to that unyielding defense, the first half concluded with an even more dismal, frustrating performance. As Li Jian moved towards the locker room, Coach Tony's stern command to stay and warm up stopped him in his tracks. Coach Tony's furious ultimatum, delivered with a bururu that made a teammate shudder, propelled Li Jian into urgent action. The earlier-than-expected call-up, fueled by the team's poor performance, sent Li Jian scrambling to warm up with a hudadak. A fierce resolve ignited within him, a burning desire to confront the opposing coach and seize this potent opportunity. The team coalesced into a fierce huddle, their collective shouts of "Forza," forging a singular will for the coming half. With a sharp pibibig, the second half ignited, a furious kickoff launching the tied match. Substituting into a tied game brought a palpable tension, far surpassing the calm of his previous debut, a sharp tang underlining his entry. He hoped his substitution was a deliberate move to shift the game's momentum, his kick resounding with a determined paang. He embraced his role as the crucial pivot between defense and attack, poised for instant transitions as a teammate urged perfect timing. Just as he resolved to act, a jarring kwaong fractured his confidence. A sudden, whack-like clarity hit him. The opponent's defensive strategy had dramatically shifted, launching a fierce, aggressive charge. The entire defensive line surged forward, unleashing a suffocating press, as urgent shouts warned him of the approaching storm. Despite the direct command to mark him, Li Jian felt a surge of confident calm, exhaling a hue of composure. He instantly spotted the widened space behind their aggressive line, seizing the tactical advantage with a quick shack and tack of the ball. Slipping into the gap, he flowed past his surprised opponent with a swift ta movement. He darted away with a triumphant tatadak, leaving a frustrated opponent shouting in his wake. A strong paang launched the ball precisely to him. Applying his training, he connected with a clean tack, passing the ball with a single, concise touch. A swift piat of his head scanned for the next play. He was suddenly, brutally confronted. A brutal body check sent him sprawling, suspended mid-air in disbelief. Time blurred as he drifted toward the sky. He crashed to the ground with a resounding kwadang. The raw, intense pain of the body check coursed through him. This was a duong of aggression far beyond anything in practice, a chilling realization. Despite the lingering pain, he pushed upward, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze, defying the opposing coach's dismissal. A teammate's furious roar tore through the stadium. Unexpectedly, an exhilarating fire ignited within his chest. The referee, asserting his authority, issued a yellow card and a firm warning, much to the opponent's stunned disbelief. A teammate grumbled about the excessive warning, while the unapologetic opponent dismissed Li Jian with a defiant kuang of contempt. The bald teammate, enraged, seized the opponent by his collar, a kurung tearing from his throat in fierce protection. Li Jian's attempt to defuse the tension was met by his teammate's fierce, protective shove, silencing him instantly. Threats exchanged, the confrontation escalated, with the referee struggling to separate the fiercely defiant players. Ricardo Sahurara calmly intervened, observing with a sook that their opponent's anger stemmed from perceived leniency. The Capitano, with a furious suic, and a heavy kuang, unleashed a roar, ordering his teammates to crush their opponents without restraint. He could only utter a small, startled sound. Li Jian's feigned pain only amplified his teammates' furious rage, promising vengeance against the offending player. He confessed inwardly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, that his senior's sudden protectiveness prompted his exaggerated claim of injury. With a decisive tubiak and a stern admonition, the gray-haired teammate silenced the stammering, intimidated opponent. The gray-haired teammate restrained the bald man's simmering fury, warning against further cards, as the frustrated opponent turned away with a bitter tisk. Milancevic, usually so gentle, was terrifying in his rage, prompting a nervous hudioldiol from Li Jian. Serbia's Milancevic stood as an undeniable physical monster, his presence truly imposing. A sudden nuntium of relief washed over Li Jian, finding reassurance in Milancevic's protective concern. The game abruptly restarted with a sharp pibibig, yet Li Jian still pondered the referee's surprisingly swift card decision. A mischievous vision of a grinning mentor flashed through his mind, revealing a crucial truth: referees, being human, often favored the perceived underdog. He flustered internally, worrying about Jiwoo witnessing his pathetic fall, before a sharp paong and a teammate's shout jolted him back. Snapping to attention, he apologized quickly, his determined feet working the ball with a whick and tuck. Brushing aside all worry, he committed fully to the game, focusing on every tack of the ball. The recent foul had irrevocably intensified the game, every tack, peak, and paong resounding with new aggression. The furious seniors and relentless opponents locked in an intense, unyielding press, ball control marked by a decisive tack. The game had devolved into a brutal kuang of physicality, the ball secondary to the fierce intent of taking out opponents. A fierce determination solidified his gaze, he could not remain passive while his seniors fought for him. A sudden kiaic of realization hit him, physical brawling wouldn't suit his strengths, he needed a different approach. A sudden taike and tack of insight struck him, possessing the ball wasn't the only way to influence the game. The prior foul, and the referee's inherent bias, now became his cunning tool, as he plunged into the fray with a determined kuang. A coach warned his team about an opposing rookie, who was attracting considerable attention that day. Their coach detailed the creative Seconda Punta, who possessed exceptional spatial awareness. His voice sharpened, challenging the rookie to face their formidable defense if he dared play. The coach's furious command echoed a teammate's urgent shout across the field, as the game surged into motion with a sudden whoosh. A furious scramble for the ball erupted, met with a rapid pababack, as bodies clashed for dominance. A towering opponent loomed, daring Li Jian to receive the ball in such a suffocating space. The aggressive opponent lunged, surprising Li Jian, who yelped in protest as a swift YOK rippled through the air. A teammate seized the moment, a quick PIK, of the ball sending an opponent sprawling while Li Jian moved like lightning. The infuriated opponent bellowed, questioning Li Jian's supposed genius for repeating the same tactical mistake with a sharp chik. Li Jian silently refuted the label of genius, vowing he would not fall for the same ploy twice as opponents tumbled around him. He had secured possession with a decisive TAT, yet knew the strategic battle was far from over. Surrounded by three opponents, he meticulously planned, waiting for the precise moment they would narrow the space around him. Because, the stage was perfectly set. A powerful foot struck the ball with an impactful TAT. Nice cross, an excited voice yelled, as the ball soared with a powerful pang, through the air. Li Jian instinctively recognized the perfect timing of the cross, just as a bald teammate excitedly roared his name. A teammate beamed, affectionately patting Li Jian's head with a gentle sudum for his top-notch cross. His senior described his favorite attacking pattern, a move Li Jian remembered all too well. Li Jian wrestled for control, grunting with effort as he met the aggressive tudak of two relentless opponents. He executed a feint, surprising his pursuers, as his mind raced to exploit his direct shot position, teasing them into maintaining possession. An opponent barked a warning about his existing card, but Li Jian's defiant KUK signaled he already knew. Under relentless pressure, Li Jian wondered if they would simply leave him trapped in this narrow space. The moment poorly defending opponents charged, he met their onslaught with a deft tap, and a quick slide to evade them. He broke through the defenses with a determined pabak, and a swift swish, heading straight for the center. A gasp escaped him. Breaking through the defense in tight quarters had opened up a clear view, exactly why he drew three opponents to his left side. He cast a glance back, confident that Senior Vlahovi would capitalize with a decisive chwak. Li Jian prepared to launch the ball, certain his teammate would exploit the open right side, underscored by the dung, of the offside line. His foot slammed into the ball with a powerful quack, fueled by his fierce desire to stay on the first team. He played for Jiwoo and his dad, for the pride they felt in him. A fierce quack propelled the ball, his deepest desire to remain fighting alongside his seniors. Their protection empowered him, pushing him forward towards the goal. He noted a defender clinging to Senior Vlahovi, a subtle huk of recognition. He struck the ball with an impactful quachik, absolutely confident in his read of the play. The kick landed with a decisive chwak, certain his teammate would evade the block. Goal, a teammate roared, yeses, as an ecstatic celebration erupted, confirming their lead on the scoreboard. With the lead secured, Li Jian's confidence soared as he continued to play, deftly evading an opponent's tack. Li Jian felt lighter under his senior's protection, while two opposing teammates exchanged heated words over a disputed foul. He played with newfound audacity, easily dribbling past an opponent with a nimble pyak. The fearsome Sampuria players no longer intimidated him. He evaded an opponent with a quick papat, while the opposition wondered, when did he? His marker, restrained by an earlier card, could only offer passive defense, eliciting a subtle cook, from Li Jian. The defense had shifted to cover him and Vlahovi, a teammate noting how utterly focused they were. Consequently, the entire central area lay exposed, a critical realization punctuated by a soft tok. A confident smirk played on his lips. He mentally assured Jiwoo, she would see the opposing coach, not him, with a flattened nose. Nice pass. Li Jian, a voice roared, as he unleashed the ball with a powerful bung. After receiving his pass, Senior Vlahovi fired a wonderful shot, and with a resounding bang, the referee's whistle ended the game. A profound sigh of relief escaped him with a weary Tolsuk. They had won, and he was miraculously uninjured. He wondered if Jiwoo would scold him despite his 2 assists and victory, before a teammate's proud top landed on his back. His seniors playfully ribbed him, marveling at his unexpected bravery and how he challenged the larger opponents. The bald teammate ruffled his hair, teasing how he transformed into a gentle kid post-match, much to Li Jian's internal annoyance. A teammate intervened, but not before the bald one poked Li Jian's cheek, eliciting a pained cry. The bald teammate cryptically advised Li Jian to prepare himself, leaving him utterly bewildered. Another teammate offered only a sly smirk, the meaning unclear as he vanished with a swift hwik. The scene shifted to Jian's elegant home, where off-panel voices called out his name, signaling his return. 2 viewers watching a broadcast expressed surprise at seeing Jian, wondering if the match had already concluded. Li Jian, number 20 for Firenze, had been named player of the match, but appeared flustered as his interview began with a loud quang. The 2 spectators voiced concern over Li Jian's flustered demeanor, wondering if he felt unwell. The interviewer congratulated him and asked about his tactical instructions, which Li Jian struggled awkwardly to articulate. Li Jian, mortified, offered his apologies as the interviewer gently reassured him amidst the crew's chuckles. The interviewer crisply summarized Li Jian's critical role in the final minutes, noting his excellent deep pressing from the left half-space to set up Blahovi. Asked to explain the play, Li Jian stumbled over his words, confusing left and right, much to a chibi spectator's exasperation. From her vantage point, a female spectator found his flustered state undeniably charming. The interviewer lauded Jian, highlighting his brilliant performance since his debut at 16, leaving the young player blushing and speechless. As the interviewer asked for a message to his fans, the male spectator worried about such a burdensome question. Li Jian flinched, a surprised Kwang, escaping him, wondering if he had heard "genius" spoken in Korean. Quickly composing himself, Li Jian sincerely promised to work harder, asking for continued support. Jian's mother realized his message was for Jiwoo, not fans, while Jiwoo, mentally, expressed confusion over his Italian. The interviewer delivered the final, trickiest question: who was the first person he thought of, leaving Li Jian flustered and at a loss for words. The interviewer, misinterpreting his hesitation, excitedly assumed he had a girlfriend, prompting Li Jian's frantic, desperate cry to stop him. Despite Li Jian's desperate attempt to clarify, the interviewer pressed him to speak to his girlfriend, intensifying his public embarrassment. With closed eyes, he mumbled thanks for the support, his internal monologue screaming at his own foolishness. Li Jian later realized he had inadvertently implied she was his girlfriend, leaving him stunned and blank-faced with a soft mung as the interviewer concluded the segment. A purple wave of pure terror washed over him with a frantic kukukuku, dreading the inevitable confrontation with Jiwoo tomorrow. His father pondered intervening, while his mother, bewildered, asked for clarification on Li Jian's peculiar interview statements. Jiwoo, fueled by a sharp glare, demanded to know why he'd been speaking such absurdities, catching Li Jian completely off guard. Jiwoo's wrath intensified, revealing his public declaration of her as his girlfriend. A mortified Li Jian desperately attempted to retract. His father's imagined betrayal plunged Li Jian into a dramatic, stone-cold despair, leaving Jiwoo to wonder if he'd simply frozen. Jiwoo, with a mischievous smirk, playfully suggested his public bragging hinted at a deep affection, to which Li Jian could only stammer a flustered "no." With a desperate plea of mistaken identity, Li Jian spontaneously fled, a blur of motion as Jiwoo's indignant shouts echoed through the street. He mentally vowed to censor every future interview, or better yet, skip them entirely, even as Jiwoo relentlessly pursued his fleeting form. His sudden, contemplative halt became a literal collision as Jiwoo careened right into his back with a startled "ACK." Li Jian, anticipating Jiwoo's fury over his interview gaffe, found himself perplexed when her initial annoyance transformed into genuine, albeit abrupt, concern. His frantic multi-meal regimen had yielded a minuscule 0.1 kilograms gain, a comedic injustice the man with glasses pointed out with unsettling cheer. His frantic demand for a recalibration was met with a dismissive chuckle, sending a chibi Li Jian scrambling away in utter *tatic. Panic. A quiet determination settled over Li Jian, igniting a yearning for maturity after the raw lessons of the last game. Relentlessly, he chewed another cereal bar, convinced that sheer consumption was his fastest route to physical and mental advancement. The memory weighed on him. In the last game, his limitations had forced his seniors into protective roles, inadvertently amplifying their struggle. A bittersweet current ran through him, gratitude for their efforts mingling with the heavy ache of apology. He grimaced, struggling to choke down another dry cereal bar, a testament to the Sisyphean task of bulking up, even with Jiwoo's special meals. He chewed slowly, his deeper aspiration to acquire the unshakable composure his senior teammates possessed. A fresh wave of mortification washed over him as he realized his interview blunders had created ripples far beyond just Jiwoo. The ghost of his arrogant past self, plastered across a colossal screen, proclaimed his genius with a bombastic confidence he now deeply regretted. He ducked his head in fresh mortification as well-meaning strangers cheered for his non-existent genius, making his training day an accidental public performance. His gratitude for the public's cheers was a heavy cloak, its warmth burdened by the invisible weight of expectation with every step. A visceral fear gripped him, the memory of past fan fury a vivid blueprint for their swift turn from adulation to venomous, derisive boos. The looming specter of failure, whispered by phantom critics with sharp, cutting words, pressed down on him, an suffocating weight of expectation. Just as he longed for his senior's calm, an abrupt shout shattered his introspection, making him jump with a nervous gasp. Discarding pleasantries, the bald teammate bellowed a bizarre, urgent philosophical inquiry, hippo or rhino, his voice a startling kwak. His mind reeled, he could only utter a single, utterly bewildered, "Excuse me?" Their spittle-laced interrogations about pride and hypothetical animal fights overwhelmed him, making him recoil from the literal jeep assault. He watched, a nervous smile plastered on his face, somehow convinced their frenzied animal debate was a display of profound, pre-game composure. His timid guess of rhino was instantly met with a chilling, yet comically absurd, threat from the bald teammate. He inwardly reaffirmed his belief in training as the sole path to growth, then eagerly sprinted onto the field at the bald teammate's command. He ran with a fierce, unwavering determination, convinced that today's efforts could secure a spot in the Roma match, while Coach Luca quietly considered his potential. Under the vast night sky, Coach Luca's summons sent an eager, energetic Li Jian scurrying toward him. Under the weight of the night, Coach Luca spoke with solemn gravity, explaining the rationale for Li Jian's position in the impending match. Coach Luca offered gentle assurances and a directive to rest, but Li Jian's profound disappointment was palpable as he bowed his head. The gravity of tomorrow's crucial away game against AC Roma, a decisive battle for league standings, weighed heavily on his mind. Beneath the exceptionally brilliant constellations, he reflected on a past self who once wondered about the very mood of the brightest, most distant star. Yet, his heavy heart had extinguished such lofty curiosity, pulling him down into a profound, earthly gloom. A stunning revelation, like a bolt from the heavens, announced his improbable selection to start against AC Roma, transforming his shock into resolute confidence. Olympia Stadium, AC Roma's colossal home ground, unfurled itself beneath the glorious sun, a testament to sporting grandeur. The weight of starting settled heavily upon him, his body inexplicably leaden, each jogging step battling against a tide of profound pre-game nerves. A probing question from the coach-like teammate pierced his pre-game anxiety, forcing Li Jian into a momentary, transparent pretense of wellness. He eagerly accepted the coach's offer to review his role, a focused reprieve he desperately welcomed to quell his inner turmoil. With stark gravity, the coach-like teammate underscored the immense threat of number 7, Lorenzo Fellini, signaling his profound importance to Li Jian's mission. The coach's words carried a heavy weight, explaining that this entirely new, defensive burden was laid upon him specifically because of Fellini. Fellini, they warned, embodied Roma's formidable power, a singular force that would render his defensive task an immense, arduous trial. His singular directive was to sever Fellini's connection to the team's attacking build-up, a tactical imperative Li Jian absorbed with profound focus. He clenched his fist, a silent, powerful affirmation of his understanding and fierce resolve to execute the demanding strategy. The coach's momentous trust, granting him a starting role in this pivotal game, ignited a fervent resolve deep within him. A primal roar erupted from the stands, chanting, "Roma," as Li Jian, ready for battle, declared his fervent commitment. He took in the fervent spectacle of Rome, feeling the city's pulse through its amazing fans, as opponents and teammates exchanged perfunctory good wishes. A light, unexpected touch grazed his cheek, instantly widening Li Jian's eyes in surprise. Lorenzo Fellini, his formidable opponent, acknowledged him with a brief, "good game," his very presence signaling the immense challenge ahead. The weight of inevitable comparison pressed down as he nervously, yet firmly, gripped Fellini's hand, forcing out a "good game." Propelled by fervent shouts of "Forza Viola" from his teammates, Li Jian surged ahead, fueled by an absolute refusal to concede defeat. The referee's piercing whistle sliced through the air, instantly followed by the sharp tuck of the opening kick. A series of calculated backward passes marked the opponent's cautious initial probe, each kick a measured test of their defense. His world condensed to a singular, burning point, his entire being utterly fixed upon the elusive number 7. He mentally recited their patient defensive mandate, a strategy abruptly reinforced by his teammates' sharp, cautionary shout to hold the line. His gut instinct screamed, if Fellini descended for the ball, the initial defensive burden would fall squarely upon his shoulders. A sharp call cut through the air as Fellini sprang, precisely as foretold, leaping to intercept the arcing ball. He recognized Fellini's calculated build-up move as his own signature play, a chilling mirror image that spurred him into a desperate, furious sprint. He pressed in, a suffocating presence behind Fellini, determined to deny him the crucial space to pivot and control the play. Amidst the physical skirmish, Fellini's frustration was palpable, a grudging recognition of his mark's surprising agility. A decisive, satisfying pass of the ball confirmed his triumph. The intricate defensive strategy had worked. Fellini's rapid movement signaled another deceptive pass, Li Jian's mind already calculating the shift to the left flank. With a sharp inhale of conviction, he swore to accelerate his efforts, to snatch that crucial step ahead. He closed in, a suffocating shadow, determined to intercept and crush any burgeoning build-up before the ball even reached its target. A sudden, unexpected pivot from Fellini sent Li Jian staggering, his surprise evident in a choked "eh." He hit the ground with a desperate quang, a searing regret for his perceived weakness burning as Fellini surged past, ball at his feet. He scrambled to his feet, a ragged gasp escaping him, fiercely reassuring himself of the team's defensive integrity and his chance to reclaim his mark. His desperate plea to block was abruptly, violently cut short by the thunderous quang of a powerful strike. A cold dread washed over him as the shocking reality dawned. It was no pass, but a direct, lethal strike. The monstrous quang of the audacious, long-range strike echoed his dawning, horrifying realization: he had made a catastrophic error. A desperate hand outstretched, a futile, last-second attempt against the inevitable trajectory of the ball. A guttural, Italian curse ripped from Li Jian's throat, a visceral echo of the devastating impact of the goal. The ball launched with a visceral BBAEH, bursting into the air with potent force. The opponent launched a daring shot toward the goal, catching Li Jian by surprise, raising the stakes significantly. Li Jian wondered, the ball's trajectory a strange, comedic BBOO and bong surprise. Li Jian wondered, as the smirking Fellini faced a bewildered shout from his teammate. The audacious shooter quickly apologized, but his teammates' mixed reactions of disbelief and shaken relief hung in the air. Li Jian silently carried the weight of the unreasonable attempt, even as a teammate's encouraging shouts tried to lift his spirits. With a decisive BBUUK, the match's momentum sharply swung, as Fellini's team seized control and Li Jian's concerns deepened. A jarring JJYAK collision served as a harsh reminder of Li Jian's failing defense, allowing Fellini repeated breakthroughs. Their team's stalwart defense had averted disaster, yet Li Jian's internal alarm bells continued to ring. His physical frailty became painfully evident as a forceful Tiang shoved him aside, allowing the opponent to surge forward unimpeded. He seethed with frustration, his desperate defense repeatedly failing as the opponent's simple, clumsy dribbles mocked his breathless efforts. A searing anger coiled within him. But with the ball, Li Jian found himself ensnared, his attempts to break free met with the same suffocating, bodge-sack defense he himself had employed. He strained against the immovable wall, a suffocating, frustrating KKWA that defied his every effort. The shrill, declarative boyek of the whistle pierced the stadium, officially sealing his crushing defeat in the first half. His teammates celebrated their strategic success, but for Li Jian, the first half had been a profound, personal failure. A guttural huju of raw, adult-sized frustration escaped him. The team captain's booming voice cut through the locker room, urging renewed cohesion for the second half. Despite his labored breaths, Li Jian desperately masked his exhaustion from the team captain. Coach Tony offered a lifeline, urging Li Jian to speak up if exhausted, his true worry for potential injury silently understood. Coach Tony's rallying cry electrified the locker room, met with a resounding, collective roar. The sub-coach cautiously voiced his worries about Li Jian's exhaustion, prompting a quizzical from Coach Tony. Coach Tony challenged the sub-coach's suggestion to discuss tactics, his sharp why, leaving the latter flustered. The sub-coach tried to justify his concerns about Li Jian's struggles, only to be met with Coach Tony's fierce, dismissive, who is struggling. As the team emerged onto the field, it was a stark reminder that this kid, a starting player for Roma, was astonishingly just 16. The sub-coach's impassioned argument that judging Li Jian solely on goals was unjust finally elicited a hesitant agreement from Coach Tony. Li Jian had relentlessly pressed the opponent's key player, unleashing a constant womb of energy in a myriad of attacking attempts. The sub-coach, hesitant yet determined, awkwardly began to add another thought, prompting a sharp, inquisitive "Coach" from Tony. Coach Tony delivered the unexpected, heartfelt praise, the words, "You're doing an excellent job," landing with a soft tok of surprise on a panting Li Jian. A weary Jiwoo escaped Li Jian as he acknowledged his physical limits, feeling the draining eurung of the game in his bones. Yet, a fierce resolve burned, his team was not losing. He took a grounding breath, analyzing his failed defense and accepting a crucial truth: he was no natural defensive stalwart. A low guuu echoed his internal question, why this assignment? The sub-coach pressed on, doubting Li Jian's suitability as a primary defender against number 7. Coach Tony clarified his subtle strategy: Li Jian's role was merely to pressure and delay, not outright block. With a definitive TEOK, Coach Tony declared Jian's tactical role sufficient, then bellowed for the kickoff. A sudden clarity struck him: his task wasn't to block every single breakthrough, just to play his part in a 90-minute ballet. He struck the ball with a decisive pang, trusting his seniors to hold the line if he executed his role perfectly. He bit back a fierce self-reproach for his childish excuses. He chastised his own arrogance, his eagerness to shine had blinded him to his true place and capabilities. The team captain's urgent cry spurred Li Jian to dig deeper, to try again. Yeah, he affirmed, forcing his mind to a razor-sharp focus for just 10 more minutes, even as an opponent's shout ripped through the air. A resolute PPA marked his singular focus, only on what he truly could do. The sub-coach observed Li Jian, noting a new, striking intensity in his eyes. Coach Tony had deliberately withheld praise earlier, knowing the challenging fight Li Jian was in required his own self-discovery. Li Jian, relentlessly self-critical, was now seeking his own strategic solutions, his passes echoing with a decisive tak and pang. This level of talent came with an insatiable hunger to win. Players like Li Jian would fight until their last, defiant pang. Ugh, he grunted, recognizing that confronting Fellini required more than brute force, it demanded a deeper, strategic solution. The opponent's triumphant cry of, "I stole the ball," was cut short by Li Jian's swift Wyung and decisive tak, leaving his coaches curious about his next move. Deep in exhausted thought, Li Jian processed the problem, teammates' worried shouts of defense, blending into the promise of his imminent growth. Taking a profound hup, he resolved to see the entire field, mapping every player's position, his path now clear. He keenly observed the opponent's shifted strategy, their desperate line now pushed higher, a strategic PPA of aggression. The tactical shift meant Fellini, instead of dropping deep, now loomed menacingly in Li Jian's own territory, a dangerous new threat. A sharp huk of realization hit him: Fellini was employing a high-line tactic, daring to press forward instead of retreating. He knew the ball would invariably find Fellini, as an opponent's "block it early" echoed the impending tuk of the pass. Interception offered a pathway to profound advantage. TSK. The opponent grumbled, unable to thread the needle to Fellini, his frustration a testament to Li Jian's invisible strategy. Li Jian, seeing a narrow, deliberate opening, excitedly gasped, "Oh Cho." A chance? With a triumphant JJAK, Li Jian surged past a flailing opponent, whose frustrated cries confirmed their dwindling energy. A double quack of impact underscored his resolve. This was the play he could make. A fluid JJAK and CHAK marked his premeditated move, a play born of foresight. He kicked, balanced, and ran, propelled by the urgent shouts of his teammates demanding defensive backup. The opponent's aggressive advance left their defense dangerously thin, allowing Li Jian to slice through with purposeful quackass. With a senior teammate drawing defenders, Li Jian surged fearlessly into the box, no opponent daring to challenge him directly. Ugh! Li Jian gasped, his inner monologue anticipating the desperate TAAK of the block now that he was so close to the box. With a powerful pang, he passed to his senior, a calculated move to draw defenders, allowing him to then surge into the box unchallenged. This was the moment, a practiced CHAK and JJUK, when the goal disappeared, replaced by an absolute, singular focus on the ball. In the blistering, gladiatorial heat of Roma, he unleashed his kick. Shoot! Li Jian roared, as the ball, with a thunderous quang, tore through the net, proclaiming their sudden victory. Following in the hallowed footsteps of giants, AC Roma's number 7, Lorenzo Fellini, was hailed as the next Roman emperor. Then a curious voice, punctuated by the faint clicking of keys, wondered aloud about the mysterious number 20 from Firenze. A man in glasses fumed, his very being trembling at the rookie's audacious brilliance overshadowing their own acclaimed Fellini. With a soft gasp, a female student discovered the live comments section utterly captivated by Jian's unexpected rise. A proud smile bloomed on her face, acknowledging how much their Jian had truly blossomed. A piercing beep cut through the air, signaling an imminent substitution. Li Jian, recognizing his body's betrayal, signaled for relief the moment he secured the 55th minute goal. Even with a goal, a series of sharp gasps underscored Li Jian's gnawing belief that he had fallen short. The moment hung heavy with pure, unadulterated frustration. A sharp clap startled Li Jian from his self-reproach, pulling a confused "huh" from his lips. An unexpected volley of claps and exclamations of praise washed over him, a bizarre ovation for an opponent. He stood bewildered in Roma's home stadium, the enemy's cheers, punctuated by ceaseless claps, baffling him. But why would they do this? His senior teammate, Vlahovi, approached, a knowing grin spreading across his face, marveling at Jian earning the opponent's clapping respect. Vlahovi explained that the persistent claps were an acknowledgement of his skill, a true measure of performance against their beloved team. Walk out with confidence. Vlahovi urged, and with a confident clap, Li Jian's wide-eyed surprise morphed into an eager, affirmative yes. Li Jian, despite his senior's encouragement, felt a blush creeping up and tried to scuttle away, only to be stopped by Ricardo Sahara's annoyed grunt and a sharp, "Hey, punk." Ricardo tried to chide him for hurrying, but a knowing tap from another teammate advised, "Forget it." With warm pats on the back, a teammate called Jian "cutie" and praised his good work, earning a flustered, "Thank you, coach." Though teammates showered him with "good job," and he returned thanks, Li Jian was inwardly consumed by guilt over his requested substitution. Despite the senior's explanation of the Roma fans' respect, Li Jian remained profoundly dissatisfied with his own performance. A heavy sigh escaped Li Jian, his disappointment stemmed not from the goal, but from the lost opportunities of the first half. His hands clenched tightly as the bitter realization hit, better composure would have secured another goal. As he stared out, lost in thought, a cheerful image of Jiwoo popped into his mind. With a tentative rub of his ear, Li Jian pondered if scoring against Roma was, at least, something to be proud of. From the sidelines, the distant shouts of "block" and "cross" accompanied a powerful whoosh as the game continued its relentless pace. A thunderous crash sealed Roma's 80th minute equalizer, forcing the high-stakes match into a 1-1 draw. With two soft taps, players exchanged acknowledgements of a hard-fought game, even as the team's winning streak came to a halt. The team collectively accepted the 1-1 draw in Rome as a respectable outcome for an away game. A bald teammate, overjoyed by the sight of their fans at an away game, led a round of enthusiastic claps. The bald teammate, a soft chuckle escaping him, wondered why Li Jian seemed unenthused by the praise, only to get a vague, so. A nervous gulp belied Li Jian's inner turmoil, as he agonized over the winning streak ending precisely after he became a starter. Ricardo Sahurara, with a playful squeeze and a dramatic, "This brat," playfully admonished Li Jian for his casualness, causing him to yelp in pain. The scene shifted to the stark, fluorescent reality of the locker room. Li Jian emerged from his locker with an exhausted sigh, still reeling from the seniors' antics. He considered the fans' reactions, then a soft click of his phone refocused his anxiety on something far more personal. His eyes widened at the sight of 99 messages, confirming his greater worry lay with Jiwoo's reaction. Jiwoo's indignant messages, demanding how he could endure such play, made Li Jian blush. "Whoa!" Li Jian muttered, overwhelmed by Jiwoo's deluge of protective messages, ranging from concern for his safety to demands for opponent number 7's contact. A sudden, escaped Li Jian as the shocking realization of how many messages she'd sent in just one half dawned on him. His excitement grew as he saw Jiwoo's praise and even a photo celebrating his goal, sending "crazy" and "amazing" over the screen. Li Jian squinted at a ghostly, blurry image, wondering if the pixelated figure on his screen was truly his dad. He let out a wry chuckle, accepting that he probably shouldn't have expected clarity, and tapped away. Feeling a surge of relief that neither Jiwoo nor his dad seemed disappointed, he typed with a heavy thump, "I want to see your pictures too." A sudden beep heralded Li Jian's dawning panic, realizing his innocent message could be catastrophically misunderstood. Chibi Jiwoo, with a mischievous whoosh, playfully teased him about his honesty, sending Li Jian into a flailing, embarrassed argh. "No. I'm not." Jiwoo's next message clarified her intent, as taps on the screen spelled out her desire for funny pictures of him too. Jiwoo's persistent teasing elicited a flurry of distressed gasps from Li Jian, prompting Ricardo Sahurara to wonder if he was truly that stressed. A low thump accompanied Li Jian's exasperated retort to Jiwoo's suggestive promise of a bare face picture later. But well. Li Jian mused, adjusting his jacket, as his thoughts began to drift. A flicker of nonchalance crossed his features, he privately admitted he wouldn't actually mind seeing her bare face. The scene abruptly shifted to the U-17 training ground, immediately met with a disbelieving, "What?" Coach Tony snapped questions at Li Jian, a furious crack in his voice demanding explanation for the excessive training, which Li Jian nervously tried to downplay. As Coach Tony furiously rummaged for his phone, vowing to confront the octopus old-timer, Li Jian desperately cried out, "HH. Coach! That's not it." After returning from Roma, the U-17 training ground offered a familiar sight, as Coach Luca inwardly grumbled about a warning ignored, then surprisingly softened his stance. He likely sought both their company, as Li Jian eagerly asked if his message was delivered, receiving a cheerful confirmation that it was spoken twice. The man with light brown hair asked with genuine concern if he was feeling well now, to which Li Jian, with a reassuring rub of his arm, affirmed, "Yes." With a relieved rub of his chin, the man suggested that with his current good health, Li Jian could ease up on the rigorous diet. As the man cautioned about injury from overeager bulking during growth, Li Jian reflected on his own demanding, late-night regimen. A wry smile touched his lips as he realized he had been far from peak condition on game day. Coach Luca exclaimed in surprise that Li Jian still scored, prompting the man with light brown hair to proudly declare, "That kid is my student." Li Jian, laughing bashfully, humbly credited their shooting training for his success. The coaches praised his newfound social graces, and as Li Jian blushed, the narrator reflected on his necessary adaptation to first-team life. Their joyful laughter, a comforting sound like home, punctuated a playful jab about Sahurara. As a cup of tea was exchanged with a soft clink, the coaches confirmed their next game was against Lazio. The man confirmed with coach Luca that a significant player, Rica Romero, was indeed on the Lazio team. He then gravely challenged Li Jian. If he played, he had to definitively outperform this Rica guy. Li Jian, surprised, asked for clarification on Rica's identity, prompting the man to explain he was someone a coach had incessantly bragged about. The man detailed Rica's impressive stats, then humorously admitted he had to block the bragging coach. With an encouraging chuckle, he urged Li Jian to seize this chance and definitively prove who was the true genius. Li Jian, radiating confidence, reassured them not to worry, casually mentioning his 2 debut goals. A wave of genuine laughter erupted, acknowledging the undeniable truth of Li Jian's achievement. Nevertheless, the narrative shifted to rising star Rica Romero, Serie A's hottest player, whose powerful crash of a kick was truly remarkable. With another impactful crash and the triumphant of a goal, Rica Romero had just scored his 3rd of the season at home. A casual inquiry from the female student about Romero guy caught Li Jian off guard, stirring an unexpected curiosity. As she recounted the whispers of Romero's genius, Li Jian's mild bewilderment settled into a thoughtful stare. The screen pulsed with fervent praise for Romero, real deal and prodigy, leaving Li Jian utterly confounded by the sheer scale of the adoration. Li Jian scoffed good-naturedly, geniuses are everywhere, as the female student gasped, a fresh shock seizing her attention. Her voice, sharp with revelation, announced Romero's 3 goals, a fact Li Jian absorbed with dwindling amusement. Her innocent comparison of his 2 goals to Romero's 3 struck a raw nerve, unleashing Li Jian's fervent, albeit flustered, defense of his superior offensive points. Her bewildered query, aren't goals more important, became the final, comical straw for Li Jian's exasperation. The staggering realization of her utter ignorance about soccer left Li Jian utterly dumbfounded. He weighed his own impressive stats against Romero's, then dismissed the futile comparison with a weary sigh, as she stifled a soft, knowing giggle. Her boisterous, just kidding, coupled with a reassuring pat swiftly transformed his embarrassment into an even deeper, flustered blush. Her mischievous suggestion to search for his own record sent a jolt of comical alarm through Li Jian. The screen exploded with a cascade of glowing praise for Li Jian, comments hailing him as a true genius, which both surprised and undeniably pleased him. As she gushed about his burgeoning fame, Li Jian affected a practiced nonchalance, subtly allowing a smirk to betray his deep satisfaction. Overwhelmed by the flood of positivity, Li Jian, in a blush of chibi glory, effused heartfelt thanks to his unseen supporters. Her sudden, serious inquiry about his upcoming match against Romero's team drew a startled confirmation from Li Jian. Her excited declaration of a showdown of geniuses only heightened Li Jian's trembling anxiety about whether he would even make it onto the field. With a clenched fist and fiery conviction, she declared the upcoming game a crucial battle of pride, an unwavering mandate for victory that pressed heavily on Li Jian. Despite his personal indifference to the rivalry, the unspoken expectations of his coach and Jiwoo's firm command to win weighed heavily on Li Jian. Li Jian began to articulate his true underlying concern, drawing an inquisitive from Jiwoo. With a blush of vulnerable insecurity, Li Jian questioned if her allegiance would waver to Romero should he suffer defeat. An utterly stunned silence enveloped Jiwoo as Li Jian's question hung awkwardly in the air. Jiwoo, her exasperation boiling over, squeezed Li Jian's cheeks while lambasting his idiotic question. The vibrant stadium stretched below, a grand stage ready for the impending clash of Serie A Round 12, Firenze vs Lazio. Having transformed his diet since the last game, Li Jian now stood upon the pitch, invigorated and brimming with a renewed, sparkling confidence. Lazio, their formidable European League reputation preceding them, presented a united front of confident players already primed for battle. Li Jian, consciously shedding the burden of expectation, decided to lean into the leniency afforded his youth as a voice declared, "We're counting on you today too." An older man's query, "Jian, are you ready?" echoed the internal call for Li Jian to embrace his unique privilege and intense training. Li Jian, unwavering and self-assured, asserted his readiness, a silent promise to deliver his absolute best. A swell of surprised murmurs and exclamations rippled through the stadium, spectators attributing the team's dramatic turnaround entirely to Li Jian. From the stands, voices of expectation declared both rising stars were playing, a singular hope ringing out, "I'm counting on you, Jian." One spectator questioned the maturity of involving a student in a personal vendetta, while another retorted that the soccer field knew no adults. The man with gray hair, a confident smile playing on his lips, declared with certainty that Jian would undoubtedly prove himself. Before, a young Li Jian had stared up with unwavering resolve, a silent thought solidifying, his talent would never yield to anyone's. A rallying cry echoed through the stadium as the team huddled, chanting, "Forza Viola," with unified, roaring determination. Li Jian's gaze sharpened, mentally marking his primary adversary, number 17, Rica Romero. As Li Jian analyzed Romero's compact yet powerful build and aggressive dribbling style, Romero confidently rallied his seniors with a sharp clap. The revelation of Romero's identical age sparked a contemplative worry in Li Jian. Did his own opponents analyze him with the same critical eye? The opening kick echoed across the field, as Li Jian internally charted a measured, backward pass to initiate their careful build-up. The searing rush of an opponent shattered Li Jian's calm strategy, an abrupt whoosh, signaling the impossibility of slow play. From the opening whistle, the opposition swarmed, their attackers and midfielders surging into their half with an alarming, immediate press. The opposition executed their quick front-pressing strategy with immediate, brutal efficiency, slamming into a teammate with a jarring crash. The coach's strategy, detailed in a tactical diagram, hinged on stable backfield clearances and lightning-fast transitions from defense to attack. Despite the threatening press of fast attackers, Li Jian sensed a nascent opportunity if they could overcome it, as a teammate received and kicked the ball. The visceral strain on his seniors' faces confirmed the brutal, unyielding force of the opponent's pressing, echoing with impacts and thuds. With a decisive run, Li Jian surged forward, intent on finding optimal positions to both receive passes and bolster their struggling defense. Li Jian frantically pointed out the open opposite side to his stressed teammate, his own position still tightly marked, as the tactical flow shifted. A teammate's panicked Jian punctuated the chaotic kick of a misplaced pass, revealing senior Milincevic's own overwhelmed struggle against the intense pressing. The ball sailed directly to Li Jian's marked side, a move eerily anticipated by the opponent, instantly spiraling the situation into peril. With a swift block, the pass was ruthlessly intercepted within the danger zone, a critical turning point highlighted by the tactical diagram. The ball, now firmly at Rica Romero's feet, elicited a triumphant "nice" from him as Li Jian watched the critical play unfold. With a sudden whoosh, Rica Romero launched a threatening dribble breakthrough, exploiting the wide-open left corner flag side. The goalkeeper, initially confident in his taller central defenders against an opponent, suddenly faltered, a dawning uncertainty replacing his calm. From an impossible angle, Rica Romero unleashed a furious slam, a shot that left the goalkeeper utterly startled. As the ball sliced past the goal with a swoosh, Li Jian's gaze lingered, a profound escaping him. Li Jian, observing Romero, realized the shot lacked any real scoring angle, a fact unnoticed by the encouraging opponent who urged him to keep trying. Acknowledging the dangerous sequence, Li Jian offered a reassuring smile to his apologetic teammate, declaring, "Yes. We've got this, senior." Rica Romero's aggressive command to pass it again, if his teammate regained the ball, was overheard by a surprised Li Jian. Li Jian, his annoyance palpable, peered at Romero, questioning the source of such audacious confidence after a wasted shot, pondering if he truly was only 16. A sudden whoosh snapped Li Jian's attention, leaving him with a confused Rica Romero's lips twisted into a menacing sneer, his voice slicing through the air with a direct challenge, "You are a genius?" With a chilling "really" and a provocative smirk, Rica Romero continued to unsettle Li Jian. A raw shock seized Li Jian, his mind reeling with the agonizing suspicion that Romero was deliberately mocking him. The referee's sharp beep signaled a goal kick, prompting the goalkeeper to ready the ball with a solid thump. The goalkeeper, frustrated, realized their short pass build-up was compromised. Too many opponents swarmed their half, a grim truth echoed in the tactical diagram. A worried teammate fretted that the opponent's tactics forced them into long kicks, a losing battle even for Vlahovi given their numerical disadvantage, as the tactical diagram illustrated. The man with gray hair grimaced, his concern deepening as he realized the insurmountable challenge of building up play from their current position. A rising alarm gripped the man with gray hair as he saw his team's collective anxiety, knowing their short passing strategy would collapse unless anyone, stepped forward. With steely resolve, Jian stepped forward, a determined promise, "I'll try, senior," carving through the tense air as he passed his worried teammates. The bald teammate surprised Jian, was met with Jian's unwavering, "I'll try, so." Jian, eyes fixed ahead, confidently declared, "Please give me the ball," a resounding thud, sealing his demand for responsibility. Jiwoo wondered if the opposing goalkeeper, trapped with nowhere left to go, would now make a fatal delay. He confidently expected a meaningless long kick, oblivious to his precise calculations. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a kick cut through the air, and Jiwoo's eyes widened in visceral shock. A short pass had been made. His mind reeled at the sight of number 20, Jian, already receiving the ball, poised to kick. Jiwoo observed Jian's seemingly impossible confidence in weathering the combined pressure from two flanking defenders. Yet, Jian effortlessly made his play, confirming Jiwoo's mistaken belief that he had already perfectly predicted the outcome. Two opponents furiously questioned their ability to break through the 2-on-1 defensive setup. Jiwoo, however, knew Jian's true strategy avoided a direct 2-on-1 clash entirely. The true tactical play was to push the ball to one side, forcing a crucial 1-on-1 duel with the closest defender. Jian declared his intention to attack, the crisp contact of his foot on the ball signaling his swift move past a lunging opponent. A surprised opponent, caught off guard, suddenly understood Jian's true intention to break through on the left. Jian's foot made deceptive contact with the ball, revealing his move was merely a feint. He taunted the fallen opponent, who crashed down with a visceral snap, as he continued his triumphant dribble. Having bypassed the first defender, Jian felt a surge of satisfaction, his intense focus unbroken. Just as he expected, the second defender rushed to cover the gap with a sharp, immediate response. Jian subtly tapped the ball forward, carefully setting up his next precise move as the opponent drew near. He executed a complex feint, pretending to eye the right back before swiftly folding his foot for a different direction. An opponent, sliding desperately across the pitch with a furious yell, mistakenly believed a pass was going right. Jian delivered a sarcastic apology as he darted past the baffled opponent, still advancing with the ball. The ball thudded perfectly with his foot, a testament to his successful, calculated maneuver. Jian celebrated his triumph over the opponent's press, the swift scamper of his feet a vivid reminder of his coach's first lesson. His determined profile affirmed his commitment to a rapid transition from defense to offense. From behind, Jian analytically observed the defensive formation, noting their disarray from his sudden counterattack. The opposing defensive line felt loose and unprepared, confirming they never anticipated this turn of events, the ball thudding twice with each insight. Jian identified his speedy senior, Vlahovi, poised to exploit the chaotic gaps in their defense, as opponents reacted with panicked alarm. He precisely calculated the optimal space pass angle, aiming for the crucial midpoint between the defensive line and the wide-eyed goalkeeper. With a powerful, impactful kick, Jian completed his tactical calculation, sending the ball precisely where it needed to go. He made a precise pass, instructing his senior to run into position, while he continued his own determined sprint towards the box. An opponent, watching helplessly, expressed a deep frustration at being unable to intervene in the escalating play. Li Jian realized his senior's early movement and quick reading of the pass had decisively broken through the defensive line. Though his senior would handle it, Li Jian knew he must remain strategically vigilant, considering every possibility on the field as he continued his advance. Teammate number 9 unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball screaming towards the goal. The goalkeeper's gloved hand made critical contact, crucially blocking the ball. Jiwoo exclaimed in utter surprise, a sudden cry escaping him, marveling at the goalkeeper's phenomenal save. His teammates lamented with a shared shout that the shot had been too direct, making the save easier. One opponent praised the goalkeeper, while another urgently called for attention to the crucial second ball. Both Li Jian and an opponent leaped in mid-air for the ball, embodying Coach Luca's wisdom about seizing opportunity. Li Jian headed the ball with fierce intensity, proving that opportunities truly arise for the prepared. As Li Jian scored, thudding hard, he knew listening to experienced adults had certainly paid off. An unidentified voice called out to Kim Jiwoo, drawing attention back to the observer. The voice asked if someone had witnessed the extraordinary play. Li Jian passionately roared, his jubilant challenge echoing across the field, daring anyone to deny his superior genius. The referee's long whistle signified the end of the first half, with Firenze leading Lazio 1-0, Jian having scored in the 27th minute. The younger man, still amazed, chuckled at the incredible outcome while the older man listened with amusement. Coach Tony gravely assessed Lazio's dangerous, fast-paced play, acknowledging their capacity to disrupt even strong teams. He reflected on the game's initial pressure, realizing that Lazio's current situation had been entirely predictable from the start. Coach Tony observed Jian's extraordinary press resistance, marveling at how he seized the flow, even as chibi versions of Jian and a sub-coach discussed their route. Coach Tony, his chibi form gleaming with sparkling eyes, marveled at Jian's ability to not only envision but flawlessly execute complex strategies under immense pressure. He noted that the anticipated battle of geniuses had instead tragically exposed the pitiful shortcomings of opponent number 17. A stark division in expressions, Li Jian's confident smile against the opponent's dejected face, cemented Coach Tony's belief in the undeniable chasm of talent. The younger man guffawed, delightedly recounting how he blocked an annoying opponent, while the older man wryly questioned his extreme glee. The older man, sternly reminding the younger of his age, asked what opponent number 17 had actually done to deserve such ire, prompting a surprised introspection. They both noted the peculiar pattern. Player number 17 consistently played only the first half before being substituted. The older man, hand on chin, quietly mused that player number 17's pride must be deeply wounded. An opponent violently kicked the ground, the forceful thud reflecting a sudden, raw outburst of frustration. Slumped on the bench, opponent number 17 reflected with stark clarity, his entire 16 years had been solely fueled by confidence. In a vivid flash of memory, he recalled being celebrated as the youngest genius in every team, a symphony of applause echoing his past glory. But now, a visceral dread seized him, as opponent number 17 stared with horrified disbelief, questioning the very essence of Li Jian's talent. Coach Tony emphatically instructed his team to pressure Li Jian, and they acknowledged his command with a firm yes. Opponent number 17 smirked, dismissing Coach Tony's concern as an overreaction to a mere 2005-born kid. With an arrogant thumbs up, opponent number 17 confidently vowed to reveal his true talent in the match. He bitterly reflected on his earlier boast, a painful contrast to Li Jian's goal and his own humiliating substitution in the second half. Despite everything, opponent number 17 desperately clung to the delusion that his dribbling and individual skills remained superior, his internal struggle marked by frustrated grunts and exclamations. He emphatically reinforced his conviction, believing that dribbling past opponents was a far more precious skill than mere press resistance or passing. His self-assurance shattered as Li Jian, in a spectacular, almost aerial move, effortlessly dribbled past a defender, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Opponent number 17 stared with profound, wide-eyed disbelief, utterly stunned that Li Jian had dribbled past their best defender, Senior Ramali. As opponent number 17 watched from the sidelines in shock at Jian's dribbling prowess, Li Jian calculated his precise proximity to the penalty box. Li Jian instantly identified the perfect angle, unleashing a powerful, direct shot towards the goal. The net rippled, sealing Li Jian's second goal, increasing Firenze's lead to 2-0 with goals in the 27th and 58th minutes. The older man effusively praised Jian's incredible trajectory, but Jian humbly claimed luck, while internally wondering if other talents he'd surpassed felt this same sting. Overwhelmed and defeated, opponent number 17 choked out the word wall, his mouth trembling with distress. He felt completely powerless, a small figure on the field dwarfed by the looming, distressed image of his own insurmountable despair. An older teammate offered Li Jian a drink, acknowledging his efforts, which the younger player gratefully accepted. Li Jian slumped back, a profound weariness settling over him as he privately mused on his perceived good fortune. He clenched his fist, noting with quiet satisfaction that he had played longer and scored twice, a performance far surpassing his last outing. Taking a long swig from his bottle, Li Jian conceded to himself that he had indeed improved. Jose Canhan's friendly voice broke his reverie, commenting on the insidious fatigue that only emerged once a player finally rested. Jose Canhan observed his intense focus throughout the match, explaining why the exhaustion had been so delayed, a truth Li Jian sheepishly acknowledged. Canhan advised him to hydrate and relax, revealing his own tactical movements to relieve pressure, an insight Li Jian readily absorbed. The distant, explosive fury of Coach Tony, yelling about a damn cross, solidified Li Jian's understanding of the tactical frustration. He decided that his unwavering focus on the game had ultimately served him well. His mind drifted to the dejected opponent on the field, a rival he had fiercely refused to lose to, and a quiet sense of gratitude washed over him. A flicker of anxiety had crossed his mind, imagining Jiwoo's effusive praise for another genius like Rica Romero. His chibified form trembled with an inexplicable rage, utterly baffled why the mere thought of Jiwoo cheering for another made his blood boil when she wasn't even his girlfriend. He dismissed the confusing feelings, settling on the comforting thought that today, he had at least outshone the other geniuses. A flurry of frantic motion erupted on the field, as the ball rocketed past defenders and into the net, adding another crucial goal to the scoreboard. From the stands, angry spectators raged at the conceded goal, blaming the substitution of the youngest for the team's failing. His bald teammate chortled, mockingly congratulating the genius as the crowd clamored for his return, prompting Li Jian's chibified, horrified denial. He mused with a touch of disappointment how opponent number 17 had single-handedly shifted the game's momentum with a skilled goal. He pondered the sheer number of geniuses in Italy, let alone Europe, as a defiant opponent on the field declared the fight was far from finished. His mind soared with visions of the Europe Cup, a luminous future where their team, if successful in this league, would clash with stronger geniuses next season. Li Jian knew such elite tournaments would inevitably pit them against an even higher caliber of talent, forcing new growth. A sudden, startling realization struck him. He desperately wanted to preserve the illusion for Jiwoo, to never let her see the ordinary person beneath the genius. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, Li Jian seized the unexpected opportunity, his eyes glowing with fierce, single-minded resolve. In a decisive, sliding strike, he sent the ball careening into the net, sealing another crucial point for Firenze as an opponent lay sprawled nearby. Despite a brief setback, Senior Vlahovi quickly netted another, solidifying their lead and drawing an enthusiastic roar from his teammates. The final whistle blew, echoing across the stadium as Firenze clinched a resounding 3-1 victory, prompting joyful celebrations across the field. He clapped with a forced, practiced smile, but his true feelings were far from relief. It was a relief, his ass. A familiar dread washed over him, recognizing the approach of the post-match interview, and he stuttered a nervous greeting to the smiling interviewer. He noted with cautious relief that this interview seemed to be progressing far more smoothly than previous ones, free from his teammates' usual teasing. The interviewer pivoted, asking if he had seen Rica Romero's pre-match comments, a question that visibly startled him into a denial. His eyes widened, a nervous tremor passing through him as the interviewer quoted Romero's audacious challenge. The interviewer, with a sly smile, then directly challenged him to declare the true genius of the day. Sweat beaded on his brow as he stammered, feeling the immense pressure to deliver a perfectly crafted response that would satisfy everyone. In a burst of sudden inspiration, Jian blurted out, "Coach Luca's student," completely baffling the interviewer. He quickly clarified Coach Luca's identity, eliciting an enthusiastic endorsement from the interviewer, to his profound relief. As the interviewer concluded the segment, Jian fidgeted, still anxiously replaying his answer in his mind. The interviewer, unyielding, then probed about his popularity among female fans, dragging out the ordeal and leaving Jian scratching his cheek in embarrassment. The question about his charm point struck him like a physical blow, his chibified self literally crumbling in comedic mortification. He choked back a gasp, utterly mortified as the interviewer playfully urged him to flaunt his supposed charms. Jian's mind raced, sweat pouring down his face as he desperately searched for an answer to a question he had never even considered before. A spark of an idea finally ignited in his mind. He triumphantly declared his charm was single-minded devotion, leaving the interviewer utterly bewildered by the Korean phrase. Jian awkwardly attempted to clarify, describing it as an unwavering, dedicated heart. To his immense relief, the interviewer romanticized his explanation, interpreting single-minded devotion as focusing on one person only, which he deemed a favorable misinterpretation. As the interview concluded, Jian let out a profound sigh of relief, silently congratulating himself on navigating the awkward questions. An unseen voice urgently announced that his recent interview had unexpectedly gone viral. Jiwoo, wide-eyed, revealed the article already boasted hundreds of comments, utterly astonishing Jian. The screen displayed a cascade of glowing comments, praising his single-minded devotion as unwavering loyalty to Firenze, a perception he hadn't intended. A wave of panic washed over him as he realized his words had been grossly misinterpreted as fierce dedication to the Firenze team, and he inwardly protested. Jiwoo's confused inquiry further highlighted the misinterpretation, and he realized even she had fallen for the public's convenient narrative. Jian awkwardly conceded to the popular interpretation, but Jiwoo, with chibified suspicion, instantly sensed his evasion. Jiwoo, with chibified fury, accused him of grinning during the interview because the uni was pretty, a charge he vehemently denied. She vehemently insisted he had smiled really wide, and his chibified reaction suggested a dawning, terrible realization. Jiwoo, in a fit of chibified pique, demanded he promise never to smile at pretty girls again, becoming flustered when he innocently questioned her reasoning. As Jiwoo scolded him to focus on soccer, Jian found himself strangely unconcerned with her logic, instead captivated by her adorably pouting form. His internal thought lingered on how utterly adorable she was, but Jiwoo, blushing, mentally urged him to get the hint, dummy. His eyes gleamed with sudden, firm resolve. He made a heartfelt promise, his smile radiating genuine conviction. Jiwoo's excited surprise was met with Jian's almost bored dismissal, indicating he had fully absorbed her words. Jiwoo pursued him, accusing his expression of betraying his promise, as he mockingly reiterated his vow not to smile at pretty girls, earning him a frustrated dummy. The scene shifted to the sprawling greens of Viola Park for recovery training. The bald teammate roared with fierce determination, demanding, "one more time," from his exhausted body. Jian's surprise at the captain's intensity was met with Jose Kanehan's knowing, resigned sigh. Jian puzzled over the captain's intense individual practice on a recovery day, which Jose Kanehan explained was a direct response to their upcoming match. Jose Kanehan revealed their next formidable opponent, FC Milano del Mondo, also known as the Nerazzurri. He then revealed the captain's history as a youth player for Milano, describing it as his unforgettable first love. Jian, impressed, inferred the captain's strenuous training was to impress his former fans, finding the dedication admirable. Jose Kanehan sighed, admitting the captain's motivations were far more complicated than simple vanity, leaving Li Jian puzzled. Kane Han revealed the captain's past loan to Milano, complete with a transfer option, implying a painful rejection when he was ultimately returned. That painful rejection fueled the captain's fierce determination, driving him to scream "one more lap," as he pushed his limits. As a child, he had worn the navy and black, dreaming of playing under the thunderous cheers of the Milano crowd, a sacred aspiration. Now, wearing the purple uniform and the captain's armband, he stood ready to prove his worth, not just to himself, but to the ghosts of his past. He sought vindication, standing resolutely in front of the club that was once his first love, prepared to face his personal history. The revered Stadio Giuseppe Meazza, San Siro, stood as a monument to dreams, inspiring a powerful longing. European history and passionate crowds promised a future filled with innocent wonder to young eyes. The stadium carved a profound dream into his young heart that day, whooshing him towards a future playing for Milano. "Se solo el Milano, per me," he vowed. From that moment, only Milano truly mattered, its image now a frustrating, crushing weight upon him. As Riccardo Sahirara, then Bairashi, made his youth team debut at 13, the navy blue uniform felt like flight itself. His dream swelled as he signed his first professional contract, the celebratory applause sealing his momentous journey. He confidently declared his ambition to become captain of the phenomenal Nerazzurri, just like his idol Shinichi. His deepest aspiration was to be a captain loved by every Milano fan, a yearning shadowed by a fading, melancholic ideal. But now, the captain's armband he wore felt like a twitching, uncomfortable bind. His current captain's armband was not from Milano, a stark, thudding declaration of changed loyalties. He rallied his team, their huddle sparkling with pre-match anticipation. Riccardo Sahirara casually remarked that everyone has a first love, much to a teammate's annoyed surprise. He taunted his teammates about their bad memories with first loves, causing one to feel repeatedly beaten down. Riccardo Sahirara then revealed his strategy, to become undeniably cool and make that first love regret everything. He looked up, his resolve hardening into intense determination. Glowing with resolve, Riccardo Sahirara urged his teammates to help him, just this once. He practiced their cheer, Forza, met with an eager "Viola," from one, and a grumbling reluctance from another. Riccardo Sahirara jokingly threatened death to those whose voices were too small, eliciting a terrified, sweating affirmation from his teammate. Cheers filled the stadium as the team, glowing with collective spirit, roared "Forza! Viola," in unison. Riccardo Sahirara pulled Li Jian aside, reassuring him not to worry about his earlier, first love, comments, leaving Jian utterly confused. With a confident smirk, Riccardo Sahirara advised Jian to marry his first love, pointing towards the sky. Li Jian, flustered and bending low, reacted to the fervent cheers and banners praising his single-hearted devotion to Firenze. Riccardo Sahirara, with a cheerful "ho-ho," then rallied the team forward, receiving a flustered "why yes" from Jian. The captain's intense resolve triggered a memory of his own past match against Gioventù, recalling Jerome. Li Jian inwardly acknowledged the captain's current intensity mirrored his own from that past game, though Gioventù was never his first love. More critical than first love, Riccardo Sahirara pondered, was finding one's last love, as he called for better spacing. He clenched his fist tight against his chest, determined to make his first love cry for his last love, Firenze. Riccardo Sahirara acknowledged his first love was a top team he couldn't join, a silent weight he carried on the field. He exhaled, realizing he could never have faced them alone, but with Firenze, victory was possible. Riccardo Sahirara's eyes held intense confidence as he declared their team possessed an irreplaceable asset Milano couldn't match. He instructed Li Jian to run wild and make his first love weep, igniting a radiant purpose within Jian. The whistle blared, commencing the first half with Milano and Firenze locked in a tactical 3-5-3 versus 4-5-1. As expected, Milano pushed high, pressuring the midfield, a strategic move Riccardo Sahirara's ghostly presence observed. Milano's midfield strategy involved shifting attackers and defenders, temporarily outnumbering Firenze with tactical superiority. Riccardo Sahurara shouted, urging his team to press relentlessly, refusing to back down despite the numerical disadvantage. Li Jian observed their defensive focus was strong, a testament to Senior Barashi's pre-match speech. Riccardo Sahurara anticipated their opponent's anxiety, predicting risky long passes as an opposing player urged, keep pressing. Li Jian closed his eyes, strategically analyzing the opposing wingback's high position and the resulting space created. Both players focused with razor-sharp intensity, hunting for the opportune moment to counterattack. "It's Captain Barashi," came a shout as Riccardo Sahurara made a decisive, thumping interception. "Jian!" Riccardo Sahurara roared, kicking the ball with potent force, surprising an opponent. Riccardo Sahurara's inner thoughts revealed his unwavering confidence in Jian to anticipate and move into space, as Jian sprinted forward with the ball. Li Jian received the ball, instantly recognizing the dangerous narrowness of the space and the risk of holding on too long. He masterfully evaded a tackle from the right, pulling the ball back with a shove and a kick. With a zing, Li Jian outmaneuvered a rushing defender, turning and accelerating with the ball. Li Jian saw the passing lane open towards Jose Kainhan, who urgently called out, "Jian! Over here!" But Li Jian chose a different path, unexpectedly cutting back left, startling a teammate. He suddenly stopped, having spotted the captain, Riccardo Sahurara, running with a clenched jaw, calling out, "Jian! Ugh!" Riccardo Sahurara groaned, frustrated that Jian might have overestimated his speed or forgotten his age. "Huh!" a player exclaimed, surprised as the ball bounced with an unexpected thump, defying his initial judgment. Sorry, you got it down to the T, youngest," Riccardo Sahurara mentally apologized, appreciating Jian's backspin pass as he ran. Li Jian urgently shouted to his captain, warning him of the trailing opponent. Riccardo Sahurara realized with a growling, that the opponent's backup speed was formidable, making a speed contest futile. Then, with a decisive thump, the ball was struck. Riccardo Sahurara resolved to push through with sheer, raw strength, fiercely battling his opponent. His face contorted in effort, Riccardo Sahurara questioned if he had grown old, his entire body screaming in protest. Despite the agony, he unleashed a powerful kick, the impact reverberating. "Ugh!" Riccardo Sahurara screamed, refusing to stop, his will burning fiercely. He spotted two white-uniformed teammates positioned inside the box. There was no time to think, he trusted his feet, not his head, to make the decisive choice. Following his feet's instincts, he committed to the kick, falling to the ground as the ball flew. With a groaning "Ugh!" Riccardo Sahurara fell to the ground, the impact shaking him. Despite being down, Riccardo Sahurara looked up, his eyes wide and desperate for the ball's fate. Two players leaped high near the goal, battling fiercely for control of the airborne ball. The ball struck the net with a finality, sending the kneeling goalkeeper into despair. Kneeling on the pitch, Riccardo Sahurara looked back, a challenging, "How was that?" implicit in his stance. In less than 20 seconds, Firenze scored, a triumphant declaration from the "last love" of the man Milano had abandoned. The team erupted, a joyful explosion of limbs and cheers around Li Jian. A silent jubilation spread among the victors, sharply contrasted by the crushing despair of their rivals. Jian was quite literally suffocated by the team's crushing affection, their joyous shouts echoing like cartoon birds. The captain, caught in a moment of self-recrimination, blinked with a sudden glow as his teammate watched on, utterly baffled. A poignant realization dawned on Li Jian, the captain, his face turned away, was quietly weeping. The exuberant roar of "Forza! Viola!" compressed Jian into a bewildered, squashed state. A voice of reason interjected, cutting short the celebration to prevent alienating the home crowd further, much to one teammate's annoyance. The gray-haired coach calmly reminded them that premature celebrations were unwise, the game far from decided. A raw, urgent declaration from the captain cut through the stadium. The battle was far from over. Though unnoticed by others, Li Jian felt the profound weight of that single goal, sensing its true meaning in the captain's unguarded tears. He wondered what invisible suffering had led to such a raw, emotional outburst over a single point. The chilling thought of failing to score sent a visceral shudder through Li Jian, prickling his skin with dreadful what-ifs. Scoring first was a hollow comfort against Milano, the third-ranked behemoth, a challenge that demanded absolute strategic focus, nothing less. All else dissolved as Li Jian fiercely commanded himself to focus. A powerful shot rocketed towards the goal, the air thick with tension as the goalkeeper braced for impact. The sub-coach's sigh carried a heavy weight, acknowledging that the narrow miss only heightened their growing unease. Coach Tony, his chin furrowed in thought, grimly confirmed the alarming rate of their conceded shots. Though acknowledging the game's ebb and flow, Coach Tony stressed the urgent need for heightened aggression and closer marking. Conceding so many shots was simply unsustainable. The opponent, emboldened by their concession, now pressed relentlessly, driven by a fierce desire to equalize before the halftime whistle. The enemy's predictable yet effective strategy involved a long pass from the back, a header from their number 9, then a decisive shot. Eden Zico, their number 9, dominated the skies, his aerial prowess an undeniable, formidable force. Even with capable defenders, the team consistently yielded aerial control, surrendering possession to him 4 out of 5 times. Their number 10, a whirlwind of aggressive intent, snatched possession with a defiant roar. Lautaro, a warrior-like figure despite his build, connected with the ball, declaring it a nice shot. He relentlessly hammered the defense, a forceful collision of bodies creating openings, his aggressive style a stark contrast to Jian's own. Without hesitation, he charged forward, unleashing another powerful shot on goal. Lautaro, unfazed by failure, grumbled about his missed chance, while a tiny Li Jian watched, dumbfounded by such relentless bravado. Despite squandering opportunities with audacious solo efforts, Lautaro's resolve never wavered, fueled by his teammates' unwavering support. Another shot fired from number 10, sending a surge of panic through the defense. He lunged forward again, a relentless force, demonstrating the striker's unwavering, singular purpose. The ball rocketed in, a thunderous equalizer that shattered the previous lead. The stadium erupted in a cacophony of euphoria, spectators declaring Lautaro nothing short of a god who had caused an earthquake. Li Jian could only stare, a bead of sweat on his brow, overwhelmed by the unbelievable spectacle. Li Jian pondered his own imagined shame and failure, contrasting it with the solemn apologies exchanged between his teammates for their collective lapse. After countless attempts, Lautaro's triumphant roar commanded the stadium, demanding the Milano faithful amplify their fervent adoration. The fervent crowd, a roaring sea of tiny figures, showered Lautaro with adulation, their loyalty absolute. Li Jian deeply pondered if such unwavering mental fortitude was the hallmark of a true ace, a leader's inherent strength. A furious, disembodied roar pierced the sterile silence of the empty hall. Coach Tony's thunderous reprimand made Lucas Tenoira flinch, his sweaty face contorted in abject apology for his defensive lapse. His accusing gaze swept over the team, questioning their over-reliance on Jian during crucial transitions. Coach Tony's raging lecture on their timid play left Li Jian desperate to vanish, the collective, "No, sir," echoing his own mortification. His finger jabbed the air, a fierce demand for unwavering boldness and decisive strikes. The captain's stern voice cut through the tension, issuing an ultimatum: complacency against Milano meant no place in the second half. His fist clenched, the captain's fervent cry hammered home a single message: they could win, but only with absolute focus. A unified roar of "Okay, let's go," erupted, a powerful surge of collective resolve echoing through the room. Li Jian, hesitating for a moment, cautiously approached Coach Tony with something to reveal. With nervous hands and a trembling voice, Li Jian began to speak, encouraged by the coach's gentle prompt. Li Jian passionately unveiled his radical thoughts to a bewildered coach. Li Jian's frantic backpedaling was met with Coach Tony's booming reassurance. His daring suggestion was not only heard, but understood. Relieved, Li Jian darted off, leaving a bemused gray-haired coach and a subtly encouraging Coach Tony behind. The gray-haired coach murmured cryptically as the captain, bewildered, demanded answers. Coach Tony, with a knowing smirk, dropped the bombshell. Jian had just proposed a tactical upheaval. Coach Tony's hearty laugh about Jian's tactic was quickly punctuated by the captain's playful jab about his flushed face, earning a sharp, quiet, in return. With a powerful shout, Coach Tony declared Jian's strategy would lead their second-half charge. Despite the coach's invitation, Li Jian found himself consumed by gnawing doubt. Had he overstepped, revealing something unnecessary? In a dizzying swirl of green and pink, chibi Jian recoiled, shrinking under the imagined fury of a chibi Coach Tony, banished for his audacity. The captain's approach sent a jolt of panic through Jian, who bowed with a frantic, "I'm sorry." "Sorry? Why?" the captain responded, his reassurance leaving Jian in wide-eyed, disbelieving shock. With a firm smile, the captain confirmed their commitment to Jian's plan for the second half. The sharp whistle blew, igniting the second half, as Lautaro roared, rallying his team to maintain their aggressive momentum. Lautaro confidently assumed an easy breakthrough, but a flicker of confusion crossed his face as something felt amiss. A sudden, tactical reshuffle, numbers 9 and 20 had swapped places, jolted Lautaro with immediate surprise. With a swift, determined move, Li Jian intercepted the pass, leaving his opponent visibly shocked. Li Jian's decisive slide shattered the opponent's long-pass strategy, a tactic previously enabled by Vlahovi's attack-focused defense. Li Jian's relentless marking choked the opponent, leaving him bewildered by the suffocating pressure. Trapped by Li Jian's relentless pursuit, the desperate opponent frantically called for Zico, with no passing lane in sight. The errant pass floated uselessly, a clear sign of their disarray. The opponent's botched pass was seized, dropping perfectly for Lucas Tenoira to claim possession. With a determined gaze, Li Jian declared to Tenoira that their moment had finally arrived. Milano's coach Simone Lanzaggi surveyed the field with an intensity that foreshadowed his strategic command. The narrator explained that their rear-hitting strategy had thrived because Vlahovi rarely pressured the defense, leaving ample open space for their plays. Their defenders had executed long, precise passes with unexpected ease, drawing a delighted, "nice," from a tiny purple-clad fan. But then, an unexpected variable had emerged, darkening Milano's coach Simone Lanzaggi's expression with a sudden, sharp concern. The sudden movement of player number 20 had shattered their planned play, creating a thrilling counterattack opportunity as a teammate cried out for number 18. An opponent, recognizing the familiar pattern, anticipated the ball would go to number 20 and urgently considered a quick pass to circumvent the impending interception. With an opponent suddenly upon him, the player realized a pass was impossible and was urged by his teammate to act alone, looking shocked but resolute. The player, filled with fierce resolve, focused intensely as he prepared to kick the ball with a powerful, concentrated breath. He executed a confident fake, leaving the surprised opponent bewildered by his determined and swift move. Their coach, the man with gray hair, beamed, approving of the player's boldness, noting that a concise slip past a single opponent was sometimes better than a quick pass, as player number 18 declared he had secured the ball. A player in purple gasped in surprise, utterly confused why the ball, once a cannon shot, had been passed to the side instead of the center, disrupting the perceived tactical shift. With a determined gaze, player number 18 assessed the lone defender, deciding against a direct confrontation. Player number 18, focused and precise, delivered a crisp pass to Li Jian, who had deftly moved into a vacated space, leaving an opponent flailing. Li Jian, immediately receiving the pass, swiftly turned his head towards Senior Vlahovi, deliberately confusing the final defensive line with his dynamic movement. Li Jian then launched a precise through ball to Senior Kanejo, aiming to slice through the remaining defense. An opponent with dark hair furiously commanded his team, confident that blocking Vlahovi from across would nullify the threat, as a teammate frantically rushed with the ball. Li Jian, however, inwardly dismissed the opponent's strategy, sensing a critical misunderstanding in their defensive plan. Li Jian, with a powerful drive, unleashed a kick, acknowledging that while he might not possess player number 10's raw talent, he could still make an impact. Player number 9, leaping with unexpected agility, headed the ball with force, stunning an opponent in blue. The opponent with dark hair shouted in disbelief, protesting that a header from such a distance could not possibly be a shot. Player number 9, eyes sharp, subtly anticipated number 8's imminent arrival from the opposite flank. An opponent, confused about the offside situation, was suddenly stunned as Li Jian unexpectedly appeared in a key position, leaving him baffled about the broken trap. The opponent gasped, a mixture of fear and confusion contorting his face, as the descending ball confirmed the enigmatic presence of player number 20. Li Jian, with flawless timing that seemed to predict the future, broke the offside trap, slicing through the defense as if it were air. Li Jian expertly dribbled the ball, reflecting on the seamless counterattack and wondering if the coach's halftime speech had inspired such fluidity. He found himself in a dream scenario, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, the perfect chance. Li Jian's heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic rhythm of raw pressure and electric excitement. The urgency of the moment intensified, fueled by the shadow of a defender closing in and the opponent's desperate cry to chase. The goalkeeper aggressively charged, shrinking Li Jian's shooting angle, as the narrator pondered if the young player feared squandering this golden opportunity. An opponent, driven by sheer desperation, lunged with a visceral scream, determined to block the shot despite lacking the unyielding resolve of player number 10. Li Jian, undeterred, sharpened his focus even further as an opponent bemoaned his near miss. Li Jian struck the ball with the intention of perfecting his aim, sending multiple opponents and the goalkeeper sprawling in his wake. The ball sailed high, a hopeful arc against the expanse of the sky, its trajectory carrying the weight of anticipation. It nestled into the net with a satisfying ripple, a decisive triumph. Li Jian let out a heavy sigh, the exhaustion and immense relief washing over him in a single, profound wave. The score flashed, confirming the goal, and players erupted in celebration, shouting with unrestrained joy for Li Jian's crucial strike. Coach Tony, beaming with pride, recognized the goal as a collective achievement, a testament to the entire team's unified effort. 30 minutes into the second half, the referee's raised board signaled a decisive substitution. Li Jian gratefully bowed and exchanged encouraging words with Senior Amkabat, who patted him on the shoulder, acknowledging his good performance as he was substituted out. The team swiftly implemented a defensive strategy to safeguard their lead, with a bold teammate outlining the tactical adjustments to his attentive peers. Li Jian observed from the sidelines, understanding the strategic shift, as the opponent's attacks had indeed lost their sting after his second goal. The opponents exhaled in collective frustration, utterly drained after conceding a goal they had fully expected to score. On the other side, the bold teammate rallied his team, their captain spearheading a formidable and unyielding defensive line. In the final 3 minutes of added time, the team's fierce determination to win burned brightly as they contested every ball. Two opponent players screamed with a mix of fury and stubborn refusal, vehemently rejecting the idea of defeat. The bold teammate decisively kicked the ball, his confidence unwavering, declaring their unshakable resolve to win as an opponent lay frustrated on the ground. The game concluded, and the teammates embraced, a wave of jubilation washing over them in anticipation of victory. The team erupted in euphoric cheers, celebrating their hard-fought 2-1 victory over Milano, Li Jian's name prominently featured on the updated scoreboard. Every player, from the field to the bench, surged towards their captain in a spontaneous eruption of joy. The team captain, overcome with emotion, wept tears of pure elation in the embrace of his bald teammate. The team captain, flexing proudly, enthusiastically announced a naked party to celebrate their hard-won victory. The team captain delivered a tearful, overly dramatic speech about loyalty and true love, much to the amusement of his laughing teammates. The bald teammate sarcastically booed the captain's excessive sentimentality, reminding him of his past struggles and how close he'd come to forced retirement. Li Jian observed his celebrating, half-naked senior teammates with an amused smile, finding their antics slightly awkward but endearing. The coach, the man with gray hair, interrupted the celebration, subtly hinting that while they should enjoy their win, the revelry needed to conclude, much to the surprise of two teammates. The coach grimaced, a sudden realization hitting him that the current festivities coincided with the start of a demanding match week, prompting a pensive thought about a man consumed by revenge. The coach, concerned, warned his teammates against injuries during their celebration, especially given their upcoming national team duties, while silently worrying about another already injured player. Li Jian expressed genuine surprise at the sheer number of national team players on their diverse roster, a fact confirmed by his dark-haired teammate. His dark-haired teammate then asked Li Jian if he, too, was heading to the national team, catching the young player off guard. The teammate, incredulous, questioned why Li Jian hadn't been contacted for the national team, finding it utterly illogical. Li Jian humbly dismissed the notion of his national team inclusion, prompting his teammate to playfully chide him for his excessive modesty. Li Jian fell into a pensive silence, realizing it had been 4 long years since his last visit to Korea. Meanwhile, Li Jian's father, in a moment of solitary contemplation, considered his son's distant future. Li Jian's father, apron-clad and pensive, clutched his phone, lost in a swirl of troubled thoughts. He placed his hand on the phone, his worry deepening at the thought of the immense pressure Jian would face if he knew the truth. Li Jian's father sighed, rubbing his temple, knowing that despite Jian's unassuming nature, the reality of his growing fame would eventually reach him. The screen of his smartphone displayed headlines, revealing just how popular Li Jian had become in Korea. An unseen arrival broke the suburban calm, calling out a greeting that was met with a questioning welcome from within the modern home. Li Jian's father, his face alight with warmth, immediately offered comfort and food, a gesture Li Jian quickly accepted despite his surprise. Li Jian, wide-eyed, then hesitated, a rustling sound emanating from his bag as he began to present something to his curious father. His father, bewildered, held up a folded shirt, the unfamiliar name, Filippo Piona, sparking his confusion. Li Jian, flustered, explained his thoughtful gift was golf attire from Milano, leaving his father momentarily speechless. Overwhelmed by emotion, Li Jian's father moved to embrace his son, but Li Jian, mortified, scampered away to shower, leaving a trail of clattering footsteps. His father, sniffing the shirt with a fond smile, chuckled softly, recognizing his son's endearing embarrassment. Standing thoughtfully, a knife in hand, Li Jian's father reflected on his son's unexpected maturity, wondering when the boy he knew had grown into such a man, yet still worrying about his match fatigue. His deep musings on soccer's potential burdens were pleasantly shattered as Li Jian, fresh from his quick shower, declared his profound comfort in being home, catching his father by surprise. A paternal wish for Li Jian's happiness on the field was immediately followed by Li Jian's horrified gasp at the peanut butter spicy cod stew his father proudly presented. Li Jian's father, lost in thought about how to perceive his growing son, watched as Li Jian, hesitant and green, forced a compliment about the peculiar dish. Jiwoo, annoyance radiating from her, sharply reminded Li Jian about aligning her toes with the screen's edge for perfect photos, his exasperated groan offering no argument. Jiwoo, with an emphatic gesture, showcased her desired elongated pose on the phone, insisting it was a fundamental photo technique. Jiwoo, arms crossed and a frustrated "tch" escaping her, teased Li Jian that all his talent must have been monopolized by soccer, leaving none for photography. Undeterred by the coach's 3-day rest mandate, Jiwoo enthusiastically pointed to their current location, emphasizing its crucial importance for the next picture. Under Jiwoo's relentless instructions to make her slim and pretty, Li Jian, smartphone glowing like a torture device, desperately clicked, feeling the immense pressure. Jiwoo unleashed an angry whoosh of frustration at Li Jian's latest attempt, stomping her foot and declaring only the background looked good, leaving Li Jian baffled and a nearby man with gray hair confused. The man with gray hair broke their comical argument, tentatively asking if he was player Jian, a question that instantly startled both Li Jian and a curious Jiwoo. The world exploded around Li Jian as a fervent commotion erupted. Excited fans, tinged blue in their eagerness, mobbed him, shouting his name and his team. Li Jian was pulled from all directions by grasping hands, fans clamoring for pictures and autographs, as he tried to politely explain he was with a friend, much to Jiwoo's surprised observation. Jiwoo, with sudden, determined resolve, stepped forward, raising her arm and declaring she would take the photos, leaving the struggling fans momentarily confused. Li Jian, surprised by her intervention, questioned its necessity outside a stadium, but Jiwoo, hands on hips and smug, confidently asserted the modern importance of fan service. Jiwoo, now a commanding presence, clapped her hands and instructed the crowd to line up, directing those for pictures to step aside and those for autographs to prepare their pens. Li Jian voiced his exasperation, pointing out that speaking Korean wouldn't work, but Jiwoo, brimming with confidence, merely proclaimed the power of body language. Li Jian sighed, a faint sparkle of melancholy around him, reflecting that this chaotic situation was not what he envisioned for his day. Jiwoo efficiently directed the last fan's photo with Li Jian, counting down 1, 2, before the decisive click. The muscular fan, beaming with excitement, profusely thanked Li Jian, shouting words of encouragement as he departed. Jiwoo, wiping her brow with exhaustion, declared they were finally done, prompting Li Jian to apologize for the trouble he had caused. Jiwoo teased Li Jian about his immense popularity, feigning shock at how much time they'd spent on fan photos, but Li Jian, still exasperated, reiterated his earlier protest. Jiwoo playfully elbowed Li Jian, boasting about how satisfied his fans were with this Nuna's pictures, leaving Li Jian surprised by her self-assuredness. Jiwoo, indignant, balled her fists and confronted Li Jian about his apparent disbelief, citing numerous thumbs-ups, which prompted his immediate, placating agreement. Jiwoo, hands on hips, questioned Li Jian's lingering expression, making him defensively ask what was wrong, before she shrugged it off. Jiwoo, with a dramatic shriek, expressed her frustration at having worked so hard, causing Li Jian to panic and frantically deny any ill will. Li Jian apologized, inwardly admitting his true annoyance stemmed from their date being disturbed, not from Jiwoo herself, as he remorsefully rubbed his head. Jiwoo, sternly pointing her finger, agreed to let him off with a warning. Continued indifference would truly anger her, sending a panicked Li Jian scrambling to calm her. Jiwoo, sparkling with self-satisfaction, beamed, basking in the glow of her own magnanimity. Jiwoo, excitedly demanding a delicious treat in return, bounded ahead, leaving a resigned Li Jian to follow her cheerful path. As Jiwoo happily discussed potential meal options, Li Jian lingered, his thoughts drifting to his unspoken desire for a simple date and taking pictures with her. Jiwoo's impatient call to action sent Li Jian into an internal panic, desperately urging himself to finally voice his true feelings. Li Jian stammered, attempting to suggest taking pictures, but an unseen Italian voice, asking if they were lovers, instantly startled and embarrassed him. An older man with gray hair approached, kindly observing their earlier fan encounter and acknowledging their interrupted date, as Jiwoo and Li Jian stood, still holding hands in surprise. The older man, smiling kindly, made an okay gesture, offering to take a picture for them. Li Jian, surprised, confirmed the offer, while Jiwoo, enthusiastic, immediately handed over her phone to the appreciative older man. The older man, off-panel, instructed Jiwoo and Li Jian to get a little closer for the photo, heightening the expectant atmosphere. As Jiwoo leaned closer, Li Jian flinched, his mind overwhelmed by the scent of her shampoo, while the older man, satisfied, prepared to capture the moment. The older man counted down, 1, 2, as Li Jian, standing with his back to the viewer, fleetingly thought about how the pleasant intimacy was erasing all memories of his senior's sweat. Jiwoo and Li Jian, rendered in grateful chibi forms, profusely thanked the older man, who cheerfully offered his best wishes and a fighting to player Li Jian. Li Jian eagerly asked if the picture turned out well, while Jiwoo, phone in hand, contemplated the result with a thoughtful Jiwoo, looking at her phone, confidently declared that at least she looked good in the picture. Jiwoo playfully taunted Li Jian, running away and teasing him about the photo, igniting a chase as his exasperated demands to see it were met with a stylized image revealing her future dream as a chef. Li Jian, shouting with sudden energy, announced his departure to his father. His father, hands on hips and etched with worry, questioned Li Jian's outing, reminding him of the coach's rest instructions, but Li Jian, tying his shoes, insisted 2 days was ample rest. Li Jian, smiling and waving, promised his father he would only warm up lightly, to which his father, resigned but affectionate, cautioned him not to overdo it. Li Jian's father called out regards to Coach Tony as Li Jian, joyous and carrying his duffel bag, enthusiastically promised to return, his pattering footsteps fading. Li Jian narrated his decision to head to the U-17 training ground on the last day of his holiday, bypassing the first team's facility. Li Jian, eyes alight with excitement, ran enthusiastically, anticipating training with Coach Luca after a long absence. The scene transitioned to the official exterior of the U-17 training ground, marked by its clear blue sign. Li Jian, focused and swift, skillfully dribbled the soccer ball past a surprised Coach Luca, leaving the coach to groan in frustration. Coach Luca, impressed, commented on Li Jian's improved skill, but Li Jian, smiling, playfully accused him of going easy due to injury concerns. Coach Luca playfully pinched Li Jian's arm, teasing him about his rock-hard muscles, making Li Jian blush and squirm in embarrassment before Coach Luca suggested a break. Coach Luca gently chided Li Jian for not resting, offering him a drink, as Li Jian admitted to feeling anxious and driven to train. Li Jian, thoughtful, affirmed his decision to train after a mere 2 days of rest, determined to maintain his peak physical condition. Coach Luca, looking up with a supportive smile, acknowledged that such motivation was a positive trait. Coach Luca, placing a hand on Li Jian's shoulder, advised him against overdoing it and emphasized injury prevention, a warning that made Li Jian agree before his attention was suddenly caught. Li Jian, startled, pointed to something off-panel, asking Coach Luca to look, and the coach, equally surprised, turned his gaze in the same direction. Coach Luca casually revealed the onlookers were Li Jian's juniors, a shocking announcement to Li Jian as he observed the younger students, one of whom glared with palpable hostility. Coach Luca, with cheerful enthusiasm, called the junior players over, explaining the need to refill team spots, a move that horrified Li Jian, who stammered in protest. Coach Luca, with a slightly mischievous smile, encouraged Li Jian to speak to his juniors, suggesting some were admirers and a few words from their senior would be well received. Li Jian, flustered and visibly uncomfortable, dismissed the idea of admirers as too much pressure, hinting at another, unspoken reason for his unease. Li Jian's discomfort was confirmed as he overheard one junior impatiently call out his name and observed that not all the students seemed welcoming. Li Jian identified a specific junior, sharing his surprise with Coach Luca as he described the young man's gaze as almost contemptuous, sparking worry in the coach. Coach Luca, placing a reassuring hand on Li Jian's arm, urged him not to take the junior's gaze personally, implying a specific, weighty reason lay behind it. An ominous narration revealed the junior's hostility to be an intense, undeniable fixation, culminating in a disturbing image of the menacing young man gazing down at a surprised and uneasy Li Jian. A desperate young student cried out, pleading to know the secret of his senior's skill. Li Jian, taken aback, genuinely wondered if the young one truly wished to emulate his path. The student's self-deprecating frustration about innate talent left Li Jian scrambling to correct the misconception. The young student whimpered, conceding defeat, while a distressed Li Jian turned to the coach for intervention as he simply laughed. The man with gray hair revealed the young one's intense admiration, explaining how he constantly sought details about Li Jian's journey. Li Jian pondered the student's peculiar expression, which the man with gray hair quickly attributed to sheer, overwhelming nervousness. As an uneasy rumbling filled the air, Li Jian protested Coach Luca's teasing designation as an idol, utterly flustered by the idea. The timid student, eyes still glistening, finally managed to voice a humble request for guidance. Such an earnest declaration clearly touched Li Jian to his core. After a moment, Li Jian calmly confessed he was no genius, leaving the young student utterly perplexed. He declared himself the least talented present, a shocking assertion that visibly stunned the student and all within earshot. He concluded, with a resolute beat, that this very mindset drove his intense training. Li Jian passionately asserted that perceived lack of talent only fueled harder work, rendering genius irrelevant on the training ground. He modestly concluded that those rigorous sessions were what gave him the appearance of genius during matches. The young student absorbed his words, teeth gritting with newfound inspiration. Then, Li Jian abruptly became nervous, awkwardly admitting he didn't fully grasp his own explanation. Coach Luca firmly interjected, declaring hard work the ultimate answer, dispatching everyone to their positions while Li Jian privately apologized for his rambling. The young student acknowledged his own careless assumptions about genius, resolving to embrace Li Jian's dedication, despite a teammate's dismissal of it as innate talent. An idealized Li Jian, a giant of relentless effort, propelled the student forward through a swirling cosmic dreamscape, igniting his own determination. As first-team training resumed on its second day, teammates energetically debated their World X Cup prospects, defiantly proclaiming Italy's rightful place. The coach tempered their confidence, emphasizing the unforgiving playoffs, as Li Jian worriedly recalled Italy's recent, disappointing draw in the qualifiers. A collective, somber internal monologue enveloped the team, each player silently dreading a repeat of Italy's past World X Cup qualification nightmares. Li Jian's private anxieties were violently shattered by a teammate's furious shout, startling him with a sharp gasp. The bald teammate angrily demanded an account of Li Jian's own qualifier performance. Li Jian's relieved confirmation of qualification ignited an explosion of frustrated envy from his bald teammate. The bald teammate stewed in his frustration, mentally blaming exhausted star players for their failure while inwardly campaigning for his own missed opportunity. The bald teammate half-jokingly pitched a radical solution for World X Cup participation, making Li Jian distinctly uncomfortable. Another teammate quickly squashed the bald man's hopes, forcing him to consider the fierce competition for Korea's main winger spot. Li Jian proudly named the national winger, Sunny, instantly transforming the sparkling field into a canvas for their awestruck veneration. Utter despair washed over the bald teammate, crushing any lingering hope for a starting spot. Coach Luca's furious shout, punctuated by a jarring crash, instantly silenced their frivolous banter. Coach Luca barked demands to line up, while his bald teammate secretly grumbled about the harshness, and Li Jian noted the coach's flushed, angry face. Li Jian surmised the coach's rage stemmed from Italy's game, as the man stomped and shouted, sending players scurrying with furious commands. Coach Luca emphatically redirected their focus, declaring only their team's immediate schedule now held any importance. The coach delivered a menacing threat regarding future World X Cup discussions, instilling palpable fear in the players, as Li Jian noted his truly extreme fury. Coach Luca then announced their next challenge, the Coppa Italiana round of 32 against Hellas Verona. Despite the critical nature of the match, Coach Luca revealed his surprising decision to bench their key players. Li Jian's mind raced, grasping the stark reality, a depleted squad, lacking starters and national team call-ups, was facing immense pressure. Coach Luca confirmed the lineup would consist of remaining players and youth team recruits. Coach Luca, ever the motivator, reframed the immense pressure as a valuable opportunity for less utilized players. He dramatically challenged them to seize the moment and unequivocally prove their worth. A concerned teammate tentatively interrupted, drawing the coach's slightly irritated attention. Coach Luca's concern turned to alarm as he spotted Li Jian, frozen and stifled by an internal tremor of anxiety. Coach Luca calmly inquired about the immense pressure, which Li Jian hesitantly acknowledged. His deepest concern was performing adequately in the crucial first game without the formidable senior Vlahovi. Coach Luca internally conceded, recognizing Vlahovi's immense, Europe-wide reputation that justifiably cast a long shadow. Understanding Li Jian's self-effacing nature, Coach Luca reassured him that his own hesitations had already been considered. Therefore, Coach Luka decided upon a subtle but crucial tactical shift for the upcoming match. Li Jian's eyes widened, his curiosity instantly piqued. Coach Luka outlined his new strategy, and Li Jian, after careful consideration, confirmed his understanding. With a firm, reassuring grip, Coach Luka asked if Li Jian could execute, exhaling a shared sigh of belief. With a powerful surge of resolve, he vowed to give his utmost. The whistle sharply pierced the air, signaling the start of the practice match, immediately highlighting Li Jian's unexpected deployment in Vlahovi's forward role. An observer questioned Li Jian's unusual decision to drop deep and receive the ball from the front line. Li Jian, focused intently, navigated the field with a completely distinct movement path from Vlahovi's, emphasizing his unique approach with crisp touches. He acknowledged his physical limitations with a sharp gasp, confirming the impossibility of playing a traditional number 9 role like Blavik. This unique role, a number 9 with number 10 gameplay, allowed him swift, dynamic movement as he controlled the ball. He considered how conventional defenses heavily marked a traditional striker like Vlahovi, locking down their central presence with relentless focus. But by feigning Vlahovi's central position while moving with a number 10's swift freedom, he could disrupt the established defensive patterns. This tactic left opposing center-backs bewildered and effectively jobless, as their frantic shouts confirmed his disruptive ball handling. He deftly executed a pass, the crisp sound affirming his objective, to create critical space by rendering defenders utterly redundant. Then, at the opportune moment, he transformed, embodying the predatory instincts of a true number 9. A resounding impact echoed as he unleashed his fake number 9 shot. Coach Luka realized the fake number 9 role was uniquely perfect for Li Jian's talents. The ball thudded into the net with a triumphant clang, confirming Li Jian's unexpectedly flawless execution, even in practice. With a quiet sniff, Li Jian sensed this new tactic could resolve the team's pressing anxieties. The Serie A News reported Vlahovi had emphatically refused Firenze's record-breaking offer, explicitly declining all subsequent bids. It was now certain, Vlahovi would depart after the season's first half, a heavy thump resonating with Li Jian's somber stillness. As all eyes turned to how Firenze would fill the looming void, Li Jian sat in heavy, serious contemplation, the burden palpable. The Stadio Artemio Franchi, a stage for the Coppa round of 32, hummed with a grand, expectant energy as the crowd roared its eager welcome. A worried man with curly hair questioned Coach Tony, his concern echoing the team's deeper anxieties about Jian's readiness. He voiced profound doubts, unsure if the complex fake number 9 strategy could truly withstand the raw intensity of a live game. Coach Tony responded with a probing question, subtly challenging his assistant's perspective on player value and tactical understanding. Coach Tony affirmed his belief in tactically astute players, leading his assistant to grasp the implicit praise for Jian's insightful football brain. With unwavering conviction, Coach Tony demanded opportunity for the young player over apprehension. Coach Tony's mind pulsed with a daring philosophy: only a talent even greater could truly mend the gaping void in their roster. From the stands, two teammates exchanged concerned whispers, questioning their chances with such a thin, starter-depleted squad. Despite Jian's presence, an undercurrent of tension rippled through their conversation about his debut match without Dusan. The teammates spoke with quiet resignation, the circulating articles leaving little doubt about Dusan's imminent departure from the club. For the fans, the teammate reflected, this match became a crucible, a critical trial for Firenze's offensive future after the transfer window closed. A torrent of questions and fury erupted from the stands, demanding answers for the loss of their star and the precarious future of their scoring threat. The teammate noted with a hint of awe, that Coach Vincenzo's strategy was a fiery, almost provocative, answer to the mounting fan pressure. Amidst a thunderous chorus of fan chants, Li Jian wrestled with the immense, almost suffocating burden of leading a team in crisis. A fan's piercing warning sliced through the stadium roar, a raw, uncompromising demand for perfection. Her fierce stadium declaration made onlookers marvel at the sheer, almost alarming, depth of her devotion to Jian. A spectator voiced his surprise at seeing Sahanara on the field, the question implicitly questioning his national team absence. The men recalled Sahanara's initial surge of promise, his early career marked by key striker roles and youth national team selections. A sense of regret hung heavy as the narrator recounted Sahanara's rushed move to AS Milan, a transfer that ultimately stalled his promising career. His subsequent return to Empoli failed to reignite his fading form, solidifying a narrative of unfulfilled potential that echoed many cautionary tales. Yet, a spark had reignited in Sahanara upon joining Firenze, his current dazzling run a potent reminder of a rumored second prime. But then, a monolithic shadow fell across Sahanara's path, Vlahović's arrival, a dominating presence that eclipsed all else. Li Jian's keen eye detected a profound solemnity in Sahanara, intuiting a heavy burden of responsibility weighing upon him. His age, a ticking clock, fueled a desperate, searing urgency to perform today. A silent, bitter truth gnawed at Sahanara, Vlahović's rise had steadily eroded his place. A choked gasp escaped Sahanara, his loyalty to Firenze a raw, fervent vow to dedicate everything to remain part of its future. A singular, burning truth struck Sahanara, Vlahović's imminent exit was not a reprieve, but the ultimate, decisive chance for his career. The whistle shrieked, and a nervous Sahanara, embracing the moment, launched the game's pivotal first kick. With a fervent Forza Viola, the team surged forward, Jian leading the charge, as Firenze launched its opening assault against Hellas Verona. Jian's analytical mind engaged, patiently probing the opponent's defense through deliberate, calculated passes. Jian's sharp call prompted an immediate, fluid response, a teammate sliding in to maintain their precious possession. A jarring impact slammed into Jian, stunning him with the opponent's sudden, aggressive challenge. Jian struggled against the unyielding defender, bewildered that such aggression was aimed at him before he even touched the ball. The missed ball instantly became hostile, forcing Jian to shout a desperate warning as Sahanara launched into a chaotic header challenge. Sahanara delivered an urgent pass and a tactical warning, advising Jian on how to evade the opponent's relentless momentum-killing tactics. Sahanara's unwavering reassurance washed over Jian, lifting a tangible weight from his shoulders with the promise of steadfast support. Jian exhaled, grateful for the saved attacking chance, as a teammate's voice cut through the chaos, urging strategic observation of the field. Jian's methodical dribble became a probing question, patiently scrutinizing the opponent's impending response. Jian's deep movement from the front line triggered a chaotic shout from an opponent, a desperate plea to hold fragile defensive lines. Jian embraced their rigid stance, seeing the opponent's stubbornness as a strategic invitation. Jian purposefully dropped deep, a calculated move to swell their midfield numbers and deliberately disrupt the opponent's tactical balance. Amidst rapid passes, Jian envisioned his precise moment to pivot, then burst forth, cleanly slicing through the opponent's bewildered midfield. Jian predicted a defender's inevitable, confused lunge, while an opponent's desperate shout echoed his exact, ill-fated intention. Jian glided past the lunging opponent with casual disdain, proving futile all resistance. The defender's desperate error had birthed a crucial void, a tactical invitation for their wingers to slice inward and exploit the space. His mind raced, calculating optimal angles and defensive positions with surgical precision. A sharp, decisive shout tore from Jian, directing a perfectly weighted pass to the left, straight into Sahanara's path. Electrified, Sahanara unleashed a thunderous shot, his praise for Jian echoing across the pitch. Sahanara's powerful strike soared, but a heartbreaking inch separated it from glory, leaving him gasping in visceral frustration. Jian offered solace, but Sahanara's dejection radiated, a testament to his silent despair. A desolate sigh escaped Sahanara, betraying his utter emotional collapse from the missed opportunity. Sahanara's frantic, wailing apologies bordered on the absurd, while Jian struggled to soothe his senior's disproportionate self-reproach. Jian's earlier intuition hardened into a stark realization: Sahanara's fierce dedication was born not just of responsibility, but a brutal, aching desperation. With a hopeful roar, they vowed to conquer the goal together, yet Jian's inner voice whispered an ominous warning of the struggle still to come. 20 minutes in, the match became a bruising, unyielding battle for every ball. From the sideline, Coach Tony observed the opponent's unyielding defensive block, while his assistant urged players to find unseen avenues of attack. Coach Tony recognized their calculated counter, nullifying Jian's fake number 9 by fortifying their lines. A surge of resolve coursed through Jian, the terrifying call to become a true striker, to tear through the defense, had arrived. Jian's shouted declaration of "BRAKTHRUGA" electrified the pitch, immediately answered by an opponent's frantic, desperate cry to hold ranks. Jian initiated his orchestrated attack, planning to drive then release to Sahanara, cutting sharply into the defense's heart. He envisioned his own ghosting run, darting into the vacant left flank, exploiting the deliberate gap between the bewildered defenders. Jian foresaw the critical moment, a centre-back's agonizing, fatal hesitation between two threats. Sahanara's apology sliced through the air, his pass, a hair off target, demanded immediate, desperate adjustment from Jian. Jian's muscle memory instantly adjusted to the imperfect, trailing pass. He unleashed an explosive burst of speed and skill, refusing to let Sahanara's heartfelt effort be wasted on a mere imperfection. An opponent's incredulous cry of "Mamma mia" underscored the breathtaking impossibility of Jian's instant, fluid transition to shoot. Jian's strategic mind chose finesse, curling the ball with surgical precision. The ball, a blur of unerring accuracy, screamed into the top corner, a thunderous triumph. A tidal wave of ecstatic cheers engulfed the stadium as Jian and Sahanara embraced, their triumph a shared, cathartic explosion of joy. A profound awe settled over the spectators, witnessing a performance at a career's pinnacle. An older man, lost in thought, found echoes of past legends. A collective gasp of disbelief and thrill swept through the stadium, a roar of triumph echoing from the stands. Against all odds, an impossible ball transformed into a perfectly curled shot, echoing the legendary finesse of a true fantasista. Sahanara's senior teammates exchanged baffled glances, one remarking on his obliviousness, the other quickly shutting him down. The once reserved player blazed towards the corner flag, a sudden, almost uncharacteristic burst of jubilant energy. Ricardo Sahanara, fueled by an unexpected surge of emotion, gripped the corner flag, a flicker of frustrated realization crossing his mind. He stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the overwhelming rush of victory, still clinging to the corner flag. "Punk!" Ricardo Sahanara exploded, demanding to know why his junior was so clueless after scoring such a magnificent goal, startling the young player. The celebration became a boisterous, affectionate pile-up, a joyful squeeze that left the goal scorer gasping for air. Ricardo Sahanara wept openly, expressing profound gratitude for the assist, much to the junior teammates' utter confusion. "I don't know. I'm just grateful for everything." Sahanara wailed in an exasperated torrent of emotion, leaving the junior teammate bewildered but secretly pleased. The junior teammate clenched his fist, a silent testament to the team's ability to score, even without their star striker. He reflected on his successful, albeit temporary, role as a deceptive striker, a critical piece in their unexpected triumph. 38 minutes into the first half, a powerful kick launched the ball into play once more. The player in number 20 shouted for Senior Sohail, a determined pass arcing across the field. The ball smacked into the net with a satisfying thwack, sealing the second goal and leaving the opponent's goalkeeper sprawled in frustration. Spectators erupted in disbelieving excitement, astounded by the team's strength even without their supposed linchpin, Blahovi. Ricardo Sahanara beamed, high-fiving a teammate, unaware that Li Jian was silently questioning his own value to the team. Coach Tony observed the roaring stadium, understanding the crowd's visceral reactions to the unfolding drama. The image in everyone's mind was of Li Jian, a powerful striker and graceful ace, a combination perceived as utterly flawless. The news of their core player's absence had twisted the team into a knot of stress and anger, despite Jian's promising debut. Blahovi, once seen as isolated and burdened, now seemed like a distant, chained memory compared to the team's current synergy. Yet, Jian, even without Blahovi, continued to execute his role with relentless precision, leaving struggling opponents in his wake. The game continued its relentless pace, the ball a constant, central focus. Even Sahurara, recently struggling with his form, began to show glimmers of his former self, his determination visible in every header. Half-time brought reflective contemplation for Sahurara as he pondered his scoreless contribution, while his teammates debated the timing of a pass. His brow furrowed, sweat beading, Ricardo Sahurara silently reaffirmed his commitment to the team's overall success, not just his personal scoring record. Ricardo Sahurara delivered a sharp slap to his own face, a startling act of self-motivation that left his junior teammate wide-eyed and bewildered. He pressed his palms together, veins bulging, resolved to prove that his peak performance was still within reach for the home crowd. The second half commenced with an opponent's tactical suggestion for Jian to slow down, met with a swift, determined kick from Jian. TCA scoffed an opponent, aggressively demanding his team push forward, intent on seizing control of the match's momentum. An opponent launched a determined kick, aiming for a crucial forward pass, only to be met by a teammate's unwavering block. A teammate lauded Sahurara's tenacious spirit after a breathless scramble near the sideline, though the referee ultimately ruled a touch-out. Despite the call, the junior teammate praised Sahurara's effort, who, wiping his mouth, regretfully vowed to quicken his pace. The junior teammate watched Sahurara with growing concern, witnessing the physical toll of his relentless exertion. Despite the goals from his teammates, the junior player silently acknowledged Sahurara as the undeniable man of the match, his efforts transcending mere statistics. As an opponent executed a throw-in, the junior teammate recognized Sahurara's dedication as the true catalyst for the team's positive atmosphere. A surge of determination propelled the junior teammate forward, resolving to reciprocate Sahurara's efforts, calling out to watch the space. The losing opponent, desperate for a breakthrough, pushed their defensive line aggressively high, coordinating their attack with sharp calls. But such careless passes would be met with an instant, decisive interception from Li Jian. Jian executed his strategic plan, passing to Sohail while mentally charting his ghosting run into the open left flank for a counterattack. Simultaneously, Ricardo Sahurara surged into the space Jian vacated, aiming to fracture the opponent's defensive structure, stunning them. Senior Sohail then prepared to unleash a powerful, long pass, precisely back to Jian's anticipated position. Jian envisioned his imminent one-on-one confrontation with the fullback, a familiar challenge despite not being a winger. With a blur of motion, Li Jian skillfully dribbled past his startled opponent, a testament to Coach Luca's rigorous special training. Beating a defender on the flank in a direct challenge unlocked a cascade of strategic offensive possibilities. While Sahurara's closer presence would offer a higher chance of scoring, Jian detected an unforeseen complication in the unfolding play. Sahurara, his stamina completely depleted from relentless running, now faltered, losing ground in a fierce battle against the opponent's defender. "Damn it! My stamina!" Ricardo Sahurara gritted through his teeth, acknowledging the undeniable toll of age. Yet, despite the exhaustion gnawing at him, Ricardo Sahurara surged forward with an unyielding resolve, refusing to concede. From Sahurara's intense gaze, Jian could sense the imminent, precise pass, if only he could gain that crucial extra step. With a powerful stomp, Li Jian propelled himself forward, committing fully to the play. "Run faster! This body of mine!" Ricardo Sahurara yelled in desperate exertion, while Li Jian's focused gaze narrowed. Ricardo Sahurara launched the ball with a fierce determination, needing to make this play count, as Li Jian sprinted ahead. "Save it!" Ricardo Sahurara commanded, a desperate kick hurtling towards the goal as the goalkeeper lunged in a critical moment. The goalkeeper's hand stretched out, a fraction too late, a wave of horror washing over him as he realized his failure. No, the goalkeeper despaired, as a frantic defender lunged, yelling ownership of the ball, sending it airborne with a desperate thud. The defender strained, heading the ball with an impactful whick, sending it towards the goal as Sahurara and the goalkeeper watched in dismay. With two soft thuds, the ball settled decisively into the back of the net. "I did it," Ricardo Sahurara whispered, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, as cheers of "Goal! Viola! Sahanara!" erupted through the stadium, updating the score to 3:00. Ricardo Sahurara's heroic goal quickly led to both him and Jian being substituted, their appreciative teammates clapping them off the field. Ricardo Sahurara's serious tone as he called Jian's name held an unexpected gravity, catching Jian off guard. Overcome with emotion, Ricardo Sahurara engulfed Li Jian in a tight, tearful hug of overwhelming gratitude. Senior. I'm suffocating." Li Jian gasped, struggling against Sahurara's powerful, emotional embrace. "Jian." Jian's mother's voice rang out, overflowing with proud excitement. Tears of sheer joy streamed down the faces of Jian's parents and the chibi spectators, praising his bravery and admirable performance. An interviewer, with a curious glint in his eye, approached Jian's parents, starting a question that piqued Jian's mother's surprise. The interviewer's next words, mistaking Jian's mother for his girlfriend, left her utterly thunderstruck. "Girlfriend?" Jian's mother squeaked, her face flushing crimson with comical embarrassment. A wave of sudden incomprehension washed over Li Jian. Jian's father was caught off guard as two of Jian's colleagues erupted with shocked recognition, piecing together his identity. Li Jian's father beamed with paternal pride, acknowledging his son's immense debt of gratitude to them. Jian's father flushed with comical embarrassment as the colleagues thanked him profusely for Jian's very existence. Jiwoo internally recognized Jian's colleagues and fretted over her appearance, then affirmed Jian's dedication to the national team. The colleague's blunt question about Jiwoo being Jian's girlfriend left her utterly mortified. The colleague persisted with his teasing, dismissing Jiwoo's frustrated denials with a knowing smirk. The two men chuckled, conspiring to keep their secret, while Jiwoo silently despaired at the universal assumption. Li Jian's mind screamed in disbelief at the sight of Jiwoo, his father, and Senior Barashi all together in the distance. His anxiety gnawed, wondering what the seniors had said to earn him Jiwoo's imagined, furious glare, Pujic. The match concluded with Firenze securing a decisive 3-0 victory. At the Firenze first team training ground, a voice cheerfully greeted the returning players. The senior teased Li Jian about his girlfriend, triggering an outburst of embarrassed surprise from the MVP. The senior continued his relentless teasing, while Li Jian replayed Jiwoo's evasive text about the senior's secret comments. Li Jian inwardly sensed the team's return to normalcy, as the senior's confident banter filled the training ground. Yet one absence lingered in Li Jian's thoughts, as his teammates wondered aloud about Dusan's whereabouts. Li Jian pondered the unsettling rumors of Senior Vlahovi's departure, marked by his newfound solitary training. His mind drifted to Vlahovi, the senior he had leaned on so heavily since joining the first team, recalling warm words of encouragement. The rumor of Vlahovi's departure weighed heavily on Li Jian, who valued their shared rhythm, until a sudden shout jolted him from his thoughts. Startled, Li Jian heard Senior Barashi directly probe his worries about Dusan's rumored situation. Senior Barashi delivered a harsh reality check, reminding Jian to adapt to the unforgiving professional world. Li Jian admitted the unsettling feeling of losing a senior who once shared their joy on the field, catching his breath slightly. Senior Barashi offered a distraction, gesturing towards Bonaventura's dynamic play, prompting Li Jian to ask for clarification. A player's vigorous "ju" celebration made Li Jian gasp in sheer, startled shock. Li Jian, genuinely confused, asked Senior Barashi about the odd celebration, who then dramatically reenacted it. Jian questioned the pronunciation, causing Senior Barashi to fluster, claiming it was merely an Italian accent. Li Jian burst out, angrily confronting Senior Barashi about his mysterious comments to Jiwoo, who evasively hummed in response. Senior Barashi sternly lectured Li Jian about his cluelessness regarding women, claiming their meddling was all for him. Senior Barashi passionately demanded Jian embrace an Italian persona, leaving him only able to stammer, "I'm Korean." The sheer absurdity of the senior's demand left Li Jian flustered and utterly bewildered. That evening, the senior's lingering comments created an uncomfortable silence as Li Jian ate, still inwardly bothered. Li Jian internally grumbled at his father's inconvenient lateness, recalling the message to eat without him. Jiwoo's sudden concern about his eating startled Li Jian, causing him to choke in frantic denial. Li Jian awkwardly stuttered a compliment, claiming the food was too delicious to eat all at once, bewildering Jiwoo. The senior's spectral taunt about a woman's heart haunted Li Jian, pushing him past his shyness to speak his truth. Li Jian excruciatingly stuttered through a torrent of gratitude for Jiwoo's cooking and unwavering care, leaving her utterly bewildered. He managed to utter the single, shy word, grateful. Jiwoo, caught completely off guard, could only feel profound awkwardness. Jiwoo suddenly rose, revolted by his bizarre behavior, while Li Jian protested his innocent declaration of gratitude. Li Jian plunged into a self-doubt spiral, fiercely defending his raw honesty against his own critique. Even amidst his internal trembling, Li Jian still felt his gratitude remained unspoken. Li Jian's new resolve to be an Italian guy was abruptly punctuated by a pat to his head. Jiwoo playfully thanked Li Jian for always eating her food so deliciously, eliciting a smitten internal gasp from him. Jiwoo pressed more pasta upon Li Jian, using his earlier compliment against him, forcing his resigned acceptance with a heavy thud. A profound relief settled as the grandeur of the Kalini Calcio away game stadium unfolded before them, sparking collective awe. Li Jian accepted his bench role for the day, receiving Senior Barashi's practical advice to conserve energy but warm up regardless. The starting lineup was a formidable display, bolstered by the full return of their seasoned seniors. From the bench, Li Jian felt the game's weight settle upon him with a wholly different intensity. Despite Firenze's objective advantage, the determined opponents fiercely contested every moment, immediately clashing into play. Refreshed, the seniors burst forth with top condition, exemplified by Senior Barashi's powerful pass that thumped across the field. A player in white launched a powerful kick, the ball arcing towards the goal despite the opposing defender. Senior Vlahovich's commanding presence dominated the field. His raw physicality overwhelmed 2 or 3 marking opponents, pushing through their defense. In the 18th minute, Vlahovic unleashed a stunning volley, rocketing the ball into the net with a PPAAK, proving himself the true striker. A cacophony of shouts erupted from the bench, praising Vlahovic's crazy volley as the scoreboard updated with his goal. His swift movements regained team control, fueling a continuous attack that culminated in a corner kick, where 3 defenders were overcome with a resounding kwang. Senior Milancevic delivered a powerful header, the ball striking the net with a mighty kwang at the 45-minute mark. The team finished the first half with a triumphant 2-0 lead, celebrating their success. Li Jian contemplated Vlahovic's immense physicality, wondering who could possibly fill such a gaping void within the team. The second half commenced with the match flow remaining utterly relentless. Around the 11th minute, a sudden, fierce collision sent players scrambling, Taoyang. A perfectly executed header, a crisp chiak, kept the play alive. The ball was whipped far wide to Ricardo Sahurara with a precise chiak, prompting urgent shouts for his attack. Ricardo Sahurara executed a cunning fake, subtly curving the ball and softly passing it back to Vlahovic with a tuck. Vlahovic's inward cut and Kanehan's feint utterly confounded the defense, creating a fluid surge and precise strike, Chua Jack. Once more, Senior Vlahovic's left foot unleashed a shot that tore through the defensive gap. The ball was struck with incredible force, a resounding PPAAK that echoed with power. The ball slammed into the net with a definitive Cheol Suk, cementing their perfect victory. A teammate congratulated the captain, who then playfully remarked on the teammate's long-awaited rest. The captain playfully chided the teammate for his rest, highlighting everyone else's effort, to which he offered a nervous laugh. The captain, with a firm chiak to his shoulder, urged the teammate to unleash his true skills in the next critical match. The captain's fury erupted, demanding why the teammate's response was so weak, leaving him trembling in palpable fear. The teammate inhaled deeply, then revealed his profound reason for resting. Their next opponent was finally that formidable team. His eyes blazed with fierce determination as he declared they would absolutely conquer Jian. The history between Firenze and Jian began with a crushing 0-11 defeat in their very first encounter in 1928, setting a fierce precedent. Decades later, in the 81-82 season, a controversial decision in the final round snatched away Firenze's championship, leaving a bitter taste of theft. The rivalry intensified in the 89-90 UEFA Cup final when another disputed call handed Jian the victory, igniting furious accusations and counterarguments. The feud reached a devastating climax when Firenze's ace, Roberto Baggio, was sold to Jian only for him to dramatically refuse a penalty kick against his former club, declaring his enduring loyalty. The pattern continued, with Jian consistently luring away Firenze's top players, a history that clicked on through time. This profound history transformed Jian into ladri, thieves, a rival Firenze could never, ever afford to concede to. The revelation provided undeniable clarity, making the fans' fervent animosity towards Jian entirely comprehensible. This upcoming match, she realized with exaggerated intensity, held an almost dizzying level of importance. A sudden impulse struck her. It was time to find out everything about Jian, her fingers flying across the keys with eager taps. Scrolling through the Jian fans' comments, she noted their singular, almost obsessive, focus. Every single conversation revolved around Vlahovi. She thought, with a quiet click of the mouse, that these rival fans clearly had no idea that Jian was Firenze's actual rising star. Then, a sudden gasp escaped her lips as she finally found them, the posts, the recognition, the whispers of Jian. She read with growing surprise as the comments, even from other fans, confirmed her own conviction. Jian, number 20, was being hailed as Firenze's true ace. Her smug satisfaction at Jian's recognition by rival fans quickly dissolved into utter confusion as she read further. A brutal stream of comments laid bare Jian's past, kicked out of a youth team and dismissed as merely Firenze level, leaving her eyes wide with shock. As the harsh realities settled over her, rain began to fall outside, mirroring the sudden dejection that slumped her shoulders. Later, the momentous day of the Torino away game finally dawned. From his bright, modern home, Li Jian announced his eager departure. Li Jian's father called out anxious well wishes as his son, full of youthful energy, gave a quick, bright affirmation in response. A soft plop against his hand made him look up, surprised by the sudden fall of raindrops. As he broke into a run, a throng of fans erupted with fervent cheers, showering him with passionate demands for nothing less than absolute victory. The cheers, even louder than usual because of the Jian match, were met with Li Jian's appreciative yet slightly embarrassed, "Thank you." He reflected that while such pressure might normally feel burdensome, a deeper, fierce resolve refused to let him lose to Jian. A resolute "no" cut through his thoughts, his determination hardening even as the rain continued to plop around him. His fierce resolve cemented under the whoosh of the relentless rain, he would honestly rather die than face defeat. A sudden buzzing vibration from his bag abruptly interrupted his thoughts, drawing a surprised "huh" from him. Surprised to hear Jiwoo's urgent voice over the whoosh of the rain, he answered, only to be met with her demanding question of his immediate whereabouts. Utterly confused, he told her he was on his way to the training ground, but she pressed on, asking if he had arrived yet, as the rain plopped around him. He insisted he was still en route, but she swiftly cut him off, commanding him to wait exactly where he was amidst the light whoosh of the rain. A sharp whistle sliced through the air as Jiwoo suddenly exclaimed she saw him, leaving Li Jian startled and bewildered about her true location. His mind struggled to reconcile her words. "She sees me," he wondered, utterly disbelieving as the rain whooshed around him. Jiwoo whooshed into view, calling his name, and Li Jian's jaw dropped in exaggerated shock. It was really her, right there in the rain. Under the heavy whoosh of the rain, Jiwoo let out a slow, breathless sob of relief that he hadn't left, while Li Jian's concern instantly shifted to her lack of an umbrella. Gasping for air, Jiwoo tried to deny any issue, but Li Jian, ever caring, simply offered his jacket with a soft thud, warning her against a cold. She confessed, her voice earnest, that she had only come to impress upon him one thing: he absolutely had to win. Li Jian could only stammer, "What?" his entire being flustered by her completely unexpected, earnest declaration. Still gaping, Li Jian questioned her incredible dedication, but she simply replied that a personal, face-to-face message of encouragement carried far more weight. Li Jian tried to pull her towards shelter, but with a fiery gasp, Jiwoo passionately declared he could not, under any circumstances, lose to those kinds of bastards. His eye widened dramatically in utter shock and confusion at her unexpected, strong language, those kinds of bastards. Li Jian eyed her with deep suspicion, asking if she'd been on the internet, as Jiwoo clapped her hands with a loud, wow, and flusteredly denied everything. Flustered and flailing, Jiwoo insisted she was merely a well-researched Firenze fan, repeating that he absolutely must conquer those lottery. A panicked shiver ran through Li Jian as a cascade of fearful thoughts assailed him. What if Jiwoo had uncovered his past? What if his carefully guarded lie was now exposed? Suppressing his panic, Li Jian decisively pulled up her collar and urged her to leave, stating he understood her message but she would catch a cold. With intense resolve, Li Jian promised his victory, then quickly dismissed her, sending her off with a surprised whoosh of agreement. As Jiwoo's heartfelt "good luck" echoed, Li Jian, with rapid tap-tap footsteps, urged her to hurry inside, both seeking refuge from the rain. Standing alone in the whoosh of the rain, Jiwoo clasped her hands, her silent plea echoing in her mind, "You have to do well, Jian." His face set with fierce determination, Li Jian's resolve hummed, "That team that looked down on you, go smash them to pieces." The majestic Allianz Stadium, an awe-inspiring sight, shimmered under the clear sky, eliciting gasps of "wow." The interviewer, a man with gray hair, smiled confidently, his question carrying a subtle hint of manipulation, "You passed on my words, right?" The man in sunglasses confidently confirmed he had delivered the message, but Jioventa CEO Maurizio, a thump of exasperation evident, countered with skeptical query, "Didn't you say the same thing last year?" With sharp, critical words, the interviewer delivered a brutal account of past failures, emphasizing the humiliating loss of the championship and a barely secured European Champions League spot. The interviewer's relentless criticism continued, tearing into the man's big talk, despite their team barely clinging to fourth place, leaving the man to choke out a terrified apology. Under immense pressure, the man conceded they absolutely had to perform, as the fans' anger had reached its absolute breaking point. He continued his critique, dismissively noting their attempt to placate public anger by cynically acquiring a big name like Vlahovi in winter. Then came the stinging revelation: Firenze's true ace was not Vlahovi, but the very kid Jioventa had released just a year prior. The man gasped with worry, pointing his finger as he articulated the dire stakes. If this went wrong, absolute chaos would ensue, and the interviewer grimly concurred. A mere victory wouldn't suffice. He demanded an overwhelmingly, utterly dominant triumph, his voice thick with a determined sniff. With an explosive bang of his fist, he furiously declared they must show their home fans that that kid was absolutely nothing. A sharp asterisk beep. Asterisk and a powerful thud signaled the electrifying kickoff, as Jioventus' 4-4-2 formation faced Firenze's 4-2-3-1. A player on the opponent's side began to move the ball with a cautious whoosh, intending to slowly gauge Firenze's reaction and strategize their next move. Then, with a sudden whoosh, the player's face distorted in extreme shock, utterly bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. An opponent yelped, jolted by the sudden realization. Number 20, Jian, had made an aggressive interception right from kickoff, drawing an approving shout from the crowd. His heart already racing, Li Jian breathed in gasps, abandoning his usual calm as he surged past a shocked opponent who cursed him as a brat. Fueled by the memory of Jiwoo's rain-soaked encouragement, Li Jian surged forward with a whoosh, leaving a frustrated opponent behind. His own thoughts, a steady thud, churned with the gnawing question of Jiwoo discovering his past, while an opponent fumed, does he think he can take on everything alone? An explosive bang followed by a powerful humming, as Li Jian unleashed a fierce kick, fueled by the sheer, infuriating injustice of his past. A desperate internal cry of, "Why do I have to be so confused because of you all?" propelled a shot that crashed and hummed through the air, stunning an opponent, a shot from there. His protective fury for Jiwoo erupted, transforming into a devastating bang as the ball slammed into the goal, shocking the diving goalkeeper. An intense, furious curse escaped his mind, "Sons of bitches." A chilling whisper ran through the stadium, did number 20 just steal the ball and unleash such a shot? It would have been an iconic highlight reel moment. Coach Tony, beaming with excited pride, realized Jian's electrifying play had just ignited the team's spirit, perfectly setting the atmosphere for this historical rivalry. The interviewer's displeased "no" hung in the air as his associate, groaning with frustration, felt a chilling doubt, could number 20 truly be the ace? The interviewer threw his arms up in intense frustration, bellowing, "If you're going to give him a solo stage from the start, what are we supposed to do?" It was 0-0, only 10 minutes in. The air still echoed with a furious, external shout as Li Jian himself wrestled with the realization that his bold opening shot had likely infuriated the opposing team. The superstar, a player valued at €117 million, let out a frustrated growl as he fiercely commanded his teammates to concentrate. Though the opposing defenders fixed him with intense glares, Li Jian felt an unsettling absence of fear within himself. Li Jian's resolve hardened, the opposing players with their immense market value now appearing through a different, predatory lens. With a sharp internal snap, Li Jian's mind solidified, viewing his adversaries as mere captives awaiting his strategic capture. A wave of relief washed over Li Jian as the team captain praised his play, surprising him with a hearty pat on the back. Li Jian, a nervous flutter in his chest, offered an apology, but the team captain dismissed his concerns with a joyful, reassuring laugh. The team captain's words instilled a calm confidence in Li Jian: stick to the plan, but seize any clear opportunities with unwavering boldness. A newfound warmth blossomed in Li Jian's chest as the team captain rallied everyone, confirming his decision to join this team. A nervous gulp escaped Li Jian, the weight of his solo attempt to seize momentum pressing heavily on his mind. The team's true strategy, a sturdy defense leading to lightning-fast counterattacks, was punctuated by the goalkeeper's powerful, echoing kick. A guttural sigh of effort escaped Li Jian as he strained to uphold his primary role, to establish a firm defensive line, then seek out counter opportunities. A grunt of exertion escaped Li Jian, confirming the sheer impressive physical presence and balance of his formidable opponent. An alarmed cry escaped Li Jian as he watched his teammate, Ricardo Sahurara, fall to the ground, triggering an immediate and tense reaction. The bald teammate, bewildered, protested the incident, genuinely believing his touch had only been on the ball. A dramatic shout erupted from the opponent on the ground, confirming the internal suspicion that their acting skills matched their price tag. A heated, furious exchange erupted, and Li Jian found himself frantically trying to de-escalate the burgeoning confrontation between his teammates and the opponents. The referee's stern warning hung in the air, but Ricardo Sahurara and the smirking opponent continued their challenging stare-down, refusing to back down. Li Jian observed the fervent desire to win burning in his teammates, realizing that any momentum lost now would be impossible to regain. A wave of profound reassurance washed over Li Jian as his teammates, united and determined, prepared to block the next attack. The opponents, a relentless force, pressed forward with urgent precision, determined to puncture the defensive line. Despite the relentless pressure, the team's burning desire for victory, amplified by their purple uniforms, allowed them to repel every advance. The sub-coach beamed with confidence, but Coach Tony remained pensive, his hinting at deeper strategic considerations. Coach Tony acknowledged the team's surprisingly strong flow, a testament to their performance against formidable odds and an unsupportive crowd. Yet, a subtle unease gnawed at Coach Tony. In such a heated atmosphere, one unpredictable variable could shift everything. The referee's whistle shrilled, pointing to a foul in the danger zone, instantly igniting protests and an exaggerated wail from the fallen opponent. Frustration boiled over as both sides fiercely disputed the foul call, accusations of diving and unfairness echoing across the field. A heavy sigh filled the air. Their fiery passion had cost them a free kick in a perilously dangerous zone, forcing the goalkeeper to direct a frantic defensive wall. The two coaches on the sideline exchanged grim nods, recognizing this free kick as a golden, critical opportunity for their struggling opponents. With a decisive sweep, the ball was carefully placed, signaling the imminent, direct strike. As expected, the €117 million superstar stepped up, the weight of expectation palpable as he prepared for the kick. The superstar, famed for seizing crucial moments, unleashed a powerful kick, while his teammates urged collective focus, knowing the ball's trajectory would soon become clear. With a sudden, explosive impact, the ball was struck, capable of instantly reversing the game's momentum. The ball sliced through the air with a strange, curving trajectory, leaving the superstar and the defensive wall watching in agonized suspense. A frustrated yell ripped from the superstar's throat, making Li Jian realize that even players of such caliber could succumb to the pressure of a crucial shot. A profound wave of relief washed over Li Jian, who attributed the missed shot to the superstar's overwhelming, burning desire to win. With a powerful strike, Li Jian seized an attacking opportunity that had been a long time coming. A surprised gasp erupted from the opponents as Li Jian, defying their defensive strategy, sliced clean through their line. Opponents scrambled, shouting, "Number 20 again," as Li Jian, rapidly accelerating, made a daring solo break, drawing attention with every stride. Li Jian, with unwavering determination, sliced past Riquelme's desperate sliding tackle, utterly committed to breaking through. Suddenly, the momentum violently shifted, and Li Jian watched in shock as the opponents launched a blistering counterattack, teammates yelling to push forward. A sickening realization washed over Li Jian: he had gravely underestimated their opponents. A sharp cross, swift and dangerous, had already pierced their territory, making Li Jian's heart pound with urgency. An alarm blared in Li Jian's mind. He knew the opposing team possessed a player with an outstanding heading ability, making this aerial ball incredibly dangerous. The €117 million player rose above the rest, poised for the header, a testament to his formidable talent. A wave of relief swept through the team as the goalkeeper made a crucial, game-saving catch, met with triumphant shouts of "nice save." The goalkeeper, protecting the ball fiercely on the ground, fended off a desperate lunge from an encroaching opponent. The goalkeeper, wide-eyed and then resolute, screamed for Jian to initiate another counterattack, his mind reeling from the insane tempo of the match. Li Jian anticipated the long pass, understanding that in modern football, the goalkeeper's kick was often the very start of a team's offensive build-up. Li Jian deftly received the goalkeeper's long kick, instantly turning it into a determined dribble as an opponent scrambled to catch him. Li Jian's gaze swept the field, mentally mapping the precise positions of Lahovi and the two converging defenders, aware of the formidable challenge ahead. With a surge of intense determination, Li Jian refused to let this golden chance slip, vowing to break through no matter the cost. As his fiercely protective teammates hovered, Li Jian, sitting on the ground, reassured them that despite the foul, he was fine. Though a dull ache throbbed, Li Jian recognized the strategic advantage: a free kick in a prime scoring area, and even more significantly, the referee's stern hand produced a yellow card, silencing the outraged opponent's fervent protests about the foul's severity. With a soft hiss, vanishing spray marked the precise spot for the free kick, slightly to the left of the goal's center. Li Jian's mind calculated rapidly, estimating the distance to the goal to be roughly 20 meters. With Sinyev Lahovi as their designated kicker, Li Jian knew this distance presented a very real opportunity for a goal. Yet, a subtle frown creased Li Jian's brow. Something was amiss, despite the promising scoring chance. A growing unease stirred in Li Jian, noticing Senior's troubled expression, which seemed entirely out of place for such a prime opportunity. Li Jian's worry intensified as he watched Vlahovi signal to the bench, fearing that an injury might have befallen him. Vlahovi's serious call startled Li Jian, compelling him to approach as the soccer ball flew between them. A chibi Li Jian, utterly bewildered, found himself holding the soccer ball in his arms. The teammate explained his predicament: he simply couldn't find the right angle for a left-footed shot. The teammate's words landed with shocking impact. He told Li Jian to take the crucial shot, leaving Li Jian wide-eyed in stunned surprise. Beneath the bright sky, Li Jian quietly admitted his discomfort with taking free kicks or penalties. He felt the inherent burden of such responsibility, believing it belonged solely to an ace, not to him. A surprising desire stirred within him, wanting the free kick Vlahovi had passed over. A sudden thought of Jiwoo shattered his focus. He commanded himself to concentrate. Stepping back, he precisely mapped the goal, the goalkeeper, and the intricate formation of the defensive wall. Anxious, Li Jian doubted the distance, finding the defensive wall dauntingly high. He then noticed his uniform was wet, recalling his earlier fall on the grass. A sharp realization struck Li Jian as he connected the wet grass to his upcoming shot. The referee's whistle cut through the air, signaling the crucial restart of play. In that instant, Li Jian saw the angle, striking the ball with a powerful kick. The perfect angle solidified in his mind, guiding his forceful strike. With his foot flat, he unleashed the kick, astonishing the opposing players guarding the goal. He hit the ball with a deliberate impact, intending to press it down, leaving more opponents wide-eyed in shock. The ball rocketed beneath the leaping defenders, a precise, low shot thundering past them. Panic seized the goalkeeper as he scrambled desperately, realizing the shot's true trajectory. A desperate yell escaped the goalkeeper as he lunged, his outstretched arm failing to reach the ball's final impact. Li Jian sighed, an unspoken sense of accomplishment settling over him as he stood exhausted. Opponents were stunned by the ground shot's audacity, while teammates excitedly swarmed Li Jian, celebrating their 1-0 lead. The goalkeeper, bewildered, analyzed the shot's strange rotationless bounce and incredible speed. A sudden, alarming thought struck the goalkeeper, narrowing his focus intensely. He questioned if Li Jian had factored in the rain-soaked grass to achieve that impossible angle. Li Jian was overwhelmed by his jubilant teammates, while an opponent gasped at the revelation of his young age. Teammates excitedly urged Li Jian towards the fans, wanting him to revel in the uproar he had created. A teammate encouraged Li Jian to fully embrace the celebration, insisting his impressive goal was truly deserved. Li Jian paused, reflecting on his past self who would have merely been sitting on the sidelines during such a moment. He felt a profound triumph, having scored against the very first team that once dismissed him, in front of their fervent fans. Li Jian reflected on resilience, asserting that true embarrassment lay not in falling, but in failing to rise again. Empowered by his own journey, Li Jian joined his teammates in an ecstatic, joyful celebration. Two opposing players on the sidelines exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled by number 20's surprising performance. Patricio Chiesa, wide-eyed, admitted his astonishment, confessing he had never encountered such a player before. The match resumed, with players from both sides strategizing for the next phase of the game, urged on by their benches. Li Jian reflected on the crucial, dangerous moments in a game, especially right after scoring, as teammates pushed forward to protect their lead. He sensed his team's invigorated resolve, fueled by his goal, determined not to let the youngest down. Captain Bairashi executed a tough, impactful defensive tackle, halting the opponent's advance. Senior Milancevic delivered a powerful defensive blow, leaving an opponent stunned by his sheer force. An opponent poised, attempting a challenging volley shot. Senior Sahanara sacrificed himself, blocking the shot with his face and startling a teammate who witnessed the selfless act. Li Jian reflected on his own less heroic moments, still rolling from a fall while others defended valiantly. He looked up from the ground, where a helping hand was offered to him. A teammate offered a hand, asking if Li Jian was okay, while secretly cursing the opponents under his breath. With a confident smile, Li Jian accepted the help, rising to his feet, a testament to his newfound resilience. The first half concluded, signaling the team's successful defense of their 1-0 lead. Li Jian nervously glanced at the intensely glaring opposing fans, a palpable hostility permeating the enemy's home ground. Walking through the tunnel, Li Jian looked up, a familiar hairstyle among the spectators piquing his curiosity. Jerome, a spectator, gaped in shock at Li Jian, who in turn felt an unsettling sense of strangeness. Li Jian stared at the man who had tormented him, a bewildering mix of emotions clouding his gaze. Despite the unexpected encounter, Li Jian felt an odd, subtle sense of triumph as he walked off the field. Coach Vincenzo expressed concern, asking about Li Jian's well-being, while an inner voice reflected on the irony of the Asian boy playing against the revered first-team players. Li Jian urged them to quicken their pace, as the inner voice continued its unspoken challenge to Jerome. The observing man mentally posed a cutting question to Jerome, wondering how he truly felt watching from the stands. The man with gray hair clenched his fists, trembling with profound, uncontrollable rage. The enraged man was further agitated by an excitedly chattering senior executive, who dissected Li Jian's goal on replay, highlighting its spineless trajectory. The senior executive emphatically praised Li Jian's comprehensive field awareness, while the director frantically tried to quiet his passionate outburst. The director nervously reminded the senior executive about the presence of opposing VIPs, prompting a sudden realization of his own exuberance. The senior executive smirked, utterly pleased with the perfectly timed opportunity to witness the match. Boasting about Li Jian's minimal salary, the senior executive declared his recruitment the wisest purchase of his life, met with enthusiastic agreement from the director. The senior executive confidently reminded the director of his prediction, who nervously urged him to lower his voice. The officials discussed Patricio Chiesa, revealing he was a player they loaned to the opposing team, as Chiesa himself looked pensive. The senior executive unveiled a clever conditional transfer clause within Chiesa's loan agreement, implying it was effectively a full transfer. The senior executive excitedly predicted Chiesa's transfer would yield €40 million, astonishing the director. The director acknowledged the incredible transfer but requested to make his own prediction as coach Tony excitedly noted the players returning. The director confidently predicted Li Jian would generate even more revenue for them, startling the senior executive with his boldness. The senior executive expressed slight discomfort, acknowledging Giovannido's heavy investment in their nurtured players. The senior executive questioned the logic of spending €40 million on a 16-year-old they dismissed, prompting the director to criticize his narrow perspective. The director, envisioning a future of immense wealth, declared Li Jian's future worth would exceed what Italy could contain. The senior executive expressed his awe at the director's prediction, but the director calmly stated such discussions were for a later time. The director redirected their focus, emphasizing the immediate need to closely observe the second half. The opposing superstars' intense gaze toward Li Jian clearly indicated a significant shift in their rivalry. He shrugged off the earlier exertion, his stamina surprisingly strong. The one-goal lead kept their defense first, counter-attack strategy intact, while the desperate opponent pushed forward, revealing crucial gaps. Even through the struggle, the opponent's raw power crashed through, a visceral testament to Giovannido's strength. A grunt of effort echoed as he ran, debating whether to fall back and cover the defense. A sharp command cut through the air, shocking Li Jian into recoiling from the unexpected order. The determined opponent pointed, asserting the defense was their domain, his attacking role Li Jian's alone. A sudden gulp caught in his throat as the weight of his true role settled. Feet tapped rapidly as a teammate deftly intercepted the pass, securing a crucial defensive success. He kicked the ball with renewed focus, a teammate's call echoing, fully embracing his true position. A whoosh of air followed him as he recognized the fleeting chance for a counterattack. He dribbled, body moving with an almost unconscious efficiency, brushing past the grimacing opponent. He exhaled slowly, abandoning a solo effort for a more strategic play. With a sharp kick, he sent the ball to Senior Vlahovi, who had smartly positioned himself on the opposite flank. A frustrated cry followed him as he weaved past the defender trying to halt his momentum. He dashed forward, using a clever reverse motion to draw the defender out and pierce the front line. A blur of motion followed as Senior Vlahovi seized the opening, lining up a direct shot while the defender scrambled. His eyes widened in disbelief. Vlahovi had connected with impossible precision. He noted the critical alignment. The defender, unknowingly, had created a blind spot for the goalkeeper, opening a vital window. He kicked with fierce intent, sending the ball low and true towards the far post. The goalkeeper roared, launching himself into a desperate, thudding dive to swat the ball away. The older man cheered while the goalkeeper celebrated with a pumped fist, defiantly asserting their presence despite the earlier concession. So close, his teammate acknowledged, yet Li Jian still felt a pang of apology for wasting such a brilliant setup. The teammate gently reminded him that even the best strikers couldn't score every time, crediting the keeper's excellent save. "Keep shooting," the teammate encouraged, a warmth spreading through Li Jian at the senior's unexpected kindness. A powerful kick was met by an astounding, almost divine save from the opposing goalkeeper, drawing a gasp from the crowd. Despite the thwarted attempts, the teammates cheered, convinced that if the keeper saved this one, the next shot was theirs. A dull thud echoed as the ball arced high, but then a frantic shouting began, signaling a problem from an entirely unforeseen quarter. A horrific, bone-jarring impact resounded as two players collided heads, both determined to reach the ball. The referee's whistle cut through the air, signaling a foul on number 7, whose furious protests were met with Li Jian's gasp of worry for his teammate. Li Jian rushed forward, concern etched on his face as Milan cradled his head in a dazed stupor. Milan gave a blithe thumbs up, totally oblivious to the alarming streak of blood Li Jian frantically pointed out on his forehead. Milan casually rubbed his head, still trying to dismiss the gaping wound, but another teammate insisted his head was clearly torn. The teammate barked orders, forcing Milan off the field to address the bleeding, overriding his stubborn insistence that it was nothing. The gray-haired man reported Milan's torn forehead to Coach Vincenzo, who swiftly issued instructions for immediate medical attention. A cold sweat beaded on Coach Vincenzo's brow. Losing Milancevic would shatter their defensive core. The game resumed with a pang of anxiety, acutely feeling the void left by their injured senior. A sudden, sickening slip caused Senior Saharara to lose his footing and the ball, eliciting a sharp cry of alarm. As Senior Saharara tumbled on the slick grass, the opportunistic opponent surged forward, recognizing a golden chance. Just as their team pushed forward, the opponent unleashed a furious counterattack, calling for central cover. Captain Bairashi, covering Milan's absence, stared in disbelief as the ball was unexpectedly moved wide. The ball was swiftly passed to Kisa, who streaked down the right flank. With skillful precision, the opponent launched a sharp cross, exploiting the very weaknesses he once knew in his former team. Rapid footsteps marked number 7's precise entry into the gaping void Milan had left behind. A powerful header crashed into the net, sealing the equalizer with a triumphant shout of "Goal!" Number 7 knelt in exultation, his cry of "Su!" echoing through the stadium as the scoreboard shifted. The goal, scored in Milan's brief absence, spurred a wave of self-reproach, one teammate apologizing while Milan grimly blamed his own momentary weakness. Despite his bleeding, bandaged forehead, Senior Milan burned with fierce resolve, vowing to dedicate his entire being, much to Li Jian's worried protest. The opponent, having equalized, showed no signs of relenting, snatching the ball again and pushing aggressively forward. A teammate gestured, reminding them to plan their counterattack, a strategy the opponent seemed keenly aware of. Li Jian thoughtfully conceded that a standard shot wouldn't suffice against such a formidable keeper. "Got it," he affirmed, beginning a precise dribble, ready to unleash a deceptive play that would outwit both keeper and defense. A loud challenge erupted as an opponent lunged, attempting to dispossess the determined Li Jian. He pushed forward, realizing a mere counterattack wouldn't suffice, as an opponent's warning rang out across the field. A sudden, startling thought of a creative movement jolted him. A teammate's urgent shout sliced through the air, signaling Li Jian to his position. A quick, sweeping glide across the turf confirmed his decision, he would try it. The air crackled with anticipation as Pattern 5 was initiated. He drove the ball forward, executing a prearranged signal that mimicked a previous counter, low to the ground. A furious gasp escaped the opponent as he charged forward, determined to halt Li Jian's advance. A subtle shift in direction sent both the referee and opponent reeling in surprise, injecting a critical variable into the counter. The confused opponent's enraged protest rang out as Li Jian slipped past, leaving the referee caught in the ensuing chaos. With fierce resolve, he promised himself to unleash a burst of speed. With a quick pass to Senior Bonaventura, he immediately surged to the right side of the field. The ball was deftly returned to him, leaving an opponent astonished by his incredible range of movement. He prepared for the decisive kick, channeling every ounce of sensation to his very toes. With utmost precision, he delicately nudged the ball. The goalkeeper looked up, a wave of confusion washing over him. Was it a cross or a shot? It was neither. Blahovy headed the ball, transforming the trajectory into a perfectly placed, kicked pass for a direct shot. After the momentary confusion, the ball found its way to Li Jian, who headed it with fierce focus. He headed the ball, igniting the final, chaotic phase of Promised Play 5, leaving teammates and opponents, especially the shocked goalkeeper, utterly bewildered. From the moment he received the ball, he had sprinted relentlessly from their own penalty area. Then, their strongest player, Senior Milancevic, rose to meet it, unleashing a powerful, triumphant header that altered the scoreboard once more. The tie-breaking goal brought success, and a bald teammate's "nice" was a powerful flex of shared victory. The intricate number 5 play, a coordinated genius, erupted in an ecstatic cheer from their teammates. Despite the underlying risk, Tenoira's crucial cover ignited an "oh" of excitement, punctuating the tense play with a referee's whistle. That unpredictable breakthrough shattered the defense, leaving the opposing goalkeeper slumped in the profound depths of dejection. A teammate hailed Jian's kick as pure art, but Jian, ever humble, credited the senior's masterful setup instead. Jian Senior playfully praised his unpredictable, precise kick, triggering bashful thanks and a round of light-hearted laughter. A teammate, full of encouragement, challenged Jian to score another goal, a demand Jian met with surprised, yet determined, resolve. "Did you just say you're going to score another goal?" an opponent cried, immediately retracting with a flustered, "When did I?" The referee's whistle restarted the game with a kick, signaling only 15 tense minutes remained. Their 1-point lead was precarious against formidable Gioventu, demanding continued, strenuous effort. An urgent command to "keep it tight" ended in frustrated defeat as their play was suddenly interrupted with a thud. "Keep moving" became a grunt of pain as a heavy thud signaled a brutal tackle. Jian's fleeting thought about the quiet half was brutally interrupted by a violent foul, eliciting a choking gasp of pain. The referee's sharp whistle declared a foul on number 30, unleashing furious, expletive-laden protests from the opposing players. Concern for Jian was quickly overshadowed by an opponent's aggressive confrontation, though Jian simply reassured them he was fine. A rough foul ignited a tense clash, with Senior Tenoira and a teammate openly daring the opponents to escalate the confrontation. Jian instinctively felt a surge to join the fray, but his bald teammate's calm, firm, "just stay put" halted his impulse. Jian questioned the order, but the bald teammate calmly reiterated his clear instruction. Senior Sahara's unexpected calm contrasted sharply with Jian's frustrated urge to appeal, which his teammate tersely dismissed. Sahara provocatively encouraged the escalating aggression, while a teammate silently worried they were inviting destruction, and another angrily demanded a response. Sahara tried to quell the rising tension, but his words were lost in a chaotic crash as a teammate hit the ground with an agonizing "ah." Jian watched in shock as a teammate's Oscar-worthy acting brought the referee's whistle, prompting frantic protests from an opponent caught in the dramatic feint. The opposing team's captain reacted with a raw "ah" as accumulated yellow cards delivered a shocking, decisive consequence. A red card sealed the definitive suspension. The goddess of victory seemed to smile upon them, and a satisfied teammate remarked on how favorably time was passing. Despite being down to 10 players, the opponents continued their aggressive play, moving the ball with determined quickness. A burning desire for an equalizer ignited their aggressive tactics, driving every desperate kick. They launched booming shots from any distance, a constant threat born of desperate force. The opponents proved a truly real threat, demanding a desperate impact from the goalkeeper's powerful save. A sudden, worrying thought surfaced: if Senior Vlahovi transferred to such a formidable team, would their own chances against them dwindle to nothing? "What are you thinking, Jian?" asked a teammate, jolting him with a startled "ah." Senior Vlahovi, in exaggerated surprise. His teammate sternly reminded him to save his daydreams, and Jian, chastened, quickly offered his apology. Jian internally conceded his senior's wisdom about the game's volatility, a truth instantly affirmed by the urgent whoosh of an incoming counterattack. "It's Kisa again," a teammate urgently warned, commanding them to watch the center as the threat advanced. A teammate celebrated the nice defense that sent the cross behind the goal, much to the opponent's bewildered "Where are you going?" "Huh," someone murmured, surprised by the unexpected, soaring movement of a foot. "No. This is," cried a voice, recognizing the immediate danger of an overhead kick. "He's kicking like that," someone gasped, as the booming impact of the powerful strike echoed. "This is insane," a teammate exclaimed, recognizing the resounding power of a perfect Pustas. "Pustas my ass!" Ricardo Sahurara defiantly declared, meeting the fierce shot with a forceful, head-thudding block. Relief turned to confusion when the blocked ball vanished, until an excited teammate cried, "That's Jian," as his light tap signaled possession. As the ball met his feet with a quiet thud, Jian's mind processed the opposing defense, instantly seeing every crucial gap and strategic vulnerability. With barely 2 minutes remaining, the success of this attack held the critical key to victory. Jian's intense focus was a strategic blueprint, ensuring their ultimate triumph over Juventus. Jian surged past, leaving an opponent in sudden surprise. His calculated path cut through the tactical formations. He skillfully weaved between two startled opponents. Jian adeptly evaded a desperate, lunging tackle. His foot barely escaped the sliding challenge. Another tackle, another smooth evasion. The goal beckoned as opponents chased his relentless sprint. A quick feint left his opponent utterly deceived. Jian's relentless advance toward the goal struck a chilling, dawning terror into the opposing goalkeeper. The goalkeeper stretched, a desperate last attempt against Jian's inevitable approach. His gaze locked on victory, Jian prepared to strike. Jian launched a powerful shot, a final, definitive strike towards the goal. A profound, startling shock registered across Jian's face. A flurry of legs blurred in the frenzied aftermath. A wave of jubilant teammates rushed forward, shouting, "Li Jian," in triumph. "That's a completely insane goal," cried an awestruck teammate, joining the triumphant, exclamatory pile of celebratory hugs. Teammates playfully celebrated his incredible improvement, showering Jian with affectionate head pats, met with his mock protest of pain. Jian's spirit soared, an ecstatic triumph casting long shadows over his dejected opponents. The long whistle echoed, declaring "Match end," confirming their ultimate 3-1 triumph over Juventus, igniting an explosive, joyous celebration among the victors. Mauricio's voice on the phone dripped with authority, demanding to know why his CEO's number was not immediately recognized. Maurizio issued crisp instructions to schedule a meeting for a strategic shift, unaware of the celebrating players below. His stern query cut through the line, demanding comprehension. "Don't you understand?" Maurizio finally clarified his cryptic words, revealing a significant adjustment to their winter recruitment target, a profound statement that startled Jian. The locker room erupted, echoing with victorious shouts as the teammates reveled in their hard-won triumph. The spirited cheer of "Yutja Yutja" resonated as one teammate declared an all-night party, igniting further boisterous joy. Snickering, his teammates tried to pull Li Jian into their jovial celebration, but he awkwardly protested, already occupied with a call. A panicked Hyup escaped Li Jian as his teammates' loud speculation about a girlfriend revealed Jiwoo's shocked face on his phone screen. A faint apology drifted from Jiwoo, acknowledging the unexpected chaos on his end. Mortified, Li Jian urged Jiwoo to forget whatever embarrassing glimpse she'd just caught. Jiwoo congratulated him, her curiosity piqued by something she noticed him holding. Li Jian explained the tradition of exchanging jerseys, and Jiwoo recalled a fleeting glimpse on camera. Jiwoo's digital face beamed, a playful request already forming in her mind for the jersey. A stunned "Nururu" of surprise escaped Li Jian as the jersey slipped from his grasp. His team captain's booming laugh echoed, likely at Jian's expense. The team captain playfully accused Jian of sulking, but Jian insisted, "Beak, he was serious." A weary sigh escaped Li Jian, the absurdity of the request after their grueling match overwhelmed him. The captain's exaggerated agreement about Dabilla's handsomeness sent a comically distraught Li Jian into a fit of panic. A teammate calmly inquired about their remaining free time before their flight. "Bol Tiak," the team captain declared, suddenly rising to announce an unexpected shopping trip, much to Jian's bewilderment. A mischievous grin spread across the team captain's face as he promised to educate Jian on adult relationships, snickering all the while. Li Jian nervously questioned the extreme disguise, but the captain firmly reminded him they were in enemy territory. While the captain justified their heavy disguise, Li Jian quietly thought they were only drawing more attention. Then the captain's eye caught something sparkly. Lost in thought, Li Jian recalled the exhilarating thrill of yesterday's game. The captain's revelation of his shopping spree elicited a horrified "Koik" from Li Jian, who saw Jian took of items and a resounding "tuk" of extravagance. Jaryuryu. The captain's confident explanation sparkled, affirming that his extravagant gifts were an investment in charm, not a waste of money. Li Jian's confused query about gifts prompted the captain to explain the importance of bringing back souvenirs from their trip. Li Jian, observing the captain's grand purchases, felt a surge of overwhelmed admiration for his generosity. A jugugle of embarrassment washed over Li Jian as he compared his past earnings to the captain's current spending. The captain's playful accusation of jealousy caught Li Jian off guard, who quickly denied it. A wistful "nook" escaped Li Jian. He admired the captain's style but recognized his own current limitations. The captain, serious for a moment, shared a humbling anecdote from his own youth. A confident "tuck" on Jian's forehead accompanied the captain's firm reassurance about his future success. Li Jian's hopeful query about surpassing the captain was quickly met with a sharp, exasperated command to "shut it." The captain casually brought up Jian's girlfriend, only for Jian to immediately deny the label. Hutadak. Li Jian hurried to keep up as the captain started browsing, seeking guidance on the newest colors. A nervous, Kol Kiak Jik escaped Li Jian as he deeply considered his options. A sigh of relief escaped him, finding comfort in the manageable task of selecting something warm for winter. A sudden hic of realization struck Li Jian about the awkwardness of his current predicament. Li Jian was startled from his inner musings about the fashion faux pas of shopping with an older man. Jack. The captain flamboyantly presented his chosen shirt, convinced of its brilliance. Li Jian stared blankly, his masked face betraying no immediate reaction. The captain questioned Jian's silence, but Li Jian vaguely denied any issues with the shirt. Li Jian admitted he'd been lost in a vision of Jiwoo radiating pure joy in the shirt, drawing a hearty chuckle from the captain. The captain's initial amusement quickly morphed into speechless astonishment. "Tuck! Tuck!" the captain exclaimed, proudly patting Jian's head and playfully anointing him an Italian man, despite Jian's protestations. The captain, with a flash of generosity, offered to buy the shirt, then just as quickly retracted the offer. "Ta'at!" the captain declared, boldly seizing more clothes and proclaiming his intent to buy everything Jian had chosen, much to his shock. With a confident smile, the captain urged Jian to simply accept his grand gesture. A respectful, beak. Bow from Jian conveyed his deep gratitude for the captain's overwhelming generosity. Julsong, Li Jian's eyes shimmered with admiration, a fervent wish to emulate the captain's cool maturity blooming in his heart. The captain brought up their impending 2-week break after one final game, which Jian acknowledged. Li Jian's anxieties about the looming winter transfer market and the fate of 2 players caught the captain's attention. The captain's playful persistence about Jian's girlfriend led to a familiar, light-hearted exchange about their mutual stubbornness. A weary sigh preceded the transition to the modern glass facade of a building in Firenze. Within the sleek conference room, the narration confirmed Kisa's transfer seemed fully secured. With a heavy "hyut," the conversation shifted to Vlahovi. The speaker laid out the stark reality of Vlahovi's failed contract renewal, making his retention nearly impossible. The man with gray hair asserted the need for a handsome transfer fee, receiving quick agreement from another. Deep in thought, the man revealed Gioventu was the leading contender for Vlahovi. The man with gray hair pressed for news of a better offer, only to be met with a mysteriously vague response. The speaker unveiled the astonishing news of a completely different offer, sparking intrigue and surprise. Dudung. The dramatic announcement dropped, an offer for Li Jian, matching Vlahovi's astonishing price. A trembling budul and gasping yuk betrayed the man's profound shock at the incredible offer for Li Jian, a mere 6 months into his career. An internal voice questioned the sheer audacity of such an offer for an unproven rookie. The man remained resolute, his gaze distant as he weighed the implications. The man with gray hair snickered, speculating that CEO Mauricio's desperation after the loss bordered on insanity. As the man pondered a dual transfer, a furious "Kwang Paang" from the table abruptly startled him back to reality. Kwajik. Kwayak. The table groaned under his furious fist as he fiercely declared Li Jian not for sale. Jukum, the man with gray hair hesitantly tried to argue the substantial financial benefits of the offer, receiving a nervous, flinching agreement. With a resolute chiak as he adjusted his tie, the man firmly rejected any immediate sale. The man with gray hair challenged him, questioning the boy's potential for further growth. He confidently asserted Li Jian's destiny as a world-class talent, a cosmic vision of the young player behind him. Jiabik, his footsteps echoed as he outlined a bolder strategy, elevating Li Jian's value by thrusting him onto a grander stage. A confident smile affirmed his intentions for Li Jian to compete on a broader stage. His confident smirk revealed the ultimate ambition, the European Champion League. He envisioned a future where the current transfer sums would be mere pocket change once Li Jian ascended to the Champion League. With glowing, furious eyes, he challenged their trust, daring them to fire him if they doubted his grand vision for Li Jian. The man with gray hair hesitantly highlighted the crucial, ambitious assumption underpinning the entire plan. A hand grasped the jersey, as the speaker challenged their belief in such a bold possibility. Hyup. His confident voice pressed the challenging question, could they achieve it even without Vlahovi? The man with gray hair found the task unexpectedly arduous, adjusting his tie with a quiet tuck. He acknowledged the uphill battle for the Champion League without Vlahovi, but recognized Li Jian's crucial role even for the Europa League. With a measured silence, the man with gray hair finally conceded, granting them autonomy to proceed. A subtle relief washed over him, he had secured Li Jian, expertly handling his jacket with a chiak. Though he couldn't retain Li Jian indefinitely, the businessman understood it was a matter of time before he joined the world's elite. An unseen voice spurred the distant players on, demanding faster effort with repetitive Kwang-s. Li Jian enjoyed a prolonged sense of triumph after their crucial victory against Gioventu, hearing distant tongue-s. The victory felt entirely deserved, yet his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a teammate's enthusiastic call for a minigame. With the league break and school vacation approaching, Li Jian eagerly responded to a teammate's call, running with rapid tata-tata-s. A recent lack of worries allowed him sound sleep, until a powerful Kwang signaled an intense kick. Distracted by thoughts of a warm winter vacation with his family, Li Jian made a mistake, stammering apologies amidst a frustrated teammate's yes. His focus had clearly wavered, confirming his embarrassing state of relaxation as he offered a sincere, repeated apology to his serious teammate. But the stark reality hit him hard. He wouldn't start the final league match before the break, a profound disappointment he stifled with a quiet kyuk. He understood his condition wasn't optimal for a starting position, watching the game unfold with a faint, nice. Despite adequate rest, an inexplicable heaviness plagued his body, pressing down with a dull cuck. He suddenly grasped the reason. He had undoubtedly pushed himself too far against Gioventu. Such excuses felt weak when his seniors played with such ferocity, a powerful qua accompanying an intense kick. He pondered the baffling disparity. Why did the seniors brim with energy while he felt so drained? Then, Ricardo Sahara's focused gaze revealed a stark difference in mentality. That pro mentality meant brushing off yesterday's triumph and relentlessly preparing for the next challenge, relentlessly pushing an opponent with a powerful quack. While he had indulged in post-victory relaxation, Ricardo Sahara continued to play with relentless force, driving the ball with a decisive kwang. A wave of shame washed over him, a tight quack of regret, realizing he'd forgotten the desperation that propelled him this far. The thought of not being professional enough, if the match ended this way, was unbearable, so he shot up abruptly with a sudden bioltique. A tremor of nervousness ran through him, yet he felt a profound sense of personal growth. Li Jian, mustering his courage, addressed Coach Tony, who responded with a curious murmur. He presented his earnest plea to a listening Coach Tony. 37 minutes into the second half, the whistle pike shrilled. An overwhelming wanghole of delight washed over Li Jian as his number was called for substitution. He would finally play, even for a short time. A teammate questioned Coach Tony about Li Jian's earlier words, but the coach downplayed it. Li Jian eagerly directed his senior, while Coach Tony revealed Jian's desire to participate, surprising the teammate. Coach Tony described Jian's eagerness to help the team, as Jian himself made a defensive play, a tiadiok surprising an opponent. The coach praised not just his words, but his self-awareness and effort to improve, as Jian executed a tiadiok successful defense against a frustrated opponent. Li Jian's determined hue prompted Coach Tony to ponder his top player attitude. The final whistle pike screamed, ending the match with a decisive 2-0 victory for Firenze, prompting celebrations and Coach Tony's commendation. Coach Tony eagerly anticipated Li Jian's transformation after 2 weeks of specialized training, as the team celebrated with joyous ys. A teammate inquired about the recommended vacation spot, to which Coach Tony gave a measured response. With a knowing grin, he revealed it housed only the top trainers. A few days later at Palermo Airport, Li Jian was startled by Coach Luca's call. Coach Luca greeted him with a wide, friendly Sikh grin. Li Jian thanked him profusely for meeting him, receiving a warm welcome in return. Li Jian's father offered a kabuk bow and apologies for the inconvenience, but Coach Luca gracefully reassured him. Coach Luca excitedly relayed Coach Tony's eagerness for the training. He then revealed another student would join, aiming for mutual motivation, which surprised Li Jian with a quiet tuck. With a knowing Sikh grin, Coach Luca kept the identity a secret, promising a familiar face. A lavish beach house awaited them, eliciting a surprised reaction. Li Jian joyfully exclaimed Gino's name, as Gino warmly greeted him, revealing he had closely followed his recent performances for Palermo FC. Li Jian, astonished by Gino's presence, questioned his own ability to relax when a genius like Gino was training. Flustered, Li Jian tried to compliment Gino's genius, but Gino playfully cut him off. Li Jian offered a respectful kabuk bow to Coach Luca, who welcomed him, as Gino's transfer to Palermo was quietly noted. Gino explained his transfer to Coach Tony's hometown team for special vacation training, having already played 3 substitute matches. Li Jian reflected on Gino's prodigious talent, feeling incredibly fortunate to train alongside him. Training together provided powerful motivation as Jian enthusiastically urged them to use their time well. The focus was physical conditioning, pushing himself with straining Cook's. They ran relentlessly, their feet sinking deep into the challenging sand. Coach Tony emphasized that improved footwork strengthened striking power, prompting Jian's humorous protest about all the running. Jian reflected on the relentless daily training, admitting it wasn't just training. Amidst the training, Christmas arrived, and Jiwoo delightedly pointed out the festive sights to Jian. Jiwoo exclaimed her joy, and Jian mused that the experience wasn't bad at all. Just like that, 2 weeks vanished, as Jian and Jian exchanged heartfelt encouragement. Jian shared a bittersweet farewell with Jian, Coach Luca, and his father, who playfully teased him about his consistent self. A powerful ulkyok welled up as he acknowledged the true moment of departure. Jian urgently called out to the departing Coach Tony and Coach Luca. He bowed deeply, expressing immense gratitude to both coaches. 2 weeks later, a voice called out Jian's name at the training ground. Jian cheerfully greeted his teammate, who inquired about his holiday with soft tatadak footsteps. A bald teammate playfully remarked on his improved appearance, touching him, which prompted Jian's embarrassed jubiot protest. Coach Tony commanded an abrupt end to small talk with a loud beelkeek. Official training resumed, and Jian wondered if the past 2 weeks had truly changed him. The stadium's familiar ambience and his seniors' consistent presence remained unchanged. Then a sudden pock of realization hit him: he had completely forgotten. He had forgotten about Senior Vlahovi. With a deep cook, he realized Vlahovi was no longer part of their team, evidenced by the furious, crossed-out banners. His teammate observed the swift decline in public sentiment after selling their ace, a consequence he found understandable. His teammate then gravely stressed the increasing importance of Jian's role. With a dramatic dudung, Jian looked ahead, embodying Firenze's new, determined ace. The first match of the league's second half, against SSC Empoli, loomed in the quiet, dimly lit corridor as a voice demanded attention. Their teammate, the man with dark hair, began, acknowledging the palpable anger seething from the fans after Vlahovi's transfer. He pressed on, admitting rumors had swirled, but the stark reality of the transfer still hit them with an unexpected force. He articulated the raw sense of betrayal fans must feel when a whispered rumor solidifies into an undeniable truth. The team, fifth in the league with their first half momentum, had the potential to climb into fourth place if they maintained their drive. A sudden, sharp question about the significance of a top 4 finish startled Jian, leaving him to blurt out a panicked, "Ah." Jian stammered through his answer, the words catching in his throat, yet correctly identified the Champions League qualification. The weighty news dropped like a stone: the team's ace had defected to their bitter rivals, Juventus, mid-season, leaving an ominous void. He challenged them to imagine the fans' raw emotions, prompting a bald teammate to confess the unsettling feeling that they had wronged them. His intense gaze burned as he roared, driving home the undeniable truth: victory was essential, and a spectacular performance equally imperative. Singled out with fiery intensity, Jian flinched back, nodding with an immediate, panicked, "Yes, yes." He commanded them to demonstrate unequivocally that Firenze's offensive might remain undiminished, even in Vlahovi's absence. Jian internally admitted to his own private hurt, recognizing the raw, unforgiving nature of the professional sports world reflected in the angry banners. A quiet sigh escaped him: only weeks prior, they had celebrated defeating Juventus, and now the betrayal of Vlahovi joining that team still stung. Yet, he understood everyone had their reasons. On the pitch, his former senior was now merely an opponent, a hurdle to be overcome. With a decisive pang of the kickoff, his mind narrowed, locking onto the immediate task as Firenze began their battle against Empoli. A nervous teammate gasped to the coach, observing the unexpectedly raw intensity of the game unfolding before them. The bald teammate grimaced at the uproar, describing the crowd's furious cacophony as, practically like a riot, filled with bitter shouts of money-hungry businessmen. The coach, with a firm grip that elicited a surprised AK from his teammate, physically underscored his command to maintain unwavering focus on the unfolding match. With a resounding kwang, the coach declared a seismic shift in strategy, centered now on Jian, who internally reaffirmed his complex role as a false nine. Jian moved with a confident familiarity he hadn't possessed before, darting across the field, prompting an opponent to frantically yell, "Block him." He recalled the personal significance of facing Empoli once more. It was after their U-17 match that he had signed his professional contract. He resolved to build upon that cherished memory, kicking the ball with renewed determination as a teammate called out for Jose Canhan. An opposing player barked urgent tactical commands, "Mark number 20, followed by, pass and go back in, a sharp tack, punctuating his words. An opponent, visibly struggling to keep pace, cried out in frustrated astonishment, questioning the sudden surge in Jian's seemingly limitless stamina. He feigned an inward move, setting his trap. Then he burst explosively to the outside, a deceptive maneuver that an opponent mistakenly read as an impending cross. Jian's deep penetration into the box bewildered his marker, who panicked, while Jian himself weighed the high-risk, high-reward option of shooting amidst the crowded defense. The wind poured around him, but the difficult angle gave him pause, even as an opponent wrongly anticipated his shot. He swiftly decided a pass would be more effective, launching the ball with a quick wyik, catching the opponent by complete surprise. The ball struck the net with a satisfying Chiol-seek, and a teammate's joyful shout echoed, confirming Firenze's 1-0 lead over Empoli. Ricardo Sahurara, embracing Jian with a firm quack, enthusiastically praised his sharpened play, as Jian reciprocated the congratulation for the goal. Jian internally credited Coach Tony's training for his lightness and excellent condition, while a teammate, giving his head a light tuck, remarked on his flying around. The coach, hearing a teammate's exuberant praise, thoughtfully acknowledged Jian's strong training, attributing his performance to a well-spent 2-week break. The coach, ever the pragmatist, contended that Jian's performance might not be at peak due to time away, eliciting a groan from the exasperated teammate. The coach's internal critic flared with a swift pabababat, scoffing at the notion that Jian could somehow perform even better than this. Then, with a sudden pull, Jian exploded forward, leaving his teammate sputtering, "WH what the?" The teammate pointed in utter disbelief at Jian's sudden appearance, while the coach wryly noted his timely demonstration of skill. A powerful quack from Jian's foot confirmed the coach's internal realization, he's really something. A sudden, explosive surge of speed, a pong, that felt impossible, left Jian questioning if it was real. He passed the ball with a quick sigh, still pondering whether his earlier burst of speed had been a mere illusion. Ricardo Sahurara, feeling his strength, called for the ball, ready to seize another opportunity, as a teammate praised Jian's skillful pass. The ball whizzed past him with a siwick, prompting Sahurara to exclaim his mistake, while Jian instantly understood his teammate preferred close-range passes. With a powerful pong, as he chased, Ricardo Sahurara cried out Jian's name in surprise, while the coach pondered if it was Jian's newfound confidence. He swiftly processed the misdirected play, recognizing it wasn't a pass meant for him, but a badly overshot attempt deep into enemy territory. Despite the odds and the closer defender, an inner conviction pulsed through Jian, he could reach it, a belief an opponent nervously questioned. The opponent scoffed internally, dismissing Jian's challenge and confidently asserting his own undeniable advantage in reaching the ball. With a sudden, explosive qua. Pong, Jian surged past, leaving the opponent reeling in utter shock. The powerful pull of his speed confirmed it wasn't an illusion, he was truly faster, leaving his bewildered opponent gasping, "I insane." The pababack of his kick, a testament to Coach Tony's training. This, he realized, was the culminating moment, justifying all the grueling training. The ball rustled the net with a series of satisfying chiol, making all those sandy beach vacation workouts worth it, as Firenze surged to a 2-0 lead. The final pibig sounded, marking the end of the match. Firenze had triumphed with a decisive 2-0 victory. The interviewer offered his congratulations on the victory, beginning the post-match exchange. The interviewer barraged Jian with questions, each landing like a sharp pibig, leaving him utterly overwhelmed and silently wishing for interview training. The interviewer then shifted to the sensitive subject of Lahovi's transfer to Juventus. Jian stammered, visibly struggling to formulate a response to the direct and uncomfortable question. Jian's statement about what was important after the season ends elicited a shocked, disbelieving "what it" from the interviewer. The interviewer's panicked misinterpretation ignited outrage among the chibi spectators, as Jian frantically tried to correct the spiraling narrative. He clarified his intent, his voice ringing with passionate conviction. He wanted them to finish above Juventus. An unexpected, profound quiet settled over the scene, leaving Jian utterly bewildered by the silence. From outside the modern Firenze building, an urgent voice cried out for the director. The door flew open with a beak-keek, as the man with glasses burst in, declaring chaos, prompting the director to grimly joke about Lahovi's house being burned. The man with glasses, exasperated, questioned if the director had seen Jian's interview, only to be met with a dismissive wave. The man with glasses thrust a phone jack into the director's face, demanding he watch, which sent a jolt of shock through the older man. The director chuckled darkly at Jian's audacious declaration. The irony wasn't lost on him, especially with their star gone and the office branded as money-obsessed. This lucky star, by leading them to victory and making such a statement, had instantly quelled the home fans' anger and was hailed as Firenze's new king. The director, his excitement barely contained, learned the next match was against Napoli, and he immediately declared it great. He swiftly commanded his subordinate to meticulously track fan reactions and immediately summoned the marketing team for an urgent, strategic meeting. With a calculating glint in his eye, the director decided to seize the moment, declaring their intention to forge Li Jian into a true hero. Li Jian's fierce declaration, burning with an unyielding fire, revealed his singular ambition, to see his team ascend above Juventus. Thunderous applause and shouts of "New King of Firenze" proclaimed a sudden, overwhelming confidence in his rising reign. The unexpected roar of adoration and cheers of "Hero" left Li Jian utterly bewildered, questioning the sudden surge of public embrace. A sharp tap punctuated his growing frustration, confirming his suspicion that the infamous interview was the source of his predicament. Jiwoo's playful accusation of secret interview practice caught Li Jian completely off guard, her mischievous grin hinting at further teasing. She gleefully reported the public's fervent excitement, playfully dubbing him the hero of Firenze, to twist the knife of his sudden fame. Her exaggerated lament about his celebrity ruining their outings was met with his mortified, blushing protests to cease the incessant teasing. A self-conscious scratch accompanied his confession of being equally flustered by the overwhelming public reaction to his simple honesty. With a triumphant smile, Jiwoo playfully warned his damn mouth, then demanded absolute victory in the next game, leaving Li Jian in wide-eyed shock. He crumpled to the floor under the perceived weight of expectation, only for Jiwoo's hearty laughter to reveal the cruel trick. As he articulated the crushing burden of empty words, Jiwoo offered gentle reassurance, her inner voice brimming with unwavering belief in his greatness. Jiwoo's fierce, protective offer to confront any critics unexpectedly soothed his anxiety, prompting Li Jian to marvel at her calming effect. But then, with a determined punch and an abrupt pivot, she insisted he must succeed, leaving Li Jian utterly bewildered by her sudden shift. Bathed in a radiant glow, he declared himself a genius and a hero, feeling an easy vulnerability in Jiwoo's comforting presence. Jiwoo's hand flew to her mouth in a mixture of surprise and exasperation at his boast, remembering her own recent caution about words. Jiwoo's simple, lame, cut deep, leaving Li Jian to shamefully acknowledge his inherent, unyielding tendency to brag. The narrative then fast-forwarded to the highly anticipated day of the Napoli match. Inside the Stark locker room, boisterous laughter and teasing exclamations about Li Jian's identity filled the air. A teammate mockingly held aloft a promotional photo, declaring Li Jian a flower boy and delighting in his embarrassed, depicted blush. His teammates dissolved into jovial laughter, relishing the widespread display of his promotional photo, much to Li Jian's utter mortification. A teammate's playful poke and inquiry about fan distribution only deepened Li Jian's annoyance at the front office's continued publicity efforts. As his teammate jovially imagined his new hero image adorning the stadium, Li Jian's internal exasperation mounted, protesting the relentless teasing. Coach Vincenzo's furious entrance, a wham of authority, instantly shattered the playful atmosphere, forcing his startled players to immediately focus. His serious tone then cut through the room, soberly identifying their formidable opponent, Napoli, currently ranked third in the league. Coach Vincenzo passionately rallied them, challenging the team to conquer their higher-ranked foe and elevate their own standing, eliciting a resounding yes. With a fierce clench of his fist, he passionately demanded they play with incendiary intensity, transforming Li Jian's bold words into concrete victory. A stadium-wide cheer erupted as passionate fans bellowed, "Forza Viola," signaling the match's energetic commencement. The game against formidable Napoli officially kicked off, players immediately surging across the vibrant green field under a clear blue sky. Tactically, Firenze adopted a defensive 4-4-2, a stark contrast to their usual play, while Napoli pressed aggressively with a 4-2-3-1. A teammate urgently barked warnings to cover the sides as Napoli's quick wingers, masters of possession, launched their relentless advance. A desperate slide kick intercepted the ball, a last-ditch effort to thwart Napoli's dangerous side breakthroughs that threatened their core defense. The true threat emerged as Napoli's central striker, Victor Osimhen, number 9, skillfully outmaneuvered his stunned marker. With a menacing whoosh, Osimhen unleashed a powerful shot, a chilling testament to his 9 goals already scored this season. His determination hardening, Li Jian knew victory hinged on absolutely neutralizing Osimhen, but a chilling premonition whispered a warning. This isn't easy, Li Jian grimly realized, as a teammate's frustrated cry confirmed another breach on the vulnerable side. With a powerful kick, the opponent launched a critical ground cross, sending the ball hurtling towards the danger zone. A desperate shout to deny the central striker the ball pierced the air, while Li Jian's internal "no" echoed a sickening dread. The sickening thud of the ball against the net confirmed the opponent's taunt. It was indeed too late, and Firenze now trailed 0-1. A jubilant cheer erupted as the opposing players celebrated wildly, exulting in their 10th collective goal of the season. The captain's firm "it's okay" cut through the despair, his determined claps a desperate attempt to reignite hope among his team. Despite the captain's fervent cries, the grim reality was that their predicament remained unchanged, leaving Li Jian internally pleading for more focus. Instead, with rising momentum, the opponent relentlessly pressed forward, their triumphant shouts intensifying the threatening thump of their attack. Coach Vincenzo, his brow furrowed in pensive worry, agonized over the game's drastic shift in momentum, desperate to find a disruptive counter-strategy. A tense internal debate racked Li Jian as he ran. Should he demand the ball or abandon his striker role to bolster the struggling defense? Then, in a bright, ephemeral vision, a sparkling Jiwoo appeared, her voice echoing a pure, unwavering "I believe in you, Li Jian." With a resolute grunt, Li Jian dismissed his doubt, making a fierce, internal pact to trust his senior teammates completely. Just then, a sharp thwack punctuated a teammate's flawless tackle, confirming Li Jian's faith that his seniors would indeed create his opportunity. A teammate's urgent shout of "senior" highlighted the crucial moment as the ball settled at the feet of number 4. With a powerful kick and a clear call of "Jian," his teammate launched the ball, bypassing a flustered opponent. The ball landed with a satisfying thump against his chest, confirming Li Jian's unwavering trust in his senior's tactical brilliance. Receiving the pass, Li Jian instantly recognized his pivotal, most advanced position, a strategic advantage waiting to be exploited. The frantic cries of teammates and opponents alike spurred his decision, emphasizing the desperate urgency of their surging counterattack. With a decisive flick, he knew waiting was not an option, they had to snatch back momentum from the opponent, now. As he eyed an open space, considering a solo flourish, the roaring crowd's hero, prompted Li Jian to deeply question his own worthiness of the title. Amidst a swirling sea of spectral cheers, he realized the immense belief others held for him, recognizing that his own crippling self-doubt was uniquely solitary. With a resolute stroke, Li Jian tightened his resolve, making a silent, profound decision to finally believe in himself. Inspired by a ghostly Jiwoo's encouraging presence, he drew strength from his past efforts, resolving to fully commit his heart, just as he once had for her. In a burst of transformative speed, Li Jian sprinted, a powerful thought echoing, he might even be able to astound himself. With an exhilarating thud, Li Jian erupted into an astonishing, lightning-fast sprint, leaving himself and his stunned opponents marveling at his sudden burst of speed. An almost supernatural push propelled him forward with a soft thump, further accelerating his impossible speed, leaving his bewildered pursuers far behind. On the sidelines, his teammates watched with pure awe and excitement, their shouts of encouragement fueling Li Jian's breathtaking surge. With an electrifying thud, Li Jian surged deeper into enemy territory, defying the pursuit and breaking through their desperate defense. A sudden wham and a fierce demand for "my ball" made Li Jian's heart clench. Had he overshot, jeopardizing his incredible run? With a resolute thump, Li Jian refused to surrender, his foot darting out with razor-sharp precision to reclaim possession. Empowered by his unwavering resolve, Li Jian unleashed a powerful kick, leaving his opponent utterly dumbfounded by the sudden turn of play. With a triumphant goal, and a powerful kick, Li Jian embraced his role, proclaiming, "I'll become a hero," as Firenze equalized 1-1. An unseen voice sliced through the tense, quiet hallway, demanding Milan and Nastasic maintain unwavering focus on both ball and player. The coach's fierce command to triple team if necessary left the teammates startled, as Jiwoo internally noted his aggression matched that of their toughest rival. The players stood in formation, soaking in the solemn announcement that a victory would propel them to fourth place in the league. Coach Tony's passionate declaration resonated through the room, emphasizing that winning today meant triumphing over Jiwoo. Coach Tony addressed his attentive team, urging them to remember the fervent emotions of their loyal fans. With a clenched fist, Coach Tony roared, igniting a powerful resolve within his players to give their fans something truly special. The team erupted in a unified shout, their collective enthusiasm surging, validating Jiwoo's quiet observation of their unwavering spirit. Li Jian felt a powerful surge of emotion, his heart swelling as the coach's words rekindled his fighting spirit. Li Jian's thoughts echoed through the bright, empty stadium, the gravity of securing fourth place weighing heavily on his mind. Jiwoo's understanding of the foreign language had sharpened, allowing her to grasp the spectators' concern over Ocean and their hopeful dependence on Li Jian. She found the conversation inevitably gravitating toward Jian, as one spectator excitedly recounted his incredible four-person dribble. Jiwoo blushed, overwhelmed by the palpable charisma surrounding Jian as the crowd's cheers intensified into a wave of adoration. The stadium roared with a collective cheer for the hero of Firenze, as a surprised Jiwoo watched Jian step onto the field first. Jiwoo found herself captivated by Li Jian's imposing figure, pondering how anyone could resist such an undeniable presence. Jian's mother beamed with pride, her joy mirroring the collective roar of the adoring crowd. A powerful impulse drove the ball forward with a quick, decisive kick. The opponent's offensive surge in the second half was clear, as they furiously challenged every possession. A teammate's urgent cry to "watch the line" underscored their defensive stance, patiently awaiting a counterattack. Defensive commands echoed across the field, with a teammate reminding Milan to cover the open spaces against the opponent's patient, high-press attack. Li Jian watched from a distance, strategically positioned near the opponent's camp, feeling a flicker of unease as his 10 teammates focused solely on defense. He felt the gnawing discomfort of his seemingly passive role, questioning his impact while his team toiled defensively. Yet, a memory surfaced, pulling him back to the halftime break, to a direct call from Coach Tony. Coach Tony's unexpected pronouncement about Jian being a male lion left him utterly bewildered. Coach Tony passionately likened Jian to a male lion, waiting for a critical threat to emerge before stepping up to protect its pride. Li Jian pondered the weighty comparison, imagining himself adorned with a lion's mane, as Coach Tony instructed him to conserve his formidable power. Coach Tony's grin was intense, his finger pointed directly at Jian as he commanded him to deliver the decisive blow at the crucial moment. Li Jian's resolve solidified, knowing that abandoning his forward position would squander any chance of a counterattack. He determined to bide his time, but his planning was interrupted by a teammate's playful roar, leaving Jian comically confused. The second half had entered its 30th minute, the stadium alive with a continuous roar of the crowd. Li Jian's frustration mounted. Despite the extended play, he hadn't properly touched the ball once. He mused, a comical lion's head superimposed on his own, that he was more kitten than lion, prompting a nearby opponent to mockingly meow at him. The opponent's formidable three-top attack forced his teammates into an all-out defensive struggle, a rapid flurry of desperate actions. Though the ball occasionally came his way, a deeper challenge always loomed. The opponent's defense proved just as impenetrable, swiftly blocking and tackling away his opportunities. Li Jian gasped for air, struggling to breach their relentless defense as an opponent taunted him about his heroic reputation. He struck his own face, steeling himself against negative thoughts, convinced that a chance would inevitably present itself. His teammates executed a series of urgent blocks, successfully repelling the opponent's advance and forcing them to retreat. A teammate's urgent shout sliced through the air, demanding a tight defensive angle against the looming shot. Frustrated by the lack of an open shot, the opponent grimaced, deciding to pass the ball instead. Coach Tony observed the defensive effort, his face softening with approval at their unwavering concentration. Coach Tony mused that the opponent's fruitless solo attacks would soon breed anxiety, leading them to chase an elusive perfect opportunity. As the opponent's frustration mounted over the lack of a shooting angle, Coach Tony anticipated their strategy would soon falter under the pressure. Coach Tony surmised that the opponent would attempt to stall by passing backward, a strategic observation. A teammate seized an opportunity, kicking the ball past a surprised and angered opponent, proving that mistakes were an unavoidable part of the game. Ricardo Sahurara executed a flawless tackle, his confident prediction of the opponent's pass patterns manifesting in a swift, precise move. A counterattack materialized, with Sahurara advancing, his path converging on Jian, who was under an invisible, intense scrutiny. Li Jian urgently cried out to his senior, gesturing wildly for him to send the ball wide. Ricardo Sahurara acknowledged the pass with an excited shout, his gaze locked on the airborne ball. As Sahurara raced down the left flank, Li Jian meticulously shadowed his opponent's defender, his rapid strides echoing across the field. The scoreboard froze at 90 minutes, a 1-1 tie, confirming this was their final, desperate opportunity. Li Jian channeled every ounce of pent-up energy into his legs, preparing for a devastating burst of speed. He exploded through a narrow gap in the opponent's tight defense, appearing suddenly in their blind spot with a swift whoosh. Sahurara crossed the ball with a shout, seeking Li Jian amidst the flurry of movement in the box. Li Jian launched himself from the defensive blind spot, like a predator aiming for a fatal strike. He bared his fangs, launching a ferocious kick that sent the ball screaming towards the net. The ball found the net, ending the match in their victory, prompting a triumphant celebration of Forza Viola. Jiwoo read through the flurry of online comments, noting Jian's multi-goal explosion had secured their third-place standing, all while pondering the mixed reactions. Jiwoo swiped through the comments, her smile widening as she found newfound joy in understanding the language of Jian's admirers. Her smile faltered as she scrolled, realizing her own comment about Jian had garnered an overwhelming number of dislikes. With a sly grin and a resolute shrug, Jiwoo dismissed the negative feedback, confident in the undeniable truth of her assertion. Two teammates exchanged hushed news about an impending new recruit, their voices low but clear on the practice field. A teammate explained the necessity of reinforcing their squad after Vlahovi's departure, a revelation that startled Li Jian. The discussion turned to Vlahovi's lucrative transfer, with a teammate speculating about a strong replacement, prompting Li Jian to wonder if he would now be considered a senior. Coach Tony clapped his hands sharply, demanding the immediate attention of the assembled team. Coach Tony formally introduced the new team member, acknowledging that most players likely already knew him, and urged them to welcome him warmly. Coach Tony proudly detailed the new recruit's origins, 16 years old, from Argentina, joining from Lazio. Rica Romero introduced himself with a confident flourish, declaring his high expectations for a strong partnership with Li Jian. Li Jian's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, the new recruit's name escaping him despite the bold declaration of chemistry. Li Jian, caught off guard, questioned the blunt assessment of his well-being. A mischievous teammate chuckled, suggesting Jian was still pining for an bold love, which utterly perplexed the team captain. The insinuation of a romantic link between Jian and Jiwoo made the team captain flinch, demanding to know why her name was even mentioned. Li Jian clarified his lingering melancholy, explaining that Vlahovi's absence still left an unexpected void. The team captain acknowledged their past connection but slyly questioned Jian's lingering loyalty, which left him utterly dumbfounded. The team captain calmly laid out the practical advantages, revealing Vlahovi's transfer fee had upgraded their travel and maintained peak condition. He then turned to future prospects, emphasizing the recruitment of new talent to strengthen the team's depth. With a wide grin, the team captain concluded that professionals accepted such changes, understanding the benefits despite any personal feelings. Li Jian pondered the unexpected complexities of their world, while his teammates bickered playfully over who got to share wisdom. Another teammate suggested a fresh start, urging Li Jian to forge a new duo, leaving him utterly bewildered about potential partners. Rica Romero burst forth, a whirlwind of boisterous energy, loudly demanding Jian's awe for his supposed genius, startling him immensely. Rica, brimming with self-importance, concluded Jian was simply awestruck by his presence, then grandly introduced himself. Li Jian, overwhelmed, muttered his exasperation in Korean, which Rica, mistaking it for high praise, erupted in boisterous laughter. As Rica loudly celebrated his self-proclaimed genius, Li Jian, utterly irked, realized he had conveniently forgotten just how boisterous this new teammate was. Jian's internal reflection on Coach Luca's challenge was abruptly interrupted as Rica, energetic as ever, declared his intention to join training. Despite the strategic context of Rica's arrival, his relentless cheerfulness left Li Jian feeling thoroughly overwhelmed and disturbed. Though the team gained from the widened player pool, Li Jian internally yearned for a moment of quiet as Rica bounced around, celebrating their rediscovered connection. As the second half of the season commenced, the team gathered, despite the recent chaotic energy, ready to refocus. The team captain intensely underscored the critical juncture they faced, extracting a unified, affirmative roar from his players. The sub-coach, with a determined gaze, proclaimed the upcoming match as both a formidable hurdle and an unparalleled opportunity. An eager teammate demanded to know their next adversary, to which Ricardo Saharara excitedly declared it was AS Milan, eliciting gasps of surprise. Their next challenge emerged, stark and colossal, AS Milan, the league leader, a formidable foe demanding the team rise to unparalleled heights. Rica, buzzing with conviction, dramatically proclaimed it their shared fate to face AS Milan, the league's strongest, as a genius duo. While Rica grandly envisioned a spectacle and boldly assumed his starting role, Li Jian privately fretted over the team's tactical positioning. Li Jian, overwhelmed by the prospect of an exhausting friendship, fled the scene, leaving a bewildered Rica calling after him. Drained by Rica's energy, Li Jian sought solace, but his repeated calls to Jiwoo vanished into the domestic quiet. Li Jian, witnessing Jiwoo's hushed giggles, wondered if she had begun a passionate affair with her phone. Jiwoo, startled by his proximity, reflexively smacked Li Jian, loudly accusing him of stealthy observation. Li Jian, bristling, demanded an explanation for her sudden assault, only to be met with feigned confusion. Li Jian's annoyance shifted to suspicion as he realized Jiwoo's secretive giggling had become a daily occurrence, oblivious to her quiet lament about starting over. A sudden, potent realization struck Li Jian, illuminating a disturbing possibility about Jiwoo's secret conversations. In a fleeting mental image, a teammate comically proposed an illicit shortcut to Italian fluency, which a chibi Li Jian vehemently protested. Jiwoo's uninhibited laughter echoed, reinforcing Li Jian's grim deduction that only a romantic connection could elicit such unrestrained mirth. Li Jian simmered in irritation, resentful that Jiwoo remained glued to her device even in his presence, fueling his intense curiosity. A sudden, petty panic surged through Li Jian, convinced Jiwoo believed him utterly devoid of other connections. His quick check confirmed a mortifying truth: his contact list consisted almost entirely of professional obligations. Li Jian surrendered to the stark reality of his limited circle, just as Jiwoo's voice cut through his thoughts. Jiwoo inquired about his next opponent, AS Milan, and their formidable reputation, catching Li Jian by surprise. Jiwoo's casual assessment of their chances sent Li Jian spiraling into a panicked suspicion about her supposed romantic interest. Li Jian pressed for her motive, which Jiwoo readily clarified, expressing natural concern for his upcoming, crucial match. Li Jian began to speak, swallowing audibly around the words he was clearly struggling to articulate. Li Jian launched into a rambling, incoherent theory about jinxes and Jiwoo's winning presence, utterly bewildering her. After a stuttered start, Li Jian privately admitted his elaborate jinx theory was merely a clumsy pretext to gauge Jiwoo's true feelings. With a pounding heart, Li Jian hesitantly extended an invitation for the away game, bracing himself for her anticipated refusal. Jiwoo, sparkling with pure delight, enthusiastically accepted, shattering Li Jian's cautious expectations. Li Jian stammered in disbelief, while Jiwoo, now a chibi of pure joy, was already planning her ideal cheering outfit. Li Jian, his voice laced with suspicion, questioned her earlier cheerful phone activity, but Jiwoo responded with feigned ignorance. Li Jian persisted, demanding an explanation for her past mirth, and Jiwoo, feigning confusion, belatedly recalled the incident. Jiwoo revealed she was laughing at translated praise for his own article, prompting Li Jian's awkwardly flat, "Nice." Jiwoo, enraged by his sarcastic dismissal, demanded answers as Li Jian bolted from the room with surprising speed. At the airport, Li Jian walked a tightrope between elation and profound worry, while an effervescent Jiwoo happily led the way. He recalled Coach Tony's furious, purple-tinged insistence that he fly with the team, despite Jian's own desire for a simpler bus journey with Jiwoo. As Jiwoo excitedly skipped ahead, Li Jian watched her, a thread of silent concern for her safety intertwining with her effervescent joy. Li Jian's internal plea to avoid teasing and special treatment was met by his teammates' broad, confident assurance of full support. As they boarded, Li Jian was met with a boisterous, enthusiastic welcome from his teammates, far exceeding his uneasy expectations. The bald teammate cheerfully ushered Jiwoo towards her seat, receiving her humble, grateful thanks. Li Jian's foreboding proved true as Jiwoo, baffled, found herself treated with absurd deference, hailed as the boss on board. Li Jian squirmed, privately wondering if this extreme theatrics was some kind of bizarre mafia initiation, eliciting an uncomfortable gasp. Rika Romero's eyes widened in speechless shock, a prelude to Li Jian's dawning, unsettling realization about that particular seat. Li Jian endured the humiliating spectacle of his chibi teammates comically wrestling over the idea that only geniuses deserved to sit together. Jiwoo, deeply impressed by the extraordinary deference, praised his hidden influence, while Li Jian simply offered a tired, dismissive laugh. Li Jian inwardly grumbled that Jiwoo, too, seemed to enjoy the absurd attention, then choked on a startled thank you as a hand offered him comfort. Coach Tony, impossibly disguised as a flight attendant, presented amenities, leaving Li Jian in utterly horrified, dazed disbelief. As Coach Tony chirped about a great time, Li Jian sputtered in flustered protest, while Jiwoo, humming curiously, wondered if her eyes deceived her. Li Jian, engulfed in a purple haze of utter bewilderment, finally conceded he had gravely misjudged the entire team's eccentric nature. The aircraft soared silently through the peaceful night, carrying Li Jian's bewildered conclusion about his team's utterly relentless humor. The sub-coach and his bald teammate, amidst sleeping figures, debated the success of their morale-boosting scheme, with the latter proudly claiming credit for his acting. A curly-haired teammate somberly reflected on the pre-game tension, then exhaled a hopeful sigh that Jiwoo's presence might usher in victory. Coach Tony, with an unyielding gaze, ominously countered that if they possessed a goddess of victory, their opponents wielded nothing less than a real lion. A formidable opponent loomed, a spectral lion with glowing eyes, embodying the true, terrifying challenge awaiting them. As the stadium buzzed with vibrant energy, a phone chimed, posing a question that caught Jiwoo off guard. Li Jian absorbed the casual check-in, but a final, suggestive question left him reeling with a creeping sense of alarm. The sender's playful promise to watch over him delivered a comical shock directly to Li Jian's very heart. Li Jian battled the intrusive thoughts, his mind straining to reclaim the focus desperately needed for the critical game ahead. The stadium erupted in a passionate roar for Milan, a vibrant chorus declaring the profound importance of the looming match. From the sidelines, two men carefully assessed the opposing fans, their palpable confidence stirring a quiet, watchful tension. They reflected on the opponent's tumultuous past, acknowledging their recent, impressive resurgence under a new coach, despite a bitter championship defeat. The man in gray analyzed their opponent's formidable tactical system, a well-honed strategy that had propelled them to the top and fueled their unwavering confidence. On the field, opponents pulsed with zealous confidence, but from the sidelines, the staff privately grappled with the unsettling reality of such a fiercely formidable, undefeated rival. The opponent's evident concern for their team's ace hung heavy in the air. Opposing players openly scrutinized Li Jian, their dismissive remarks dripping with stark underestimation of his presence. Li Jian's heart hammered, every whispered word of judgment from the opponents echoing as a profound, humiliating scrutiny. Two opponents coolly dissected Li Jian's reputation as their new ace, their questions carrying a dismissive, challenging undertone about his Vlahovi-sized shoes. Kraten Ibrahimovic, number 11, silently bristled with eager anticipation, wondering if the rumored newcomer possessed the strength to face his own formidable, lion-hearted prowess. As formations clashed on the screen, Li Jian somberly recalled his coach's stark warning about the opponent's relentlessly balanced, formidable strategy. Without so much as a warm-up, the game ignited, a long pass sparking an immediate, intense aerial battle for possession. An urgent, threatening forward pass tore through the field again, signaling the relentless assault that would plague their defense. But the threat was multifaceted. Rafa Leao, number 10, emerged, a formidable force of singular, focused skill. The winger, Rafa Leao, showcasing his season's peak, powerfully carved through the defense with dominant, energetic strides. Rafa Leao lofted a cross, but its uncertain trajectory hung in the air, creating a tense, collective uncertainty. The incoming cross descended at a truly awkward height, presenting a confusing, difficult challenge for anyone to effectively convert. With warnings about a difficult shot and a second ball still echoing, a sudden, alarming event abruptly seized their attention. With a defiant roar of his presence, Kraten Ibrahimovic unleashed a thunderous, explosive shot on goal. Kraten Ibrahimovic possessed the awe-inspiring, uncanny ability to launch a strike from virtually any position on the field. As the crowd erupted in awe for the near miss, Kraten Ibrahimovic merely gave a dismissive click, treating the high-stakes moment with casual mastery. Kraten Ibrahimovic delivered a sharp, tense reprimand, prompting an immediate, apologetic scramble from Rafa Leao. Li Jian internally acknowledged their formidable opponent, a stark realization forging within him a fierce resolve that sheer luck alone would never suffice. Li Jian surged forward, driven by an inner conviction that he must change the game's trajectory and that opportunity would surely arise. A fleeting touch of the ball reignited Li Jian's frustration, the intense pressure preventing any meaningful possession. Overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure, Li Jian's only option was a desperate backward pass, stifling any offensive ambition. The older coach's concern tightened, a visceral dread as the opponent's relentless, overpowering play became devastatingly clear. A desperate, tearful save from the goalkeeper momentarily staved off disaster, offering a precious, fleeting breath of relief. A crushing wave of powerlessness swept over Li Jian, stirring a desperate longing for Senior Vlahovi's game-changing presence. An urgent, sharp shout suddenly pierced Li Jian's thoughts. In a desperate, chaotic display, Coach Vincenzo bellowed urgent instructions at Li Jian, heedless of the referee's protesting admonitions. Li Jian's mind sharply focused, swiftly analyzing the coach's instruction to deduce the opponent's left flank as the undeniable core of their attack. Li Jian's analytical gaze identified a crucial weakness: the opponent's aggressively high fullback left their left flank dangerously exposed. Li Jian's resolve hardened. He abandoned direct confrontation to emulate Senior Vlahovi's tactical prowess, surging forward with a shout to Senior Sohil, aiming for the opponent's vulnerable left. Li Jian believed Senior Vlahovi would have exploited the opponent's void with a teammate, and Sohil's sharp acknowledgement confirmed their shared purpose. The strategic ballet began as Li Jian shifted right to attack the opponent's left, while Sohil, intuiting the plan, subtly covered defensively. Li Jian registered a surprising tactical adjustment: an opponent forward had unexpectedly fallen back into defense. Rafa Leao's internal resolve dismissed their defensive efforts, confident that stifling his left flank attack would be no easy feat. As Rafa Leao's dribble extended too far, the ensuing chaos unexpectedly revealed a brilliantly executed, cooperative defensive maneuver. Sohil, having retreated, swiftly moved to cover the fullback's path, executing a quick, surprising defensive play that drew an opponent's exclamation. Senior Bonaventura delivered a perfectly weighted pass, sending the ball precisely into Li Jian's path, eliciting his grateful praise. Li Jian surged towards the open left sideline, a sudden, sharp realization arresting his momentum. Picao Torli, number 23, materialized with intimidating force, revealing the open space as a calculated trap, his presence a sudden, challenging barrier. Li Jian's tactical mind registered the truth: the wide center-backs were a ploy, confirmed by Picao Torli's incredibly quick, stifling defense. Li Jian found himself in a tactical bind: the opponent's rapid backup and pervasive defensive midfield nullified any retreat to the center. Faced with a lack of attackers, Li Jian made an urgent, split-second decision to release the ball, kicking it with a forceful, surprising impact. The whistle blared, granting Firenze a corner kick, a clever play Picao Torli grudgingly, frustratingly acknowledged. Though the counterattack stalled, the corner offered a prime opportunity, and a teammate decisively commanded Li Jian to take the kick. Li Jian seized the momentary pause of the corner kick, a contemplative breath allowing him to settle the frenetic tempo. Li Jian's internal confidence, bolstered by Senior Milan's presence, sharply contrasted with the aggressive, physical jostling erupting in the box. As the whistle pierced the air, Li Jian's focus narrowed, his mind decisively pinpointing the perfect placement for the kick. His mind raced, rapidly processing a multitude of strategic options for the corner, each teammate a carefully considered target. With an energetic, decisive, out-front kick, Li Jian launched the ball with formidable power towards Senior Nastasic on the farthest side. The ball sliced through the air with bewildering speed, drawing a gasp of confused anticipation. Li Jian's jaw slackened, utterly astonished by his kick's shocking outcome. The ball ripped into the back of the net with an intense, resounding impact. The referee's whistle echoed, confirming an impossible, direct corner kick goal, a moment of pure shock and disbelief for both Li Jian and his teammates. The team captain's humorous, inquisitive questioning left Li Jian flustered, sheepishly attributing his incredible goal to nothing more than sheer luck. The team captain, bursting with energetic triumph, rallied his teammates, declaring the incredible goal also belonged to another. At the captain's booming command, the team bowed in unified reverence towards the stands, their tribute to the goddess who brings us luck, leaving Li Jian utterly perplexed. Jiwoo's face burned with a profound, flustered surprise as the team's unexpected, public homage enveloped her. Kraten Ibrahimovic boastfully declared the goddess of victory was with them, a pronouncement met with Rafa Leao's outright, dismissive skepticism. Rafa Leao's apology was met by Kraten Ibrahimovic's stern, powerful encouragement to push through and maintain relentless pressure. Kroton Ibrahimovic's gaze intensified, a vengeful resolve burning within to brutally demonstrate true divine power against those who spoke of luck, as the score flashed 0-1. The senior player's desperate shout echoed, demanding action from his team. Even after their early goal, the opponent's relentless attack continued, a sharp pang as they drove the ball forward, still dictating the game's fierce rhythm. Always a step ahead, their opponents crafted decisive opportunities, the tack of the ball signifying their persistent threat. They conjured moment after moment, yet each audacious attempt, punctuated by a soft BBA, found itself somehow misdirected. A strange fortune seemed to cling to their side today, frustrating the opponent's every effort, their downfall marked by a clumsy Yangtiang. The frustrated opponent seethed, internally counting his team's third agonizing collision with the goalpost. Li Jian observed the opponent's rage, a quiet understanding forming that anyone would curse such relentless, cruel luck. The streak of strange fortune only continued, the opponent's desperate kick slipped, a soft juriak echoing his frustrated imbalance. Even with no pressure, the opponent inexplicably misjudged a kick, sending the ball wide with a hollow biang. Every deflected pass, every errant kick, now seemed to gravitate towards them, a bizarre fortune that left Li Jian pondering their incredible luck as a faint tone marked its trajectory. And then, with a sharp tack, the ball mercilessly found its mark, slamming into an opponent with a cry of pain. Lucas Tenoira crumpled, his desperate cry for the medical team echoing across the field, as concern and fury mixed among his teammates who rushed towards him with a frantic dodo. Despite their dominance, the game spiraled out of the opponent's control, a pleading yuk escaped as the referee, with a decisive suk, raised the red card. With a final, echoing quang, the game's turning point was sealed. Torelli, their key midfielder, was sent off with a direct red card. The man with grey hair mused that while luck might be a factor, this expulsion had definitively shattered the opponent's hard-won momentum. Li Jian's mind reeled at their absurd fortune, wondering if Jiwoo truly influenced it, even as a tiny, cheerful teammate chirped that Senior Tenoira was fine. Regardless, the game was now undeniably going their way, as Lucas Tenoira jubilantly kicked the ball, a victorious jiak sounding as an opponent cried out in despair. Lucas Tenoira blazed down the field, a confident Bianjik in his stride, declaring his goddess-blessed pass was coming for Jian, a wide joyak of a smile on his face. Lucas Tenoira executed his goddess pass with a flamboyant pack, leaving Li Jian utterly dumbfounded, wondering if his senior had perhaps played one too many matches. Despite their undeniable good fortune, Li Jian felt an odd unease, even as his kick echoed with a resounding quang. But then, another missed opportunity, the ball struck the goalpost with a hollow taoyang. A persistent, unsettling feeling gnawed at Li Jian, making him lament each squandered chance, wishing for another goal that should have been theirs. The older man with grey hair observed the predictable shift, acknowledging that with a player down, the opponent had no choice but to adopt a defensive posture. The coaches, however, found the specific substitution puzzling, noting that neither Kroton nor Leo were players known for their defensive prowess. The team captain's voice cut through the air, sharp and urgent, reminding his teammates that even a man down, their dangerous attackers remained a formidable threat. He galvanized his team, demanding they remain vigilant and ruthlessly exploit every vulnerability, a command met with unified shouts of affirmation. With a powerful whack, the second half commenced, laying bare the opponent's undeniable weakness. They were down a man. The seniors executed a deliberate strategy, rotating the ball and engaging in physical battles to systematically drain the opponent's stamina. As he ran across the field, a hollow tiang of thought echoed in Li Jian's mind, questioning if this calculated fatigue was the source of his persistent unease. While exploiting a legitimate red card seemed natural, a conflicted cook escaped Li Jian as he watched his teammate dribble past a struggling opponent. A wave of frustration washed over Li Jian, the advantage feeling unearned, as an opponent gasped with a soft hook, "Heek" at the now porous defense. Despite the arrogance of the thought, Li Jian pressed forward with the ball, his name called out in the open space. With a determined shout, Li Jian unleashed a powerful kick, the ball whistling with a pong, then a sharp twayak, past the sliding opponent. A teammate voiced his concern, noting Jian's sluggishness compared to the first half, eliciting a mumbled apology from Li Jian. The bald teammate, with a firm tuk-tuk to the shoulder, sternly questioned Li Jian's sudden lack of drive, accusing him of premature complacency. A crimson-tinged intensity burned in Li Jian's eye, a sudden shift of understanding blossoming within him. Ricardo Sahurara playfully cuffed Li Jian with a friendly jack, promising another goal for the goddess of luck, a declaration that left Li Jian flustered with a soft huyuyuke. Though he scoffed at the goddess, Sahunara's words resonated deeply, sending a sinking UK through Li Jian's chest. As his teammates fiercely engaged, a desperate qua and a strained hook marking their efforts, Li Jian reflected on his own arrogant thoughts, questioning his professional commitment. With a renewed internal resolve, Li Jian surged forward, directing his teammates with urgent commands, a series of ta, tang, hyuk, pak, chua echoing his invigorated focus on exploiting the opponent's every weakness. A discerning man with dark hair nodded, a simple phrase of approval confirming player number 20's undeniable talent. The older man with dark hair, renowned as a Milan legend, calmly articulated the grim reality, trailing at home and a man down, passive defense was not an option, a thoughtful poo escaping him. If player number 20 could orchestrate such a passing movement, the defense would inevitably collapse, pulled out of position by every deceptive pass. Inevitably, a vast expanse would open, leaving the entire left side undefended, as Li Jian's powerful kick, a resounding pong, sent the ball precisely there. He expertly threaded the ball wide to senior Sahunara, then surged forward, accelerating with a desperate quang. Li Jian found it profoundly unsettling, the entire central space lay exposed, beckoning him forward without resistance. A soft, disbelieving huyu escaped him, not a single soul seemed positioned to thwart his advance. He felt an exhilarating certainty, no one could keep pace, as the ball flew with a confident pong under his control. Receiving Sahunara's cutback pass with a soft pack, completely free and now one-on-one with the goalkeeper, Li Jian suddenly understood the root of his persistent unease. The goalkeeper roared a challenge, readying himself with an intense chua, quack, utterly unaware of the dramatic irony, as the path before Li Jian was now eerily clear. A spectral determination radiated from Li Jian as he unleashed his shot, every ounce of his being channeled into the strike. The ball slammed into the net with two resounding quang-s and a soft suk, but the overwhelming advantage had rendered the game strangely, disappointingly, boring. Ricardo Sahurara, with a self-satisfied tatadak of his foot, turned back triumphantly, reminding Jian to just trust his instincts. Li Jian felt a surprising lack of elation from his goal, muttering an awkward, yes, well. To the older man with gray hair's stunned congratulations, marked by a soft big. Li Jian's irritation simmered, while Ricardo Sahurara, with a confident whining and a deliberate tiobiak, sauntered away, internally questioning his own blatant arrogance. Following the second goal, even the formidable Leao and Croton were substituted, a stark acknowledgement of their team's concession. As a defeated Swa and Kung echoed the stadium's collective sigh of lost aggression, Li Jian, with newfound resolve, refused to let the remaining minutes slip away meaninglessly. Li Jian, determined to maintain his professional intensity, resolved to find a new focus, until a sudden, betrayed his surprise. A double heek of realization escaped Li Jian as he suddenly noticed the opposing number 19, drenched in sweat, a new target for his reinvigorated focus. With a determined pack and a rapid tata-tatak of his feet, Li Jian shouted to his senior, signaling a new, urgent play. Theo Hernandez, their number 19, was bewildered. Why was opposing number 20 suddenly shifting to the side? The opposing fullback, who had tirelessly dominated the right side in the first half, poised for his next move with a swift wick. With a resolute peek and a sharp heek, Li Jian had found his true mission for the remainder of the match, leaving a defeated opponent in his wake. Li Jian justified his seemingly malicious strategy by recalling rigorous training with coach Luca, a determination that left an opponent baffled by his muttering. With a definitive peek, Li Jian vowed to make this moment utterly agonizing for his opponent. Driven by a childish yet potent mission to avenge the seniors, Li Jian launched the ball with a powerful pong, a sharp chua and a gasping heek from his bewildered opponent marking his progress. 8 intense minutes remained, a final, resonant dung echoing the urgency reflected in Li Jian's determined gaze. Two men watched, their anticipation palpable, as Li Jian prepared for an unexpected offensive surge. In his thoughts, the man with gray hair acknowledged that Jian was typically a master of tactical understanding in spatial play. Though Jian occasionally broke through on counters, the man with gray hair mused that such a brazen one-on-one challenge was rare for him, marked by quick, deliberate touches. The man with gray hair found a thrill in Jian daring to confront the league leader's wingback head-on. Within the coach's mind, a fierce shout echoed, urging Jian to push beyond his limits as Jian skillfully evaded an opponent, his determination burning bright. The opponent's mind raced, a sudden, precise touch sending his thoughts spinning into disarray. A quick, deceptive tap confirmed the opponent's startling realization, it was merely a feint. With a swift cut, Li Jian moved to the inside, startling his opponent with sudden, effective agility. Li Jian acknowledged his opponent's quick reflexes, even in exhaustion, and began to formulate his next move. A fierce internal challenge ignited in Li Jian, then he vocalized his intent to go inside again, executing a sharp, decisive touch. The opponent stumbled, completely bewildered by Li Jian's rapid change of direction, his balance thrown off by the jolt. Though half a beat behind, the opponent gasped, straining with fierce determination not to let Li Jian escape his grasp. With a quick, precise flick, Li Jian adjusted the ball, catching his bewildered opponent by surprise. Li Jian once again swiftly shifted inside, his quick, decisive turn throwing his opponent off balance for a third time. Teammates erupted in astonishment, praising Li Jian's overwhelming individual skill and his destruction of the opponent's fullback, despite one's earlier annoyance. Li Jian pressed on, his powerful dribble leaving the frustrated opponent struggling in his wake, a truly refreshing sight. Li Jian caught his breath, wondering if his aggressive play had been enough revenge, yet feeling an undeniable urge for more. Li Jian's inner resolve hardened, ending his run here would render his efforts meaningless as opponents swarmed, desperately shouting for a block, with urgent whistles cutting through the air. An opponent grimaced, strained and frustrated by Li Jian's relentless solo push that exploited their team's numerical disadvantage. The determined opponent gritted his teeth, refusing to let Li Jian advance unhindered, despite the obvious physical toll. Shouts erupted, players from opposing teams hotly contesting the legality of a recent challenge. Li Jian scanned the field near the goal box, a worried realization dawning that his senior teammates were too exhausted to find open spaces. The older man with gray hair grimaced, acknowledging the painful reality that his seniors were utterly spent, their struggles palpable. Li Jian, consumed by self-reproach, realized his past lack of focus had forced his teammates to sacrifice their energy, justifying their current exhaustion. Amidst his thoughts, Li Jian's foot subtly touched the ball, a quiet prelude to his determined next move. Driven by a fierce desire for recompense, Li Jian decided to finish the play himself, quickly shifting the ball to the outside, surprising his marker with the sudden turn. Disregarding the narrowed angle, Li Jian launched into a powerful shot, prioritizing sheer speed over precision, a risky gamble. The soccer ball warped into an ethereal streak, a mere phantom of its raw power and velocity. Power shot. Li Jian declared inwardly, as the ball slammed into the net at the 84th minute, securing his third goal with a triumphant sweep and impact. Li Jian's hat trick was confirmed, the scoreboard declaring a decisive 3-0 victory for AC Firenze, a monumental moment in the match. Both coaches erupted in ecstatic shouts, marveling at the hat trick against AS Milan, but the man with gray hair especially lauded the spine-chilling brilliance of the final goal. The man with gray hair elucidated the nuanced genius behind Li Jian's final touch, which had subtly lifted the ball to create an almost vertical, impossible shooting angle. The man with gray hair's face beamed, tears of joy welling as he declared the goal more thrilling than the hat trick itself, his adoration for the young player evident in a heartfelt chuckle. Li Jian's teammates surrounded him in playful celebration, their pats and shouts of "It hurts, senior," marking his incredible hat trick. A bald teammate expressed relief that the ball went in despite a last-touch mistake, while Li Jian secretly hoped the error would remain hidden as his teammate excitedly searched for the goddess. The bald teammate playfully chided Li Jian, gently thumping his head and urging him to wave, but Li Jian simply muttered his refusal, to which his teammate called him a bastard. Li Jian rubbed his head, his embarrassment evident, thinking that this awkwardness, too, was part of his journey. As Jiwoo ecstatically cheered Li Jian's name from the stands, her voice soaring above the crowd, he pondered if his success was indeed thanks to her, his goddess of victory. The match concluded, a triumphant 3-0 victory over AS Milan confirmed, prompting jubilant celebrations from the team, shouting "Forza" and "Viola." After the match, Li Jian, lost in thought about the hard-won 3-goal victory, was approached by an opponent who called his name, pulling him back to the field. Croton, the formidable opponent, declared their defeat a consequence of disrespect, his deep, resonant words intimidating Li Jian into submission. Croton offered a congratulation, laced with an ominous challenge. He expected a better performance next time. With a stern glance over his shoulder, Croton delivered a chilling warning, his resonant voice emphasizing that their next encounter would be far different. A persistent interviewer, his voice squawking, jolted a chibi Li Jian out of his daze, prompting an apology before the interviewer repeated his congratulations. An embarrassed Li Jian mumbled an apology and thanked the interviewer, who, understanding his fatigue, promised to keep the interview brief. Li Jian, a chibi figure of exhaustion, felt utterly drained by his brief yet intense encounter with Croton's overwhelming presence, wishing the intimidating player would simply disappear. The interviewer praised Li Jian's hat trick in the 3-0 victory and inquired if he had anticipated such a dominant result. Li Jian initially claimed a premonition of victory, then sheepishly attributed it to just good luck when pressed for more detail. Li Jian's chibi form contorted in panic, realizing the critical importance of choosing his words carefully, his internal struggle marked by flustered sounds. Li Jian worried that a misstep in his words could inadvertently diminish his teammates' relentless efforts, making their hard-fought victory seem mere luck. The interviewer waited patiently as Li Jian struggled for words, then his eyes widened as a coherent answer suddenly clicked into place. With a confident grin, chibi Li Jian declared their victory stemmed from believing the goddess of victory would raise their hands, leaving the interviewer utterly confused by his decisive click. The interviewer, attempting to decode Li Jian's cryptic goddess of victory as a secret tactic, prompted an awkward laugh from Li Jian, who inwardly mused on the irony of her misunderstanding his sincerity. To Li Jian's relief, the interviewer politely dropped the topic, and he inwardly believed that as long as one person understood, it was perfectly fine. Li Jian reacted with a sudden, confused "what?" to an unexpected, unspoken question. Jiwoo confidently confronted Li Jian, asserting herself as his goddess of victory, much to his exasperated surprise, prompting him to question her boundless self-esteem with a choked gasp. Jiwoo, with an exaggerated burst of anger, threatened Li Jian, who quickly fumbled out an explanation, citing the goddess of victory as a jinx, like a pre-match underwear superstition, with impact sounds punctuating his frantic words. Jiwoo relentlessly demanded a definitive answer, as Li Jian groaned in irritation, still trying to evade her question. Li Jian reluctantly conceded, prompting Jiwoo to leap with triumphant joy, declaring herself the goddess, as a drawn breath signaled a shift. Li Jian remarked on the fabulous fashion of the passers-by, confirming the city's reputation, amidst the soft, rhythmic steps of stylish figures. Jiwoo noticed Li Jian's sudden, distressed expression and anxiously asked what was wrong. Li Jian, in chibi form, confessed to feeling pathetic about his ordinary clothes, but Jiwoo, with a reassuring smile, insisted he looked unique and cool. Li Jian, wide-eyed and hopeful, asked "really?" and Jiwoo confidently reaffirmed her compliment, then inquired about his newfound confidence with a gentle pat. Li Jian, annoyed, confronted Jiwoo about her pettiness as they continued their bickering walk. Jiwoo reacted with surprise to Li Jian's unexpected and direct compliment. Li Jian slyly revealed his compliment was for Milano, much to Jiwoo's pulsing annoyance. Li Jian asked if Jiwoo had called their uncle, and she confirmed he hadn't answered. Both Li Jian and Jiwoo expressed concern over their uncle's uncharacteristic silence, concluding he must be busy. Jiwoo humorously suggested their uncle might be celebrating his successful son, a possibility Li Jian found appealing but highly unlikely. A man reacted with extreme shock and fright to an unseen, impactful event, his fear punctuated by deep, resonant thuds. In the office, the man with glasses frantically typed, reporting to the older man with gray hair that their system was overwhelmed by too many inquiries, causing it to crash. The older man questioned the nature of the system-clogging inquiries, to which the man with glasses responded with a cryptic, knowing question. The man with glasses smirked, explaining that widespread rumors in Korea had driven people to seek verification for themselves. The older man's eyes widened in dawning realization as he heard the phrase, "the hope of Korean football." The man with glasses confirmed that the overwhelming inquiries were, of course, all about Li Jian's impactful play. The man with gray hair desperately tried to restore order to the chaotic crowd, internally battling the overwhelming madness of Firenze. He shouted warnings to the surging masses, stunned by the unprecedented number of Koreans swarming the piazza. The man with gray hair, perplexed, wondered if this entire phenomenon was truly the legendary Li Jian effect, before turning to address a passerby. Li Jian's father, startled by the man with gray hair's abrupt question about his son's address, asked why such information was needed. The enthusiastic tourists, driven by a need for undeniable proof, confirmed Li Jian's father's internal dread. This was, without a doubt, the undeniable Li Jian effect. Li Jian's father, overwhelmed by a barrage of fan demands, desperately tried to calm the demanding crowd. He flusteredly explained that the tour was for sightseeing, not player meetings, secretly wishing for the privacy athletes deserved. But the tourist, striking back with an accusing finger, argued that Li Jian was Florence's premier attraction, challenging the guide's connection to the rising star. Li Jian's father, sweating nervously, offered a compromise, tickets to today's home game, which the tourist happily accepted. At the stadium, a teammate exchanged celebratory high-fives as Li Jian entered the match with only 10 minutes left in the second half. The tourist, trembling with a renewed fury, exploded in frustration, refusing to believe he had traveled so far for such a fleeting appearance. With a furious abruptness, the angry tourist dragged his companion away, leaving a distressed Li Jian's father reaching out in futility. Li Jian's father looked down, consumed by anguish over his son being unfairly blamed for the fans' unreasonable expectations. Back home, Li Jian's father mused on the bittersweet irony of missing his son's games due to the very success he was celebrating. Looking at his phone, he resignedly acknowledged that Li Jian's continued brilliance meant the Korean public would never leave him alone. In a sparkling fantasy of regret, his chibi self punched the air, lamenting missing Li Jian's glorious hat trick against AS Milan. An unexpected click shattered his reverie, making Li Jian's father turn quickly, wide-eyed with surprise. Li Jian arrived home to an overly enthusiastic greeting from his father, who rushed forward, arms outstretched. Li Jian's father explained, with a warm smile, that colleagues had graciously allowed him to leave work early for a rare day off. His father beamed with pride, offering congratulations for the victory and especially the hat trick, to which Li Jian responded with an awkward, shy laugh. An uncomfortable silence stretched between father and son, palpable in its awkwardness. Li Jian, eager to escape the lingering discomfort, quickly excused himself to shower, his father animatedly urging him to hurry. Watching his son go, Li Jian's father worried that such shyness even about positive achievements made him vulnerable to future pressures. In a flurry of worried thought, his chibi self fretted over the immense pressure rising expectations would bring, quickly refocusing on summarizing Champions League results. Diligently taking notes, Li Jian's father observed that his son, beyond playing, showed no real interest in the broader football world, noting a team's recent losing streak. He reflected on his routine of compiling football news, then wondered why a particular young player had suddenly come to mind. The narrative shifted to a somber tale of a young Korean boy, once a promising talent for Barceloneta, who ultimately failed to make the first team and was brutally labeled a failed player. The crushing weight of that label was all the more tragic because the boy was only 19. The vulnerable young man walked into an oppressive, judging void, the glowing red eyes symbolizing society's inescapable scrutiny of unfulfilled potential. Lee Jian's father, still writing, lamented how easily the public created expectations, then brutally branded players as failures if they couldn't meet them. His concern for Jian's future led him to turn on the sports news, hoping for a distraction from his anxieties. Lee Jian's father weighed the burdens of professionalism against the appreciation of fans, sensing a familiar news segment approaching about his own son. He pondered the immense difficulty of telling his son, who had already known pain, to simply overcome challenges without reservation. His mind drifted to Coach Tony's surprising words about national representation, highlighting an alternative perspective. Lee Jian's father, completely drained, sighed deeply at the sheer overwhelming difficulty of it all. A squeaky faucet turned, signaling the reluctant start of a cold shower. Lee Jian shivered, complaining internally about the bone-chilling cold he simply couldn't get used to. Despite his reluctance, Lee Jian resolutely stepped onto the cold tiles, knowing some things simply had to be endured. While drying his hair, Lee Jian mused empathetically that his father likely felt the same, preferring to watch his games over endless work. He looked concerned, noticing his father seemed more tired and thinner than before. Lee Jian's determination solidified, he would work harder for a raise, so his father could finally rest, just as the news began to report on his own match. Lee Jian let out a cartoonishly exaggerated shriek of embarrassment at his on-screen praise, startling his father who rushed over, fearing an injury. Lee Jian sheepishly explained his outburst was merely the awkward embarrassment of seeing himself celebrated on TV, leaving his father utterly bewildered. His father laughed awkwardly and offered to change the channel, prompting an equally awkward "that's fine" from Lee Jian. Lee Jian's eyes widened in surprise as his father revealed their team had significantly closed the gap with second-place Milano. Lee Jian's father, radiating pride, encouraged his son to own his hard-earned achievements. Lee Jian offered an awkward laugh, confessing his happiness, before his father abruptly shifted focus to an impending counterattack on the TV. Lee Jian's father excitedly identified the match as the Manchester Derby, beginning an enthusiastic play-by-play for his confused son. Though not well-versed in other leagues, Lee Jian was immediately impressed, letting out an involuntary "wow" at the play of the renowned teams. Lee Jian praised the evident class difference of the players, genuinely impressed by their skill, which surprised his father. His father, with a proud arm around Lee Jian, declared his son was even better, prompting an embarrassed laugh and denial from Lee Jian. As a player demonstrated exceptional technique on screen, Lee Jian's father praised his basics, while Lee Jian acknowledged these were, after all, the world's best players. His father innocently asked if players on the field chatted, while Lee Jian, blushing, secretly pondered their immense salaries. Lee Jian's father's voice cut through his thoughts, startling him into fumbling a response about the high salaries of famous players. Lee Jian's father grew confused by the sudden salary talk, while Lee Jian internally panicked, realizing he had accidentally spoken his thoughts aloud. Lee Jian awkwardly tried to clarify, insisting he was merely speculating about famous players' high incomes. His father thoughtfully mused on the vast wealth generated by sponsorship contracts in addition to salaries, dollar signs appearing around him. Lee Jian's father, surprised, questioned his son's sudden interest in money, which Lee Jian vehemently denied, claiming mere curiosity. With a reassuring pat, Lee Jian's father told him not to worry about money, given his already substantial earnings for his age. Lee Jian looked down, a solemn thoughtfulness settling over him, as his father emphasized the importance of other, more significant matters. Lee Jian's father looked at his son with wide-eyed confusion, anticipating what would come next. Lee Jian looked up, his shadowed face serious, and asked his father why he worked so hard if money wasn't important. His father, mistaking the concern, asked if Li Jian was disappointed about his missed games, which Li Jian quickly denied. Li Jian thoughtfully clarified, expressing his simple wish for his father to be more comfortable than he was now. He looked determined, passionately stating his desire for his father to leave work early and get some much-needed rest. Li Jian's father smiled warmly, deeply touched by his son's unexpected maturity. His father's hand settled on Li Jian's head, declaring that his son's very existence eliminated all hardship and filled him with pride, urging him to simply enjoy football. Li Jian felt a deep sense of nostalgia, a warm wave washing over him, making him feel like a 5-year-old again. His father's quiet resolve to work harder was shattered by a jarring phone ring, prompting both father and son to wonder who was calling so late. Li Jian's father, surprised, identified the caller as Coach Vincenzo, a revelation that shocked Li Jian. While Li Jian internally questioned the coach's call to his dad, his father answered with cordial gratitude, cautiously probing if anything was wrong. Li Jian's father gasped in extreme excitement, his eyes wide with shock, demanding confirmation that the news was true from all 3 places. Coach Vincenzo, laughing gleefully, confirmed that Nike, Adidas, and Puma had all contacted them. Coach Vincenzo boisterously revealed that all 3 major brands wanted to sponsor Jian, leaving Li Jian comically wide-eyed with shock. From within the sleek, modern edifice of Puma headquarters, a fierce resolve echoed, they had to secure him, no matter the cost. An unknown voice boomed, praising the child prodigy's incredible performance and compelling story as a future fantasista, his words punctuated by a dramatic foot tang-tang on the table, much to a gray-haired man's surprise. Nina Trisena, her excitement palpable, further exclaimed that his excellent character was beyond anything she had ever seen, clapping her hands with a decisive jack. The man with gray hair, reviewing papers with a thoughtful blush, conceded that such a combination of skill and inherent kindness was indeed unprecedented. Nina, radiating confidence against a sparkling background, then declared him the perfect successor to Neymar, their star model, as a bearded man intently examined a yellow and blue soccer shoe. Amused by her conviction, the gray-haired man agreed they absolutely had to secure the contract for someone deemed capable of succeeding, the star among stars. Nina's composure shattered as she revealed, veins visibly throbbing on her forehead, that the industry's top 2 competitors were already making their moves. With a swift, urgent wyhiak, Nina demanded an immediate meeting, prompting the panicked man with gray hair to scramble for his phone. Her gaze fixed and resolute, Nina declared with a determined tone that only extraordinary terms, surpassing all others, would bring Jian into their fold. From the vast, echoing stadium, the unified roar of "Wah! Wah! Wah!" filled the air as Firenze and Sampdoria battled to a 0-0 standstill. Suddenly, a violent peak, and the cry of "Hitch" ripped through the air as an opponent tackled Li Jian with a jarring padadang, fall. The field erupted in protests and concern, with one opponent crying, "Foul," while a teammate anxiously asked if Li Jian, sitting stunned, was all right, to which he affirmed he was fine. Li Jian, accepting the supportive hand of his bald teammate with a gentle duck, mused internally about Sampdoria's unchangingly rough play style since their first encounter. While being helped to his feet by a smiling teammate with dark skin, Li Jian secretly harbored a lingering fear of the aggressive player who had fouled him. A bald teammate, trembling with rage, was ready to retaliate for the foul, but his bearded counterpart wisely intervened, pointing out their strategic advantage from the resulting free kick. Li Jian, his foot poised over the ball with a deliberate check, observed the field, sensing a surprising lack of impressiveness from the opposing players he once found formidable. As the whistle BBIK pierced the air, Li Jian initiated the free kick, pondering if his perception of the opponents had changed because his own mental strength had grown. With a powerful paike, Li Jian unleashed a pass, realizing that his heightened focus allowed him to simply play better. A teammate, with a vigorous tadong kick, enthusiastically praised Jian's on-point passes. Li Jian reflected on their improved gameplay, then executed a powerful kick with a surprising pat, that left him astonished. With a thunderous kwaang, and a swift sack, the ball crashed into the net, marking Firenze's first goal against Sampdoria. Li Jian and his bald teammate, high-fiving with a celebratory jack, expressed shared delight that their practice tactics had unfolded perfectly amidst the day's great atmosphere. Li Jian's determined tiang kick propelled the ball forward, reflecting his team's relentless push against their opponents even after their opening goal. With a swift tatak, Li Jian successfully intercepted the ball, leaving an opponent in white jersey stunned by the unexpected steal. Li Jian advanced and swiftly passed the ball to Ricardo Sahurara with a tatong and a pat, then intelligently moved to find new space on the field. The bald teammate, after a deceptive slight pause, delivered a powerful paong pass back to Li Jian, leaving the defense momentarily confused. Li Jian, with a precise duk touch, positioned himself for a shot, observing the final defender's strong stance but knowing he was already in prime scoring position. But with a deceptive pat and a swift blur of motion, Li Jian maneuvered past his bewildered opponent, proving that not every play required a direct shot. A wingback cut in from the side with a swift Jiwoo and a powerful tiang, unleashing a formidable kick. Li Jian's strategic play created a clear, open chance, allowing the team captain to unleash a powerful biang shot that found its mark with a decisive Jielbeek. As the first half concluded with Firenze leading 2-0, Li Jian noted the successful execution of their practice tactics, a testament to their coordinated efforts. As the second half began, Li Jian's precise duk touch guided the ball, signaling their team's shift to a more controlled tempo and deliberate play. With tactical ta and tac taps, Li Jian advanced, luring anxious opponents to expose vacant spaces in their defense through a long possession. Jose Kane Han, with a powerful woo, executed a brilliant line-breaking move, slicing through an opponent's defense and defying the offside line. A straight pass, appearing to Li Jian as a streaking line of pure energy, cut across the field. Another meticulously orchestrated play unfolded, culminating in a one-on-one opportunity that ended with a precise cholkog and a swift sack, shot toward the goal. Firenze celebrated another goal, solidifying their 3-0 lead, a feat even an opposing player acknowledged with a simple, stunned, nice. A thoughtful, older man with gray hair, observing from a high vantage point, recognized the profound significance of the 3 goals scored that day. 3 teammates, Li Jian among them, celebrated with a joyous jack high five, embodying the success of thoroughly planned plays over individual brilliance. Coach Luca, while acknowledging the planned plays, inwardly understood that their execution was only truly possible because Jian was on the field. Coach Luca instructed a substitute to prepare for Jian's replacement, much to the young player's eager excitement. The excited young man declared a genius was replacing a genius, leading Coach Luca, visibly annoyed, to humorously ask for him to be silenced. After 66 minutes and 2 assists, Li Jian was substituted out, high-fiving his confident replacement with a simple, "Yeah, good luck." Li Jian, slightly flustered, walked off the field waving, acknowledging the appreciative cheers and thanks from the spectators. A woman with long dark hair, her confidence in Jian reinforced, smiled thoughtfully, as Jian's chibi mother happily called out his name with tears of joy. A male student, wide-eyed and blushing, looked on in awe at Li Jian's performance. The woman with long dark, the scoreboard declared. Li Jian's father's voice, brimming with sincerity, resonated over the image of a grand, luxurious mansion. The senior agent, animated and excited, shared the news that global companies were fiercely competing for Jian, asking if he was already aware. Li Jian shyly admitted he'd heard a bit from his dad, who then internally quipped that such significant news couldn't be grasped so casually. With a humorous koruruk, suyuke, and kohuk, Li Jian's father offered the overexcited agent a drink, hoping to calm him before they spoke further. The agent, taking a deep hyuk breath, admitted his excessive excitement, laughing it off with a slightly embarrassed air. The agent, triumphantly laughing with hands on his hips, boasted about how the conceited brand managers had been completely humbled during their briefings, feeling empowered by the experience. Li Jian's father, curious, asked about the outcome of the conversations, prompting the agent to suddenly realize he had forgotten to share the most important news. With a soft sukuk, the agent presented several documents emblazoned with famous brand logos, laying out the proposed conditions. Li Jian, wide-eyed and bewildered by the papers, turned to his father, who paused, ready to explain the complex details. The agent, smiling warmly, offered to simplify the complicated proposals by highlighting the main points. He broke down the offers, noting Adidas's generous financial offer, Nike's extended contract duration, and then paused dramatically before revealing Puma's. The agent announced Puma's astonishing promise to launch a soccer shoe featuring Li Jian as its main model, leaving Li Jian speechless with shock. Li Jian, a chibi representation of his shock, exclaimed about the soccer shoe launch while his father, with knowing it. The agent, looking surprised at a shoe, revealed that its sales had unexpectedly surged, all thanks to Li Jian. To a bewildered chibi Li Jian, the agent explained that people were buying the shoes he wore because they admired him. With a cunning smile, the agent advised patience, suggesting they stir up more competition. Li Jian startled. Li Jian, blushing and flustered, explained that the sheer surprise had momentarily. A young woman questioned, with abrupt miamchit. The absurdity of shoes modeled after him was outweighed only by the delicious prospect of boasting to Jiwoo, fueling his joyful sprint towards the waiting group. With a soft slide, his foot lifted from the measurement device, the decision to choose one sponsor over the others, despite their generous offers, having been an arduous one. The man with gray hair confirmed the flawless completion of his measurements, promising custom-fit shoes, to which Li Jian responded with enthusiastic gratitude. The woman thanked him for his contributions, and then, to his utter surprise, casually proposed a photo shoot within his own home. With a bright flash, the enthusiastic photographer's lens captured the moment, his energy palpable. The camera flashed repeatedly as Li Jian endured the awkwardness, silently wishing for a distraction while the photographer showered him with exuberant praise. He chuckled, recalling his teammates' gullible enthusiasm for Puma boots and Jiwoo's outraged reaction, all before a woman's voice snapped him back to the present. The woman offered sympathetic words, acknowledging the photoshoot's rigors, to which Li Jian, with an awkward laugh, reassured her he was simply fine. With a crisp flourish, the woman held out a suit bag, requesting he don its contents for an elegant and official transformation. He pondered the formality of the unfamiliar ensemble, his fingers fumbling slightly as he tied the necktie for the very first time. He privately mused on the discomfort of formal wear, a sensation entirely new to him, just as his sudden appearance made Jiwoo jump with a rustle. A cacophony of twin gasps erupted as they stumbled into each other, each utterly shocked by the other's sudden presence. Still recovering from the mutual shock, Li Jian addressed Jiwoo, only for her to stutter, her eyes wide with astonishment at his sudden formal attire. His patience thinning, Li Jian challenged Jiwoo's extreme shock, demanding to know why she reacted so dramatically to his formal appearance. Jiwoo shrieked a flustered defense, claiming his sudden attire was too much to process, but Li Jian merely deemed her reaction ridiculous. As an unseen voice praised Li Jian's stunning appearance, Jiwoo's cheeks burned crimson, her mind a whirlwind of bewildered internal questions. While Li Jian modestly accepted praise for his well-suited attire, the young woman inwardly acknowledged his transformation into a truly handsome man. With a sudden, panicked declaration, Jiwoo bolted for the door, leaving the bewildered man with gray hair to protest her hasty departure. The man with gray hair called out, his voice laced with concern, as Jiwoo hastily promised a quick return before vanishing. Both Li Jian and the man with gray hair exchanged confused glances, utterly bewildered by Jiwoo's inexplicable exit. Her head bowed in distress, Jiwoo walked away, reflecting on how close she had come to utter social catastrophe. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic rhythm that threatened to betray her every thumping thought. As pedestrians ambled below, an unseen voice wondered why the art of photography felt so unexpectedly awkward and elusive. Jiwoo inquired about the elusive art of posing gracefully, to which Li Jian could only scratch his head in befuddled uncertainty. A sudden, bouncy sound made Li Jian's eyes widen in utter surprise. Li Jian, with a sudden surge of concern, questioned Jiwoo's uncharacteristic quietness, catching her off guard. He pondered her unusual quietness, a stark contrast to her usual teasing self, which had even persisted through lunch, leaving him perplexed. Jiwoo feigned mild surprise as Li Jian inquired if a difficult school day was the cause of her unusual demeanor. With exaggerated relief, Jiwoo quickly seized upon the excuse of a tough day, which Li Jian readily accepted. He mused that even Jiwoo couldn't always maintain her usual vivacity, while she internally battled a racing heart that prevented her from meeting his gaze. Jiwoo empathized with his assumed sadness, hoping her own blushing face wouldn't add to his gloom, her self-consciousness a silent battle. An unseen voice simply declared their arrival. Jiwoo thanked him for the walk home, offering a polite farewell as Li Jian softly acknowledged her words. Jiwoo's eyes widened in surprise as Li Jian suddenly called out her name. With an earnest thumbs up, he dramatically declared that she should bring any trouble directly to him, his Appa, promising to always listen. Attempting a grand gesture, Li Jian stumbled dramatically backward, while a shocked Jiwoo could only stammer a question about his sudden use of Appa. As Jiwoo pointed and dissolved into laughter, Li Jian inwardly lamented the ever-growing collection of humiliating moments in his life. The colossal stadium roared with fervent cheers for Li, as Firenze, third in the league, clashed against Torino in the 22nd round. With a powerful thud, Li Jian unleashed a fierce kick, the ball rocketing forward with explosive, focused intent. Ricardo Sahurara surged across the pitch, a vibrant blur of focused energy, the ball touched lightly as he moved. With an urgent hup, Sahurara struck the ball, eliciting a shout of approval from the sprinting team captain. With a sudden whir, Li Jian unleashed a low, lightning-fast cross, striking the ball with a solid thud that sent an opponent reeling in surprise. The ball sharply deflected off the defender, sending Li Jian sprinting instinctively after its unexpected rebound. With a series of crisp taps, Li Jian masterfully headed the ball, baffling an opponent with his unexpected directional control. Li Jian expertly chest-trapped the ball with a soft touch, while his opponent frantically pressed close, desperate to prevent his turn. A light thud punctuated the opponent's bewildered, wide-eyed gaze. Li Jian, a blur of motion, effortlessly weaved past the startled opponent, leaving him reeling and speechless. With an explosive strike and a satisfying swish, Li Jian netted the first goal, sending his chibi teammates erupting in a triumphant wave of "WOAH." The young woman beamed, declaring her foresight correct, as the chibi sub-coach confirmed Li Jian's in-person performance was truly astounding. Despite internal skepticism regarding the contract scale, her conviction remained unshaken. Li Jian, she knew, was destined for even greater stardom. Beyond the game, she aimed to brainstorm video ad concepts, while, in a whimsical vision, the chibi sub-coach eagerly urged Li Jian to display his golden foot. His foot, encased in a vibrant pink custom boot, radiated with sparkling significance, as if filming its own impressive, silent advertisement. Coach Tony thoughtfully hummed, observing the game, while a chibi young woman in his mind declared her effusive adoration for player Jian. Chairman Gabriel, Coach Tony, conceded that Li Jian's live performance was undeniably enticing, believing the young talent might just solve a profound footballing issue. With a definitive "Tian," Coach Tony concluded the land of Fantasista desperately lacked a true fantasy star, a problem Li Jian's focused determination might just resolve. The collective roar of spectators and teammates surged around Li Jian, demanding answers about his astonishing play. Li Jian's humble claim of pure luck was instantly, playfully dismissed by his incredulous teammate. His teammate desperately, almost pleadingly, sought confirmation that such brilliance could only be a fluke. The enraged teammate launched into a comical accusation, emphatically declaring the impossible play had to be a fluke. Li Jian, clearly vexed, turned to Rika Romero, who swiftly responded with a sly, mocking query about revealing the truth. With an exaggerated wink, Li Jian claimed his magic was purely due to Puma technology, leaving Rika utterly dumbfounded. Li Jian continued his conspiratorial tale of a cheat key, eliciting a comically furious outburst from Rika. As Rika ambled off, Li Jian pondered if his recent brilliance was genuine skill or merely a fortunate fluke. His mind, a complex web of strategy, usually meticulously calculated each move based on probabilities. An instinctive, uncalculated play felt alien to his methodical self, challenging his very definition of skill. Just as he questioned the replicability of his talent, a teammate's sudden, enthusiastic shout confirmed a new, impactful play. Back in a stark, monochrome memory, Coach Luca's fierce words echoed, "There was no room for luck." Galvanized by the memory, Li Jian roared his own name, unleashing a determined kick into the fray. Mid-air, a powerful kick propelled the ball with immense force, begging the question, was it a direct shot? The ball rocketed into the net with a triumphant, confirming a second score for Firenze and sealing Jian's undeniable skill. Rica Romero's ecstatic, bewildering claim about the Puma effect left Li Jian utterly dumbfounded. Li Jian mused on the sheer, exhausting effort behind Rica's incessant chatter, a theory as wild as Rica's shoe-induced scoring. 78 minutes into the match, the scoreboard confirmed Firenze maintained a 2-goal lead. Coach Tony offered the bench, but Li Jian, ever resilient, insisted he was still perfectly capable of continuing. The strategic moment for substitution loomed, yet a potent inner drive urged Li Jian to push past the conventional. An unusual, almost boundless energy surged through him, he simply wanted to run, to push further. This profound new drive transcended mere contribution, it was a raw, unadulterated passion erupting. A primal cry escaped him, fueled by an insatiable yearning to simply play more. With each match, he felt a tangible, personal evolution, spurring him to seize every remaining second. The final 10 minutes stretched before him, a canvas of unknown experiences yet to be painted. Dribbling past a defender, he humbly acknowledged the vast, mountainous scope of his untapped potential. A powerful heralded his resolve to push boundaries, eager to absorb every possible lesson. Through the bright sky, an unseen voice wondered if the impossible arc was a curling kick. With a decisive, the ball slammed home, securing yet another goal and cementing Firenze's commanding lead. A wide-eyed spectator, breathless with amazement, desperately yearned for the spectacle to continue. From above, voices erupted, comparing the impossible trajectory to a crazy wonder goal from a video game. A wave of profound gratitude washed over Li Jian, knowing he'd seized an invaluable experience by staying in the game. As the final whistle blew, sealing Firenze's 12th consecutive victory, a celebratory chaos erupted around the exhausted Li Jian. A lingering sigh of contentment drifted, transporting the narrative to a serene domestic haven. A contented hum resonated as Li Jian savored the deep, comforting peace of a well-earned rest day. A flicker of self-doubt emerged, questioning if his relentless drive was purely for experience or something more. His anxious reverie was abruptly shattered by the gentle, persistent rapping of his father. Startled, Li Jian met his father's hesitant gaze, a question hanging heavy in the air. Li Jian's father, radiating nervous uncertainty, fumbled an invitation to talk. A palpable, shared awkwardness settled between father and son, deafening in its silence. Li Jian's gentle nudge sent his father into a comical, flustered panic, quickly regaining composure with an embarrassed laugh. His fist clenched with a resolute, Li Jian's father braced himself to share an important truth. His voice faltered with a nervous, as he admitted he could no longer delay an overdue conversation. Li Jian's mind raced, terrified by the unusually cautious atmosphere, wondering what unspeakable revelation loomed. His thoughts spiraled into a humorous panic, imagining his father revealing a new girlfriend, then quickly trying to self-soothe. His father wrestled with internal anxieties, ultimately resolving to prioritize Jian's feelings above his own hesitation. With an air of solemn resolve, Li Jian urged his father to speak freely, eliciting a startled reaction. Li Jian's frantic, trembling declaration of preparedness left his father utterly bewildered, wondering what horrors he envisioned. His father, shrugging off the awkwardness, decided to dispense with further pretense and just speak the truth. The of his father's words landed like a bombshell, the national team had called. Li Jian's face registered utter, profound disbelief, his world momentarily halted. The news, less shocking than an imagined girlfriend, rendered Jian comically broken, eliciting a concerned stutter from his father. Then, the reality crashed in, unleashing an explosive, ecstatic shout of disbelief and pure joy. His father's concern about the burden was met with a nuanced, thoughtful admission from Li Jian. Li Jian, beaming with cheeky confidence, recast the challenge as merely another excuse for his father to boast. Li Jian chuckled, thrilled by the honor and new experience, while his father swelled with relief and immense pride. Li Jian's eager question about Korea was met with his father's hesitant, problem-laden, small issue. The bombshell dropped, multiple nations vied for his allegiance, leaving Li Jian utterly speechless. A young woman, seemingly startled, called out, "Appa," drawing attention from beyond the panel. The young woman's teasing inquiry pushed Li Jian into an internal panic about uttering a lifelong joke. His desperate pleas to his Nuna were met with theatrical revulsion, as their comedic dance spiraled into mutual exasperation. The young woman, with a mischievous giggle, finally relented, promising an end to their comedic sparring. Li Jian, prompted by a sudden thought, cautiously approached Jiwoo with an important question. Li Jian posed a complex, hypothetical dilemma, seeking wisdom on belonging and identity. Jiwoo's thoughtful, if slightly confused, response was gently pressed for further, more decisive insight. Li Jian, adjusting his ear, asked a vulnerable, loaded question about his potential Italian identity. Jiwoo erupted in a fluster of indignation, deeming his hypothetical nonsense and questioning their very relationship status. Jiwoo clarified, wondering if his ambiguous query meant meeting as mere friends, as his hand tapped nervously. Li Jian, muddled and stressed, stumbled over his own words, desperately trying to clarify his awkward proposition about meeting. Before, the Italian Football Federation grappled with a deep-seated crisis, the kind that threatened to redefine their storied past. One official lamented Italy's recent World Cup playoff humiliation, while another chuckled, finding unexpected amusement in the dire situation. Italian Football Federation Chairman Gabriel, his gaze distant, gravely pondered whether this national struggle might prove to be a permanent scar. The very air once shimmered with the glorious past, a golden era when legendary fantasistas illuminated every field, their brilliance unforgettable. Yet now, Chairman Gabriel's exasperation was palpable as he confessed the stark truth: Italy currently lacked such transcendent talent. A bold query about the world's best player caught the chairman off guard, disrupting his troubled thoughts. The man with dark hair, second, tentatively suggested Lionel Messi, a name Chairman Gabriel immediately affirmed with a curt agreement, acknowledging the obvious. The chairman pointedly declared Lionel Messi the undisputed titan among all players born in '87, his conviction unwavering. But when Chairman Gabriel challenged him to name the '05 generation's prodigy, the man with dark hair, second, stammered, unsure of such young potential. The man with dark hair, second, recoiled in utter shock as Chairman Gabriel confidently proclaimed Li Jian the unrivaled number one of his age group. The man with dark hair, second, humbly protested that our Jian isn't at that level yet, but Chairman Gabriel countered, coolly listing Li Jian's impressive Serie A debut at age 16. The chairman rattled off Li Jian's astonishing statistics: 15 games, 17 goals, 8 assists, affirming his undeniable genius far beyond mere potential. These are facts, Chairman Gabriel stated, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. A faint hook escaped the man with dark hair, second, as he watched Chairman Gabriel rise, a sudden shift in the room's dynamic. Chairman Gabriel, leaning forward with fierce resolve, declared their unwavering commitment to provide Li Jian with all-out support. With a decisive "suk" of his pen, the chairman highlighted the complex hurdles faced by non-European players, particularly Koreans with military obligations. Chairman Gabriel beamed, utterly convinced that acquiring European nationality would clear all obstacles, paving a golden path for Jian's career in Europe. Despite the attractive offers, the man with dark hair, second, furrowed his brow over a particular clause, a hesitant escaping him. The crucial detail surfaced: naturalization demanded a minimum of 5 years of residency within the country. Chairman Gabriel explained that while options 1 and 2 didn't apply, Jian would still need to meet the 5-year residency for national team eligibility, promising additional benefits and accommodations. The man with dark hair, second, expressed concern that they were not yet at the 5-year mark, but the chairman smoothly reassured him and requested he discuss it with Jian. This strategic move, the chairman suggested, would allow Jian to play football unburdened, just as freely and joyfully as he did with his beaming teammates now. With a relieved sigh, followed by decisive taps, the man with dark hair, second, decided to entrust the complex choice to Li Jian, recognizing the ample time for his decision. Li Jian zipped through the grand European square, a carefree greeting echoing behind him. An older man with a mustache enthusiastically hailed him as a fantasy star, his warm welcome accentuated by the tatak of his steps. A deep blush crept up Li Jian's neck, his gukjik scratching a modest denial to being called a fantasy star. He bowed, a humble kubak, to the cheering fans, reflecting on how effortlessly Italy now felt more like home than Korea, despite only 3 years abroad. The sheer rush of experiences, a joyful tadat of fan appreciation, made it feel as though he had lived in Italy far longer than his native Korea. A profound hesitation, a jukam, in his stride, marked his growing internal conflict. The monumental decision of representing Korea or Italy weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, beneath the weight of this great thing, he grappled with a confusing sadness, wondering why it troubled him so deeply. A sharp heek escaped him as he realized his ambiguous position, visually torn between Korea and Italy, belonging neither here nor there. Li Jian, his eyes wide and bloodshot, confessed a suffocating urge, a deep hook, to unburden his complicated story to someone. His tumultuous thoughts were abruptly shattered by a sudden, unseen voice calling out a sharp "Hey!" Jiwoo bounded towards him, arms wide, and a joyful cry of "Li Jian," her sudden appearance startling him. Li Jian stood utterly dazed, a bewildered, marking his comical surprise. Then, a soft pizzik escaped him as his bewildered expression melted into a gentle, relieved smile. "Have you been waiting long?" Jiwoo asked playfully, setting off a light-hearted banter, with Jian claiming, "forever," and Jiwoo calling him a liar. As Jiwoo excitedly declared, "Let's go shopping," and pulled him along with determined, tubuk footsteps, Li Jian felt the lingering shadow of his loneliness finally begin to lift. The faint buckjack dash of the bustling street hummed around them, a lively backdrop to their renewed energy. "Hey, Li Jian!" Jiwoo murmured, her eyes widening in surprise at something unseen. With a dramatic pabum, Jiwoo shrieked in astonishment, "What's this?" "This is crazy," as she discovered Li Jian's massive advertising poster. Jiwoo, with a sly smirk, accused him of orchestrating their trip to show off the ad, prompting an embarrassed, "Dang Huang," and "Cook" from Li Jian. "It's still cool," Jiwoo conceded, as Li Jian, secretly delighted by his plan, mischievously suggested a commemorative photo. With playful camera Li Jian crouched to snap a photo of Jiwoo posing expertly before his ad, playfully dubbing her his manager. Despite the whirlwind of new experiences and fame, a profound internal realization settled: he, at his core, remained unchanged. Jiwoo showered him with compliments on his newfound photography skills, and with a playful "Cook," Li Jian humbly credited her for his talent. His complicated feelings utterly vanished. Li Jian exuberantly declared he'd treat Jiwoo to an expensive meal, her eager meeting his casual "whatever you like." Back in the ACF Bologna locker room, two teammates exchanged concerned glances, wondering aloud, "What's up with that Romero fellow?" Rika Romero burst forth, gleefully clutching two pink-soled shoes, accusing Li Jian of being a "sly fox" for influencing his purchase with infectious ha. With a fierce "wike," Rika Romero confronted Li Jian, proclaiming his intense resolve to surpass him with the very boots he'd bought on Jian's recommendation. A thought bubble revealed the jarring truth. Li Jian had signed a major contract with P. Puma, leading Rica Romero to furiously declare, so all of this was a scheme. Li Jian quickly defended himself, insisting the shoes were genuinely good, a truth underscored by the fact that he wore them too. Rica Romero raged about Jian's contract, but a teammate calmly intervened, signaling it was time to head out for a warm-up. The bald teammate, clutching his captain armband, rallied the others, underscoring the urgent need to win the Coppa Italiana round of 16 against Bologna. A resounding, hostile "boo" reverberated through the empty stadium, announcing the rival fans' fierce disapproval. The team walked onto the pitch, met by a barrage of fierce booing and taunts from the opposing fans, who promised they wouldn't make it home safely. Li Jian recoiled in shock, an aghast "UGH." Escaping him as his captain defiantly taunted the hostile crowd with a rude gesture. He was used to jeering, but a new, deeper nervousness stirred within him, prompting Li Jian to reflect on the immense responsibility of true leadership. As he scanned the stadium stands with searching, jock sounds, Li Jian knew his father and Jiwoo were somewhere in the crowd, watching his every move. Li Jian mused on the heavy concern etched on his father and Jiwoo's chibi faces. "They're worried, you are okay, right?" echoing his recent national team dilemma. With a surge of Tawong determination, Li Jian resolved to silence their worries with an exceptional performance as the kickoff was announced. A vibrant South Korean flag waved above the startling news. "What do you mean by that? A Korean player declining the Korean national team?" The unnamed young man with black hair nervously clarified that the player only said he'd think about it, but the man with gray hair erupted in a furious, demanding, "Isn't that essentially the same thing?" Korean Football Association Chairman Kim Gandhi, his face contorted in rage, fumed about the player's perceived ingratitude for the honorable invitation. The man with dark hair, senior, calmly questioned if considering national team options wasn't natural for a local player, eliciting an incredulous "what?" and a sharp "wike" from Kim Gandhi. The man with dark hair, senior, with a thoughtful tack of his book, meticulously analyzed Italy's current football landscape and the exceptional rise of a young Korean player. Football talent development team leader Sun Jong then delivered a stark truth: "Isn't it obvious that Italy would push for Li Jian's naturalization?" Chairman Kim Gandhi's was deafening: "Naturalization. Abandoning one's country for naturalization, that's nonsense." Sun Jong, unperturbed, suggested they investigate Italy's offer before judgment, causing Kim Gandhi to hesitate with a subdued "Enna." Chairman Kim Gandhi furiously barked orders, his finger vehemently pointing, demanding that the nervous man with dark hair, second, just find anyone, to confirm the issue. Sun Jong passionately declared that losing Li Jian would be a national tragedy, questioning if their reckless selection jeopardized the young player's future, further enraging Chairman Kim Gandhi. "Do you want to get fired?" Kim Gandhi roared, but Sun Jong, with a resolute grip on the chairman's shirt, defiantly demanded transparent and clear selection processes. With a mighty, Sun Jong declared he would not stand idly by this time, recognizing that young player was the undeniable future of Korean soccer. 35 minutes into the game, players on both sides already clashed fiercely, echoing with urgent calls to pressure and fill positions. A sudden, crushing impact sent Li Jian reeling, the physical chaos leaving another opponent flinching away, in recoil. Chairman Kim Gandhi gasped at the match's instant fury, while Coach Tony countered with confident certainty that this was precisely what they expected. Coach Tony outlined the opponent's strategy, a defensive wall designed to absorb their aggressive press. As Coach Tony detailed their high-pressure tactics, Kim Gandhi's growing alarm turned to a surprised cry as the expected confrontation escalated. Another aggressive tackle sent Li Jian violently to the ground, the impact shaking the very air. The referee's whistle cut through the protest, confirming the foul on Li Jian, who internally validated the call despite his opponent's outrage. The team captain sternly commanded his men to maintain composure, frustrated by the 10-minute mark's escalating fouls and unnecessary risks. The intense dance between offense and defense continued, with players constantly communicating to cover space and maintain pressure. Rika Romero's frantic apologies, "I'm sorry," echoed her teammates' frustrated shouts as she got caught in an offside trap. Li Jian absorbed the strategic lesson, visualizing Rika's overeagerness as a flaw in their collective pressure. His internal analysis of a teammate's misplaced enthusiasm was abruptly interrupted by a surprising sight. With calculated determination, Li Jian knew exactly how to leverage this newfound weakness. He masterfully feigned a breakthrough, maintaining a precise distance as he ran, drawing his marker close without committing. Li Jian's constant retreat and movement confused his opponent, who questioned whether his intentions were genuine. He anticipated Rika Romero's eager demand for the ball, knowing it would draw the opposing defense into a chaotic scramble. Li Jian plotted his deceptive play, a subtle pass to Senior Bonaventura that would open a crucial gap in the heart of the defense. "Senior!" Li Jian cried, a sharp pass, from his teammate already connecting as he dashed into the newly weakened defensive line. Li Jian celebrated the perfect return pass, while opponents screamed in frustration, realizing they'd been outmaneuvered, and frantically tried to close the gaping holes. As Li Jian charged into the open space, defenders converged on him, shouting desperate commands to block his advance. Li Jian's mind raced, a tactical blueprint unfolding as he observed the defensive shift, recognizing a new opportunity on the flanks for Rika Romero. Rika Romero's frustration mounted, demanding to know why Li Jian wasn't passing the ball and why he seemed so distracted. With a sigh of resigned determination, Li Jian accepted the inevitable, knowing he had to take control so close to the box. "How cocky," opponents exclaimed, shocked and angry as Li Jian decided to attempt a solo breakthrough against their entire defense. Li Jian internally reassured himself, his seemingly audacious charge was a meticulously planned move, not recklessness. "Forward!" Li Jian shouted, his momentum carrying him past another defender with explosive speed and grace. After strategically drawing their focus to the ball, Li Jian swiftly sliced between two converging defenders. Li Jian's face contorted with intense focus, his body a blur of motion as he drove deeper into the opposition's territory. He reflected on the preceding moment, admitting that his daring dash had been met with overwhelming force, leaving him momentarily stalled. "Jian!" an opponent cried, as Li Jian was tackled with a sudden, violent impact that sent him sprawling. Rika Romero rushed to his side with concern, but Li Jian quickly reassured her that his fall was part of a larger plan. A confident hand unfolded, revealing the true intention, a meticulously prepared Plan B all along. The referee's whistle confirmed the penalty kick, sparking celebrations and praises for Li Jian's clever play. Li Jian, though slightly hesitant, explained his calculated risk to Rika, who playfully challenged his necessity, deeming the whole maneuver a resounding success. Senior Bonaventura, the designated penalty taker, held the ball with a thoughtful expression, contemplating the weighty moment. With a knowing smile, the senior praised Li Jian's effort, then handed him the ball, entrusting him with the shot. Li Jian's face flushed pink with exaggerated terror, utterly shocked to find himself chosen for the penalty. Li Jian protested the decision, but his senior insisted, reassuring him that no one would blame him even if he missed the deserved shot. The teammate winked, explaining his true intent was to give Li Jian valuable experience, dismissing his protests with light-hearted encouragement. Holding the ball, Li Jian confessed his deep-seated aversion to the solitary pressure of penalty kicks. Li Jian reluctantly shuffled towards the spot, feeling the weight of the moment, while his teammates suddenly expressed concern. As Li Jian crouched to place the ball, he imagined the crushing weight of jeers from all directions, an isolating roar, amplifying his dread. His vision warped, Li Jian's mind screamed with paralyzing anxiety over the terrifying prospect of failure. A younger Li Jian stood tiny before a vast goal, his back to the world, the heavy moment already etched in time. "Jian, you must score," his father desperately yelled from the stands, pleading for him to seize their only chance. The weight of scoring means extra time, failing means losing, pressed down, making Li Jian tremble, with overwhelming fear as the whistle pierced the air. The fate of his team rested squarely on his young toes, a climactic moment as the ball was finally struck. The football spun wildly, a distorted blur against the sky, as it soared through the air. To a young Li Jian's crushing disappointment, his crucial kick sailed high over the goalpost. His teammates offered comfort, but a young Li Jian stood stunned, his wide eyes reflecting the bitter taste of their semi-final elimination. Li Jian was jolted, back to the present, his lingering fear dissolving as Coach Tony's voice shattered the memory. His parents' enthusiastic cheers echoed from the stands, a powerful surge of support breaking through the stadium's roar. A determined glint in his eye, Li Jian recognized that this moment was fundamentally different from his past failure. His pink cleats moved with renewed confidence, buoyed by the knowledge of teammates who would cover his mistakes. Li Jian drove forward, dribbling the ball with power, feeling the collective cheers now dwarfing any lingering fear of the crowd. Fueled by his parents' unwavering support, Li Jian wound up for the penalty kick, the decisive moment now within his control. With a powerful, decisive strike, Li Jian sent the ball rocketing toward the goal. The goalkeeper made a desperate, surprised dive, flailing wildly as Li Jian's shot blurred past him. His mother's joyous praise, "Jian, that was amazing," filled the stands, while his father stood utterly speechless, bursting with pride. Li Jian's father, sweat beading, sighed, with immense relief, recalling Jian's long-standing fear of penalty kicks. His father watched, beaming with pride, realizing too late they were surrounded by opposing fans as his wife gasped, "ACK," in embarrassed surprise. Li Jian's father swelled with pride for his son, while his mother playfully reminded him of her own close bond with Jian. From off-panel, Rica Romero grumbled about Li Jian not taking the penalty, while Li Jian playfully insisted his goal counted the same, prompting a teammate to question his scoring ability. Rica Romero emphatically declared her 2 goals and Li Jian's 1 meant a tie between them, her voice rising in competitive triumph, leaving Li Jian stunned. The team captain's exasperated shout cut through their bickering, reminding them of their decisive victory and their advancement to the quarterfinals. Rica Romero passionately defended her pride, while Li Jian bowed, with exaggerated deference, subtly mocking her continued protest. Rica Romero stared in confusion as Li Jian maintained his silent, deeply bowed posture. The captain grabbed Rica, angrily chastising Li Jian for his petty behavior, while a bald teammate wisely observed the team's dynamic. Li Jian started, his eyes wide with confusion, as an angry silhouette violently burst through the locker room door. Coach Tony's face was a mask of pure rage, his muscles trembling, with suppressed fury as he clenched his fist. Coach Tony's glowing eyes fixed on Li Jian, screaming about the penalty kick, leaving the player bewildered by the sudden shift from victory to terrifying confrontation. A sudden, dramatic awareness illuminated Ricardo Sahara's thoughts. A teammate's startled cry pierced the air, jolting Ricardo. Ricardo questioned the sudden alarm, only for his teammate to confess he had mistaken Ricardo for the coach. Ricardo bristled at the comparison, asserting his superior head shape, but his teammate humorously countered that, "They're both just eggs, though." Ricardo observed that his teammate seemed to have endured a harsh scolding, which the teammate confirmed had just happened again. Unbeknownst to them, the coach's fury stemmed not from their performance, but a deeper concern, leaving one young man to internally dread seeing more bald heads. Coach Tony's enraged voice tore through the air, demanding to know who authorized Bonaventura to change the kicker. Bonaventura nervously stammered an explanation, claiming it was for the youngest player's growth, not a disregard for instructions. Coach Tony vehemently dismissed the excuse, continuing his tirade, while the unnamed young man attempted to take responsibility. Coach Tony's fury blazed, a thunderclap of outrage, questioning how such a burden could be placed on a young player in a critical situation. The unnamed young man quietly processed the true reason behind the coach's anger. He clarified the coach's anger stemmed from concern for the youngest player's burden, not the unauthorized change, a point Coach Tony confirmed with annoyed certainty. Coach Tony's rage intensified, accusing the teammate of passing the burden to Jian out of fear. The unnamed young man grimaced at the memory of the chaotic argument, regretting the old man's endless tirade with his teammate. The teammate then boastfully highlighted his own caring nature, seeking the young man's immediate, laughing agreement. He expressed satisfaction at being understood, only for another player to protest, demanding to know why he was overlooked. The player's frustration mounted, exploding into an indignant query about why he had been denied the opportunity. The teammate smugly dismissed the outburst, claiming he only made reliable investments with a dismissive tap and grunt. The light brown-haired player, in a comical fit of pique, declared himself a genius and decried the discrimination, while the teammate mocked his self-assessment and the young man silently observed. The unnamed young man silently wished for his teammate to quickly mature. A voice off-panel expressed awe as they entered the bustling Firenze Kmart. The young woman, Jian's companion, expressed her excited delight at discovering a Korean mart in Firenze. A vibrant Jen's Tune advertisement briefly interrupted the scene. Jian remarked on Jiwoo's overly complicated shopping method, which she playfully dismissed. Jiwoo declared her determined intention to cook a special, delicious meal for Jian, emphasizing his recent achievement with a proud gulp. Jiwoo instructed Jian to separate and gather specific items, much to his obvious annoyance. Her furious command to hurry sent a jolt through the air, prompting his reluctant compliance. Jiwoo, worried, wondered if Jian, unreliable outside of soccer, would actually manage to bring the correct items. Jiwoo romanticized their shared shopping experience, feeling like a newlywed, while Jian walked ahead, utterly confused by her sentiment. Jiwoo scurried through the aisles, urgently searching for ketchup. Her hand trembled with frustration as she struggled to reach the elusive item. The chibi-like Jiwoo raged against the unfair placement of ketchup on such a high shelf, lamenting the plight of short people. A sudden tap accompanied a second hand reaching for the can, surprising Jiwoo. Jian questioned Jiwoo's actions, catching her completely by surprise as he held the desired can. Jian inquired if he had retrieved the correct item, and Jiwoo, grateful, thanked him before asking why he was there. Jiwoo expressed playful disbelief at Jian's minimal progress, likening him to a turtle, prompting Jian to internally wonder if he had truly grown so much. Jian suggested they continue shopping together, unaware of Jiwoo's sudden, internal thought about his perfect, huggable size. Jiwoo recoiled in extreme embarrassment from her own suggestive thoughts. Jian called out to Jiwoo, pulling her from her reverie, and she, panicking, asked him to repeat his question about the shopping list. Jiwoo, flustered, quickly remembered onions, attempting to cover her embarrassment with a nervous laugh. Jiwoo, leading the way for onions, secretly found their height difference surprisingly heart-fluttering, a silent, dramatic revelation. Coach Tony's furious shouts echoed across the Firenze training field, demanding to know why everyone was so slow. Coach Tony's face burned with intense rage, as he furiously exhorted his players to focus and not rest on their recent victory. With a crucial league match against Lazio looming, players trained with a furious rhythm under Coach Tony's relentless, injury-warning commands. Ricardo Sahurara, panting from exhaustion, expressed concern for their worsening condition, a sentiment his teammate quickly denied. A bald teammate with a mustache complained about his deteriorating stamina, with a visceral gasp, as narration revealed Ricardo Sahurara, who had shaved his beard to avoid comparison with the coach, seemed to suffer even more. The exhausted bald teammate suggested easing up, but his dark-haired teammate sternly told him to stop complaining. The dark-haired teammate, exhaling with determination, rationalized their tough training, asserting that continuous success was a privilege of strong teams, proving their own growth. A teammate with dark skin energetically encouraged building stamina, his enthusiasm infectious, earning a surprised agreement and an internal nod from the bald teammate for his hard work. A teammate commented on the captain's strained appearance, jokingly predicting baldness, which irritated the already bald teammate, who sharply told him to be quiet. Coach Tony's call for a break brought a wave of exhausted relief and slight surprise to the players. Lucas Tenoira, panting himself, expressed concern for the young man's pensive expression, who in turn addressed him by name. The young man admitted his worry for the upcoming Lazio match, prompting Lucas to ask if a specific player troubled him. The young man internally fretted over the team's packed schedule and the potential exhaustion of full-time players, despite their winning streak. Lucas acknowledged the physical toll on their squad, agreeing it was tough, while the young man voiced his profound fear of potential injuries, leaving Lucas contemplative. Lucas Tenoira, sparkling with confidence, reassured the young man that the coach was well aware and had already focused their training on recovery. Lucas emphasized the team's veteran experience and self-management, inspiring the young man with his confident assertion. Lucas urged focus on their individual roles, a sentiment the young man enthusiastically affirmed with resolute snaps. The young man internally acknowledged his teammates' greater experience, just as Ricardo Sahurara suddenly rallied the team with an energetic wave, baffling another teammate. The young man resolved to focus solely on his own capabilities, swallowing down all unnecessary worries. He reflected on how the coach had always substituted him to preserve his stamina, realizing his senior teammates must have endured far more grueling conditions. He declared his intent to run an extra step this match, then enthusiastically grabbed a confused teammate, pulling him into his newfound determination, leaving the teammate baffled. Ricardo Sahurara, smiling, rallied the team, silently determined to push through whatever lay ahead. Li Jian cried out, a sudden, searing throb of pain lancing through his leg. Lucas Tenoira and his teammates turned, startled by a loud, sudden impact. A voice called out, as Li Jian's wide eye registered intense pain and shock. Urgent shouts filled the air for the medical team as Li Jian crumpled to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Li Jian internally questioned the unpleasant sensation in his calf, as Coach Tony, a look of profound shock on his face, rushed towards him. Coach Tony's mind reeled with a deep, ominous dread, fearing his worst suspicions had been confirmed, as Li Jian lay in obvious pain. At the Firenze Medical Center, a crucial discussion about recent test results unfolded under a clear sky. Li Jian, bandaged but relieved, absorbed the fortunate news that his injury was not severe. The medical team pinpointed accumulated fatigue as the culprit, a revelation that brought a collective, heartfelt sigh of relief. The concerned doctor urged a week of rest to mend overworked muscles, a directive Li Jian accepted with quiet deference. Li Jian wrestled with guilt, feeling like an unseasoned burden among his more enduring seniors. Then, a stark declaration about missing the upcoming away game jolted Li Jian with a sudden, wide-eyed shock. Li Jian protested the decision vehemently, but the doctor's firm, unyielding tone brooked no argument. The doctor underscored the paramount importance of avoiding a devastating, match-ending injury at all costs. Li Jian's worried gaze reflected the gravity of the doctor's words, leaving him to ponder their heavy implications. Dejected, Li Jian accepted his exclusion from the weekend match, as the doctor offered a comforting pat on his back. Later, watching the news, Li Jian was shocked to learn his team's hard-won winning streak had abruptly ended. Li Jian watched the dismal score, frustrated and angry that his team's inevitable exhaustion had finally cost them a win. Two commentators on screen dissected the match, boldly asserting Firenze's loss was primarily due to Li Jian's absence. Li Jian erupted from his seat, enraged by the commentator's remarks, startling his father with a sudden, furious shout. His eyes burning, Li Jian seethed internally, bristling at the notion that the team's loss rested solely on his shoulders. He raged, indignant that the commentators overlooked his senior's valiant fight, prompting his father to plead for calm. Still seething with guilt, Li Jian abruptly declared his departure, leaving his father bewildered by his sudden exit. His father tried to stop him, questioning his resolve to train while unwell, but Li Jian insisted on light recovery. Li Jian strode away with determined steps, fueled by a fierce desire to recover quickly for his teammates, avoiding future humiliation. A few days later, on the training field, a surprised teammate spotted a miniature Li Jian already running. Li Jian confidently assured the astonished teammate that he felt perfectly fine and ready to train. Another teammate expressed genuine confusion, having heard rumors of a far more serious injury, leaving Li Jian perplexed. The bald teammate then dropped a bombshell, revealing a news article claiming Li Jian had refused a national team call-up due to his supposed injury, utterly shocking him. The teammate, now irritated, flinched from Li Jian's flustered reaction, as Li Jian insisted he'd heard nothing of the article. Li Jian silently fumed at how easily commentators and reporters twisted narratives to suit their own agenda. His teammates expressed relief at his recovery, urging caution, while others arrived, greeting each other on the cheerful, stylized field. Li Jian focused on his run, feeling remarkably light and recovered after his brief, vital rest. Back on the field, Li Jian found his mind clear, as his teammates enthusiastically welcomed him back and launched into their warm-up. Li Jian replayed the infuriating broadcast in his mind, running alongside a teammate who vowed victory in the next match. He conceded that the team needed to improve, acknowledging areas where they could prevent such nonsensical criticisms from arising. Li Jian approached his captain, hesitating, about to make a suggestion that felt perhaps too bold for a junior. The captain's concern shifted from Li Jian's leg to his words, as Li Jian quickly clarified his well-being was not the issue. With a serious gaze, Li Jian revealed his intention to discuss his specific role within the team during matches. The captain's eyes widened, completely taken aback by Li Jian's unexpected declaration. On the bright, open field, Li Jian and the captain continued their hushed, private discussion. The coach, visibly surprised and slightly sweating, reacted to the unexpected news about Li Jian's proposal. The bald teammate confirmed Li Jian's compelling tactical ideas, while the curly-haired teammate expressed his astonishment that Li Jian had volunteered for such a role. The bald teammate, now smiling, confessed his newfound admiration for Li Jian's surprising maturity and strategic acumen. With a knowing smile, the bald teammate promised to discuss Li Jian's ideas with the coach, who nodded in clear approval. Just as they concluded, the coach called out, indicating one more urgent matter for the bald teammate. The coach instructed Li Jian and the bald teammate to feign ignorance when reporters inevitably posed awkward questions. After the final pre-match training, reporters swarmed the field, excitedly calling out Li Jian's name. Li Jian, accompanied by the coach, faced the rushing tide of eager reporters who clamored for their attention. A reporter pressed Li Jian about his injury, and while Li Jian internally bristled at the persistent inquiries, he steeled himself to accept his public responsibility as the coach curtly announced a 10-minute Q&A. The coach angrily cut off a reporter's inquiry about team fatigue, demanding only questions pertaining to the upcoming match. The coach's swift next silenced another reporter, prompting Li Jian to inwardly praise his impenetrable defensive tactics. The coach set strict new rules for the Q&A, declaring that only questions for Li Jian would be taken for a mere 5 minutes, making Li Jian gulp nervously. Reporters immediately barraged Li Jian with shouted questions about his injury and availability, despite his previous assurances. Li Jian calmly reiterated that he was uninjured and ready to give his all if chosen for the next match. The coach fiercely shouted, "Next," once more, cutting off a reporter's question about a potential summer transfer, much to Li Jian's amusement. Impressed by the coach's decisive control, Li Jian followed his lead as the coach sweatily called for the next question. A reporter's declaration that Firenze's performance was very poor without Li Jian utterly shocked him. The reporter continued his relentless attack, citing Firenze's poor record against Atlanta and the opponent's confident boasts. The smirking reporter then quoted the opposing coach, who attributed Li Jian's perceived talent to his teammates' deficiencies, before the coach attempted to interject. Li Jian recoiled, his face obscured by a wave of distress, as the reporter stared, surprised by his reaction. Despite his profound discomfort, Li Jian resolved to respond to the reporter's brazen insinuation, preparing to speak his mind. Li Jian declared that his growth and the attention he received were entirely thanks to the immense support and lessons from his senior teammates. With fiery conviction, Li Jian proclaimed his deep insult at the reporter's remarks, asserting that his identity was forged by his coach, his seniors, and their devoted fans. Enraged, Li Jian slammed away the reporter's phone, his anger palpable in the sudden, sharp impact. Li Jian delivered a stern warning, demanding that reporters refrain from spouting baseless nonsense to everyone present. The following day, an off-panel voice playfully remarked on Li Jian's fiery interview from yesterday. His teammates teased him mercilessly, mimicking his angry declaration, making Li Jian squirm with embarrassed protests. The bald teammate, the captain, rallied the team, stressing that another loss would confirm the reporter's insulting words about them being low-level seniors. With a pumped fist, the captain rallied his team to fight for Li Jian, vowing to show their detractors that Firenze remained an indomitable force, to which the team roared their unified agreement. The scene shifted to a bustling stadium under a bright sky, as cheering erupted for League Round 25, Firenze vs Atlanta. Atlanta coach Jean, clearly rattled, expressed his shock and frustration that Li Jian was in the starting lineup, defying his expectations of a longer recovery. Coach Jean questioned Mario's ability to mark player number 20, but Mario confidently assured his coach of success. Mario smirked, claiming he understood Li Jian's temperament from his interview and planned to subtly provoke him throughout the game. As Li Jian walked onto the bright field to the roar of adoring fans, Mario inwardly vowed to teach the talented 16-year-old a brutal lesson. Mario's menacing smirk betrayed his anticipation of the merciless reality awaiting Li Jian on the field. A sneering opponent challenged Li Jian's physique, his words a quiet swoosh of mockery that left the young player utterly stunned. The opponent continued his provocation, brazenly questioning why other teams had failed to contain such a tiny player. Li Jian bristled, acutely aware the jibe was meant for him, while Kim Gandhi's sharp question, punctuated by a solid step, underscored the brewing animosity. Kim Gandhi bristled, ready to confront the taunter, but Li Jian frantically protested, the soft squish of his plea betraying his urgent need to prevent an escalation. A low swoosh of irritation confirmed Li Jian's simmering annoyance with number 14. The opponent in yellow jersey confidently rallied his teammates, his words echoing a fierce determination to claim victory today, even before kickoff. A powerful kick erupted, signaling the official start of the match. With a nimble dribble, Li Jian felt a surge of momentum, only for an unseen opponent's sharp challenge to break his focus. A sudden zoom of proximity, and number 14's taunt cut deep, instantly ratcheting up the palpable tension. A relentless kick and step kept the opponent locked onto Li Jian, his words a constant, grating presence. The opponent delivered a personal taunt, implying Li Jian was merely a prop for his skillless seniors, the words cutting like a sharp swoosh. The opponent's unexpected, venomous attack sent a furious movement through Li Jian, leaving him deeply unsettled. The opponent continued his mocking, while a teammate, anticipating the trap, desperately warned Li Jian not to fall for the bait, the ball making a sharp kick. A strategic call from Rica Romero initiated a rapid shift, past the ball, switch positions, center to right, executed with decisive kick after kick. The opponent aggressively seized Li Jian, his physical demand punctuated by a harsh impact and Jian's startled cry, escalating the confrontation. Li Jian's intense glare met the opponent's unseen threat. No matter his movement, the opponent vowed to prevent any shot attempt. The opponent's aggressive determination was clear, he would be an unyielding barrier. Li Jian recoiled in surprise as the opponent's aggressive move landed with a sharp kick and sudden impact. A mocking laugh, followed by an exerted gasp, dismissed Li Jian's efforts as insufficient. The opponent's aggressive surge declared Li Jian's current efforts utterly inadequate. Amidst the challenge, Li Jian acknowledged number 14's skill, realizing his provocations weren't just empty words. Kim Gandhi noted the strong defense, a sentiment Ricardo Saharara echoed with a frustrated, almost pained agreement. Despite perceived disadvantages, facing Li Jian one-on-one proved an exceptionally challenging task, a tense truth Kim Gandhi keenly observed. Ricardo Saharara worried, noting that the opponent's shadow-like marking was clearly unsettling Li Jian's focus. Li Jian's internal irritation swelled with a frustrated swoosh, realizing the opponent's singular focus was on him, not the play. The opponent's sinister confirmation of his sole interest left Li Jian utterly shocked. A triumphant kick accompanied the opponent's gloating, adding psychological pressure as he claimed to read Li Jian's very thoughts. The opponent's persistent taunt cemented Li Jian's frustration. With no viable forward options, only a desperate back kick and kick offered a strategic escape. The opponent, switching tactics, offered a manipulative pity, trying to sow confusion by disparaging Li Jian's own teammates. The opponent's accusatory tone highlighted the team's apparent inaction. A cutting critique reinforced as Rica Romero's kick once again delivered the ball to Jian. A final, cutting swoosh of a taunt declared Li Jian's teammates utterly dependent, aiming to shatter his very resolve. A brutal impact sent Li Jian crashing down, a sharp cry of pain tearing through the air. The shrill whistle of a foul sliced through the air, followed by a dramatic crash. As the referee issued a yellow card, Li Jian, panting, cursed his own susceptibility to the opponent's deliberate provocations. Li Jian seethed, knowing the provocation was calculated, as the opponent, with a feigned roll, mocked his own apparent victimhood. A teammate's concern was met with Li Jian's somber apology, the weight of his mistake settling heavy. Ricardo Sahurara keenly observed number 14's deliberate mental assault on Li Jian, while a teammate offered comfort with a gentle nudge. Ricardo Sahurara, urgently seeking a strategic solution, called out to Bairashi, startling the young teammate. A sudden tap of realization struck Kim Gandhi. He understood the unexpected instruction. Awe struck Ricardo Sahurara with a resonant clang as he recognized the coach's profound strategic brilliance. Coach Tony's urgent command sliced through the air with a decisive swoosh, demanding Li Jian switch to Plan J. The abrupt mention of Plan J left Li Jian reeling in surprise and sudden concern. Kim Gandhi outlined the tactical shift's physically taxing demands, but Li Jian's calm assurance underscored his readiness for the challenge. Li Jian's resolute determination burned brightly, acknowledging the immense difficulty ahead, yet committed to fortifying his team. With a fervent declaration, Li Jian unleashed a powerful kick, visibly embracing his new, deeper strategic position with energetic resolve. Li Jian's unexpected tactical shift left the opponent surprised, questioning his intent to bypass him directly. Li Jian's determined new strategy emerged. Personal breakthrough was secondary to intercepting critical passes. The opponent's relentless pursuit, punctuated by aggressive kick after kick, declared his unyielding resolve to follow Li Jian everywhere. In a tense face-off, Li Jian challenged the opponent, recognizing the inherent risk in his aggressive, high-pushing defense. A sudden swoosh of realization hit Li Jian, shocking him at the opponent's aggressive, powerful move. A stark tactical diagram illuminated the players' positions, revealing the developing strategic landscape. A sudden shout for Romero and a collective gasp of surprise revealed a critical strategic flaw. Mario's reckless push had left a gaping hole with a soft swoosh. Urgent shouts of "push through" and "attack" spurred the team forward, a rapid series of kicks echoing their aggressive intent. A frustrated swoosh of self-reproach escaped the opponent. His overexcitement had led to a critical error. Kim Gandhi analytically pondered the ultimate truth: a goal required a finisher, and only one player on his team possessed that crucial ability. Kim Gandhi's urgent, climactic cry, punctuated by a sharp kick, singled out number 20 as the sole hope for a shot. With a resolute kick and firm stop, Li Jian internally refuted the narrow assumption about his team's capabilities. Li Jian's surprising kick deflected expectations, revealing his trust in 9 other teammates, leaving the opponent utterly bewildered. The goalkeeper, tense with anticipation, braced for Romero's shot, despite the awkward angle, knowing his playing tendencies. A sharp kick confirmed the goalkeeper's utter surprise. Another unexpected pass had been made. The goalkeeper, in dramatic anticipation, recognized the approaching figure, none other than Firenze's most dazzling presence, the bald head himself. A triumphant roar and a thunderous kick confirmed his claim, sending the ball rocketing towards the goal. From the deepest back, the goalkeeper's fierce organizational power radiated, matching the defender's silent, body-sacrificing intensity. The midfielders, fiercely energetic and committed, burned themselves out in relentless attack and unyielding defense. Rica Romero's selfless play, creating assists for the team, earned profound appreciation. And senior number 8, reliably stepping up in crucial moments, epitomized dedicated team play. Li Jian's heart swelled with passionate pride, fiercely refuting the notion of weakness, knowing 11 determined players made Firenze an indomitable force. As a triumphant swoosh heralded the undeniable goal, the team captain's jubilant shouts of "Firenze is strong," echoed Li Jian's fierce, unspoken defiance. The older man, tapping a small ball, wondered if age was making him unexpectedly sentimental. His chest heaved with quiet sobs. The older man questioned why a mere leading goal had brought him to such a fervent, tear-streaked state. The older man's mind raced, baffled by his own tears, while on the field, Li Jian's triumphant celebration with his jubilant teammate echoed through the stadium. His tears streamed freely as the older man's heart pounded, utterly overwhelmed by Jian's incredible impact on the game. Li Jian, a hero from Firenze's youth, filled the ache of a lost ace, rekindling the forgotten passion in every fan's longing, nostalgic heart. The older man's fist clenched, a primal response to the boyhood spirit rekindled within his own aged, reawakened soul. With heart-wrenching sobs, the older man cried openly, acknowledging Jian's profound power to pull fans into a flood of past, cherished memories. Li Jian and his bald teammate erupted in a triumphant, shared exultation, their perfect link-up play a thrilling success. The bald teammate pulsed with excitement about the momentum shift, while Li Jian inwardly savored the undeniable good fortune of the moment. As the bald teammate playfully teased his frustrated peer about the assist, Li Jian noted how perfectly everything had unfolded. A sharp whistle cut the air, but an unsettling premonition had gripped Li Jian just before that goal. An opponent's miscalculation triggered a sudden, visceral snap in Li Jian's mind, compelling him to instinctively shout strategic commands. Li Jian's mind absorbed every detail, the ball's trajectory, defensive positions, and the intricate movements of his teammates. Every thump of the ball against his foot solidified his burgeoning sense of dominion, as he effortlessly controlled the field, leaving opponents gasping in his wake. The precise thump of the goal, exactly as he'd foreseen, delivered a thrill deeper than scoring himself, leaving opponents aghast at his impossible foresight. That exhilarating feeling still hummed within him, demanding intense focus, until, with a sudden, sharp gasp, Li Jian realized he had lost control. A frustrated grunt escaped the opponent, utterly exasperated that his team had become the unfortunate recipients of Jian's insane resurgence. The older spectators' gaze widened in awe. This aggressive, commanding play transcended anything expected of a 16-year-old. Li Jian dribbled furiously, unaware of the older man's silent, astonished question to Tony. A choked gasp escaped the older man's lips as he realized they had unleashed a true soccer monster. With a whoosh of acceleration, the number 18 teammate surged forward, driven by Li Jian's distant, urgent call. Li Jian dribbled with chilling precision, his vision unclouded, as the number 18 teammate inwardly marveled at his sustained, intense movement. Li Jian's eyes widened in a frustrated, desperate shout about the glaring, unseen space behind. Li Jian felt a sting of frustration, watching his seniors miss obvious passing lanes as a bald teammate angrily questioned number 18's startled confusion. As a teammate apologized for his error, Li Jian knew he must keep validating his strategic insights, even as the team maintained its dominant control. A worried gasp escaped the young man as he and the older spectator exchanged glances, noting Jian's strangely glum expression with growing concern. The older man sharply silenced the young man, a nervous grunt betraying his own fears that Jian's earlier pain might be returning. With a sudden, decisive pop, Li Jian knew he had to act now. This chance could not simply slip away. Run! Li Jian commanded with fierce urgency, sending a startled Ricardo Sahurara sprinting into action. A wave of sudden panic washed over Li Jian, realizing he had shouted informally at his senior, his strategic vision too clear to ignore. A foot connected, sending the ball rocketing past the diving goalkeeper towards the net's taut embrace. Ricardo Sahara's second goal, born from that pivotal pass, swelled Firenze's lead to 2-0, leaving the sub-coach stunned and the coach beaming with triumphant joy. As the bald teammate pushed Ricardo Sahara, Li Jian watched, convinced the senior's anger about his informal shout had tragically surfaced. Li Jian, flustered and panicked, stammered a frantic apology, desperately trying to explain his accidental, informal outburst. The bald teammate joyfully embraced Ricardo Sahara, clearing up the misunderstanding with a boisterous thanks for the multi-goal assist. Li Jian, observing the playful banter, realized he had utterly, comically misunderstood the entire situation. The team captain offered a comforting smile, reassuring Li Jian that no apology was necessary for his passionate outburst. The team captain explained that on the field, all players were equals, bound by their shared objective, especially the team's ace. Li Jian listened, his expression a testament to profound respect as the captain urged him to play freely, unburdened by fear of mistakes. Li Jian's enthusiastic affirmation followed the captain's supportive pat, marveling at his inspiring leadership. A final whistle cut through the air, signaling the first half's end, reinforcing Li Jian's thought that true leadership was no ordinary feat. With each powerful thump of the ball, Li Jian felt a surge of renewed confidence in his passing, a gift from the captain's encouraging words. Romero. Left side. Li Jian shouted, rediscovering the sheer joy in his passes as his teammate eagerly responded. Ricardo Sahara's apologetic cry after a missed pass didn't faze Li Jian. Not every attempt led to a chance, but the effort still resonated. The overwhelming dominance of Firenze, reflected in the crushing statistics, confirmed what truly mattered: their opponents had been thoroughly conquered. As the clap of recognition met Li Jian during his substitution, he acknowledged the coach's shrewd decision, even if a part of him wished to remain on the field. A deep, ragged sigh escaped Li Jian. The crushing weight of fatigue only struck him once the game's tension had finally lifted. From the bench, the unusually thunderous roar of the crowd resonated with deafening satisfaction as Firenze's triumphant 2-0 victory was announced. The interviewer's congratulations marked the inevitable post-match ritual, to which Li Jian politely offered his thanks. As the interviewer praised his performance, subtly provoking, Li Jian inwardly affirmed his past truth: it was never an injury that had kept him off the field. The interviewer lauded his impeccable pass completion rate, compelling Li Jian to meticulously craft his next, cautious response. Li Jian flinched at the pointed question about his unusual playing position, hesitating before offering a noncommittal answer. The interviewer pressed for a strong, confident answer regarding his adaptability, making Li Jian's wide eyes search for the perfect reply. Resigned, Li Jian humbly asserted his versatility, stating that team cohesion, not personal confidence, was the true architect of their victory, which the interviewer thoughtfully absorbed. A sly smirk played on the interviewer's lips as he announced their next opponent, inwardly relishing the inescapable challenge for Li Jian. Li Jian's face crumpled in a shocked, sweaty grimace, realizing with dawning horror that the next match meant facing his former teammate, Vlahovi. A profound, palpable silence descended upon the stadium as the interviewer posed his final, loaded question to Li Jian about Vlahovi. A sudden rumble broke the expectant silence, signaling Li Jian's dawning realization that the entire stadium hung on his every word. His shadowed eyes gleamed with resolve. Li Jian knew the Firenze uniform demanded an answer devoid of false humility. Li Jian began, acknowledging his past fondness for Vlahovi and the valuable lessons he had received. He continued, expressing regret at their parted paths but asserting a complete absence of ill will towards Vlahovi. Li Jian's voice sharpened, declaring his fervent hope that after their next clash, Vlahovi would deeply regret leaving this beautiful place. Li Jian finished, a defiant, confident smile gracing his lips. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of excited shouts, demanding Li Jian make the traitor Vlahovi bitterly regret his choice. The older man reflected on Jian's immense growth, recognizing his statement as a powerful declaration of war. The opponent, Vlahovi, turned with a decisive swish, making it clear their upcoming match would hold no quarter. Vlahovi's eyes burned with resolve, vowing to make Li Jian regret his bold declaration before the home crowd. The man proudly displayed a chibi on his phone, wondering if it wasn't the cutest thing ever. Hearty laughter boomed as the bald teammate celebrated the child's swift growth into a 6-year-old. Time's relentless march brought a shared surprise as the bald teammate realized school loomed for his little girl. Hearty laughter boomed as the two fathers reveled in their shared parental exhaustion, leaving the youngest to muse on their devotion. A sudden curiosity sparked in the youngest, compelling him to approach his senior. He pondered aloud, wondering why so many soccer players chose early matrimony. His bald teammate exploded with laughter, declaring marriage a preventative measure against foolish escapades. The youngest was thoroughly confused, as his seniors scrambled to redefine stupid as responsibility. With a soft purr of contentment, he mused on how family transformed a man, driving him to strive harder. The bald teammate abruptly swiveled the conversation, crediting marriage for Saharara's improved stamina, much to his friend's agitated dismay. The youngest thoughtfully conceded the point, infuriating his bald teammate, who protested, "What do you mean it makes sense?" His personal revelation about divorced parents and doubts about marriage silenced the seniors, leaving them wide-mouthed in surprise. Their words unexpectedly pulled him back to a self-conscious memory from the previous night. A female student cheerfully dropped a bombshell: her entire family, including her mother, married astonishingly young. The senior, intrigued, pressed further, only to hear that early marriage was simply their cherished family dream. Perhaps, she beamed, it was the sheer joy of cooking and nurturing their husbands that fueled their early marital bliss. She blithely announced her inheritance of this domestic dream, sending a jolt of comical horror through the senior. Li Jian inwardly winced, regretting his curiosity, but his senior, sensing an opening, kept the marriage conversation alive. The seniors shamelessly needled Li Jian, playfully accusing him of having a secret lover and imminent wedding plans. Li Jian, suddenly serious, addressed his seniors with an intense gaze. His abrupt question about their happiness hit them like a lightning bolt, leaving them utterly stunned. Coach Tony, now stern, declared the start of intense training against Jian met with the team's unified, determined cry. Coach Tony commanded the teams to split for practice, singling out Li Jian with a sharp call. Li Jian was instructed to embody the home team's forward during attacks, regardless of the team divisions. And when the away team attacked, Li Jian would shift roles, becoming their forward as well. A sudden burst of understanding hit the teammates: they were to become the simulated Jian themselves. The bald teammate enthusiastically assigned legendary roles, proclaiming, "You are Chiellini, and you, Delict." With theatrical flair, the two teammates declared themselves Jian's invincible center-back duo, making Li Jian visibly cringe. Li Jian wondered at their antics, then quietly asked if he could finally don his jersey. The match burst to life as a foot solidly kicked the ball. With his training volume effectively doubled, Li Jian intensely surged forward, commanding his teammates to move up. This dual role forced constant strategic assessment, sharpening his game sense, as he urged everyone forward. Alarmed shouts echoed across the field, warning of a sudden side breakthrough. Observing the tactical weakness, a wide gap in the four backs, Li Jian calculated his next move precisely. With fierce intent, he blasted the ball toward the half space. The defenders urgently scrambled, correcting themselves as he surged into the half space with the ball. The right fullback and center-back rapidly narrowed the gap, attempting to cut off his relentless advance. His cunning strategy meant the center-backs would inevitably widen their critical gap. With a forceful strike, he sent the ball to Saharara, urgently commanding him to run. He passed to Saharara in the middle, then swiftly repositioned right, barking instructions to Romero. In a seamless exchange of positions, Saharara fluidly passed the ball right back to Li Jian. He deftly received the ball, noting the defender's attention remained fixed on Saharara's re-entry. A perfect through pass, precisely into the defender's blind spot, sent Romero surging forward, leaving opponents flabbergasted. Romero launched into a spectacular overhead kick, demanding a climactic finish. Furious shouts met a pained apology as the missed shot intensified the on-field frustration. The ball, still free, sparked a fierce, urgent race for possession. Again, Jian drove forward, his movements a dynamic blur. With his forwards too advanced, another tactical maneuver felt untimely, demanding a new approach. From this point, personal skill would be his sole reliance. Li Jian defiantly called out to Senior Milan, ready for the challenge. In that intense moment, Milan ceased to exist, replaced by the formidable player Delict of Gioventu. This was the obstacle he had to explosively break through. A collective gasp of shock heralded his breakthrough. He pressed on, a defiant challenge to the pursuing defense. A flicker of confusion crossed his face mid-stride. Mid-air, he unleashed an acrobatic kick, stunning the defender. His powerful kick whistled toward the goal, defying the diving keeper. As his teammates marveled at their luck, Li Jian, fueled by explosive determination, clenched his fist. The stadium roared, "Forza! WAWA Viola," signaling the Firenze vs Gioventu match day. Standing on the field, Li Jian realized how much time had truly passed. His gaze locked onto an opponent, recognizing the formidable senior Vlahovi. Though happy to see an old face, he noted the seniors exchanged no greetings, only sharp plays. This was a fierce rivalry, pride on the line, and any mingling born of old affection was utterly unthinkable. A sudden, visceral shock ripped through Li Jian. The opponent kicked, and Li Jian sprinted to intercept. The opposing forward surged forward like a relentless tide, immediately dominating the field. Before any defensive formation solidified, a sharp, alarming cross arced in from the side. With a resounding thud, Vlahovi claimed the opening goal. Dismay washed over him, an early goal, all due to his lapse in concentration. The opponent's footsteps approached, his words a harsh challenge to Jian's focus. With a sharp, commanding tone, the opponent ordered Jian to keep his words. Overwhelmed, a suffocating panic seized Li Jian. A searing accusation, "You traitor," lashed out from the enraged opponent's grimace. Vlahovi sighed, never expecting a warm reception in this familiar place he'd long returned to. From unseen corners, furious shouts assailed Vlahovi, confirming his inner thought that this persistent hostility was only natural. His former teammates' indifference, though stinging, surprisingly allowed Vlahovi to maintain his composure. Still, Vlahovi worried about that kid, acutely aware of the terrifying power hidden in his seemingly gentle demeanor. A whistle pierced the air as Vlahovi tapped the ball, vowing never to reveal his fear. As he fiercely crashed into an opponent, Vlahovi declared his intention to utterly dismantle Firenze as a Gioventu player. Li Jian wondered why his former teammate had chosen Gioventu, especially as they fiercely clashed on the field. Li Jian pondered Vlahovi's choice of Gioventu, which now forced them into a painful rivalry on the pitch. Li Jian's troubling thoughts about his rival had lingered, right up until the opening kick signaled the match's start. But within minutes, Vlahovi's powerful header loudly demonstrated why he'd chosen Gioventu. Li Jian stared, startled, as the senior whose presence once reassured now became a formidable force. Vlahovi, now a sharpened spear, aggressively pierced Firenze's defenses, his shouts echoing across the field. A powerful kick sent the unseen ball flying with a resounding impact. "Ugh, what a pity!" Vlahovi cried in frustration as his thudding shot either missed or was blocked. Li Jian reflected on their coach's aggressive strategy, to push forward with overwhelming pressure, a truly dangerous gambit. He wondered how the coach interpreted their strategy's utter failure. Coach Vincenzo, already exasperated by Vlahovi's early goal shifting momentum, muttered about the noisy complaints from his players. Li Jian watched in surprise as Dabila, opponent number 10, confidently declared his clear sight of numerous offensive opportunities. Coach Vincenzo, with a frustrated grunt, instructed a player to operate as an attacking midfielder, not merely a forward. Li Jian wondered if Vlahovi alone could carry their front line. Meanwhile, Vlahovi himself frustratingly declared, "Ugh. I can't win in a physical battle." Frustration mounted among Li Jian's teammates as number 1 cried for Dabila to be marked, while number 4 despairingly insisted they could do nothing. Li Jian angrily warned that marking Dabila would leave Vlahovi in a dangerous one-on-one situation, demanding if they were truly alright with that risk. Li Jian shouted about the defensive dilemma, then thought the problem itself was the choice between blocking alone or cooperatively. Li Jian analyzed Dabila's deeper positioning, which effectively overloaded their defense, making it impossible to apply pressure as if the opponents always had an extra player. Attempting to cover Vlahovi's defensive gaps felt overwhelming, Li Jian thought, given Vlahovi's individual brilliance and teamwork, as Vlahovi aggressively shouted instructions mid-slide. The intense pressure of facing senior Vlahovi as a direct opponent weighed heavily on Li Jian. Li Jian realized they could only offer each other desperate encouragement with every step, as a teammate cried, "Nice cut, Nastasic." "But it's not easy," Li Jian thought, as an off-panel voice announced Jian had possession yet again, marked by the persistent thud of the ball. Dabila, with a confident tap of the ball, called out for it to be passed back to him. As the ball flowed to Dabila, their attack's vital link, Li Jian's intense eye caught Vlahovi making yet another sharp, decisive move. Vlahovi, with precise timing, stepped back to avoid offside as the defensive line faltered, then sharply re-entered the play, causing an opponent to grunt and fall. Another perfect infiltration, Li Jian thought with mounting alarm, recognizing the immense danger of Vlahovi's impeccable timing. A mighty kick sent the ball thudding toward the goal. Vlahovi's eyes widened in shocked realization, a shot. The goalkeeper plunged into a desperate dive, meeting the ball with a loud thud. Vlahovi's shouts of, "So close! Nice shot!" were met by Li Jian's analytical thought, if only the ball had been passed to Vlahovi, it would have been a guaranteed goal. "Huh!" Li Jian uttered, his eyes wide in sudden surprise. The player flinched, startled, as someone nervously called out, "Senior." Li Jian, slightly worried, caught a fleeting glimpse of disappointment in Vlahovi's eyes as he quickly turned away. As Vlahovi walked away with heavy steps, Li Jian felt he was reliving their shared plays from the past. Li Jian realized with a jolt, they weren't alone in feeling that empty space. "Romero, move up!" Li Jian commanded urgently, eliciting a surprised but understanding "Oh" from Romero. With a determined snap, Li Jian ran, realizing Vlahovi felt the same loss. The goalkeeper, comprehending the strategic exchange of Romero moving up and Jian coming down, shouted "Short," and launched a booming kick. An opponent shouted aggressive commands, coming in short. "Pressure and take it away." The goalkeeper knew a moment of hesitation with the ball meant immediate crisis, as the game's intense booming pace continued. "Don't hesitate, continue the planned pass," the goalkeeper urged himself, as powerful passes echoed across the field. "And there's Jian," the goalkeeper thought, as Li Jian swiftly kicked the ball. The ball whooshed to Li Jian, and his focus sharpened instantly upon reception. Within his mind, Li Jian vividly mapped every opponent's position. "Romero!" Li Jian shouted, delivering one more sharp signal before powerfully ripping a pass his way, all while mentally mapping the field. Li Jian swiftly twisted, launching a booming pass with incredible force. He reflected on the pass's precise timing, a feat that would have been impossible had he paused to check Romero's position. Romero, running with determination, reveled in the thought that all their hard work had led to this very moment, as a teammate yelled, "Nice, Jian." Number 14, an opponent cried in wide-eyed surprise, wondering how Romero had covered such ground so quickly with a hard tap. The opponent, kicking the ball with a loud thump, wondered if they had gravely underestimated Romero's speed. "A perfect direct shot!" Romero roared, launching a booming strike towards the goal. As Coach Tony excitedly declared Romero's brilliance and Romero proudly claimed the glory, Coach Vincenzo sternly joked he'd have scuffed him 100 times for a miss. The promised play erupted in the crisis, resetting the match and drawing the game's dynamics even tighter, marked by the light tap of the contested ball. "Hey!" Vlahovi yelled, his hand flashing up in angry frustration. Vlahovi's eyes widened in frustrated surprise. "What? He's not giving me," as a booming kick echoed from elsewhere. One opponent angrily confronted his teammate, demanding why he couldn't see the timing, who then apologized for the missed connection. Vlahovi, grunting in frustration, wondered if his teammate truly couldn't perceive the timing. "Damn, this is frustrating. The timing is off," Vlahovi thought, running with a hard tap of his foot. Vlahovi, distressed, found the opponent's equalizing goal haunting his mind more vividly than his own opening score, lamenting, "It doesn't match." Vlahovi sighed deeply, acknowledging the beautiful pass that should have created a perfect opportunity, as an opponent celebrated their successful defense. With a heavy sigh, Vlahovi lamented that just months ago, that very pass would have landed perfectly at his toes. Vlahovi reflected that neither harsh insults nor crowd criticism made him regret his transfer, but the agonizing realization he could no longer synchronize with Li Jian did. "Ha, this really frustrates me," Vlahovi thought, grinding his teeth in raw frustration. Li Jian, determined, asked Romero to keep passing during counterattack timing, to which a surprised but resolute Romero replied, "Of course, I will. I want to win this match," Li Jian declared, surprised when Romero immediately retorted, "Then I'll leave it to you," with Li Jian awkwardly agreeing. With a resolute sniff, Li Jian declared his intention to score the comeback goal, highlighting their absence's profound impact. Li Jian yearned for the senior to realize this truth, as the first half of the intense match finally concluded. The second half began with a grating growl of frustration as one player seethed over his teammates' lack of aggression. The named player's silent surprise was a stark contrast to his teammates' biting call, which pierced the stadium's clarity. Captain Chiellini intervened, his placating words attempting to quell the raw, internal tremble of his frustrated teammate. The defensive strategy ignited a silent fury in the player, his spirit trembling with the sting of a potential draw. A powerful kick, charged with Vlahovi's defiant fury, propelled him forward, a desperate shout ripping from his core. A collective alarm erupted from the opposing defense as Vlahovi's singular charge threatened to shatter their formation. Vlahovi pounded forward, his determination a singular pursuit of strength, victory, and the elusive championship. Each violent clash was a visceral reminder of the bitter choice he made for this very pursuit, a decision that still pricked his conscience. He pushed against the opposing force, driven by the burning need to validate his controversial transfer through nothing less than triumph. A sharp clang of impact derailed his momentum, leaving him momentarily suspended in the chaotic fray. His internal monologue dripped with bitter self-doubt. This failed effort offered no compelling argument for his worth. After the solo charge withered, the game's rhythm shifted, a monotonous patter of defensive play settling over the field. He drove the ball forward with a decisive kick, savoring the bitter irony of the top team's struggle while urging his own squad onward. The coach's raw exasperation mirrored the silent, simmering frustration of his colleague, caught in the tactical gridlock. A heavy thud of disappointment settled in his chest, reflecting the agonizing struggle to even control the ball. One coach voiced his growing anxiety over Jian's stamina, but the other's calm assurance cut through the lingering doubt. From the sidelines, the coach sensed the deep, unspoken frustration brewing within Jian, a feeling he knew all too well. The coaches, sharing a warm glance, acknowledged the quiet but profound evolution Jian had undergone. A deep satisfaction settled over the coach, recalling Jian's journey from a hesitant receiver to a player hungry for possession. A calculated trust was placed in Jian's visible reserves, a silent command for him to persevere. A desperate, ragged gasp tore from Jian, his body screaming a visceral protest against the relentless demand for more. Amidst his gasping struggle, a profound wonder seized Jian, marveling at the endurance of others in matches far longer than this league encounter. A shrill whistle cut the tension just as fears of Jian's collapse peaked, bringing sudden relief and a frantic call for sustenance. A heavy thud in his weary spirit, Jian responded with a barely there query to the urgent, unseen summons. The coach, with determined focus, shoved a banana into Jian's shocked mouth, a forceful, surprising shot of energy. With cheeks comically puffed, Jian's choked affirmation promised a resolute return to the fray. As Jian dashed back, still comically muffled, the coach's booming encouragement spurred him forward, a stark motivation. He gulped down the last of it, a profound, almost absurd, appreciation blooming for the simple power of a banana. The lingering exhaustion vanished, replaced by a surge of revitalizing energy, a stark contrast to his earlier longing for the match to end. Jian's renewed determination soared, a silent rebellion against the opponent's frustrated command for a slow, stifling pace. His quick, assessing glance confirmed the dwindling minutes, a strategic window now precisely defined. Amidst the universal struggle, a sudden, explosive certainty ignited within Jian, a chance was imminent. His internal cry resonated with furious refusal, the top team would not surrender to such an unsatisfying end. Vlahovi, a blur of motion, unleashed the exquisite skill that had been meticulously scouted, a decisive move past his defender. The urgent patter of quick steps portended an impending, decisive strike, the game hanging in the balance. A desperate cry of frustration tore from the defender, his reach falling agonizingly short in the critical moment. A sharp thump echoed as the defender, suspended mid-air, connected with the ball in a frantic, split-second block. A thud resonated as Senior Milan's aerial defense drew ecstatic shouts of praise, a crucial intervention in the surging attack. A heavy thud signaled a powerful kick, launching the ball with startling force as Jian's awareness sharpened. Tenoira stood poised over the ball, his concentration a palpable force in the brewing tension, identified by Jian's urgent call. Jian's desperate shout of "chance" spurred a sudden, powerful kick from Tenoira, a pivotal, impacting moment. With a heavy thud of renewed purpose, Jian seized the precise, precarious timing for a counterattack against the vulnerable opposition. Jian, his eyes glowing with fierce resolve, exploded past the startled defenders, knowing any hesitation meant utter failure. A frustrated sliding lunge marked the opponent's failure to contain Jian, whose impossibly quick changes of direction were a maddening blur. The rapid patter of his dribble accompanied a single-minded determination to shatter the midfield barrier with pure momentum. Only the formidable, unyielding presence of the league's most terrifying centre-back duo, Chiellini and De Ligt, remained. A heavy, internal thud of apprehension struck Jian, their grim, conceptual shadows momentarily eclipsing his resolve. He dismissed the fleeting fear with a sharp mental pivot, his confidence reasserting itself with an energetic turn of the ball. Jian swiftly weaved past the startled defenders, a defiant thought forming, his own seniors held far more terrifying visages. With a powerful, explosive kick, Jian asserted his truth, these opponents were mere shadows compared to the true intensity of his mentors. A sharp exhale released the pent-up tension, as the path to victory suddenly, starkly, opened before him. The entire match condensed into this single, agonizing breath, the fate of the game poised on the edge of impact. He accepted the crushing weight of the moment, knowing the team's triumph eclipsed all personal burden. His gaze burned with an unwavering commitment, ready to embrace whatever destiny demanded for that ultimate victory. With a resounding thud, he unleashed the strike, his whole being resonating with fierce readiness to shoulder the immense weight. The ball found its mark with a decisive thwack, sealing a pivotal, game-altering goal beyond the goalkeeper's desperate reach. Jian erupted in a triumphant leap, the scoreboard blazing the sweet reality of their hard-fought victory. A wave of pure dopamine washed over the field as players roared their joyous disbelief in another hard-won triumph. A weary gasp escaped Jian as his body screamed for rest, utterly bewildered by his seniors' boundless, post-victory energy. A reverent awe, tinged with a nervous grunt, stole Jian's breath as Senior Vlahovi's imposing figure loomed over him. Vlahovi's rare, slight smile carried genuine praise, catching Jian utterly off guard, leaving him with a bewildered query. A broad, genuine grin stretched across Vlahovi's face, a powerful, unspoken affirmation of Jian's performance. A sudden blush warmed Jian's face, a silent gasp of flattered surprise escaping him as the gesture registered. Jian's excited praise was met with Vlahovi's booming, playful laughter, sealing their bond with a firm grasp. Vlahovi's unexpected, light-hearted suggestion sparked a chattering nervousness in Jian, leaving him utterly bewildered. A flustered gasp escaped Jian as he frantically stripped off his sweaty jersey, Vlahovi silently musing on his endearing fuss. Vlahovi offered a parting, playful warning, a casual tap sealing the exchange with a humorous flourish. As Vlahovi walked away, Jian contemplated his retreating figure, realizing the uniform was merely a surface change for the inherently good player. Holding the jersey, Jian offered a silent, hopeful wish that Vlahovi's journey would be free of any gnawing regret. Then, a triumphant shout ripped through the air, proclaiming him the Golden Rookie, bathing him in sudden, exhilarating light. A surging wave of overwhelming joy swept over Jian as his teammates hoisted him aloft, celebrating Firenze's hard-won triumph.